After Rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all big brothers. Chapter 131 to Chapter 204. This year's physics competition summer camp was set at Q University as in previous years. The activity area was also around the physics building, which made it convenient for Su Kai-ching. Even so, before the news was released, no one thought that he would personally attend the event. After all, he did not attend in previous years. This year, it was not worthy, therefore, when Su Kai-ching took the initiative to speak at the camp opening ceremony, everyone was confused. After a long while, they finally reacted in a daze. Professor A, I just had a physical examination last week. There's nothing wrong with my ears. Why did it seem like he was hallucinating? Professor B, did the sun rise from the west? Professor C gulped. He did not doubt what he had heard. He was worried that Su Kai-ching did not express himself clearly, so, can you say that again? Su Kai-ching was amused by their reaction. Look at you guys. Isn't it just a speech? Do you have to make such a fuss? Of course. The last time you spoke in public was at the Xianxia Medal Award ceremony. The time before that was at the United Nations Climate Summit. The time before that was the International Quantum Computing Summit Forum. Compared to a small camp opening ceremony, it was obviously not on the same level. No one had ever thought of inviting Su Kai-ching to the event, even if he was still the director of the National Competition Committee. First of all, the old professor was not young. He was afraid that his body would not be able to take it. Second of all, there were many people and things at this kind of event. It was easy for accidents to happen. If Su Kai-ching wanted to go, he would have to arrange for bodyguards to accompany him and be responsible for his personal safety. Su Kai-ching felt that it was too much of a fuss. Therefore, he would not easily appear unless he had to attend an occasion. Finally, he was too busy. He had to postpone at least 8 meetings and speeches every day. Wasn't it better to do experiments and write theses behind closed doors? Therefore, when he took the initiative to take a look at the camp opening ceremony, everyone was so surprised. It was too abnormal. Professor, the clothes are here. Do you want to hang them up first or change into them? Assistant Xiao Zhang came in from outside, carrying a neatly ironed suit in his hand. The professors were shocked again. This was a battle robe, a weapon of mass destruction that could not be easily worn. How could they have secretly arranged for it? Su Kai-ching didn't find it strange at all. He seemed quite satisfied. Old Shen's family ironed it, right? This was done to make it look extremely bright and fresh. Change it now. He was going to meet the goddess later. Recently, he had learned a new word on the internet, goddess. The only thing he was worried about was whether he was worthy of her, he thought to himself. Little Zhang hurriedly went forward to help. The professors couldn't stay any longer as they were changing their clothes. Then, Professor Su, we'll take our leave first. How about we arrange for you to speak at the front? Alright, do as you see fit. Fine. He really wanted to go. The 3 of them walked out in a single file. At first, they were silent and deep in thought. Later, they began to discuss. A. Professor Su is acting a little strange. This was a statement. B. I think so too. C. A. Why aren't you talking? C. I'm wondering if there are any female professors among the guest speakers we invited this time. B. Huh? C. Otherwise, why would Professor Su dress up so well? Not only do women dress up for their sweetheart, but men do too. Hiss, the other 2 gasped. This can't be, right? Who doesn't know that Professor Su has dedicated his life to science? He's not married, he doesn't have any children. His eyes are filled with his experimental data. I also think this is too ridiculous. Maybe Professor Su just wants to express the importance of this summer camp? After all, there's a task from the higher-ups this time. Believe it or not, it's up to you too. Why, can't the old house be set on fire? The most beautiful sunset glow? I think it's good that Professor Su can find a like-minded partner. At least he won't be too lonely in his old age. The other 2 were silent. That's right, Elder Su had always lived for the sake of scientific research. He had never lived a single day for himself. Do you think it's so easy to say that he's a peerless scholar? The wind blew silently, and the sun was shining brightly. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the lecture hall was full of people. The opening ceremony was held as scheduled. There weren't so many people originally. There were only 25 candidates for the summer camp, and they sat neatly in the first row. The rest were all here for Su Kai-ching. Most of them were students from Q University. Even they don't see Professor Su often? Professor Su is usually very busy. If he's not at the beginning of the semester, he's in the laboratory doing research, looking at data, and occasionally guiding doctoral students and guiding their theses. As for undergraduate and master's students, it's difficult to see him. Then aren't we very lucky this time? It's not just lucky, it's a heavenly show. The host went on stage and first expressed his welcome to everyone. Then, he briefly introduced the training camp. Finally, the highlight came. Next, let's welcome Professor Su Kai-ching to the stage to give a speech. Wow, suddenly, there was a thunderous applause. Su Kai-ching stuffed the small mirror back into Xiao Zhang's hand, adjusted his shirt collar, and adjusted his facial expression. Then, he walked on stage from the side and sat on the chair that was prepared in advance. In front of him was a podium with a loudspeaker on it. There was also hot tea prepared for him to moisten his throat. Below the podium stood 2 security guards, one on the left and one on the right. There were also 2 people behind the scenes on standby. Students, hello everyone, I'm Su Kai-ching. The script was prepared in advance. He memorized it all, so he didn't have to look down to read it. As Su Kai-ching spoke, he looked below the stage and swept his gaze across the first row. She wasn't there. Second row, still no one. Third row, fourth row. She wasn't there. He couldn't see any further. His old eyes were blurry and he couldn't see clearly. But if he remembered correctly, the students of the summer camp in previous years sat in the first row. The lead teacher would strictly count the number of people and never miss anything. But this year, he didn't see Jiang Fuyue in the first row. His heart sank slightly. There are 25 people on the list who are shortlisted for this year's summer camp. Are they all here? The lead teacher responded happily below the stage, everyone is here. Su Kai-ching couldn't help but frown. He glanced around and there were indeed 25 people. At the same time, Ling Xian also frowned. Jiang Fuyue obviously didn't come, but the other party said that they were all here. What was going on? Ren Xinghe's eyes flashed with surprise, but she didn't say anything and listened to Su Kai-ching's speech as usual. Today, Zhao Yongtao also came. He was dressed formally in a suit and tie. As a representative of the Imperial Capital Competition Committee, he was able to sit in the middle right of the leader's seat. It was not the highest, but it was not low either. Next to him were representatives of other units. Zhao Tong had successfully completed the camp entry procedures in the morning and was now sitting in the first row of the student seats. Zhao Yongtao glanced in that direction and couldn't help but feel a strong sense of pride. His granddaughter was really the best. After all, she had his surname and was raised by him. As long as she passed the selection of this summer camp and went to the international competition, regardless of whether she could win a prize in the end, it would be enough to guarantee admission to the highest university in Xianxia. Of course, some operations were still needed. But these were all small problems. Zhao Yongtao had begun to imagine the ecstatic look on his precious granddaughter's face when she received the letter of guarantee from Q University in the near future. At this moment, there seemed to be a small commotion at the scene. Zhao Yongtao came back to his senses and found that Su Kai-ching on the stage had stopped talking. At this moment, he was looking at the students below the stage with a solemn face. Assistant Xiao Zhang saw that the situation was not right and immediately stepped forward and asked nervously, "Elder Su, is there a problem?" Su Kai-ching didn't respond. He glanced at the 25 students in the front row again and turned to look at the lead teacher. "Where is Jiang Fuyue?" The microphone was still on. No matter how low the voice was, it could spread to every corner of the audience. What's more, Su Kai-ching's voice was not low and could even be said to be a little aggressive. As soon as Xiao Zhang heard this tone, he knew that the old man was angry. This was not something he could control. He retreated to the side, waited quietly, and sincerely prayed for the unlucky people who were about to be in trouble. The lead teacher was suddenly cued and was a little confused. "Who are you talking about?" Su Kaiqing spoke into the microphone and said word by word, Jiang Fuyue, the first place in this year's semifinals and the only one in the country with a full score. Where is she? The lead teacher trembled and pulled out the name list from the bag. Jiang Fuyue, Jiang. There was no one with the surname Jiang. Under the stage, Ling Xian raised his eyebrows and was surprised that Professor Su said Jiang Fuyue's name. Ren Xinghe was stunned at first, and then her eyes flashed with contemplation. As for Zhao Yongtao, he was already trembling all over and sweating like rain. Where was the previous calmness and complacency? How was it possible? How did Professor Su know Jiang Fuyue? Wasn't she just an ordinary student with a slightly higher score? Digression, second watch, 3,000 words. Su Kaiqing did not know how the audience reacted. He was still waiting for the teacher to answer. After some time, the list was flipped over several times. There's really no Jiang Fuyue's name on it. Su Kaiqing, did you check it carefully? Are you sure? The teacher was about to cry. There's really no name. After that, he handed the list to Su Kaiqing. If you don't believe me, you can take a look yourself. Su Kaiqing took it and scanned it. There was indeed no name on the list. Bang, the list was slammed on the table. He took the microphone and his old but firm voice spread throughout the lecture hall. There's a problem with the list. The ceremony will be temporarily suspended. The start of camp will be delayed. Wow, the lecture hall instantly exploded. What do you mean there's a problem with the list? And that Jiang, something new, who is she? Why is Elder Su asking about her? Why is the start of camp delayed? I think I smell a conspiracy. Everyone was talking at once. Little Zhang. Elder Su, I'm here. Organize the students to evacuate in an orderly manner. The committee and all the staff of this summer camp must stay. Yes. Little Zhang's expression suddenly turned serious. Elder Su was serious. This matter was not over. When the head coach of this summer camp, Yan Zhenfeng, heard the news and rushed over, the lecture hall was basically empty. Elder Su stood in the middle of the front row and looked coldly at the people sitting in the first row. Yan Zhenfeng glanced around. There was Zhao Yongtao from the committee, a few planning staff of the opening ceremony, 2 teachers, 3 coaches, and a number of life instructors. They sat in a neat row. Under Elder Su's sharp gaze, all of them shrank back and did not dare to speak. Yan Zhenfeng saw this and knew that it was not a small matter. But he still forced a smile and walked towards Su Kaiqing. Teacher, why don't you just come after dinner? Yan Zhenfeng, ? You're still laughing? What's so funny? I think it's too easy for you to be the head coach. You're always muddle-headed and stupid. Yan Zhenfeng, ? We don't know, and we don't dare to ask, he thought to himself. He could only brace himself and accept them all. When everyone saw that Principal Yan was being scolded so badly, they didn't dare to breathe too loudly for fear of attracting Su Lao's anger. Teacher, don't worry. If there's anything, I'll handle it. Su Kaiqing's expression softened a little. He turned around and picked up the name list on the table and slapped it in Yan Zhenfeng's arms. Look at it yourself. The latter took it and looked through it twice before asking. Is there any problem? Su Kaiqing sneered, check it again carefully. Yan Zhenfeng's expression turned serious. He seemed to have realized something. He immediately took out his phone and clicked on the short list saved in the cloud file, preparing to compare them one by one. However, there was a discrepancy in the first name. His gaze froze, and he continued to look down. In the end, without Jiang Fuyue, there's Zhao Tong. Su Kaiqing's face sank. How dare they cheat right under his nose? These people are really good. Did you know about this beforehand? He asked Yan Zhenfeng. His gaze was sharp and scrutinizing. The latter quickly expressed his position. I also just found out, but as the head coach, I have an unshirkable responsibility. Su Kaiqing nodded. After all, Yan Zhenfeng was a student personally trained by him. He knew what kind of character he had. The impact of this matter is extremely bad. It must be thoroughly investigated. I want to see who's behind this. Don't worry, leave it to me. After Yan Zhenfeng appeased Su Kaiqing, he suddenly turned around and looked at the people sitting quietly in the first row. There was no longer any smile on his face. Instead, it was replaced by coldness. Zhao Yongtao sat in the middle of the group, looking inconspicuous. After Su Kaiqing called out Jiang Fuyue on the spot, he panicked. When the assistant cleared the place, he used the excuse of going to the bathroom and took the opportunity to call Li Xingfeng. The two of them came up with a good excuse to deal with the unexpected situation. Only then did Zhao Yongtao regain some confidence. But when Yan Zhenfeng blurted out, "Without Jiang Fuyue, there's Zhao Tong," he inevitably began to panic again. He adjusted his breathing several times before he could barely maintain his composure. "Old Zhao, why are you sweating so much? Your collar is wet." "I've always been afraid of heat." "It's not like you don't know." "That's right. Where are you planning to go for the summer this year?" "I haven't decided yet. We'll talk about it later." "You can't be sweating like this. How about we ask them to lower the temperature of the air conditioner?" "No need to trouble yourself. It's fine like this." Who do you think is so blind this time that they actually dared to tamper with the summer camp roster? There are only about 20 people in total. It's too easy to be discovered if there's one more or one less. Is that person stupid? Zhao Yongtao forced a smile. Another person interrupted, "Of all the people, they had to change the first place with full marks. Are they afraid that it's not eye-catching enough? The key point is that the first place is someone Su Lao knows." When he took the roster and looked at it, oh wow, it was immediately overturned. At this time, Yan Zhenfeng had already asked the lead teacher and lifestyle instructor. Next, it was the competition committee's turn. Director Zhao, the last part of the shortlist was handed to the competition committee. "You were the one who called the students to come to camp on time, right?" Zhao Yongtao nodded, "That's right." "Was Jiang Fuyue on the list at that time?" "Yes." Yan Zhenfeng raised his eyebrows, "You seemed to hesitate just now." "Yes, because I'm not very sure if the person in charge of making the call strictly followed the list." "What do you mean?" "Because there may be some special circumstances when we receive the students here. For example, in the past years, there were students who voluntarily gave up their summer camp qualifications. Also, there were students who suddenly fell ill and couldn't participate in the training. We will deal with the specific circumstances. This way, there will be changes to the list." Yan Zhenfeng, so you're saying that Jiang Fuyue didn't come because of special circumstances? Zhao Yongtao, I'm not sure yet. I need to contact the person in charge of making the calls. Okay. Yan Zhenfeng looked at him deeply, then you go ahead. Zhao Yongtao calmly took out his phone. At the same time, in the second-floor office of the Education Bureau in Linhuai, there was also a big dispute. Yuan Zhou, we have all the necessary procedures. Everyone in the world has a reason. Meng Zhijian, the people in the capital are too much. My students can't take this injustice. Yuan Zhou, I can't take it either. The staff looked at the two people who were unwilling to give up and felt a headache. Teachers, I understand how you feel. I already understand the situation here. I will report it to the higher-ups in a timely manner. Please don't be impatient. Go back and wait for a while. If there is any news, I will inform you immediately. Yuan Zhou, when is the timely manner? Meng Zhijian, how long should we wait? Staff. They're going crazy. You have to give us a specific time. The people in the capital have already started camp. If we wait any longer, it will be too late. That's right. Time waits for no one. Some things will only get worse the longer you drag it out. After a long time, what was fake will become real and what was right will become wrong. The staff really didn't know what to do with the two of them. How about this, I will definitely give you a reply before you get off work. That should be fine, right? Yuan Zhou and Meng Zhijian looked at each other. Then, can the two of you go back? And wait? What do you mean go back? Yuan Zhou looked at his watch. In any case, there are still 3 hours before we get off work. Meng Zhijian, we'll just wait here. It's convenient. Staff, ? Fine, after going around in a circle, they were still back to square one. What do you think about this? I have a guest later. Can you go to the conference room next door and rest? Meng Zhijian and Yu Wenzhou weren't unreasonable people. They were a bit anxious, but they weren't unreasonable. Okay. The two of them left and went next door. The staff breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the clock on the wall again. It was almost 3 o'clock, the sun was shining brightly in the sky. A Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of the Education Bureau. The driver said, "Ninth Master, we're here." Xie Dingyuan opened his eyes. His eyes were as dark as the night, filled with endless depth. He straightened the front of his shirt and smoothed out the wrinkles on his sleeves. Then, he pushed open the door and got out of the car. The sun shone on his body, but it couldn't penetrate his indifferent face. It was still cold and solemn. After discussing with Xianxia, Xie Yunzhao had decided to let Xianxia stay in Linhui for the college entrance exam. They might as well transfer his file over. Because of the cross-province transfer and the fact that they'd specifically notified each other, both sides moved quickly. It arrived today. The Education Bureau told him to come over and sign it. When they heard that Xie Dingyuan was coming, the higher-ups arranged for someone to receive him. That's right, it was the same staff member that Meng Zhijian and Yu Wenzhou had pestered so much that his head was about to explode. "Mr. Xia, this way please." Xie Dingyuan followed him to the second floor and into the office. "Please sit. I'll get you a glass of water. There's no need to trouble yourself." Even so, the staff member still respectfully served him a cup of hot tea. "It's like this. Originally, the transfer of a student's file should be signed by the student's guardian. However, Ms. Xia is far away in the capital, so there's no need to make a trip here. According to the regulations, the student can entrust his immediate family to sign on his behalf." After a series of established procedures, the staff member handed over the documents and a pen. Xie Dingyuan habitually scanned the contents. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he signed his name. Then, he prepared to leave. "Please wait a moment." The staff member stopped him and closed the office door. Xie Dingyuan saw this and remained calm. "Is there anything else?" Zhongxiang received 2 punishments in the capital. They were recorded in the file. Although the circumstances weren't serious, it didn't look good. Especially for a family like the Zhong family. If Zhongxiang entered the system in the future, these 2 punishments would be fatal stains on his record. "Xie Dingyuan, what are you trying to say?" The staff member rolled his eyes and lowered his voice. "I have a way to erase it. Do you need?" "There's no need. It's natural for him to get a demerit. He got himself into trouble, so he has to pay the corresponding price." The staff member looked panicked. He didn't expect Xie Dingyuan to reject him so thoroughly. Also, the way he looked at him was terrifying. It was like the head of teaching giving a student who made a mistake a death stare. It made him feel ashamed. "Xie Dingyuan, with power in hand, you shouldn't use it as a tool for personal gain. You're on your own now." The staff member's face was ashen and his legs trembled. After leaving the office, Xie Dingyuan had only taken 2 steps when he heard a familiar name. "Where's Jiang Fuyue? Is she okay?" Meng Zhijian asked. "I just sent her a WeChat message. She's eating and drinking well at home. There's no trouble." Yu Wenzhou typed rapidly on his phone. We're so anxious that she won't be able to go to summer camp. But in the end, she's so comfortable. Don't you think this is called, the emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuch is?" Yu Wenzhou thought for a moment, then suddenly reacted. "Who are you calling an eunuch?" "You're the eunuch. For example." Xie Dingyuan stood outside the door, deep in thought. Still in a state of panic, the staff member was trying to figure out the meaning behind Xie Dingyuan's last words. "You're on your own now." Suddenly, the door opened and the person who had left appeared in front of him. Thank you, sir." He swallowed. He was already crying inside. "Boss, please let me go. I won't do it again." Cough. "Let me ask you something." "Ah?" The staff member was a bit confused. "Teachers, I've already reported the situation to the higher-ups." After waiting for less than half an hour, Yu Wenzhou and Meng Zhijian sat up straight, their eyes shining. "What did they say?" "The higher-ups are taking this very seriously. They've already contacted the Imperial Capital's Education Bureau and requested a thorough investigation. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be a result tomorrow. A thorough investigation? The two looked at each other. Did they mention this request? Yuan Zhou, we did, right? Meng Zhijian, how come I don't remember? Yuan Zhou, who cares? It's best to root out all the worms behind this. The staff member wasn't lying. As soon as Xie Dingyuan spoke, the entire city's education bureau took this matter seriously. Then they discovered F*CK. Wasn't this our best seedling? He was actually replaced by someone else? This grievance wasn't just unbearable for the teachers and students. The whole of Linhui wouldn't accept it. Then, a call was made to the Imperial Capital's Education Bureau. When the bureau heard this, they were instantly enraged. Wasn't this a slap in the face for such a dirty thing to happen? Then, a call was made to the competition committee. Zhao Yongtao listened to the angry roars and scoldings from the other end. His knees went weak and he fell back into his chair. This time, paper couldn't contain the fire anymore. Digression, first update, 4,000 words. Second update, 3 p.m. Thank you for your concern. I've already seen the doctor. Conjunctivitis in both eyes. Sigh, hands spread out, he prescribed 3 bottles of eye drops. Don't worry. It's just that my typing speed is slower than before, so I've split it into 2 updates. The next day, Jiang Fuyue received a call from the capital in the evening. Hello, Miss Jiang. I'm Yan Jinfeng, the head instructor of this summer camp. What's the matter? His voice was clear and cool. I'm sorry that this is the result of a staff member's mistake. Your eligibility to join the camp has not been revoked. We will cooperate with the NOI to create better learning conditions for you. We will try our best to balance both subjects. It was a very official tone. There was sincerity, but it was not enough. Was it that easy to gloss over everything with a staff member's mistake? Jiang Fuyue, I'm sorry, I won't be joining the camp before the matter is investigated thoroughly. Yan Jinfeng was stunned. No. It's been investigated thoroughly. It's a staff member's mistake. Okay, how many staff members are there? How did they make a mistake? What's the root cause of the mistake? How are you going to deal with these staff members? Yan Jinfeng was dumbfounded by the continuous bombardment. Why aren't you saying anything? Didn't we investigate thoroughly? These details should be clear as well, right? Miss Jiang, I understand how you feel now. It's not easy for anyone to encounter something like this. I'm fine. She picked up the remote control and changed the channel. Yan Jinfeng, yesterday morning, your staff members called and said that I was disqualified. They said that this series of actions were in accordance with the rules and regulations. No matter how I questioned, they refused to budge. Their attitude was quite firm. I don't believe it's as simple as a mistake. The entire conversation has been recorded. Half an hour ago, 2 of my teachers sent it to the Municipal Education Bureau. I look forward to the final results of the investigation. Before that, I won't leave for the capital. Yan Jinfeng's scalp went numb. Only then did he realize that the person on the other end of the phone did not resemble a high school student at all. Listening to her confident tone, clear logic, and strategy, even a negotiation expert would not be as eloquent as her. The key point was that she was in the right. She squatted condescendingly on the moral high ground, bombarding him until he felt guilty and short of breath. Yan Jinfeng took a deep breath. He knew that if he still couldn't seize the initiative, then he would really be led by the nose by a high school student. Therefore, when he spoke again, his tone was unconsciously tinged with sternness. Student Jiang, I advise you to think about it carefully. Time waits for no one. If you don't come to Beijing, you won't be able to participate in the training. The summer camp is the only way to enter the national team. If you miss the selection, it's equivalent to missing the IPO. Is it worth it? Jiang Fuyue narrowed her eyes, and the coldness in her eyes disappeared. Is this a warning? It's too unpleasant to say that I'm warning you. Perhaps you can understand it as advice? After Yan Jinfeng finished speaking, he anxiously waited for the other party's response. If nothing unexpected happened, this matter should be settled. But in fact, I'm sorry, Coach Yan, the person on the other end said slowly, I'm a person who can be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. Since you're talking about the EPO, then I can't just let it go. After all, the first thing your staff said was to cancel my summer camp qualification, which is equivalent to indirectly depriving me of the opportunity to stand on the international stage. I've already experienced the worst result. What's worse than this? You. I'll say it again. Before the matter is investigated clearly, I won't enter the camp. If you want to train me, then train me. If you want to cancel my qualification, then cancel my qualification. I'll take it all. After saying that, she hung up directly. Student Jiang, don't be impulsive. Hello? Hello? Yan Zhenfeng roared into the phone twice, stomping his feet in anger. The more he thought about it, the more upset he felt. His stomach was full of anger, like a bulging pufferfish. Were high school students so difficult to deal with these days, he had expected Jiang Fuyue to receive the phone call, cry tears of joy, and express her gratitude repeatedly. Then she would pack her things and immediately report to Beijing. The camp entrance ceremony would be held again, and the training would be put on the agenda as soon as possible. But, that's it, what AF * King Baldi? Professor Yan, Mr. Su wants you to go to his office. Assistant Xiao Zhang came over to pass on the message. Yan Zhenfeng took a deep breath and calmed down. I'll be there. 5 minutes later. Knock knock, come in. Teacher. Yan Zhenfeng stood with his hands by his side. Su Kaiqing's radar-like eyes locked onto him. How is it? What did Lin Hui say? The education bureaus of both sides are jointly investigating, but Zhao Yongtao insists that he didn't know anything, so it will take some time. After discussing with a few coaches, we decided to invite Jiang Fuyue back to class first. The EPO is imminent, and the training work has to continue. We can't delay the formation of the national team. Su Kaiqing nodded. That was the reason. What did she say? Ahem. Yan Zhenfeng touched his nose, feeling a little dejected. She's in trouble? When Yan Zhenfeng heard this, he immediately felt wronged and began to complain about Jiang Fuyue. Anyone who heard him would be sad, and anyone who saw him would cry. Those who did not know would think that Jiang Fuyue had beaten him up. My attitude is good enough, right? I've never been so patient with my graduate students and doctoral students. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a gentle breeze and a drizzle. But what about her? Su Kaiqing listened with great interest, his eyes shining. What about her? Yan Zhenfeng was touched. His teacher had never cared so much about him before. That student is simply infuriating. Do you know what she said? What did she say? She actually said that she won't come back until the investigation is clear. We can do whatever we want, and then she hung up the phone. Su Kaiqing, that's too much. Yan Zhenfeng nodded. That's right, that's too much. I'm talking about you. Huh? She hung up the phone directly. You can imagine how angry she was. You actually made her angry? Su Kaiqing looked at him as if he was looking at an unfilial grandson. It was called utter disappointment. Yan Zhenfeng, ? Weren't you concerned about me? How did I become the one who went overboard? Hurry up and call the Education Bureau to apologize. Then let the Education Bureau's investigation team find out the truth as soon as possible and invite her to the capital as soon as possible. Do you hear me? Yes, I hear you. Yan Zhenfeng nodded blankly. Su Kaiqing, do you have any other questions? No. I still have to call and apologize? He was a little confused. Didn't he come here to complain? Why did he have to apologize to her? Of course. Why should I? Su Kaiqing slammed the table. You've already offended her. What else do you want to do other than apologize? She's just a high school student. What's there to offend? Yan Zhenfeng muttered softly. Oh, he was a dignified professor. Although he was not as respected as his teacher, he was still the deputy dean of the physics department of Q University. He had students all over the world and was respected everywhere he went. How could he apologize to a high school student? Did he not care about his face? Su Kaiqing was anxious. I told you to apologize, so apologize. Why are you complaining so much? If it weren't for your negligence as the head coach, would the situation have turned out like this? You deserve it. Yan Jinfeng admitted to this. An apology didn't seem that unacceptable, but his eyes flashed. You seem to be particularly concerned about Jiang Fuyue? Not only could he call out her name, but he also flew into a rage because of her during the opening ceremony. He even delayed the opening of the camp just to wait for her to report. Now, he was even helping Jiang Fuyue to scold him, his dear eldest disciple. TSK, he had never seen his teacher so protective of someone. What was Jiang Fuyue's background? Yan Jinfeng suddenly had a bold idea. You found your long-lost biological daughter? Su Kaiqing, get lost. Or, the love I showed her back then had already blossomed without me knowing. Now the fruit has come to me to acknowledge me as her father? You've discovered that she's a genius girl? The veins on Su Kaiqing's forehead bulged. Yan Jinfeng. How many times have I told you to read less of the nonsense on the internet? Why don't you read more SCI articles if you have the time? Yes. Yan Jinfeng hurriedly admitted his mistake, but he never changed. It seemed that there was only one possibility left. You've taken a liking to her? Su Kaiqing wanted to slap him. What the hell are you talking about? I'm old and I've long given up on romance. Hurry up and shut your mouth. Your guesses are getting more and more ridiculous. Romance? Yan Jinfeng's eyes were blank. What I mean is, you've taken a liking to her as your last disciple? Su Kaiqing. I suspect you're doing it on purpose. Smile. JPG, hee, so I'm going to have a little junior sister? Su Kaiqing was expressionless. She's your ancestor. Digression, 2,000 words. Let's have a quiz. Guess what happened to Zhao Yongtao? A. Demotion. B. Dismissal from public office. C. Imprisonment. D. Escape from disaster. Yan Jinfeng, who hadn't received any consolation and had instead been scolded, immediately called Jiang Fuyue after he left. But this time, her attitude and tone couldn't be any friendlier. Jiang Fuyue, we agree to all your requests. When are you going to come to the capital? We're still waiting for you to start the summer camp, Jiang Fuyue. Before that, shouldn't you let me know the details of this blunder? For example, who took my spot and who was behind it? Yan Jinfeng hesitated for a moment. Before the matter was fully investigated, some things couldn't be said casually. But Jiang Fuyue wasn't easy to fool. After hesitating for a while, he finally told her everything. That's roughly what happened. Jiang Fuyue listened and was silent for 2 seconds. Did Zhao Yongtao admit it? Yan Jinfeng was glad that he didn't want to fool her at the beginning. Looking at her attitude, how could he fool her? No, he insisted that he didn't know beforehand that you had obtained the approval of the 2 subjects competition through the local education bureau. In this way, canceling Jiang Fuyue's summer camp qualification became standard procedure. After all, there were clear rules that stated that without approval, one couldn't participate in 2 or more subjects. At the same time, Jiang Fuyue, then the other party is also suspected of negligence. Yan Jinfeng, negligence is better than abuse of power, and the punishment is relatively light. Moreover, the review of the students' qualifications wasn't handled by Zhao Yongtao. It was done by his subordinates. In other words, even if he was negligent, he was only implicated by his subordinates. With this operation, Zhao Yongtao could easily remove himself from the blame. As for the punishment, it was nothing more than dismissal and transfer to another department to continue abusing power for personal gain. Jiang Fuyue, can't you find any substantial evidence? Yan Jinfeng didn't want to discourage her. The other party is very cautious. Obviously, he was a veteran. Are his granddaughter's grades all right? Yan Jinfeng, yes, I did. There's no problem. It's just that my ranking is a little off. I didn't make it into the summer camp list. It just so happened that this little bit only needed Jiang Fuyue's withdrawal to make up for it. No wonder the other party dared to take such a risk. Most of the time, people who scored 99 points were more anxious than those who scored 69 points because they were only one step away from getting full marks. So it's not that I didn't want to tell you on purpose. It's just that there's no point in telling you. Now, everything depends on evidence. Even if everyone has guessed the truth and is well aware of those dirty tricks, without evidence, there is nothing we can do. This was also the most important reason why Yan Zhenfeng had kept his mouth shut. What if Jiang Fuyue couldn't accept it and had a mental breakdown? Did he not know that this was a good seedling? It was precisely because of this that they needed to be taken extra care of. However, he had clearly underestimated Jiang Fuyue's tolerance, because in the next second, who says we're helpless? Yan Zhenfeng, huh? I have a way, but you have to do as I say. The afternoon sun couldn't shine into the dim interrogation room. A dim yellow light and a faintly flashing infrared camera in the corner were the only two sources of light in this narrow space. When Zhao Yongtao was invited in, there was no part of him that didn't reveal his calmness and composure. There was even a slight smile on his elegant and kind face. Director Zhao, have a seat. We mainly have a few questions to ask today. Thank you. He sat down, slightly clasped his hands, and placed them on the table. I will unconditionally cooperate with the investigation and clear my name. Then let's begin. Before you decided to cancel Jiang Fuyue's eligibility to enter the military camp, did you know that she had already obtained the approval for the double-subject competition? Zhao Yongtao didn't hesitate at all. I didn't know. Didn't the staff tell you? No. Separated by a wall, in another interrogation room with similar furnishings, Li Xingfang couldn't sit still. She looked at the two investigators in front of her with some apprehension. I've said what I need to say. When can I leave? Are you sure it was because of a moment of negligence that you didn't see the approval for the double-subject competition that was sent along with the review materials? Yes, I've been in a trance recently because of insomnia. I didn't expect to make such a big mistake. I admit it and sincerely regret it. I hope the organization can give me a lighter punishment. The two investigators looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. One was like this, and the other was also like this. It was as if they had formed an iron plate that couldn't be broken by water and fire. Seeing that the conversation was in a deadlock, Yan Zhenfeng pushed the door open and came in. I have a few words to say to her alone. Can you two leave me alone? He was also one of the investigators involved in this investigation. The two had no reason to stop him, so they got up and left. Yan Zhenfeng took the opportunity to sit opposite Li Xingfang and went straight to the point. I'm talking to Zhao Yongtao next door. Li Xingfang was stunned. He didn't give her much time to react. Do you know what Zhao Yongtao said? The woman's eyes flashed slightly. He said that everything was handed over to his subordinates. If the subordinates were negligent, he would be responsible for their failure to supervise. Li Xingfang was not surprised, because she and Director Zhao had agreed on this. Yan Zhenfeng bent his knuckles slightly and knocked on the table, making two dull low sounds. And you are the subordinate that he mentioned. So, are you planning to take all the blame for this? Li Xingfang smiled. Professor Yan, you don't have to threaten me. It was just a moment of negligence during work. It didn't cause any substantial losses. Why did it become a big deal when it came to you? You even used the word blame. What did Zhao Yongtao tell you? Yan Zhenfeng couldn't help but laugh. He looked at her with a complicated expression. What do you mean? Li Xingfang was creeped out by his laughter. Zhao Yongtao probably didn't tell you that your conversation with Jiang Fuyue has been recorded. It should have been sent to the investigation team by now. Recorded? Where did it come from? Of course it was recorded by Jiang Fuyue. She told the investigation team that when you called to tell her that her summer camp qualification was cancelled, she felt that something was wrong. She immediately pressed the recording button in case of an emergency. Now, it really came in handy. The woman's expression froze, and then her lips turned pale. Jiang Fuyue actually recorded it? She began to recall what she said during the conversation. Unfortunately, she couldn't remember at all. Yan Zhenfeng, the investigation team should be analyzing the content of the call now. If there is even the slightest discrepancy with what you said today, then your credibility as a person will be greatly reduced. As for whether or not what you said is true, it will probably be a question mark. Li Xingfang's eyelids twitched violently. she couldn't help but panic at this moment. There was actually a recording. Did Zhao Yongtao know beforehand? Judging from Yan Zhenfeng's tone, he should have known, but why didn't he tell her? Say, these high school students nowadays are really impressive. I don't know if it's because they have watched too many palace dramas, but they are naturally vigilant. Some people think that they can defeat the other party, but they don't know that they have already become the other party's prey. It's really impressive. Li Xingfang couldn't help but recall the calm and composed tone of Jiang Fuyue when they were talking on the phone. She was even able to refute her speechlessly. Coupled with Yan Zhenfeng's words, she was even more afraid of Jiang Fuyue in her heart. Even the recording became mysterious and unpredictable. In the end, it became a sharp knife at her throat. Her heart began to panic just like that. Yan Zhenfeng saw that it was about time, so he added the last bit of fuel. If we really find out something, it won't be as simple as your negligence at work. It may involve abuse of power for personal gain, corruption, or profit transfer, etc. Then, not only will you lose your job, but if the situation is serious, you may be prosecuted. What awaits you will be the punishment of imprisonment. Li Xingfang's face was pale. It was obviously summer, but she felt cold all over. Oh, by the way, you are also part of the system. You should know that if your parents are in prison, the next generation won't be able to take the exam for public office. Even if you pass the exam, you won't be able to pass the political review. Thinking of her son, Li Xingfang felt even colder and couldn't help but shiver. But, Yan Zhenfeng changed the topic. If you are just an accomplice, ordered by someone else, or even threatened to do something wrong, the main responsibility won't be on you. Something flashed in Li Xingfang's eyes, but it quickly disappeared into the depths of her heart. Think about it carefully. Even if you are rich and powerful, you need to be alive to enjoy it. After saying what needed to be said, Yan Zhenfeng didn't stay for long. He got up and left. Soon, the two investigators returned. Ms. Li, thank you for your cooperation with the investigation. You can leave now. Leave? The woman looked up blankly. You mean I can leave now? Yes. If there are new discoveries, we will summon you again. I hope you can cooperate like you did today. Li Xingfang walked out of the interrogation room in a daze and finally saw the sunlight. At that moment, the dazzling light made her eyes ache. Tang Zhenfeng stood not far away and watched. He muttered to himself, will Jiang Fuyue's method work? She was about to leave. He pondered for a moment and called two staff members. Go and see if Zhao Yongtao is done with the questioning. If he is, let him go. Soon, Zhao Yongtao was sent out neatly dressed with a smile on his face. He happened to bump into Li Xingfang, who was in a daze. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, he looked straight ahead as if he didn't know this person at all. Li Xingfang felt as if she was struck by lightning. How could he not take her seriously at such a time? Was he going to burn the bridge after crossing the river and get rid of her after she had outlived her usefulness? For a moment, all kinds of speculations filled her mind. Zhao Yongtao had already walked out of the door and disappeared. Li Xingfang retracted her gaze and rushed to the two investigators as if she had just woken up from a dream. What I said just now was not the truth. I want to explain again. Yan Zhenfeng's clenched fists slowly loosened. He suddenly curled his lips and snorted. That little girl is really something. Did he watch too many palace dramas? That afternoon, Zhao Yongtao was invited back to the interrogation room again, but his face was no longer as calm and composed as before. That night, he was transferred to the detention center. If it was just abusing his power to manipulate the summer camp quota, it wouldn't be so serious. He skipped the investigation process and was directly detained. When Yan Zhenfeng received the news, he couldn't hide his shock. He then called Su Kaiqing to tell him. The old man was awakened from his sleep. After listening to the news, he sighed. Too much debt doesn't weigh you down, but there will always be a time when you are overwhelmed. Book a ticket for Jiang Fuyue, business class. That guy loves to hold grudges. As he spoke, he muttered a few other words. Anyway, Yan Zhenfeng didn't hear him clearly. He only remembered to book a business class ticket for the little girl. He had never enjoyed such treatment before, Yan Zhenfeng thought bitterly. At night, in the study on the second floor of the Imperial Heaven residence. Old Jiao, I've done what you asked me to do. Thank you. But I still find it strange. Why did you touch Xiao Yongtao out of the blue? Although this person is notorious in the academic world, he is famous for being a good person. He has friendly relations with several families. It's not your style to make a move on him without warning. Xie Dingyuan closed the data analysis report in front of him, took off his glasses, and put them aside. It's not the first time he abused his power. Especially his granddaughter. From kindergarten to high school, Xiao Yongtao paved the way for her at every stage. Those who stood in the way were all eliminated one by one. One could imagine the tragic ending. For those ordinary children, what was destroyed was not an admission qualification or a competition, but an opportunity to change their lives through hard work. He's too much. The other end snorted, obviously not believing him. Why haven't I seen you do anything before? Why did you do it this time? What grudge do you have with Xiao Yongtao? Why can't you just let it go? If it was just this crime, Xiao Yongtao would not be able to go straight to jail. However, with Xie Dingyuan's interference, his past history of corruption and bribery was dug up again. The amount of money was enough for him to spend the rest of his life in prison. Old Jiao, don't tell me, you're angry because of a beauty? Xie Dingyuan was expressionless. You talk too much. After that, he hung up directly. Angry because of a beauty? It seemed a little. But, for a beauty, the corner of the man's mouth twitched. *T, Jiang Fuyue's face flashed in his mind. What kind of beauty was she? He was really bewitched. But in the next second, his gaze fell on a certain spot, and his gaze suddenly turned cold. Digression, 4,000 words per night, 3:00 in the afternoon. The answer to the previous chapter was C. Did everyone get it right? Hypocritical. Thank you. 99 On the clean and tidy table, there was a mobile phone next to the pile of analysis reports. The screen was lit up, and the latest post was posted by Xianxia 15 minutes ago. There were 3 photos, and there was only one main character, Jiang Fuyue. The first photo, she was wearing her school uniform, looking up at the blackboard with a serious expression. The second photo, she was captured the moment she jumped up for a layup. The girl's hair was flying, and she looked extremely youthful. The last photo, Jiang Fuyue was leaning against the railing. Her black suspenders accentuated her slender frame and fair skin. Her long legs were crossed casually. At that moment, she was looking to the right. Her neck was long, and her collarbones were distinct. The setting sun was like fire in the distance, and the sky was filled with red clouds. The caption, for every cause, there must be an effect. Your retribution is mine. Xie Dingyuan frowned for the nth time and looked away for the nth time as if it was something unbearable to look at. As for the comments below, it was even worse. He did not want to look at it a second time. F***CK. This girl is amazing. She's definitely the best. Future sister-in-law? Oh, when did this start? Brother Ong. Brother Ong. Please introduce me. I suspect that you didn't go to Linhui to suffer. Instead, you went there to enjoy yourself. Wherever you go, you go. My brother Ong is still the best. 100 points for the copywriting, 101 points for the photos. I'm not afraid that you'll be proud if I give you 1 extra point. Xie Dingyuan walked over, picked up the mobile phone, and turned off the screen. He thought for a while and unlocked the phone again. He clicked on the comment and entered a smiley emoticon. At the same time, in a bedroom in the villa. F***CK. Zhongxiang was shocked when he saw the comment. He almost rolled off the bed. Soon, the WeChat messages came in one after another. Brother Ong. Quick. Your uncle is coming back to life. Jiu Yi is here. Rotan warning. Brother Ong, your uncle is lurking on the screen. Hurry up and deal with it. You didn't group it into groups when you posted it? I'll delete it as a sign of respect. My brother ran away. I'll delete it too. I don't deserve to appear in the same comment section as Jiu Yi. The sound system kept ringing. Zhongxiang was too lazy to look at it. He returned to the post and scanned through the comments below. Those who blindly kicked up a fuss before Xie Dingyuan had already deleted themselves and fled. After Xie Dingyuan, it was empty. There wasn't even a single like, let alone a comment. Xianxia. It's my fault for forgetting the grouping. With a tap of his finger, the entire message was deleted without any hesitation. When Xie Dingyuan refreshed the page again, he realized that he could no longer see that post. Only then did he put down his phone in satisfaction. The man tidied up the analysis report, locked it in the drawer, and put the glasses back in its usual position. Only then did the man turn off the lights and leave. In the same night, when Jiang Fuyue was about to fall asleep, she received a call from Yan Zhenfeng. Zhao Yongtao admitted it. Apart from that, there are also other violations of the law that will be investigated. If nothing unexpected happens, he won't be able to escape from prison. Oh. Jiang Fuyue was very calm. Obviously, she had already expected this result. Yan Zhenfeng didn't dare to underestimate her even more. The plane ticket is booked. The flight information should have been sent to your phone. Check it carefully. On behalf of all the teachers and students of the summer camp, I look forward to your arrival. Jiang Fuyue smiled, then, see you tomorrow. Seeing that he had booked business class for her, Jiang Fuyue didn't mind showing some respect. After all, she had a soft mouth. After ending the call, she put down her phone. Sister, are you leaving? Jiang Shadi's soft and slightly melancholic voice came from the top bunk. Yes. I'm going to the capital. Then come back early. I'll miss you. Jiang Fuyue smiled, okay. The next day, Jiang Fuyue had breakfast. She took the suitcase that she had packed 2 days ago and went to the airport. On the way, she sat in a taxi and practiced German listening for 20 minutes. She also finished 2 sets of IPO questions. The driver, Miss, we've arrived at the airport. Jiang Fuyue took off her headphones, paid the driver, and got out of the car. When she took out her luggage from the trunk, her shoulder was violently pulled. Seeing that the satchel was about to fall off, she immediately pulled it back. She actually pulled the thief in front of her. Without giving the thief any time to react, Jiang Fuyue kicked the thief's knee. With a muffled groan, the man fell to one knee. His expression was distorted by the sharp pain. Did you steal my bag? She laughed. No. I accidentally pulled it. Jiang Fuyue gave his other leg a symmetrical kick. But this time, she controlled her strength. Still, it was enough to make the man suffer. I'll ask you one more time. Did you steal it? The man was sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, yes. He looked a bit tough, but in fact, he was already wailing in his heart. I didn't look at the almanac when I went out. King met the Queen of Hell. Who said that a thin and tall girl was the easiest to steal? Thin meant that she didn't have much strength. Tall meant that she was usually slow. But at this moment, he just wanted to roar at the person who said that, *T. Beauty, I beg you, don't call the police, okay? Jiang Fuyue turned a deaf ear to him. Madam, please take pity on me. I have no choice but to take this path. I have parents and children to take care of. My wife is also paralyzed in bed. It's too hard for me. At this time, Jiang Fuyue had already picked up the phone. I want to call the police. There's a pickpocket at the 3rd gate of the airport. Seeing that she was stubborn, the man actually called the police. He immediately stood up with a ferocious look in his eyes and directly took out a fruit knife from his trouser pocket. Jiang Fuyue calmly ended the call and kicked the knife out of the man's hand. Then, she stepped forward and pinched the man's hands behind his back. Ah, it hurts. The man screamed as tears and snot flowed down his face. The commotion attracted a lot of onlookers. Some people pointed and whispered, while others took out their mobile phones to take photos and videos. On the opposite road, Zhongxiang witnessed the whole process in a low-key black Mercedes-Benz. Suddenly, his scalp tightened. He suddenly felt that Jiang Fuyue was very kind to him. At this time, a chuckle came from the side. Zhongxiang turned to look at his uncle. Digression, 2000 words, 6. 3 p.m. Silly little Zhong's retribution was not Sister Yu, but his uncle. He rarely saw such heartfelt joy in Xie Dingyuan's eyes. In Zhongxiang's impression, His uncle was either doing research or writing papers with a serious face, or handling work with an expressionless face. He was like an emotionless intelligent machine. Cold, really cold. Unfeeling, really unfeeling. Uncle, what are you laughing at? Xianxia asked. If he was not mistaken, from this angle, his gaze fell on Jiang Fuyue. Xianxia was afraid that he would misunderstand again, so he quickly explained, she didn't hit anyone. It was that man who wanted to snatch her bag from her. Xie Dingyuan glanced at him indifferently. I'm not blind. Oh. Zhongxiang smiled. I'm just afraid that your impression of her will get worse. The man's gaze was a little strange. Does it matter if my impression of her is good or bad? Of course it matters. She's your future niece-in-law. If your impression of her is bad, how can you bring her to meet your parents in the future? Xie Dingyuan frowned. What did you say? I said, if my impression of her is bad, it won't be good for her to meet your parents. The first sentence. Zhongxiang thought for a moment. My future niece-in-law? His eyes darkened. Who taught you such nonsense at such a young age? He was not even fully grown yet, but he was already thinking about getting married. He was indeed Zhong Yunyi's son. He was as careless as his father. You. Zhongxiang said innocently. Didn't you say that relationships without marriage are all hooligans? Then I'll pursue Jiang Fuyue with marriage as the premise now. What do you think? Isn't it teachable? Zhongxiang looked like he was saying, hurry up and praise me. Xie Dingyuan, I've already thought about it. Jiang Fuyue is so outstanding. My parents will definitely agree. Especially since my mother always thinks that I'm not smart enough, then I'll find her a smart wife. It'll neutralize the genes of our Zhong family. As for children, just have two. One son and one daughter would be best. 2 daughters would be good too. Please don't have 2 sons. It's so annoying. I'm so handsome and Jiang Fuyue is so beautiful. In the future, our children will definitely have all of our parents' strengths, and they'll be so beautiful that it's tragic. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if he had already seen the blueprint of a happy marriage. Little did he know that someone's face had already turned completely black. Uncle, what do you think? Xie Dingyuan was expressionless. Aren't you afraid that she'll hit you? Zhongxiang's body stiffened. I am not afraid. It's just a bluff. How am I weak? Let me tell you, I'm not weak at all. Hitting is a sign of affection and scolding is a sign of love. If she really hits me, I'll just... Just let her have her way. Xie Dingyuan's eyelids twitched, and he scolded him. Useless. Uncle, you don't understand. When you have someone you like, you'll also be willing to let her hit you, hee. The man's face was cold, and he said word by word, there will never be such a day. It was not clear if he was saying it to Zhongxiang or himself. However, Jiang Fuyue, who had restrained the pickpocket, ignored the onlookers and only let go when the police arrived. This person robbed in public and even wanted to use a knife. There are 2 cameras at 10 o'clock, and they should have recorded everything. This is my phone number. I don't accept any settlement, and I don't want any compensation. I don't want any mediation or communication. I just want to pursue the responsibility, and I want to pursue it ruthlessly. Jiang Fuyue finished speaking in one breath and pushed the man over. The 2 police officers hurriedly took out their handcuffs, but they were still a little confused. This person had finished all the questions they wanted to ask. Her attitude was resolute, and her stance was firm. There was no fear or panic in her at all. Those who did not know her would have thought that she was a plainclothes detective who pretended to be a passenger and came to the airport to fish and enforce the law. After all, Jiang Fuyue looked neat and tidy, while the pickpocket was in a mess. She did not look like a victim at all. Excuse me, do you know each other? Police A asked. Jiang Fuyue, no, I don't. Police B, then do you have a feud? Jiang Fuyue crossed her arms, and there was a hint of intimidation in her coldness. Why do you ask? Because your attitude seems to be. The other party chose his words carefully. More domineering. Refusing to settle, and wanting to pursue the matter to the end, is that considered domineering? Jiang Fuyue's face was cold. Sorry, I think this is normal. Why should they settle? Because there was no loss of property, so stealing was not considered stealing. Because the knife did not really stab her, so killing was not considered killing. Ridiculous. Attempted murder is not an excuse to avoid responsibility, nor is it a reason to escape legal action. Since he used the knife, it means that he wanted to kill someone. Should we let such a dangerous person out after settling the matter, and then lock him up after he really killed someone? The two police officers were speechless. Because what Jiang Fuyue said was the truth. Most of the murderers had a criminal record, but because the crime was not serious, they were released after being criticized or detained for a short period of time. The next time they went in, an innocent life would have been taken away. Aren't you afraid of being retaliated? The slightly younger police officer blurted out. When he realized what he meant, he realized that this question was not appropriate. It was also not in line with his current identity. But he was suddenly very curious about what kind of answer this young girl could give him. Jiang Fuyue did not answer. Instead, she turned to look at the pickpocket who was already handcuffed. The latter stared at her with a murderous look, and there was a hint of "You're dead when I'm released." Jiang Fuyue smiled and met the man's gaze. You're not convinced? As she said that, she reached out and patted his face, making a smacking sound. It was neither light nor heavy, nor did it hurt him, but it was full of humiliation. Even if you're not convinced, you'd better hold it in. If I can send you in once, I can send you in a second or third time. Let's see who's the one taking revenge. These words were rascally and shameless. It did not sound like something a girl would say, but she said it, and there was no sense of contradiction. It was a little, what was with the big brother warning his lackey tone. Next, Jiang Fuyue took the initiative to explain her situation to the two police officers, and tactfully said that it might not be convenient for her to go back to the police station with them to make a statement. The two of them immediately expressed their understanding. For such an important competition training, the outstanding flowers of the motherland must be taken good care of. They immediately seized the time to ask about what happened, spent 15 minutes to make a statement, and left Jiang Fuyue's phone number so that she could cooperate with the follow-up investigation. Then, they decisively let her go. Hey! Police Officer B suddenly called out to her. Your hat fell off. Jiang Fuyue turned around and saw that he was already in front of her. Thank you. You're welcome. You were like a heroine just now. Jiang Fuyue raised an eyebrow. Although I know this question is a little silly and official, but I still want to ask, why did you take the lead? The girl thought for a while. In this society, there has to be someone who takes the lead first so that the others can follow suit. Over time, when not being tolerant becomes a social habit, there will be no such thing as taking the lead or not taking the lead. Because everyone does it, no one will stand out. The young police officer was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he could only see the girl's back view as she stepped through the security gate and disappeared into the crowd at the airport. His heart suddenly felt very hot, and all the directions that he couldn't find seemed to be clear all of a sudden. Yes, someone had to take the lead first. Jiang Fuyue did not know that her words had left a burning mark in the young police officer's heart. When she boarded the plane and sat down, she saw that the person sitting next to her was Xie Dingyuan. All the brightness and greatness had nothing to do with her, and only her face was left with a dark expression. Why are you here? She frowned slightly, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes were full of vigilance. When Xie Dingyuan heard this, he did not even look at her and said coldly, what a coincidence. Xianxia was sitting behind the two of them. When he saw Jiang Fuyue, he felt that his hands and feet were no longer his own. Sir, please take a seat first. We are going to start the inspection. The beautiful air stewardess reminded him gently. Ah? Oh. Xianxia finally reacted and reluctantly moved his gaze away from Jiang Fuyue's face. Then he went to Xie Dingyuan's ear and whispered, Uncle, am I your nephew? Just say it. Hee hee. He rubbed his hands and glanced at Jiang Fuyue from the corner of his eyes. Let's change seats. You don't even like to sit with her. You treat her like an enemy. I'm not afraid. Let me do it. Digression, third watch, 3,000 words. The internet was not good, so he used his mobile phone to upload. After fiddling with it for a long time, it was finally done. I'm sorry for making everyone wait for half an hour. In the future, he would upload it at a fixed time. Xiao Zhong, let go of that girl. Let me do it, Jiao Yi. Pa, did everyone think that Xia 99 would give up his seat? Hee hee. Xia Dingyuan turned his head away and closed his eyes to take a nap. Zhongxiang, ? Say something if you're going to agree or not. What do you mean by not saying anything? Sir, please sit tight. Our flight is about to take off. Zhongxiang returned to his seat gloomily and stared at the back of the seat in front of him with resentment. It was as if he wanted to see through all obstacles and mercilessly interrogate the motionless person. Uncle, doesn't your conscience hurt? Xia Dingyuan didn't know if his conscience hurt, but his nose was itching. The girl's unique fragrance stubbornly entered his nostrils with the airflow. It was the rich scent of citrus, accompanied by the freshness of orange blossoms and amber. It wasn't the cheap fragrance of industrialized essence, but a natural body fragrance that was inadvertently emitted. Xia Dingyuan's eyebrows moved slightly, and his fingers were gently twirling in the dark. He would only make such small movements when he was analyzing the composition of materials during the experiment. Please give me a blanket, Jiang Fuyue suddenly said. The stewardess, okay, do you need anything to drink? Not at the moment. Soon, the stewardess brought the unopened cotton blanket. Jiang Fuyue opened it and covered herself. Then, she leveled the cabin, put on the eye mask, and lay down to rest. Xia Dingyuan didn't feel sleepy at all. When the breathing next to him calmed down, he couldn't help but lift his eyelids again and look at the girl who was sleeping soundly. Knowing that she was alert, the man's gaze was unprecedentedly gentle. He hid his habitual indifference and arrogance, leaving only shallow curiosity and a non-aggressive gaze. The cartoon eye mask covered the girl's bright and beautiful peach blossom eyes, revealing a small and delicate nose, delicate white chin, and pink lips that were as delicate as cherry blossoms. Her black hair was spread out behind her head, and a few strands fell on her shoulders, making her look even more slender and her skin whiter than snow. Xia Dingyuan couldn't help but think of the words that Zhongxiang often said. She's beautiful. So beautiful. Too beautiful. He didn't want to admit it, but at this moment, he had to. It was indeed beautiful, uncle. Zhongxiang saw that Jiang Fuyue had fallen asleep and began to come over to bother him again. What are you looking at? Xia Dingyuan's eyes flashed. Just as Zhongxiang was about to look over, he quickly retracted his gaze and narrowed his eyes. It's nothing, he said casually. Zhongxiang did not think too much about it. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to get Xia Dingyuan to vacate his seat. Uncle, my mother and grandmother have been urging you to get married all these years, right? Xia Dingyuan, ? Ahem. Thanks to me putting in a good word for you in the middle, the two most troublesome women in our family have been stabilized. You see, the word marriage hasn't been mentioned in the past 2 years, right? He sneered, so? Hee hee. How do you recite that poem? If I give you a papaya, shouldn't you return me a jade pendant? Xia Dingyuan lifted his chin and motioned for him to continue. Zhongxiang's eyes lit up and he smiled flatteringly, give me your seat. I can't repay your kindness. If my grandmother urges you to get married again, I will definitely not shirk my duty and step forward bravely to help you, no. Huh, Zhongxiang was dumbfounded. WH. Why? Xia Dingyuan, don't even think about what's mine. What, it's just a seat. He made it sound like someone was trying to snatch it away from him. Stingy, Zhongxiang sat back down angrily and asked the stewardess to serve him a steak. He turned his anger into appetite. Obviously, this tactic was effective. After he finished eating, he suddenly felt less angry. Instead, he felt a sense of contentment after eating and drinking to his heart's content. This feeling of contentment reached its peak when he pulled open the cabin seat and brazenly sized up Jiang Fuyue. That's right, Zhongxiang stretched his head and stopped above Jiang Fuyue. He was looking straight at her. Ah, why is she so pleasing to the eye even when she's sleeping? Her eyelashes are thick and curly, her face is fair and smooth, and her lips are red and seductive. Gulp, Xianxia swallowed his saliva and turned his head to look at his uncle's cold eyes. He smiled and felt guilty for some reason. However, he forgot that he was caught red-handed because Xie Dingyuan was also looking in this direction. What was in this direction? Jiang Fuyue. The weather was good, and the flight did not encounter any turbulence. Therefore, the flight was smooth and there were no bumps. Jiang Fuyue also had a good sleep. There was still an hour before landing, and she was a little hungry. She called the stewardess to order food. Xie Dingyuan also opened his eyes at this time. The stewardess simply asked both of them what they wanted to eat. Jiang Fuyue said, no corn or fatty meat. More coriander. Xie Dingyuan said, no corn. Add scallions, ginger, garlic, and coriander. Both of them spoke almost at the same time. They paused for a while and seemed to have ordered the same things. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. The man was expressionless. Finally, they looked away at the same time. Soon, the food was served. Jiang Fuyue started eating without any distractions. Xie Dingyuan also quietly picked up his chopsticks. Zhongxiang poked his head out from behind the two of them and looked at them. He realized that both of them were eating the same thing. Was sete that delicious? It was a pity that he had just eaten set C, but, please give me another set of set A, please. The stewardess said, okay, please wait a moment. Xie Dingyuan, Jiang Fuyue, Zhongxiang, hee. After they finished eating, Jiang Fuyue asked the stewardess to take away the trash. From the corner of her eye, she saw that Xie Dingyuan's side was very clean, as if he had not eaten. She was stunned. But if she took a closer look, she would realize that he had eaten. The empty plate was placed to the side, and the used fork and chopsticks were placed together. He did not use any wet napkins and placed them under the plate. The open packaging and foil were all folded up and placed into a disposable waste bag. The bag was flattened and the edges were placed parallel to the chopsticks. Everything was placed on the plate, and the plate was unbelievably clean. Jiang Fuyue was not the only one who was stunned. The stewardess was also surprised. She had worked for many years, but this was the first time she saw a passenger placing the trash so neatly after eating. It was as if a new set meal could be served to another passenger at any time. As long as it was not opened, no one would notice anything wrong with it. Jiang Fuyue thought to herself that this person might have OCD. At 2:00 in the afternoon, the flight landed at the Imperial Capital Airport. Jiang Fuyue stood in front of the conveyor belt to wait for the luggage. Zhongxiang came up to her eagerly. Are you hot? Do you want some water? I'll go buy some. It's okay. I drank on the plane. Are you tired? There's a massage chair opposite. Go sit for a while. I'll keep an eye on it. I'll call you when the luggage is out. Jiang Fuyue glanced at Xie Dingyuan, who was standing not far away. The man's face was dark and his aura was so cold that it was as if someone owed him 5 million yuan. Fine. He probably thought that she was trying to attract his nephew's attention again. He was exuding unhappiness from head to toe, as if he was afraid that no one would know his true feelings at this moment. Jiang Fuyue's eyes flashed with sarcasm. She immediately took half a step back to distance herself from Zhongxiang. I should be the one asking you this question. Ah? The young master was a little confused. What question? Are you tired? No, I'm not tired. Why, do you feel sorry for me? A pair of lovey-dovey eyes blinked. His cheeks were faintly red, and his smile was a little shy. Jiang Fuyue was unmoved. You're a young master from a wealthy family. You're a real third-generation heir. Why don't you learn anything and instead try to curry favor for no reason? Zhongxiang vaguely felt that he was being mocked. But even so, he was still very happy. Because the person who was mocking him was not anyone else, but Jiang Fuyue. At this moment, the luggage arrived. Jiang Fuyue picked up the luggage and walked out. Her back view was valiant and beautiful. It was dazzling. Anyway, Zhongxiang was dumbfounded. Xie Dingyuan walked over and reminded him coldly. Take the luggage. Uncle Tian is already waiting outside. Ah? No, why should I take it? You're empty-handed? I see that you've been bored out of your mind all day. I'm just looking for something to do. Xianxia dragged 2 suitcases and chased after her. How am I free? Let me tell you, I'm very busy right now. I'm busy chasing your niece-in-law. Shut up. If you say niece-in-law again, don't come back to Linhui with me after the summer vacation. Why should I? Xie Dingyuan said, you're too annoying. You wait. I'll definitely shave my head in the first month of next year. Shave my head in the first month of next year, and my niece-in-law will die. Do as you wish. Zhongxiang. Damn. I'm too difficult. Jiang Fuyue walked out of the arrival hall and saw a colorful and eye-catching sign. Of course, this was not important. What was important was that her name was on it. Welcome, Jiang Fuyue, to Beijing. The man holding the sign was tall, dark-skinned, with a slightly round belly. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. At this moment, he was constantly looking at the crowd and subconsciously waving the sign in his hand to make it more eye-catching. Jiang Fuyue, tisk. It's this flight. The ticket information also shows that she has successfully boarded. It doesn't make sense that I don't see her. Yan Zhenfeng muttered and paced on the spot. Suddenly, a pair of long, straight legs stopped in front of him. They were slender, well-proportioned, fair, and straight. He was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked up. He saw that the girl was tall and her long hair flowed down her back. Her appearance was a little too beautiful. Especially her eyes, they were clear and rippling. At this moment, they were clearly filled with ridicule. Director Yan? You. Jiang Fuyue? Why, is it different from what you expected? Ahem. Yan Zhenfeng coughed softly and touched his nose awkwardly. It was more than different. It was a completely different concept. After several phone calls, Yan Zhenfeng's impression of Jiang Fuyue was that of a quiet and sensitive student. She wore thick glasses and when she looked at people, there was a sense of sharpness and vigilance. This was the only way to match her precocious and scheming image. However, the girl in front of him was bright and generous. She was like a pine tree peony in full bloom under the scorching sun. The brighter the sun, the brighter she was. It's a little different. Jiang Fuyue asked, did you come specially to pick me up? Ahem. And me? A steady and old voice sounded. It was not as serious and old-fashioned as usual. It was full of joy from the bottom of his heart. Teacher? Didn't I ask you to wait in the car? There are too many people at the airport. What if? Su Kaiqing rolled his eyes and interrupted him mercilessly. Who told you to take so long to pick someone up? I might as well come myself. Then he turned to Jiang Fuyue and immediately hid his anger. Only a smile was left on his face. You're here. His excitement and surprise were beyond words. Old Su, why are you here? Jiang Fuyue walked over and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Yan Zhenfeng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How could this girl be so impudent? Most importantly, the teacher who always paid attention to the rules was actually not angry, he was even happy, as if he had received a great reward. Mysterious, too mysterious. You rarely come here. Of course, I have to pick you up personally. Su Kaiqing followed her out. Have you eaten? Are you hungry? I ate a little on the plane, but it's still edible. Let's go. It's my treat. Order whatever you want. Then I won't stand on ceremony. What's there to be polite about? That's impossible. Yan Zhenfeng lagged behind, dragging his suitcase. The two of them did not notice him at all, not even a little bit. The dignified Professor Yan had been reduced to a cabbage that was about to turn yellow. The word miserable was written all over his body. After dinner, Yan Zhenfeng drove back to Q University. Jiang Fuyue declined Su Kaiqing's offer to accompany her and went to check in by herself. If nothing went wrong, the opening ceremony would be held again tomorrow because of her arrival. Teacher, what are you going to do now? Go back to the laboratory. I didn't have time to record the data of the control experiment this morning. You can come with me and help me out. Yan Jinfeng! Exclamation point. No, I refuse. I want to escape. Unfortunately, he had no choice. Look at you. How can you be Jiang Fuyu as head teacher? Su Kaiqing thought about it seriously. How about I take over? Yan Jinfeng! Exclamation point. The world was really mysterious. Jiang Fuyue dragged her suitcase to the check-in area. Suddenly, someone took her suitcase from her. She looked up instinctively. Oh, it was someone she knew. Digression, 4,000 words, 3:02 p.m. Mini theater requesting tickets. Zhongxiang, you might not believe it, but my uncle is going through menopause recently. Jiu Yi, you were the one who wanted to touch my people. Who's that? Take a guess. Note, pine leaf peony, also known as sunflower, it likes warm, dry, and sunny environments. As long as there is enough sunlight, it will bloom. You can plant it in your yard. It's easy to raise and beautiful. Ling Xian said, I'll get it for you. Jiang Fuyue did not stop him. It would be unsightly to fight over it in public. Thank you. Hearing the girl's clear and indifferent tone, Ling Xian actually felt a trace of happiness in his heart. She had accepted his good intentions, hadn't she? Under the guidance of the staff, Jiang Fuyue took the key and checked into room 202. As soon as she opened the door, the three people in the room looked at her in unison. Jiang Fuyue was about to greet them with a smile, but the three of them looked away calmly as if they did not see her. Because of her arrival, there was a brief silence. Can I leave the suitcase here? Ling Xian broke the silence. Okay. Jiang Fuyue nodded. You can go back. I can handle the rest. Ling Xian looked into the room worriedly and turned to meet Jiang Fuyue's cold and indifferent eyes. How could such a small situation be a problem for her? Even Zhongxiang and ECI could only be fooled by her, including himself. Then I'll go back first. See you at the opening ceremony tomorrow. Half an hour ago, everyone received a text message informing them that the ceremony would be held again at 9 o'clock in the morning. Then Jiang Fuyue arrived. It was obvious who had suspended and restarted the ceremony for. After Ling Xian left, Jiang Fuyue began to unpack her luggage. The three of them did not speak, and so did she. For a moment, only the slight sound of packing could be heard. Su Qing, Lu Ling, and Chen Xikang exchanged glances when Jiang Fuyue could not see them. The bedsheets, quilt covers, and mosquito nets were all ready-made. The patterns were the same, and there were also some simple toiletries on the table. Jiang Fuyue picked up her toothbrush and frowned the next second. Before you came here, Zhao Tong lived here, Su Qing said casually. So, everything here has been used, but it's not a big deal. You can just change your toothbrush. As for the bed sheets and quilt covers, just make do with them. Don't trouble her. The main point was the last sentence. Jiang Fuyue's absence caused the entire summer camp to be delayed. Everyone stopped to wait for her. If this wasn't trouble, then what was? That's right, Lu Ling chimed in. Tong Tong only slept for one night. Please bear with her. Chen Xikang glanced at the suitcase beside Jiang Fuyue's feet. From the clothes to the necessities, none of them were branded goods. It seemed that her family was not well off. Economy is a virtue. Don't waste what you can use, she said. Jiang Fuyue suddenly found it funny. She put down her toothbrush slowly and turned to face the three people. Are you guys very free? Su Qing frowned. Lu Ling and Chen Xikang looked at each other and felt that it was not something good. Student Jiang, we're just reminding you out of kindness. Remind me to use something that someone else has used? Since you like it so much, why don't you take it all? Do you like this cup? She handed it to Su Qing. I think this toothbrush is quite new. Economy is a virtue. Why don't you take it? She handed it to Chen Xikang. Then, she grabbed a towel and stuffed it into Lu Ling's arms. This is yours. You're welcome. The three of them looked at her in confusion. Jiang Fuyue suddenly understood. You don't think it's enough? Then take this, and this. She was generous and not pretentious. At first glance, she looked like a rich man rewarding a beggar. What? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and smiled calmly. Don't you think it's enough? The three of them seemed to have woken up from a dream. Su Qing avoided the cup as if she was avoiding a hornet's nest. Chen Sikang screamed and threw away the toothbrush. She wiped her hands back and forth on her clothes. Every pore on her body exuded disdain. Lu Ling threw away the towel with a pale face. Obviously, she was not used to touching things that had been used by others. Jiang Fuyue said, knowledge is a good thing. The ancient sages told us, don't do to others what you don't want done to you. Su Qing sneered. Are you teaching us a lesson? Jiang Fuyue asked in return, don't you want to be taught a lesson? Lu Ling said, we're just being nice. Jiang Fuyue smiled. I'm also being nice. Chen Sikang frowned. Integrity is worthless to the poor. Jiang Fuyue said, idiots don't distinguish between the rich and the poor. You. Don't mess with me. It won't end well. If you mess with me, we'll all go to hell together. Anyway, I don't care. The three of them stared at her as if she was a monster. Without exception, they stopped talking. Jiang Fuyue put the things in the cupboard and called the life counselor. Please change these to new ones. Sorry, we should have changed them long ago. There were too many things to do. It's our negligence. Okay. Jiang Fuyue accepted the apology calmly. Soon, the bedsheets, quilt covers, and toiletries were all brand new. Su Qing, Lu Ling, Chen Sikang, the first round, complete defeat. After Jiang Fuyue cleaned up, she washed her face and changed into clean clothes. Then, she picked up her phone and went to the corridor. First, she told Jantar and Han Yunru that she was safe. Then, she made a video call to the clingy Xianxia. Sis, are you here yet? Are you hungry? Have you eaten? I'll send you the address. I'll order takeout for you, okay? She was soft and squeaky, like a cheerful little sparrow. No need, I've already eaten. Really? Yes. Then I'll order for you next time. Ever since Xianxia had 500 yuan of pocket money every month and achieved financial freedom, there was not a moment when he didn't want to spend money on Jiang Fuyue. He couldn't afford takeout, trinkets, and snacks, but as long as Jiang Fuyue liked it, he would make a fuss about buying it for her. That's right, he was making a fuss. Because Jiang Fuyue didn't accept it, this lousy kid was still angry, like a little frog with a belly full of anger. But when it came to himself, he would struggle for a long time to even eat a popsicle. In the end, he decided not to buy it. The siblings chatted for a while. Xianxia sensibly said goodbye first. Although he wanted to continue, his sister had just arrived at a new place and must have a lot of things to do. As soon as she hung up, Jiang Fuyue received a WeChat message from Su Kaiqing. Su, have you checked in? Let's have dinner together tonight? Jiang Fuyue replied, it's done. Dinner is not necessary. Su, why, do you have a date? Actually, she did. Niao Chenhua had started asking her a week ago if she was coming to the capital, when she was coming, and how long it would take for her to arrive. Jiang Fuyue was annoyed by her and promised to contact her as soon as she got off the plane. Before leaving the airport, she sent a WeChat message, but this woman replied instantly, saying that a welcome dinner was prepared for her. She must dress up tonight. Digression, Happy Chinese Valentine's Day. 2,000 words. In the future, if the number of words is not enough and the update needs to be delayed, you will inform everyone in the Xiaoxiang comment section half an hour in advance. It was nighttime at Angelica Bar in Sanhuan. In order to entertain Jiang Fuyue, Niao Chenhua set up a table of, hot pot in the largest private room in the bar. Jiang Fuyue was wearing a pair of spaghetti straps. Her slender arms and long legs were exposed, and her long hair was loose. At first glance, she looked no different from a hot girl who frequented a nightclub. You're here? Niao Chenhua greeted her in surprise. Today, she was wearing a bright red cheongsam. The fitting cut outlined her perfect figure. If there was a bit more flesh, it would be cumbersome, and if there was a bit less, it would be firewood. However, she was just right, no more, no less. But the color of the cheongsam, why are you dressed like a rotten tomato again? Niao Chenhua, Niao Rue, ha 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 ha. She was about to laugh her head off. Shut up. She glared daggers at her. Under her mother's death stare, Niu Rui immediately stopped talking, but she couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Niu Chunhua looked resentful. So you can't get over the rotten tomato joke, right? Jiang Fuyue spread her hands. It's my fault. The three of them sat together. The pot was already boiling, and Niu Rui began to put food in it. Jiang Fuyue, I don't want corn. Niu Chunhua, don't put corn in her. The two of them opened their mouths almost at the same time. Niu Chunhua suddenly turned her head and looked at her. A glint of tears flashed through her eyes, mixed with some other complicated emotions. Sure enough, even the taste was exactly the same as before. Jiang Fuyue didn't seem to know what she was thinking and smiled casually. Niu Rui nodded. She didn't know what the two women were talking about, but she wasn't curious. She moved her chopsticks, skipped the corn, and put the mushroom next to it. Then, plate after plate of meat. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. She liked meat dishes when she ate hot pot and didn't touch vegetables much. Niu Chunhua snorted with a bit of pride, don't think that you know me, I also know a lot about you. Jiang Fuyue pursed her lips. Then I really have to thank you. Niu Chunhua waved her hand. You're welcome. Is there any news about Grandmaster? Jiang Fuyue asked. Last time, she had given Niu Rui a search area. After so many days, there should be results. Niu Chunhua could not help but look at her son. Niu Rui felt his scalp go numb under the stares of the two female demons. The chopsticks in his hand trembled, and the fat beef that he had just scooped up fell back into the soup. He smacked his lips, retracted his hand, and sat down properly. I did as you said and focused on investigating the Eastern District, especially the schools and internet cafes nearby. However, there were no suitable candidates. Did you also send people out? Jiang Fuyue knew that Qianji Pavilion was used to using the Heavenly Eye network to increase data analysis, so they might not send people out to search. Unexpectedly, Niu Rui nodded. Heavenly Eye is the main focus, the big data provides the investigation direction, and then people are sent out to search. But they still found nothing. Not to mention Yi Qianji himself, even the traces he left behind couldn't be found. Jiang Fuyue frowned. Niu Rui was also silent for a while. Suddenly, how did they find him? Ah? I mean the aspect of distinguishing by appearance. Oh, I sent Grandmaster's photo to everyone. Everyone has one to compare. This couldn't be wrong, right? Jiang Fuyue suddenly had a bad feeling. What photo? Here, it's this one. Niu Rui picked up the iPad, fiddled with it, and handed it over. Jiang Fuyue looked down and couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. The young man in the photo was wearing a suit and leather shoes, with handsome features and a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. He was elegant, just like a gentleman. Niu Rui swallowed. Is there a problem? Jiang Fuyue directly opened the photo editing software, swiped her finger on the screen, and clicked save. Then she returned the iPad to Niu Rui. Look for him like this. Niu Rui took a closer look, and the next second, he almost burst out laughing. She saw that the originally handsome man in the photo had loosened his muscles, wrinkles all over his face, and age spots dotted his face. His glossy swept-back hair had been replaced with dry and messy white hair. At first glance, he looked like a sparrow's nest. And the broad suit was also replaced by a tattered undershirt. It turned out that from handsome to slovenly, there was only a photo editing software in between. This. Niu Rui pointed at the photo, his whole body unwell. His eyes widened, full of suspicion. Jiang Fuyue nodded with certainty. That's right, this is the true face of your ancestor. Yi Qianji, a dog smashing his grand disciple, slandering me behind my back, this is the bar you were talking about? Xianxia stood in front of the door with his hands in his pockets, looking at the two words Angelica on the black signboard with a golden edge, which was pieced together with blue-colored lights. Yes, Brother Ong. Although this bar is located in the Third Ring Road, which is a bit far from the city center and is quite inconspicuous, business is booming. Is it? Zhongxiang chuckled, a haze suddenly appearing in his eyes. Of course. That person saw that he was interested and tried even harder to please him. It said that the owner here is charming and beautiful, and is even better at entertaining customers than the top hostess of the Imperial Group. Cough. I heard from my dad that Mr. Zhong is also a regular here. Mr. Zhong was referring to Zhong Yuni, Zhongxiang's father. How come I've never heard my dad mention it? He suppressed his voice, and every word seemed to be choked out from his throat. Those who had a good relationship with Zhongxiang heard this and knew that he was angry. Moreover, his anger was not small. But that second generation came up halfway and did not know Zhongxiang at all. He thought that he had hit the nail on the head and spared no effort. Why would the adults tell us about this kind of thing? I secretly heard that Mr. Zhong is also a guest of the owner's wife. Bang, Zhongxiang couldn't bear it anymore and punched the person in the nose. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. He looked up and looked at the signboard with an expressionless face. Ah, Angelica, today, he wanted to see who this charming owner's wife was looking for. Come, follow me in. Digression, third watch, 2000 words, the Chinese Valentine's Day benefits for everyone. I hope everyone will have a happy holiday. Moi. Hello, may I know what you need? The waiter stepped forward with a smile. Zhongxiang pushed him aside and swaggered in. The waiter's expression changed slightly. He wanted to stop him, but he was stopped by Zhongxiang's childhood friends. Here, take the tip. Don't interfere with things you shouldn't care about. Don't get yourself into trouble, understand? The waiter mumbled. Ongzi, wait. They chased after him with a smile. The group of second-generation heirs behind them were a little confused. They weren't members of Zhongxiang's inner circle. They were just here because their families had some connections. Therefore, they didn't understand why Zhongxiang suddenly got angry and beat someone up. Why did he suddenly barge into the bar? What happened? He spread his hands. Who knows? There were also people with sharp eyes. It probably has something to do with the bar owner. Didn't they see how Zhongxiang's face darkened when the unlucky guy who was beaten unconscious mentioned the bar owner? I heard that CEO Zhong is a playboy. Cough, don't tell me he has something with the bar owner? It wasn't difficult to understand why Zhongxiang was so angry. After all, it was no secret that the Zhong family's father and son had fallen out. Inside the bar, the bodyguard saw that Zhongxiang didn't come with good intentions and immediately surrounded him. Sir, what do you want? Zhongxiang looked up coldly. The other party didn't avoid his gaze. Suddenly, the hostility in his eyes disappeared, and he smiled. What's wrong? Are bodyguards used to greet guests these days? Look at this. They say that the customer is God. Is this how you treat God? A small bar is a small bar. You don't know the rules at all. The bodyguards looked at each other. They couldn't advance or retreat. At this time, the manager on duty stepped forward. You are a guest. You can leave first. After that, he raised his hand and waved the bodyguards away. He smiled at Zhongxiang. Is this your first time here? It doesn't matter. You'll get used to it after a few more times. Please follow me to the booth here. I guarantee you an excellent view and privacy. You won't be disturbed easily. The manager bowed and raised his hand in invitation. Zhongxiang didn't move. The group of scoundrels naturally followed his lead. The manager's smile stiffened. He still didn't want to offend this group of teenagers. Who knows which family's second or third generation they are? If he couldn't afford to offend him, then he could only support him. In the midst of the stalemate, Zhongxiang suddenly spoke. Where's your lady boss? The manager frowned. Why are you looking for the lady boss? This is a bar. What do you think I can do with her? Fox Friend A laughed heartily. Of course it's to accompany you. Dog Friend B nodded. How can an ordinary woman be worthy of serving Zhong? Of course, I have to find the hottest, most explosive, and most flavorful one. What's that smell? What do you think? Instantly, the crowd roared with laughter. The manager could no longer maintain his composure. Watch your mouths. Zhongxiang chuckled. Which one of their characters is not clean? Is it because your brain isn't clean? That's why you think it's dirty when you hear it? Exclamation point. The manager glared at him. Xianxia raised his wrist. I'll give you 10 minutes to pass the message. After 10 minutes, I want to see the lady boss. Otherwise. He didn't finish his sentence, but it was full of threat. In the private room, the soup was boiling and the meat was fragrant. Suddenly, there was a light knock on the door. Niao Chunhua asked, "Who is it?" "Sister Hua, it's me." The manager on duty, what was he doing here? He looked at Jiang Fuyue inquisitively. Niao Chunhua was asking if she minded meeting an outsider. The latter shook her head. "Come in." The manager on duty pushed the door open and entered. He narrowed his eyes and didn't look around. "What's the matter?" "There's a young man outside. He's clamoring to see the lady boss." Niao Chunhua raised her eyebrows. "See me? What for?" The manager stuttered and repeated Zhong Xiang's words to him. Cough, cough, cough. Niao Chunhua coughed and her cheeks turned red. She avoided looking at the manager. It was rare to see her so shy. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and watched with great interest. The woman's face darkened. Where did this kid come from? He's not even fully grown and he wants to see me? Hurry up and send him away. Get lost. But the other party seemed to be of a high status and didn't look easy to deal with. Niao Chunhua didn't wait for him to finish and interrupted him. But what? Hurry up and send him away as far as you can. Why are there all kinds of kids these days? The manager lowered his eyes and agreed in a low voice. After the person left the private room, Niao Chunhua still couldn't hide her embarrassment. Well, don't just watch. Eat, eat. After that, she guiltily picked up a piece of beef for her son. Then, she wanted to give Jiang Fuyue a piece of beef. Unfortunately, it didn't work. It seems that Sister Hua is quite famous. Jiang Fuyue held her chopsticks and smiled faintly. It's just so. In the booth in the hall, Zhong Xiang and his group had already sat down. They ordered 2 bottles of red wine and waited while drinking. Brother Ong, there are only 2 minutes left. I think the dancing ladies on the stage are not bad. Do we have to meet the lady boss today? Nonsense. If Brother Ong wants it, he will definitely choose the best. A few of his childhood friends looked at each other and couldn't help but curse. A bunch of idiots, they don't even know that they've flattered the wrong person. Is Zhong Xiang coveting the lady boss? He's obviously here to ruin the show. Ong Zi, take it easy later. Sure, but let's talk about it first. Don't pick the expensive ones, okay? Anyway, we won't touch the wine rack. I just glanced at it and saw a few aged Chateau Petrus. Zhong Xiang glanced at the 3 of them coldly. That's all you can do. The 3 of them scratched their heads, touched their noses, and looked at the sky. There are only 30 seconds left. Guess if the manager can invite the lady boss. It shouldn't be a problem. I don't think so. I heard this bar has some background. With only 5 seconds left, the manager came back. Very good, he came back alone. Where's the lady boss? Zhong Xiang was expressionless. Sorry, the lady boss has something to do. She can't entertain you in person. Please forgive her. Bang, Zhong Xiang slammed the table and stood up. The glasses and bottles shook. Are you kidding me? The manager broke out in cold sweat and gritted his teeth. It's not that we're neglecting you, but the lady boss really can't get away. Okay, you don't have to say anything. Zhong Xiang picked up the red wine bottle on the table. Bang, along with a crisp shattering sound, the chaotic battle officially began. A quarter of an hour later, Niao Chunhua received the news and loosened her chopsticks. They're fighting? Don't worry, it's already over. The group of troublemakers has been subdued by the bodyguards. How do you want to deal with them? I'll go take a look. In the hall, the guests had already been evacuated. Only Zhong Xiang and his entourage were left, as well as 2 rows of burly bodyguards. Didn't you say there were only 5 of them? What about the extra ones? Zhong Xiang gritted his teeth. Childhood friend I wanted to cry but had no tears. I clearly counted very clearly. There were 5 of them. Who knows where these things came from? The enemy's estimation of strength was wrong, and in the end, it led to our crushing defeat. My heart hurts. Look at you, you're even writing a self-reflection on the spot. Have you thought of who to call later? It's not me anyway. I was the one who did it last time. This time, it's your turn. Hurry up and ask Uncle Lien to come and take us away. It's so embarrassing, bullshit. I was the one who did it last time. It's only been less than half a year, and you're doing it again? Do you want me to be beaten to death by my dad? Then whose turn is it? Xianxia silently shrank his body into the corner. If there was a crack on the ground, if he could shrink, there was no doubt that he would crawl into it. Brother Ong hee. It's your turn this time. Xianxia. So love will disappear, right? The night was dreary and the moonlight was bright. The Xie family of the imperial capital had long fallen into a deep sleep. Only a certain bedroom on the 2nd floor was still lit. Xie Dingyuan took off his glasses and rubbed his swollen temples. 10 seconds later, he opened his eyes again and exited the email page. The people sent to investigate Cho still did not find anything. However, Su Kaiqing had already given up on the investigation and secretly withdrew their men from Linhuai. Did this mean that Su Kaiqing already knew Chao's whereabouts, and this change happened after Su Kaiqing met with Jiang Fuyue? The old books that Jiang Fuyue found in the bookstore were coincidentally bought by Cho. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Xie Dingyuan did not believe it. He was now more and more certain that Jiang Fuyue and Cho had an unknown relationship. It was just that he could not figure out what the relationship was. His bent knuckles lightly tapped on the table, making a dull sound one after another. The man pondered deeply, turned off the computer, and got up to leave the study. Just as he was about to turn off the lights, his phone suddenly rang. On the neon-lit street, in front of a bar called Angelica, a black Koenigsegg Agera came to a stop with a sudden braking sound. The heavy, low, and streamlined car reflected a dazzling black and gold color under the lights. The scissor door opened and a man in a gray trench coat stepped out. He walked into the bar without looking sideways. His figure was tall and straight, and his long legs were like the wind. Xie Dingyuan left in a hurry and did not have time to change into a suit. He could only put on a trench coat over his shirt and did not even have time to adjust his collar. It was still standing. Who are you? The bodyguard stepped forward and blocked his way. I'm here to ransom someone. The bodyguard looked vigilant and scanned him from head to toe. He said, "Put your hands up, we want to search you." The man, who was originally gentle, suddenly had a sharp look in his eyes. In an instant, the bodyguard felt as if 2 icebergs were pressing down on his shoulders. It was so heavy that he could not breathe and was so cold that he shivered. You. He shivered and wanted to say something. The man glanced at him coldly. Get lost. He unconsciously moved aside. When he came to his senses, his legs went soft and he knelt on the ground. What the hell? As soon as Xie Dingyuan entered the hall, he immediately found Xianxia, who was tied up in the corner, and his 3 childhood friends. After confirming that they were fine, he looked at the woman who was surrounded by the bodyguards. Niao Chenhua smiled. I was wondering who it was. So it's the little prince of the Zhong family. I didn't expect Mr. Xie to make this trip. If she really gave the Zhong family face, she would not have to wait for Xie Dingyuan to come. She would not even have to inform him. She would have let Zhong Xiang and his group go. But she did not. Xie Dingyuan said, the child is not sensible. Sorry to disturb you. I heard that Mr. Xie never enters places like bars. Today is an exception. It's an honor for me and Angelica. Xie Dingyuan did not continue. He knew that no matter what Niao Chenhua said today, she had to let Zhong Xiang go. Now, it was just a few sarcastic remarks to vent his anger. He did not care at all. Niao Chenhua looked at his indifferent expression and felt a little powerless as if her fist had punched cotton. She immediately lost all her interest. Zhong Yuni, that son of AB*TCH. He couldn't control his own son, so he came here to behave atrociously? Good for him. Zhong Xiang shrank in the corner and scratched the wall silently. He seemed to have made a mistake. The lady boss was so fierce. How could Zhongyuni date someone like her? But the fight had been fought and the smashing had been done. Uncle, you have to save me. You're the only one I have now. These words were so mushy that all his childhood friends felt a chill run down their spines. Xie Dingyuan listened but was still unmoved. Niu Chunhua took the bill from the manager on duty and passed it to Xie Dingyuan. Check the list of compensation and pay for them. Xie Dingyuan did not even look at it. He took out a card and passed it to the bodyguard beside him. Niu Chunhua nodded slightly. The bodyguard took the card and swiped it. Sister Hua, it's done. Niu Chunhua raised her hand and signaled the bodyguard to untie them. Young Master Zhong, are you satisfied with me today? Zhong Xiang. Satisfied my foot. You're welcome to come and play with me again. Sister Hua will treat you well. Xie Dingyuan turned around coldly. I'm leaving. Uncle, wait a minute. I want to go to the toilet. I drank a little too much. I need to pee. Xie Dingyuan's veins on his forehead twitched. I'll wait outside. No. You have to accompany me. I'm scared alone. In the end, Xie Dingyuan accompanied Zhong Xiang to the toilet. He stood in the corridor outside the toilet. The wind blew in from the window at the end of the corridor, messing up his hair. His already uneven collar flipped up again. He raised his hand to press it down. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Digression, first update, 4,000 words. Second update, 3 p.m. in the afternoon. If there is a delay, it will be notified in the comments section. Last night, there was an irregular Chinese Valentine's Day update. Don't forget to watch it ENN, please vote again. Thank you, sisters. Jiang Fuyue, even though her hair was draped over her shoulders and she was wearing a hat, Xie Dingyuan still recognized her from behind. Stop right there, he said in a deep voice. The woman acted as if she hadn't heard him. Instead of stopping, she quickened her pace. The man's eyes darkened. He caught up with her and stopped her. Why are you running? Jiang Fuyue stood still and looked up slowly. What a coincidence. We meet again. Xie Dingyuan was amused by her perfunctory words. Why do I feel like you don't want to meet me? Oh, you've seen through me. She didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she spoke confidently and confidently. Xie Dingyuan was speechless. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Wait. Why are you here? Jiang Fuyue said, I came out to play. The man's scrutinizing gaze swept over her exposed arms. The tight sling wrapped around her small waist, and her delicate collarbone was faintly discernible under the cover of her long hair. He frowned immediately. If I remember correctly, you're here for the summer camp training. Can't I come out to play just because I'm here? Don't let your guard down just because you're smart, the man said. Jiang Fuyue pondered for a moment before nodding her head. I also think that I'm pretty smart. Xie Dingyuan's mouth twitched and he said softly. You're not modest. But there was a smile in his eyes. Even he didn't notice it. I'll send you back, he said. Jiang Fuyue waved her hand. No need. I've called a taxi. Xie Dingyuan said, you can refund the order. Why are you looking at me like that? It wasn't a joke, nor was it a tease. The man frowned, and confusion was written all over his face. Jiang Fuyue said honestly, don't you think you're strange? The man's eyes darkened. How? You're contradictory and you're behaving differently. Last time, Zhong Xiang had offered to send her back, but this man had looked unapproachable. Now, he was offering to send her back. Obviously, Xie Dingyuan had also thought of this. He pondered for a moment and said, I don't lend my flowers to others. Zhong Xiang wanted him to send Jiang Fuyue back with just one sentence. The car was his, the fuel was also his, and he even had to pay for the effort. If this wasn't presenting Buddha with borrowed flowers, then what was? Even his own nephew had to settle accounts clearly. If he had given Jiang Fuyue away at that time, this favor would most likely be on Zhong Xiang's head. How could the dignified ninth master make a wedding dress for others? He should be the one to bring it up. She owed him a favor, but she also owed him a favor. In front of him, Xianxia's little scheme was best not to even think about. Even if he did, it would be for nothing. That's right, he was that petty, fussy, and calculative. Suddenly, Jiang Fuyue looked at him with an indescribable expression. However, you don't have to send me off. Xie Dingyuan frowned. Why? She laughed. Why do you think that if I don't owe Zhongxiang a favor, I will owe you a favor? What's the difference between the two of you? He's still my classmate, and Mr. Xia, who are you to me? Why should you give it to me? The man's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Your classmate's uncle? Jiang Fuyue couldn't be bothered with him and turned to leave. She didn't forget that this man had thrown her out like a carrot. Although she later returned with a shoulder throw, this person's attitude was unusually bad. It was already her limit to talk to him calmly, and he still wanted to give it to her. Dream on. I'm sorry. Xie Dingyuan suddenly spoke. The man stood on the spot and didn't chase after her like before. Jiang Fuyue stopped in her tracks. She was suddenly very curious about his current attitude. Was he hypocritical or condescending, or was the strong being soft-hearted toward the weak? Pity and charity, after all, this person had a criminal record. Back then, when he came to apologize to her, he acted high and mighty, as if she was only fit to lick his toes. But now, Jiang Fuyue was driven by curiosity and slowly turned around. In the long and narrow corridor, the man stood under the light with his hands hanging down. His thin lips were pursed into a straight line, and his pair of dark eyes were cold, but there was sincerity in the depths. Even if he was apologizing and admitting defeat, his head didn't lower at all. It was as if the word arrogance had long been integrated into his bones and blood. Meeting Jiang Fuyue's scrutinizing gaze, he didn't move, and his back was straight like a silent mountain. From afar, it was hazy and boundless, but from close up, it was sharp and steep. She smiled, and her red lips curled up. What do you have to be sorry for? The man's Adam's apple bobbed twice. It's Zhongxiang who has been pestering me. It has nothing to do with you. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. He didn't beat around the bush. So, what happened to make you change your view of him like this? Her last syllable rose like a furry little tail. Ahem. The man coughed softly. Previously at King's, you rejected the first two boys. When Zhongxiang proposed to kiss you, I saw you clenching your fists. Jiang Fuyue's eyes twitched. If I didn't guess wrongly, you wanted to beat him up. As his uncle, aren't you going to stand up for your nephew? Just like the time when he threw her at the school gate. A flash of blush flashed past the man's eyes, mixed with some awkwardness and embarrassment. He only said, he deserves it. Jiang Fuyue, Zhongxiang, who was unjustly implicated for no reason, ? Who am I? Where am I? Have I been pushed out to be a pig to be slaughtered? What a dogsh *t uncle. He doesn't do anything related to humans. Digression, it's time for the second watch period. 2,000 words. Xianxia has officially apologized. The third watch period was arranged. What time was it? She didn't even know the fish. The man's apology came out of the blue. Jiang Fuyue was surprised and wary at the same time. People like Xie Dingyuan had a goal in mind, and his words were meaningful. He had to think carefully before he spoke and did things. Jiang Fuyue believed that he would apologize. She did not doubt his sincerity. However, she did not know how sincere he was and whether he had other motives. Jiang Fuyue's mind was full of thoughts, but she did not show it on her face. I accept your apology. The car is here. She picked up her phone and glanced at it. I'll take my leave first. In the end, she did not ask him to send her home. Xie Dingyuan frowned and watched the girl walk away until she disappeared around the corner. He went back to the washroom and continued to wait. His brows were still furrowed. Zhongxiang, are you done? He urged impatiently. For a while, there was no answer. Xie Dingyuan went in directly but found that it was empty. Zhongxiang was nowhere to be seen. Outside the bar, Zhongxiang, who came out earlier, was enjoying the night breeze with his eyes half closed. Suddenly, he paused and was surprised. Jiang Fuyue? The girl was stunned. She had just met her uncle, and now she met her nephew. What kind of luck did she have? Xianxia trotted over. It's really you? Why are you here? Even the question was the same. Jiang Fuyue, I came out to play. Alone? Yes. Then why didn't you ask me out? I'm not bragging, but there's no place in the imperial capital that I don't know, big and small, inside and outside, where we eat, drink, and have fun. He was the ultimate playboy. Jiang Fuyue, I'm just walking around. I don't want to trouble myself. It's no trouble. It's no trouble at all. I'm happy to be with you. Really? The young man's eyes were shining. He wanted to show his sincerity. Jiang Fuyue looked around. Didn't they say they were here? Where's the car? Are you taking a taxi? Zhongxiang didn't seem to notice her indifference. He chuckled as he tried to find a topic to talk about. Yes. I'll give you a ride. At this moment, a phone call came in. Hey. I'm sorry, there's a traffic jam on the highway. I can't turn around. Please cancel your order and call for another one. Jiang Fuyue, the San Juan Viaduct is so congested at this point. It'll take at least 30 to 40 minutes to get down. Hee hee. Zhongxiang rubbed his hands. Do you want me to give you a ride? Jiang Fuyue glanced at him suspiciously. His hair was messy, and the corners of his eyes were red. It was obvious that he had a new injury. That's right, if you offended Niu Chunhua, it wouldn't be right if you didn't get hurt. Zhongxiang immediately puffed out his chest. This was an accident. I accidentally knocked it over. I drove here today, so you don't have to care about my uncle's attitude. Let me send you back. After all, we are classmates and friends, right? As he said that, he got closer and closer with an ingratiating look on his face. Jiang Fuyue smelled the smell of alcohol and wanted to avoid him. However, she suddenly heard a voice behind her. What are you doing? Xie Dingyuan came out. When she looked up, she saw Zhongxiang's entire head in front of Jiang Fuyue. She didn't even try to avoid him, and the two of them were only half a finger apart. It was as if they would kiss in the next second. The man's eyes quickly froze, and the air around them seemed to freeze. The cold air directly shrouded the two of them. Zhongxiang's neck shrank as if he was frightened by something. He immediately jumped 2 steps away. Uncle, where have you been? I've been looking for you for a long time. He muttered softly, and his neck quickly turned pink. Jiang Fuyue did not notice. Xie Dingyuan, on the other hand, saw it clearly. Let's go. He walked past Jiang Fuyue and brushed past her cheek with a gust of cold wind. No. I want to send her back first, you drink. Xie Dingyuan interrupted him mercilessly. Zhongxiang was furious. If he had known, he would not have drunk. He immediately surrounded Jiang Fuyue and scratched his head. I'm sorry, I forgot. Why don't we call for a taxi? I'll go with you and watch you enter the school gate. This was considered giving her a ride, right? Xie Dingyuan frowned and his eyes darkened. My car. He could give her a ride. We know it's your car, but we're not taking it. Zhongxiang did not wait for him to finish and interrupted him. He was afraid that things would turn out like the last time. Xie Dingyuan. Well, it was time for Zhongyuni to loosen up his son's muscles. Oh yes, Zhongxiang had an idea. I'll call for a designated driver to send you back to Q University first. He can also help me drive my car back, so I don't have to come and pick it up tomorrow. Jiang Fuyue saw that it was indeed not easy to get a taxi nearby and agreed. Zhongxiang, he. He was so happy that he could fly. In the end, Xie Dingyuan started the engine and drove away with a gloomy face. Don't worry about my uncle, he's always like this. He's so unpredictable, even I can't guess what he's thinking. Jiang Fuyue did not reply. Zhongxiang thought that she was unhappy and quickly explained, my uncle doesn't mean to target you. He's like that to everyone. Outsiders can't even think about touching his car. Even I have to wipe the seat when I get out of the car. Why? He's a germaphobe. But this germaphobe actually took the initiative to give her a ride? Jiang Fuyue was puzzled. Did he have other motives? TSK, back at room 201, the other three were still awake. Jiang Fuyue washed up, lay on the bed, and fell asleep quickly. The next day, the opening ceremony was held again. As the top scorer, Jiang Fuyue was arranged to go on stage to give a speech. Su Kaiqing stood at the side, wearing a suit and tie. He had a very kind smile on his face and looked at the stage like a hen looking at her chicks. He was gratified and proud. Yan Jinfeng, actually, you can keep a low profile. Su Kaiqing, am I a hen looking at her chicks? It's obviously a hen looking at a chick. Idiot. Yan Jinfeng, haha. Su Kaiqing, don't doubt me, that's your ancestor. Just as Jiang Fuyue was about to speak, something happened. Digression, third watch, 2000 words. Mini theater, Cia 99, that day, you took my nephew's car and not mine. Sister you, huh? Cia 99, I even apologized, but in the end, I said that you were lonely. Sister you, oh. I'm begging for a monthly vote, babies, don't let me beg for loneliness. What right do you have to stand on stage and speak on behalf of everyone? A girl in the first row of the lecture hall stood up. She was wearing a long red dress and her curly hair was draped behind her back. Her facial features were bright and her chin was slightly raised. She was as proud as a peacock. Jiang Fuyue heard this and looked at her. Their eyes met. One was on stage while the other was below. One was cold and distant while the other was domineering. It was as if invisible weapons were clashing in midair. Loud clangs and sparks flew. Boom, the lecture hall exploded. Miss Hua has made her move. It's as simple and violent as always. Although it's violent, it's effective. Can't you see that the person on stage can't take it anymore? Ah. If I were her, I would hide under the podium. Huh. Why hide? She has Mr. Su to back her up. There's nothing to be afraid of. I find it strange. How did an ordinary student from Linhui catch Mr. Su's eye? First, during the opening ceremony, he questioned the leading teacher for her. I heard that even an old professor from the competition committee was held accountable. It's Zhao Tong's grandfather, right? Zhao Tong also withdrew from the camp. What happened in between? I heard that Jiang Fuyue participated in both the physics competition summer camp and the NOI summer camp at the same time. The competition committee missed the approval document from the Ministry of Education and forced her to withdraw from the competition according to the existing rules. The vacant spot was taken by Zhao Tong, but in the end, the person spread out his hands and shrugged, looking rather helpless. The competition committee didn't do it on purpose. Can't they just reinstate Jiang Fuyue's participation? They're making a mountain out of a molehill. Sigh, it was supposed to be a small matter. I don't know how it ended up like this. I heard that Zhao Tong's grandfather was locked up and might even be sentenced. TSK, no way? He's going to be sentenced just like that? Is this necessary? I'm not sure about the details, but it's definitely not going to end well. Why? Why else? Someone's not letting it go. Who? There, standing on the podium. The embodiment of light and greatness, the messenger of morality and justice. Ha ha ha. You're too mean. Everyone started to talk at once, chattering nonstop. Su Qing sat in his seat and listened to all the bad comments about Jiang Fuyue around him. Look, this is the result of being special. TSK, TSK. They're ganging up on me. This treatment is really unparalleled. Lu Ling said, yesterday, he was so arrogant in front of us, but in front of a tough guy like Huafan Jin, all he can do is pretend to be a quail. Chen Sikang snorted. Serves you right. Originally, Huafan Jin was supposed to speak at the opening ceremony. However, Jiang Fuyue came out of nowhere and snatched it from him. Although Huafan Jin might not care about it, it's another matter if it's snatched away by someone else. Su Qing snorted. With Miss Hua's temper, it would be a wonder if she could tolerate this. Just wait and see. The best part is yet to come. The three of them exchanged glances and smiled meaningfully. On the podium, Jiang Fuyue stopped Su Kaiqing from stepping forward to help after listening to the other party's interrogation. She asked in return, then why do you think I can't stand on the podium and speak? Hua Fanjin frowned. The opening ceremony was delayed for 2 days. Don't you have any responsibility at all? I'm sure everyone has heard about what happened to me in the past 2 days. This student should also know about it, but don't you think your so-called responsibility theory is ridiculous? I'm ridiculous? Heh, you better make yourself clear today. Jiang Fuyue, as everyone knows, the opening ceremony was delayed because I was absent, and my absence was caused by the negligence of the staff. In the end, I didn't do anything wrong, did I? And your so-called responsibility theory is like a woman being molested on the bus. You don't blame the pervert, but you blame the girl for her skirt being too short. Isn't that ridiculous? Hua Fanjin was so angry that his eyes widened. Sophistry, it was completely sophistry, but she couldn't say a word of rebuttal. Jiang Fuyue, let's take a step back. If I don't deserve to stand on the podium, then who does? You? Or you can just pick one and I'll make room for him. Natural and unrestrained, neither servile nor overbearing. At this time, Ling Xian suddenly got up, put his hands in his pockets, and slowly glanced at the crowd. If the only one in the country who gets full marks in the semifinals is not worthy, then what are the others here? Trash? Pfft, Ren Xinghe couldn't help laughing out loud, and took over the conversation. Then we can only be a group of braised chicken. Yellow, stuffy, and trash. Hua Fanjin was annoyed by the two of them. It's just the semifinals. What's the big deal about getting full marks? This is the real battlefield. A good man doesn't talk about his past achievements, but is a full mark worth hanging on your mouth and showing off all the time? Ren Xinghe, so you don't like full marks? But you didn't get full marks either. Ha ha ha, someone was snickering in a low voice. Hua Fanjin became angry out of shame, and his beautiful eyes were watery. It is undeniable that there is more or less a factor of luck in getting full marks. The implication was that Jiang Fuyue got full marks in the exam and he didn't get it, but it didn't mean that his strength was not as good as hers. It could only be said that she was luckier than him on the day of the exam. Ren Xinghe smiled. It seems that this student is not very convinced. Hua Fanjin, I'm not convinced. Then what should I do? He spread out his hands, seemingly helpless, but more like ridicule. Ling Xian frowned. This Ren Xinghe. Hua Fanjin was completely angry. Then why don't we compete on the spot? Whoever wins will go on stage. Ren Xinghe was shocked. Don't tell me, I don't want to compete with you. Hua Fanjin looked directly at the stage. Jiang Fuyue, do you dare? In one sentence, 6 words, burning with anger, it was both a challenge and a provocation. Jiang Fuyue didn't say anything, narrowed her eyes, and glanced in the direction of Ren Xinghe. It was deep and heavy. Then, she smiled, okay. How do you want to compete? Let's ask Mr. Su to set the questions on the spot according to the standards of the Ipo International Competition. The experimental part is not convenient to operate, so let's just test the theory. How about it? Jiang Fuyue, I have no objection. Both of them looked at Su Kaiqing together. The latter's eyes were shining, and he looked more excited than the parties involved. Compete. Compete now. I happen to have questions in the USB flash drive. In an instant, there was a more enthusiastic discussion in the classroom than before. Are they really competing? Look at this posture, Mr. Su is involved. How can it be fake? Hey, who do you think will win? A pack of spicy sticks, I bet on Hua Fanjin. Didn't you hear that it was according to the standards of the Ipo International Competition? Jiang Fuyue can score full marks in the national competition, but she's trash in the international competition. She's the kind that will be crushed in seconds. I also bet on Hua Fanjin. CPO and Ipo are two completely different concepts. Jiang Fuyue will lose. What do you mean? Not only is the Ipo international competition in terms of difficulty, but it also has an extremely high requirement for language ability. There are 4 working languages: English, French, German, and Russian. Usually, the questions are given in English, and candidates from each country can only choose one of the 4 working languages to answer the questions. Jiang Fuyue is a country bumpkin from Linhui. She has never been trained in the summer camp. She might not even be fluent in English, let alone answer with a large amount of professional vocabulary in a non-native language system. As for Hua Fanjin, it's different. Her family is rich, and she directly raised a team of Ipo teachers to train her for the international competition. From the language, to the rules, to the common types of questions and the framework of knowledge, she has long been familiar with it. How can Jiang Fuyue compete with her? Tisk tsk, Hua Fanjin came prepared? It's obviously Jiang Fuyue who is too much of a bully. So what if she got full marks? It's just a domestic competition. Whether she can pass the summer camp selection and enter the national team is still uncertain. What's there to be proud of? Let's wait for Miss Hua to show us a crushing face-slapping country bumpkin. Otherwise, people will think that students from the Beijing circle are easy to bully. That's right. Hua Fanjin, Su Qing, Lu Ling, Chen Sihang, and Zhao Tong, who had already left the camp, were all from the Beijing circle. As people who were born and raised in the capital, and also had enviable family backgrounds, they naturally formed a group of their own. Even if the people in the group were not familiar with each other, they would automatically get together and stick close to each other. This was the culture of the circle. Compared to the ordinary students who were scattered like sand, they were like a magnificent and exquisite sand tower. They were high and mighty, but also ruthless and exclusive. And Jiang Fuyue was the first person that this group of students from the Beijing circle wanted to warn. In layman's terms, it was like killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. She's dead meat, he sighed softly, accompanied by a satisfied smile. He was so calm and composed, as if he had a card up his sleeve. On the other side, Yan Zhenfeng had already taken the USB flash drive that Su Kaiqing had given him. He plugged it into the computer and clicked on the folder called Ipo Practice 1. There were 2 files inside. One was experiment and the other was theory. Yan Zhenfeng clicked on the theory file. Soon, dense English words appeared in front of everyone's eyes, almost occupying the entire projection screen. Yan Zhenfeng, you can also try to do it below. There are pens and draft paper in the drawer. Answer strictly according to the Ipo standard. You can use any language of English, French, German, or Russian. Jiang Fuyue and Hua Fanjin were already standing in front of the whiteboard, one on the left and one on the right, each holding a black marker pen. Yan Zhenfeng, a total of 3 questions. Total score, 30. Time, 180 minutes. Problem 1, first question as multiple with MSM equals 0, 2 crests and a vertical. The information of the question was not complicated, but there was a lot of hidden information in the picture given, including several key parameters. Jiang Fuyue spent 2 minutes reading the question and looking at the picture. Then, she opened the cap of the marker pen and began to answer on the whiteboard. She first drew a picture and named it Picture 2. We will use a notation Fig 2 ace no horizontal. As there is no horizontal force acting on the system ball plus bullet, the system before and after collision, Vo equals mv plus mv so v equals vo m/m from conditions. From the established conditions, it can be concluded, after collision, T equals, S equals, Jiang Fuyue wrote very quickly. 26 English letters were drawn smoothly from her pen like a concerto. In order to speed up, there were a lot of consecutive strokes and some symbols and abbreviations that could not be understood at all. The most important thing was that she did not even need to write a draft. At the bottom left of the whiteboard, there was a specially framed draft area with an electric wiping switch. Until the entire whiteboard was filled with formulas and numbers, Jiang Fuyue did not use it even once. When she started writing, the audience booed at the same time. There was a sense of group mockery. I suspect that she started writing without even looking at the question. I really don't know if I should praise her for being brave or stupid. I think she's stupid. She's overconfident. This country bumpkin is interesting. I don't think she can write a single word. Wait and see if you don't believe me. 30 seconds later, huh? She's actually answering in English. The format seems to be fine. Isn't the speed of writing a bit too fast? Why does it feel like she's writing nonsense? But those formulas don't look like nonsense. Another 2 minutes later, F*ck. She's almost finished writing the entire whiteboard. Is this for real? Hua Fanjin hasn't started yet. This is too far away, right? She doesn't even need to calculate? She's making Ipo look like she's playing house. Why can't I understand any of those scribbles? There was already a small commotion in a small area. Let's wait and see what she's up to. Unfortunately, Jiang Fuyue did not give them the chance to wait, because I've finished the first question. Yan Zhenfeng's pen paused. He was also working on this question. Looking at the formula that had just started, and then looking at Jiang Fuyue's entire whiteboard, he suddenly fell into a great confusion. I'm the head coach, she's a student, are you sure she's not joking? On the other hand, Huafan Jin, who had not even taken off his pen cap, was confused. At this time, Jiang Fuyue said to Yan Zhenfeng again, Coach, I said I've finished. Please help me change a new whiteboard. I want to continue with the second question. Huh? Oh. Change. Change it now, below the stage, F***CK. She said she's finished? She must be kidding, right? Didn't you see that head coach Yan was dumbfounded? He's probably never seen such a pretentious student. Even I almost believed her. Does she think Ipo is 1 + 1 is equal to 2? What a joke. Digression, first update, 4,000 words. Next, I'm waiting to be slapped in the face. Second update is tentatively scheduled for 3:00 p.m. See the notice in the comments section for the specific time. Love you. Ren Xinghe, has she received Ipo training? Ling Xian, I don't know. Ren Xinghe looked ahead again. Separated by a distance, the numbers and symbols on the whiteboard were a little blurry, but he didn't think that Jiang Fuyue was writing nonsense. Does she usually do questions so fast? Ren Xinghe asked again. Ling Xian raised his eyelids. You seem to pay special attention to her? This was the second time that Ling Xian had said something similar. The first time was at the airport. Ren Xinghe's expression was calm, without the slightest bit of guilt. He shrugged. Excellent people always make people unable to look away. But this is not the reason for you to fan the flames and start a war for her. Just now in front of Huafan Jin, if he hadn't provoked her verbally, the situation might not have developed to this point. Ling Xian, Huafan Jin was provoked by you, but it doesn't mean that others are fools. From the moment Jiang Fuyue stood on the stage and looked at Ren Xinghe, Ling Xian was almost sure that she had seen through this person's little tricks clearly. But in the end, she still agreed. It was not because Ren Xinghe had deliberately guided her, but because she just needed an opportunity to establish her power, so as to put an end to some unnecessary troubles that might arise. For example, the 3 girls who slept with her yesterday but were obviously hostile. Another example was the children of the Beijing Circle who were united against outsiders. Ren Xinghe's smile suddenly disappeared. Ling Xian, don't try to measure the sharpness of a knife, because when you get the result, it is also the beginning of you being bruised and dying. Ren Xinghe shuddered unexpectedly. Knife, he looked at the stage. Yan Zhenfeng had asked 2 coaches to push up a clean whiteboard, and the used one was pushed aside. During this period, Jiang Fuyue was not idle. She was looking at the second question. Compared with the first question, the STEM information of this question was much more complicated, and there were 6 questions. It roughly examined the generation of microwaves in the microwave oven and its application in heating. The first question was to analyze the structure and working principle of the magnetron. The magnetron of the special-shaped microwave oven was composed of a solid copper cylindrical cathode, radius A, and an anode, radius B. The 3-dimensional structure of a single resonator was as shown in Figure 1. The second question was to examine the amplitude and frequency of the resonator. The third question was to calculate the numerical estimation of the maximum radius of the electron trajectory at 0. 4 points. The fifth question, the sixth question, while Jiang Fuyue was reading the questions, her pen did not stop moving. As far as the eye could see, the answer was right there. She herself was like a walking supercomputer. Therefore, the draft area was still empty, and the calculator that he had prepared for her was never used. At this time, no one said she was scribbling. No one even speak. The atmosphere at the scene fell into a strange sluggishness, and within the sluggishness, there was a suffocating dullness. Tang Zhenfeng had given up on the idea of doing the questions himself because he was sure that he was not as fast as Jiang Fuyue. But he was not idle. His eyes were staring at the solution on the whiteboard. He first followed Jiang Fuyue's steps and finished the questions. Then, he substituted the answers into the stem of the questions and performed reverse inference. The final result was, he swallowed his saliva and raised his hand to wipe off the sweat on his forehead that he couldn't control. When he looked at Jiang Fuyue again, the look in his eyes changed. It was like surprise, shock, and finally a trace of fear. With her speed of thought and calculation, Tang Zhenfeng suspected that she might be a mutated species or a robot in human skin. The other coaches were already dumbfounded. To be more precise, they were overwhelmed. Their reading speed could not keep up with Jiang Fuyue's writing speed. After reading and understanding this line, Jiang Fuyue had already written 7 or 8 lines. Old Yen, did she do these questions in advance? Mr. Su just sorted them out last night. He didn't even have time to come up with the answers himself. What do you think? TSK, the summer camp is full of prodigies. We've seen and coached a lot of them over the years, but this is the first time we've seen such a genius. Not to mention other things, who the hell could do it without using draft paper? For a question as difficult as Ipo, a number could be calculated hundreds or thousands of times. But she did not use a calculator or even a draft to get the answers. She was not human. How old is she this year? Which school is she from? Who's the competition coach? Yan Zhenfeng shook his head. Go look up her resume. Hey! Look! She finished the second question. Hearing this, Yan Zhenfeng jerked his head up and looked at the timer in the next second. She'd only used 14 minutes to solve 6 questions. Hua Fanjin had only started on the first question and had not even figured out the answer to the first question. So, comparing oneself to others will really cause one to die. He mumbled. Jiang Fuyue turned around and reminded him with a smile, Director Yan, it's time to change the whiteboard. Oh, okay, he quickly ordered the 2 coaches. Please prepare 2 whiteboards for me this time. Of course, 3 would be best. Because the last question was coming, digression, the second watch is coming. It's so hard to write, but I'm so excited, there will be a third watch later, and it will be after I finish writing. The last question was not a conventional one. It was an original creation by Su Kai-ching. A scientist of his level was naturally qualified to come up with questions, and each question was difficult to solve. For example, Su Kai-ching's original question appeared in the Romanian Mathematics Masters competition 2 years ago. That's right, it was not a physics competition, but one of the world's top mathematics competitions. Laymen did not know the ropes, so they liked to join in the fun. Some people, in order to gain attention, used their identity as a celebrity to publicly question Su Kai-ching's ability and question-setting skills. They did not let go of the fact that physicists can also come up with mathematics questions and thoroughly criticized the academic climate in China. In the process, he quoted classics and used incisive words to incite people. But in the end, they were ridiculed as ignorant. Who said physicists can't come up with mathematics questions? Planck was not only a physicist, but he was also highly accomplished in literature and music. Needless to say, Leonardo da Vinci was proficient in physics, chemistry, mathematics, astronomy, painting, architecture. He was an all-rounder. Someone once asked how good Newton was at mathematics. The answer was, if his contribution to physics is 1, then his contribution to mathematics is definitely not less than 0. 9. Su Kai-ching had a doctorate and PhD in interdisciplinary subjects. Not only was he a leader in the Chinese physics field, but he was also a VIP in the field of mathematics and chemistry. Who dared to question his authority and professionalism, and it turned out that Su Kai-ching was indeed worthy of his identity as a question-setter. In the Romanian Mathematics Masters competition, this question became the final battle on the way to the championship for the 26 participating countries. In the end, country Y successfully solved the question and calculated the best solution, winning the gold medal. After the competition, this question was included in the IMDP magazine as a key research example and was known by mathematics enthusiasts around the world. Since then, Su Kai-ching did not provide any original questions for international competitions. Who would have thought that he would provide one today? It's amazing that Su Kai-ching personally came up with it. If I steal the question and sell it, can I become rich overnight? Oh, people buy a full set of questions. Do you have any reference answers? Sorry for bothering you. It's probably quite difficult. Can Jiang Fuyue and Hua Fanjin do it? I don't know if Jiang Fuyue can do it, but Hua Fanjin probably can't. She had only answered a small question for the first question. By the time she finished the second question, she didn't know how long it would take for her to answer the third question. According to the IPO competition schedule, Hua Fanjin's speed should be normal after 3 hours, right? It's normal, but I can only say that there's no harm without comparison. With Jiang Fuyue in front of him, no matter how good Hua Fanjin's performance was, he could only be overshadowed. Hiss. That's not right. Look at the last question. What's the situation? That's it? It's gone? The document didn't load, did it? On the projection screen, there was only one sentence about the third question, explain the physics of quasi-crystals with data support. Based on the data, the physics of quasi-crystals was elaborated. When Jiang Fuyue saw the question, she couldn't help but be stunned. There were no scenes, no parameters, and no specific questions. The phrase physics was vague and abstract, making people scratch their heads in confusion. At first glance, one would think that he was going to write a popular science essay. However, Jiang Fuyue quickly grasped the key point. Data support. Based on the data. It was still a physics question, and it still required formulas and a lot of calculations. However, the entry point was very random. It was so random that it was a huge test for the person who answered the question. The reaction of the audience was even more intense. Can this even be called a question? It doesn't know me, and I don't know it, thank you. What are quasicrystals? Quasicrystals. What is that? Who knows? We've never studied the subdivision of physics. Someone shook his head, this is not within the scope of physics discussion. Huh? What do you mean? Quasicrystals are a crystal structure. The arrangement of atoms in quasicrystals does not follow a repeated periodic symmetrical arrangement. The arrangement of atoms is between crystal and amorphous. The person who discovered it was Daniele Schechtman. In 2011, he won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for this. Oh, I see. Wait. What Nobel Prize did you say? Chemistry Prize. Oh my God, shouldn't it be the Physics Prize? No. That's why I said that quasicrystals are not within the scope of physics discussion. However, it appeared in the IPO exam, they were talking about physics. Hua Fanjin hadn't finished the first question yet, but when she heard the discussions and exclamations around her, she couldn't help but take a look at the projection screen. With just a glance, he was stunned. The first and second questions were still within her ability, and she just needed to spend a little more time to solve them. However, the third question was like a book to her. The confusion in her eyes was no less than the people in the audience. She was suddenly curious about Jiang Fuyue's reaction. Was she as confused as she was, or was she trying to think of a way to solve the question? With that thought in mind, Hua Fanjin looked at her. Jiang Fuyue, who had been standing still for a long time, suddenly moved. She stood in front of a clean whiteboard and wrote a chemical formula with a marker in her hand. L57. 0 plus XCU 39. 5x Ru 3. 5, x equals 02. 557. 510, undel 62. 0 Cu 34, 0 plus y Ru 4. 0 y, y equals 00. 51. 5, 1, what is she doing? Someone in the audience asked the question in Hua Fanjin's heart. Even Yan Zhenfeng couldn't help but remind her, this is a physics competition. Jiang Fuyue turned a deaf ear, digression, 2,000 words. References, 1, Kotoba Toyanagarayosi Shibatatsu Notomo Yamada Idol. Grothand characterization of single grain LC Uruko Sehedral quasicrystallese from self-fluxes. 2020100, 1722-20-2243. The author is not an academic, nor is she a scientific researcher. All the information comes from the thesis. There is no need to delve into the details or take it too seriously. Using the chemical formula as a starting point to analyze the atomic structure of quasicrystals, there were two important principles, namely the icosahedron principle and the golden mean principle. Under these two principles, the simplest quasicrystal structure model could be obtained. This model could explain all the details of the LMN quasicrystal. The above was knowledge in the field of chemistry. Then, Jiang Fuyue used fractal geometry, pattern sequence, correlation measure, and correlation dimension to deduce the quasicrystal formula. Among them, the pattern sequence was discussed in detail below level 2, level 3, and level K. The above was in the field of mathematics. Jiang Fuyue looked at the whiteboard filled with English words and numbers and switched to the next one without hesitation. At this point, the question began to enter the core step, which was the physical explanation. Jiang Fuyue divided it into two major parts, theoretical physics and applied physics. The former mainly included 3 theorems, 7 formulas, and 16 derivative theories. Jiang Fuyue not only wrote them all down, but she also set up her own scenarios and used specific numbers to verify their authenticity. When she encountered a situation that could not be explained, she would simply prove it directly. She would dig a hole if she could not. It was simple and crude, but it was effective. As for the applied physics part, there were many more, for example, the effect of deformation and heat treatment on the properties of 00Cr12Ni9MO4Cu2 martensitic stainless steel. Another example was quasicrystal enhancing the structure and properties of MgZnRe, YGD, alloy. Or the diffraction properties of one-dimensional Fibonacci quasicrystals, the undercooling of Al72 Ni12Co16 alloy, and the solidification behavior of the decahedron quasicrystal. Jiang Fuyue wrote down everything, and soon, the rest of the whiteboard was filled up. Finally, she concluded with 3 conclusive derivation formulas, leaving behind a numerical model for verification. She ended the question perfectly. At this point, all 3 theoretical questions were completed in a total of 37 minutes and 8 seconds. Yan Zhenfeng's hands were shaking. The 3 coaches looked at each other in confusion. The audience was also confused, as if they had just woken up from a dream. I'm stupid. I might be learning a fake competition. What did Jiang Fuyue write? I don't understand a single symbol. That's it? Yes, that's it. I think I'm lonely. No need to doubt, you're not the only lonely one. Su Qing could not help but frown as she listened to the dismay and amazement around her. The dismay was for herself, and the amazement was for Jiang Fuyue. Lu Ling tugged at her sleeve and asked in a low voice, "Can you understand what she wrote?" Su Qing, President Yan hasn't said anything yet. Especially the third question. Chen Sikhang immediately interjected with a firm tone, "Professor Yan has led 5 physics Olympiad summer camps. He is experienced and knowledgeable. There is no way he would be fooled by such a small trick." The fact that he didn't say anything can only mean one thing. Jiang Fuyue's matter is very serious. Or is. Or. Is. Or. Su Qing remained silent and reserved her attitude. Suddenly, she turned to look at a seat on her right. A boy was leaning against the seat. A cap covered most of his face and he wore a pair of noise-canceling headphones. Although she could not see his face clearly, she could see his long arms and legs. He was sleeping soundly, as if everything that happened outside had nothing to do with him. "Ah Qing, what are you looking at?" "Here." Su Qing pouted in the boy's direction. Lu Ling looked over. "Who is this? Do you know him? I heard that the genius from the Lin family was also shortlisted for the summer camp this year." Su Qing was deep in thought. She had looked at everyone back and forth just now. Only that person was the most likely. The Lin family? Chen Sikhang leaned over, his eyes shining. "Is it the Lin family we know?" "Yes." There were a lot of rich people in the capital, but only 8 families could be called wealthy. Xia, Lu, Zhong, Lin, Hua, Yu, Ming, and Cen Hua Fanjin was from the Hua family, and she was a direct descendant. Therefore, no matter where she went, people would support her. Even though she had a bad temper, a straightforward personality, and was domineering and difficult to please, she still had countless fans. They were not here for Huafan Jin, but for the Hua family behind her. And the Lin family was more powerful than the Hua family. It seems that this year's summer camp will be interesting. The direct descendants of the Lin and Hua families are here to join in the fun. Lu Ling thought for a moment. Ah Qing, are you sure he is? Su Qing nodded. 99%. I heard that young Master Lin is famous for being picky and arrogant. You don't say, he does look like him. He actually slept in such an occasion, ordinary people would not be able to do that. Chen Sicheng's eyes flashed. So what if he's picky and arrogant? He has the right to be. That's true. Lu Ling nodded. But Ah Qing, why are you suddenly looking at him? Su Qing, this young Master Lin is a genius. When he was in his first year of high school, he was the first author of Physical Review. He has published 2 papers and letters. The number of downloads and citations is considerable. Most of the people he befriends daily are the leading figures in the domestic academic circle. His academic connections are even richer than those of an ordinary professor at Q University. He is indeed amazing. But what does this have to do with you looking at him? I think, other than Elder Su, he is probably the only one present who knows whether Jiang Fuyue's answer is right or wrong. Unfortunately, he did not care at all. He did not even bother to look at her. But on second thought, this was more like young Master Lin's style. It was in line with his identity as a genius, wasn't it? After Jiang Fuyue finished, she stepped back and put down the marker in her hand. Yan Zhenfeng asked, don't you need to check? She did not even think about it. No need. Then, what should they do now? Jiang Fuyue finished too early, and Huafan Jin seemed to need more time. They cast inquisitive glances at Elder Su, only to see him standing in front of Jiang Fuyue's whiteboard. Through his presbyopic glasses, he had a serious expression on his face as he scanned through every word and number. Then, the fanaticism in his eyes grew and became more and more obvious. Teacher. Yan Zhenfeng called him in a low voice. Su Kaiqing turned a deaf ear. His mind was now full of these precious numbers, and his admiration for Cho rose to a new height. How could his thinking be so divergent? How could his logic be so clear? From the question to the argument to the final result, everything was linked. The word perfect could no longer describe it. Teacher. Yan Zhenfeng continued to call him. He still ignored him. Yan Zhenfeng had no choice but to walk over and interrupt him, although he knew very well that this approach might bring him trouble. Sure enough, Su Kaiqing's old face suddenly darkened. What are you shouting for? Yan Zhenfeng, smile. JPG, so you didn't hear it. Ahem. Jiang Fuyue has finished, and Huafan Jin still needs time. It's almost time for lunch, so, then let's have lunch first. We'll gather here at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yan Zhenfeng nodded and immediately notified everyone. However, no one moved. They had no intention of leaving, including Su Kaiqing himself. Yan Zhenfeng said again. The response was still not very enthusiastic. Professor Yan, since it's a competition, how can we leave halfway through? Su Qing sat in her seat and smiled. She had not seen Jiang Fuyue's miserable face in public. How could she leave so easily? Besides, who knew if Jiang Fuyue would secretly change her answer after leaving? Lu Ling nodded. We're not hungry. Doing the questions is more important. Chen Sikang, look, Huafan Jin is about to finish the first question. Huh? His answer is different from Jiang Fuyue's. TSK, the devil is about to show himself. At such a critical moment, how could there not be a crowd of onlookers? Therefore, Yan Zhenfeng notified everyone 3 times, but no one left. Su Kaiqing, see, I told you to stay out of it. Yan Zhenfeng, a reward for puzzling the contemporary student? He did not give up and turned to ask his 3 coaching colleagues, do you want to have lunch? One of them was holding a piece of draft paper and writing rapidly against Jiang Fuyue's answer. He did not even look up when he heard Yan Zhenfeng's question. Don't be noisy. I'll figure it out soon. Another one had been stuck at a step for more than 10 minutes. Anxiety was written all over his face. What's there to eat? I'll go on a hunger strike if I don't figure it out. Yan Zhenfeng's eyes twitched. The last one was not as crazy as the first 2. He took the initiative to approach Yan Jinfeng and smiled. Old Yan, you're the one who's hungry, aren't you? F***ck. Did he see through me? Hee hee. I can accompany you for lunch, but you have to promise me one thing. He suddenly had a bad feeling. You have to give Jiang Fuyue to me for the next grouping. How can I give her to you? I can't decide the results of the drawing of lots. We're all in physics, and we're not bad at mathematics. It's just probability. You can use your little brain, get lost. Little brain? How dare you encourage me to cheat? Fine, I won't accompany you for lunch. If no one leaves, I think you'll be too embarrassed to leave. Yan Jinfeng, ? There was no love. Jiang Fuyue looked around. Seeing that no one wanted to leave, she thought for a while and turned around to leave. Then, she pretended to leave? Almost everyone's eyes were fixed on her. What was she going to do now? Su Qi was the first to stand up and asked coldly, Jiang Fuyue, you're leaving? Yes. Everyone looked at her with subtle expressions. Don't tell me she's thinking of running away? That's too stupid. There are so many pairs of eyes watching her. Leaving halfway is equivalent to admitting defeat. She's scared. She must have felt guilty because she saw that Huafangjin's answer for the first question didn't match hers. It was obvious mockery and ridicule. It was a blatant disdain and attack. Using the worst attitude and the ugliest face, the young man's evil was completely exposed at this moment. If it were anyone else, they would have collapsed long ago. Unfortunately, they were facing Jiang Fuyue. Her cold gaze made people feel a sharp pain in their faces. Eventually, their voices became softer and softer until they couldn't hear it anymore. At this moment, Jiang Fuyue said slowly, first, I'm going to eat. Second, I handed in my paper the moment I put down my pen. So what if I leave halfway? Last but not least, you guys are really noisy and boring. I'm afraid my life will be shortened if I look at you guys. After that, she strode away. She was hungry. How could she not eat after using her brain so much, everyone? I'm noisy, I'm boring, looking at me will shorten my life, damn. She's too arrogant, she's actually going to eat. Was she a rice bucket? Did she have any respect for the competition? At this moment, President Yen brushed past everyone like a gust of wind and chased after Jiang Fuyue. Student Jiang, do you want to eat? Wait for me. In fact, Jiang Fuyue not only ate, but also went back to the dormitory for an hour. When she appeared again at 1:58 p.m., everyone found that she was in a better state than she was in the morning. Her face was rosy and her eyes were bright. She was so beautiful that they couldn't take their eyes off her. Then, the hungry crowd felt sour. At this moment, Yan Jinfeng suddenly announced, it's time for the exam. On the stage, Huafangjin was forced to put down his pen. His complexion was much worse than Jiang Fuyue's. Su Kaiqing was invited to the stage and marked 2 answers in front of everyone. For the first question, Huafangjin scored 8 points. Wow. I told you Miss Hua has some skills. She actually only lost 2 points. Risebei. Well done, as expected of someone from the Beijing circle. Don't be noisy, there's still Jiang Fuyue's to be announced. Do you still need to listen? Look at her answers, each of the 3 questions is different from Huafangjin's. She's definitely going to score 0. However, the next second, Su Kaiqing, Jiang Fuyue scored 10 points. Digression, 4,000 words, notice in the comments section at 2:00 p.m. You can be as arrogant as you want, but my sister Yu is as cool as a breeze. Impossible. Huafangjin was the first to object. Soon, everyone agreed with him. Yes. Jiang Fuyue's answers to every question were different from Huafangjin's. Huafangjin got 8 points and she got 10 points. Why? Yes. Why? You can't be partial to her just because you like her. Everyone is watching. Yan Jinfeng's eyebrows twitched. How dare these little brats question Elder Su? Ren Xinghe was also puzzled because Jiang Fuyue's answers were indeed different from Huafangjin's. Ling Xian, on the other hand, was deep in thought as he looked at the draft paper beside him. This was because his answers were the same as Jiang Fuyue's. However, Huafanjin's thinking process and calculation steps seemed to be correct from the beginning to the end. Su Kaiqing gave everyone enough time to discuss and question. When the voices gradually died down, he spoke unhurriedly. Student Jiang used the international unit algorithm from the beginning, while student Hui used the domestic algorithm first. In the last step, she converted the domestic algorithm results into international unit measurements. Logically, yes, but there is a difference in accuracy. In the discipline of physics, especially in the field of measurement, a slight error can lead to a huge difference. Many times, the retention of a few digits after the decimal point will cause a huge difference in the results. If it can be avoided from the beginning, the results will be much more accurate. Student Hui's answer is correct, but it is not accurate enough, so 2 points are deducted. Student Zhang's answer is the same as the reference answer. I gave her full marks. Does anyone have any objections? The audience fell into a dead silence. Su Kaiqing glanced at everyone with a smile. His eyes were as kind as ever, and there was no dissatisfaction because of the previous doubts. Since there are no objections, let's continue to look at the second question. Huafanjin got 5 points, and Jiang Fuyue got 10 points. With the lesson just now, no one impulsively refuted this time. Even if they had doubts in their hearts, they chose to listen to Su Kaiqing first. Even Huafanjin, who did not look very good, did not rush to jump out when he learned the score. For the second question, student Jiang used the TUP algorithm and the Taikuan model. In the process, she also proved the third-order formula under the Kansi theorem. None of the students present could fully understand the theorems and models that Su Kaiqing was talking about. Some of them only had a smattering of knowledge, and most of them were completely unheard of. They didn't know how Jiang Fuyue knew about it, nor did they understand how she used it. Anyway, they were confused. As for the last question, Su Kaiqing paused, trying to keep the students in suspense. Then, his brows relaxed and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I think the 2 students should go up on stage and explain it in person. Jiang Fuyue nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Huafanjin hesitated. She knew very well that she had finished the last question in a hurry. In other words, she hadn't even found the right point. She had only used the last quarter of an hour to write down some things that even she herself had doubts about in order to not leave any blank space. In fact, as early as Jiang Fuyue had finished the first 2 questions quickly, Huafanjin had had an ominous premonition. However, she still persevered until the last second and tried her best to complete every small question. She felt that this had nothing to do with winning or losing. It was a kind of courage and responsibility. Could she slack off without any scruples just because she had already lost? She couldn't. At least not in her dictionary of life. Su Kaiqing asked, which one of you will go first? Huafanjin took a deep breath and raised her head again. Her gaze became firm and magnanimous. Sorry, I didn't solve this question. There's no need to explain it. Su Kaiqing's smile didn't change. There was even a hint of praise in his smile. He said, you're very honest. Huafanjin actually blushed, which was rare. She quickly pursed her lips and looked like she was smiling. Then, she got off the stage and returned to her original seat. God! Miss Hua actually admitted defeat? The result is obvious. What else can she do but admit defeat? She can't beat her anyway. Is Jiang Fuyue that amazing? A rumored country bumpkin from a small place? That's it? Hey, I heard that you're in the same school as Jiang Fuyue? Someone nudged Ling Xian. Ling Xian sneered and dodged, leaving only an arrogant chin. TSK, what's with the arrogance? But I still want to know. Is Jiang Fuyue usually so awesome? Unfortunately, she doesn't care about you. Heh, you say it as if it's rare. In her heart, she thought, it's rare indeed. With the withdrawal of her competitor, Jiang Fuyue's victory was set. But she still chose to finish the explanation of the third question. This was called, finish what you started. It was also an affirmation and respect for the fruits of one's labor. The girl took the microphone from Su Kaiqing and stood in the middle of the podium. Yan Zhenfeng and 2 coaches each pushed a whiteboard onto the stage. Jiang Fuyue faced the crowd, and behind her were 3 whiteboard walls densely filled with numbers. The three best physics professors of Q University stood by the walls as if they were escorting her. At that moment, the girl seemed to be glowing. Everyone's eyes were unconsciously attracted to her, including those who had targeted her, derided her, and ridiculed her. A clear and cold voice slowly flowed through the quiet lecture hall. The youth who had been sleeping soundly with his headphones on also opened his eyes at this moment. Digression, it's time for the second watch. There will be a third watch later. Another handsome boy has appeared actually, he appeared once before. Do you still remember him, handsome boy? I'm here to help my mom ask for votes. Thank you beautiful sisters/sisters, what is the meaning of physics research? Jiang Fuyue asked. The audience was silent. Su Kaiqing was shocked and subconsciously held his breath. Yan Zhenfeng's eyes were burning. Thousands of years ago, Zhuangzi said, judge the beauty of heaven and earth and analyze the truth of all things. If the eyes are used to discover and appreciate things, then the mind is used to distinguish and explore the truth. She spoke in fluent English. Her words were precise and her pronunciation was perfect. Things can have many forms of expression, but there is only one essence. I think the meaning of physics research is to peel off the surface, discover the essence, and unify all things. Before describing the physics of quasicrystals, we must first know what quasicrystals are. In 1982, 41-year-old Danielle Schechtman discovered a 10-degree symmetrical diffraction pattern when she was studying aluminum-manganese alloy with X-rays. As we all know, in natural crystals, atoms and molecules are arranged periodically. But the diffraction pattern of a periodic crystal structure cannot appear in quadrilateral, hexagonal, or 5-degree symmetry. Because, Jiang Fuyue paused for a moment, and her cold eyes slowly swept across the audience, it can be mathematically proven that a 5-degree symmetrical periodic structure cannot fill the entire space. Schechtman's discovery, as expected, caused a great shock in the field of crystallography and related academia at that time. When a new discovery broke the old rules, it was easy to imagine the doubts and ostracism that followed. Of course, this is not the focus of our discussion today. She spread out her hands and shrugged her shoulders. Her unique humor reflected a powerful personal charm. Her posture was relaxed and at ease. For a moment, it was enough to make people forget that this was just a small lecture hall, but more like an auditorium where thousands of people gathered. Unfortunately, the audience was not qualified. What is she talking about? I'm deaf. Didn't they say that the students in Linhuai were all mute English? I don't believe that she hasn't been abroad for 10 or 20 years. I feel like she has more experience than Hua Fanjin. Can you give me an English-Chinese translation? I think she's showing off her skills. Oh, bitches are so pretentious. In the beginning, she asked to follow the Ipoh standard because she was afraid that she would not be able to embarrass the other party. Now that the other party strictly followed the standard, she felt like she was showing off her skills. If you're so good at building, why don't you go up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Does she really think that the summer camp is run by her family? Maybe this is called sour grapes because you can't eat them? TSK, that's really sour. Is it so difficult to admit that others are outstanding? It's not difficult. I think Jiang Fuyue is really awesome. She's so awesome. That person. He kept quiet and didn't even dare to speak. On the stage, Jiang Fuyue had already walked to the second whiteboard. Back to the question, explain. The physics of quasi-crystals with data support. The vagueness of this question is tantamount to asking a bubble to rise from underwater to the surface, and analyzing the force on the bubble from a physical point of view. No numbers, no conditions. You have to set up your own situation and analyze hypotheses. At the same time, you have to consider the influence of various external factors, such as the change in temperature, the effect of wind, and even the influence of water density. What should we do? This question hit the bottom of everyone's heart. Yes, there were a lot of threads and threads. It seemed that they could cut into it from any angle, but they didn't dare to do it rashly. Jiang Fuyue gave everyone 5 seconds to think, and then continued, this requires us to build a new theoretical framework in our minds. As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Even Yan Zhenfeng couldn't help but open his eyes wide, as if he had heard something ridiculous. He even wanted to laugh at her ignorance and shamelessness. Listen, to build a new theoretical framework? What kind of naive and stupid words was this? Newton had built a classical mechanical system, and Planck had founded quantum mechanics, but what was Jiang Fuyue? Was she Newton? Could she compare with Planck? She actually dared to boast about building a new system? I just want to know who gave her the courage? There should be a limit to boasting. She's really not afraid of biting her tongue. Su Qing sneered disdainfully. She's so arrogant after answering 2 questions correctly. What kind of genius goddess is she? Lu Ling mumbled, but I think she's good like this. Chen Sik-hang, huh? After all, we don't even have the courage to stand on stage and boast. The audience was silent for a moment. On the stage, Jiang Fuyue smiled and calmly accepted all the doubts and ridicule, as if she was an outsider. She said, "If scientific research is a maze, then I don't mind walking down every wrong path, because only by constantly trying can it be possible to find the right one. If a person walks out of the maze, then please believe that he must have a pair of calloused feet. If he unfortunately falls down halfway, the people behind him will continue to walk the rest of his way. Walking alone, walking with calloused hands and feet." This was the scientific research attitude that Su Kai-ching wanted to express with this question. Physics was born in the world and has never been lonely. It has a foundation of chemistry, a framework of mathematics, and the sweat and tears of countless scholars to build the skyscraper seen today. And all I can do is to do my best to add bricks and tiles. My explanation is complete, thank you. Jiang Fuyue bowed. The moment she bowed, her slender back fell into the eyes of everyone. It was obviously thin and fragile, but it seemed to carry the huge energy of science and civilization. The scene quieted down. There was no discussion, no applause. It was as if they had entered a vacuum zone and forgot how to react. Naturally, no one noticed that at the entrance, there were 2 figures standing there for a long time. Shen Wenjiao's eyes were suddenly enlightened. "Ah Yuan, this girl reminds me of you," she said. "I'm worthy of my lord." Xie Dingyuan did not speak. He just looked at the stage with a deep gaze. "Digression, the 3rd watch is here. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. This is the sister you I want to express. She is sincere and has the heart of a bright moon." An impromptu game finally ended with Jiang Fuyue's one-sided crushing. The camp opening ceremony was held as usual, and Jiang Fuyue spoke on the stage, and there were no more objections. After the end, everyone filed out, but their legs were weak and their faces were pale. You may not believe it, but my head is still buzzing. I feel like I've listened to an academic report. It's also 9 years of compulsory education. Why can Jiang Fuyue be so beautiful? To some extent, they were already rare geniuses who could be selected for the summer camp. And geniuses were arrogant. It could even be said that they were conceited. But now, this group of proud and conceited geniuses actually collectively admitted defeat. Jiang Fuyue is still the best. Ren Xinghe sighed. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, and it just reached Ling Xian's ears, but the latter was unmoved. She is usually so, He seemed to be unable to find the right adjective, and after a moment of silence, he said again, "So sharp?" That's right, Jiang Fuyue standing on the stage was like an unsheathed sword, shining with a cold light, as if she would hurt people in the next second. Ling Xian paused. "Ren Xinghe, you should have inquired about this very clearly, so why bother to ask me?" Ren Xinghe smiled. "Maybe I'm trying to get close to you?" "There's no need for that." "Why?" "We are all from Linhui, isn't it good to have more friends?" "We are not the same kind of people." "Ling Xian, if I remember correctly, you have always been the first in the grade in first high school, right? A few months ago, Jiang Fuyue suddenly appeared and squeezed you down." Ren Xinghe said meaningfully. "So what?" Ling Xian asked in a flat tone. "A person is used to standing at a high place, and he can't bear to see others acting wildly on his head." Ling Xian smiled. "That's you, not me." "It's all the same. Let me give you a sentence." Ren Xinghe, question mark. "There is always a higher mountain, and there is always someone stronger. If it wasn't Jiang Fuyue, it would be someone else." Ling Xian had stopped dreaming about being at the top of the world, thinking that no one could surpass him. After meeting Jiang Fuyue, she didn't even want to think about it. Isn't it good to be more realistic? At this moment, a man and a woman passed by, and the sound of their conversation drifted over. I just want to know how Jiang Fuyue's brain works. A computer needs to be programmed first, but she didn't even write a draft and directly gave the answer. Risby. This is called talent. There's no point in being envious. The two of them walked further and further away, and their conversation gradually became inaudible. Did you hear that? Ling Xian smirked, and there was a hint of sympathy in his words. Talent is something you can't be envious of. After that, regardless of Ren Xinghe's reaction, he strode away. After the opening ceremony, the training officially began. There were 25 people in total, which wasn't a lot. A small classroom could fit all of them. 3 coaches took turns to teach them. In addition, there was also a female teacher who was responsible for language training. As mentioned before, there were 4 common languages in the Igbo: English, French, German, and Russian. Taking into account everyone's original language foundation and short-term adaptation, English was finally chosen as the fixed language for intensive training. Therefore, the test papers that were distributed to everyone no longer saw a single Chinese character. It was densely packed in English. At first, half of them couldn't adapt. And those who adapted well were almost all students in the Beijing circle. Of course, Jiang Fuyue and Ling Xian were exceptions. Although both of them were from other provinces, one was talented, and the other had received an elite education from an early age. How could they be stumped by a small language barrier? However, Ren Xinghe was not so lucky. He was extremely uncomfortable with the change of language. When the questions that he originally knew how to do were changed to English, he didn't know anything. The teacher asked him how he usually did in English. He replied, "I never got below 140. Teacher, of course, he was not the only one who had the same problem. Almost all the people from other provinces were affected. Yan Zhenfeng was very worried about this. It had to be said that the level of English could not be improved in a day or two, but the situation of this group of students was special. They did not have a poor foundation and poor grades, but they did not know how to use it. The specific performance was that they were asked to do English test papers with higher scores, but they immediately withered when asked to do math questions in English. In desperation, Yan Zhenfeng had to separate this group of people for high-intensity language training. The rest of them received classroom training according to the normal progress. As a result, Ling Xian and Jiang Fuyue were particularly prominent among the children of the Beijing circle around them. Don't we look like 2 sheep in a pack of wolves? Ling Xian joked. Jiang Fuyue did not look up and focused on the test paper, but she still took the time to reply to him, "Why not the weasel in the chicken pen?" Haha. The young man laughed in a low voice, and his clear voice was a bit magnetic. The sun shone in from the window and hit his face, making him look more handsome and gentle. Unfortunately, Jiang Fuyue only had eyes for the test questions. She was stuck on the last question, and after looking at it, she felt that she was missing a condition. "Teacher," she called out directly and called the person in front of her. He was the coach in charge of the mechanics, thermodynamics, and molecular physics section, and his name was Qin Libin. The man was middle-aged and had a big belly, but he was humorous and lively in his lectures, and he paid special attention to Jiang Fuyue. Therefore, when he heard her call for him, he walked over with a smile. "Student Jiang, you're done again? Let me change to the next one for you." In the past 2 days, Jiang Fuyue's godlike speed and high accuracy rate had become a nightmare for all the children of the Beijing circle. Now that everyone was used to it, they calmly looked away, but the grip on the pens in their hands became tighter, and the pressure increased exponentially. They wished that they could hurry up, but when they looked down, they were still stuck on the same question. The complicated calculations and huge formulas made them bald. However, this time, Jiang Fuyue was not going to hand in the test paper. She pointed to the last question of the last question and said with certainty, "There's a condition missing here." Huh? Oblique section of 300, mass of 4 kilograms, an optical rope connected to a solid cylinder, mass of 8 kilograms, acceleration when releasing the object. If the rope is stressed, the cylinder and the body will have the same acceleration. Finally, the calculation of torque is required. Qin Libin listened and nodded. Yes, is there a problem? Jiang Fuyue, there's a lack of friction coefficient. What? Qin Libin leaned closer and looked at the question carefully again. This can't be. This is the original IPO question from previous years. How can there be a lack of conditions? However, in fact, there was a lack of conditions. Jiang Fuyue was very sure of this. Someone in the front row turned around and said coldly, Student Jiang, although you're very good, you don't have to set yourself up as a straw man by questioning the real question, right? Be careful not to screw up. Jiang Fuyue did not even look at him. Qin Libin quickly realized the problem and nodded to give Jiang Fuyue full affirmation. There's indeed a condition missing. The person in the front row. The slap in the face came too quickly, like a tornado. Ling Xian, since it's a real question, it's reasonable to say that there shouldn't be such a mistake. This was also what Qin Libin could not figure out. Jiang Fuyue pondered for a moment. Can you find the original question? Isn't this the original question? She shook her head. If I remember correctly, this question should be the first question in the theoretical section of the year that was provided by Germany in 2033. The original text should be in German. And now they had the English version in their hands. Qin Libin swallowed his saliva. His focus was not on this question, but rather, you remember it so clearly? Jiang Fuyue, I did the Chinese version before. You even know the year? Usually, I have an impression of everything I do. This was called having an impression? She could even blurt out the F*** question, was it interesting? Qin Libin's heart was in turmoil, but he did not show it on his face. How many original questions have you done? Jiang Fuyue, all of them. The students who were eavesdropping? Teacher, we're discussing this question now, not whether I've done it or not, she reminded him. Qin Libin resisted the urge to wipe his sweat. Yes, I can't break my teacher's posture. Calm down. Wait a minute, I'll go find the original question. After saying that, he ran away as if he was flying. At first glance, it looked like he was running away. About 10 minutes later, Qin Libin returned. Yan Zhenfeng came with him. Is this the question? He spread out the paper and pointed at one of the questions. Jiang Fuyue glanced at it and gave an affirmative answer. Yes, this is the original German version. Yan Zhenfeng, did you just say that the English version lacks a coefficient of friction? Yes. Jiang Fuyue had already begun to compare the two versions. You may not know this, but all the translations of our test papers are done by artificial intelligence. The probability of error is as low as 0.1%. In other words, if the English version didn't have it, then the German version definitely wouldn't have it either. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Fuyue pointed at a certain part of the German version and said in a leisurely tone, found it. Yan Zhenfeng, ? As long as my skin is thick enough, my face won't hurt. Smile. JPG Jiang Fuyue, the Germans are very strict and have an almost perverted pursuit of the accuracy of their drawings. One of the manifestations of this is that all the parameters are marked. The coefficient of friction that is not marked on the paper is marked on the side of the diagram. However, it was omitted when the paper was translated into English. Yan Zhenfeng's eyes twitched violently. In just 2 days, he had already lost count of how many times Jiang Fuyue had humiliated him in public. But he just had to be cheap. He liked to get closer to her as if he was poisoned. He just wanted to see what kind of trouble this little girl could come up with. Yan Zhenfeng was worried. If this continued, how much face would he have left as the head coach? Wait a minute, he suddenly thought of something. He glanced at Jiang Fuyue and then glanced at the original paper in her hand. The next second, his voice almost broke, you know German? The girl nodded. She seemed to be a little surprised by his intense reaction. Yan Zhenfeng took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. When he met Jiang Fuyue's puzzled eyes, he suddenly choked. Then, another even crazier guess took over his mind, don't tell me you know French and Russian as well. Jiang Fuyue smiled and replied gently, I know a little. Yan Zhenfeng let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was only a little. Can you answer the question skillfully? He asked casually. Jiang Fuyue's eyes lit up. Yes. I think it's faster to answer the questions in French than in English. So, can I answer the questions in French later? In the pursuit of minimalism, slacking, she always spared no effort. A minute faster was a minute earned. Time was money. Yan Jinfeng, ? You call this a little? I suspect you're making fun of me. Jiang Fuyue looked expectant and asked again, can I? No. Yan Jinfeng's face was solemn and expressionless. She frowned. Why? Because we don't know French. If you did it, who would grade it for you? Who would grade it for you? At this moment, a deep and slow voice came from the front left. Teacher, I'm done. I'm handing in the paper. As he spoke, he stood up from his seat. His 188 meters tall figure instantly stood out from the crowd. The young man was wearing a white t-shirt with headphones hanging around his neck. His appearance was eye-catching. At this moment, there was a gentle and indifferent expression on his face. There was a kind of calmness and indifference. He walked in front of Qin Libin and handed the paper over. Then, he nodded at Yan Jinfeng. After doing all this, he turned around and walked straight out of the classroom. His back was clear and his temperament was indifferent. Qin Libin retracted his gaze and lowered his head to look at the last question. Jiang Fuyue then realized that there was a missing parameter. How did he finish it? Yan Jinfeng also looked over. The next second, the two of them were shocked again. In the blank space next to the question, there was a handwritten addition of a condition, coefficient of friction U equals 0. 2. The missing parameters had actually been filled in by him. This meant that not only did he read the original German version, but he also memorized the questions. Yan Jinfeng and Qin Libin looked at each other and saw the seriousness on each other's faces. This batch of students was really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and glanced at the name column at the beginning of the paper. She saw 3 words written with a black pen, Lin Shumo. Digression, 4,000 words per night. Sister Yu, I'm just an ordinary little language genius. The genius young man who's on par with Sister Yu has officially revealed his name. The name sounds like a top student. Is there anything wrong with that? Wait for the notification in the comment section. Jiang Fuyue was the second to hand in her paper. Ling Xian followed closely behind. The two went to the cafeteria together. As soon as they walked to the door, they bumped into Lin Shumo. Who was coming out? The two sides passed by each other without looking at each other. The food at Q University was quite sumptuous. Jiang Fuyue took a photo and sent it to Xianxia. The little guy was drooling. Sister, I want to go too. There are so many delicious food. He rubbed his hands excitedly. Jiang Fuyue promised to take him to the capital for 2 days after the training was over. Really? Can I? His eyes were sparkling like a little deer. Jiang Fuyue gave him an affirmative answer again. Sister, you are so nice. After that, the little guy was shy. His cheeks were pink and his chin was buried in his collar, leaving only the top of his head on the screen. Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but move her fingers at that time. Well, she missed him. What are you so happy about? Ling Xian's voice pulled back Jiang Fuyue's wandering thoughts. She lowered her eyes, put a piece of pork rib into her mouth, and replied faintly, nothing. Ling Xian's eyes flashed slightly. He knew that she didn't want to say, so he didn't ask again. He was very sensible. The two finished lunch quietly and went back to bed. On the way, Jiang Fuyue met an acquaintance. Hello, I am Ren Xinghe. You should remember me, right? I am also from Linhuai. What's the matter? She was polite and alienated. The boy's smile didn't change, as if he didn't notice her coldness. We are from the same hometown. Let's get to know each other so that we can take care of each other in the future. Okay. I am in a language training class now, he said, sighing, a little disappointed and a little shy. I thought my English was very good, but I didn't expect it to be so bad in practice. Jiang Fuyue didn't answer. Instead, he continued, that day, when you were doing the exposition of the 3rd question in the lecture hall, you were speaking English. You were fluent and authentic. Did you start practicing since you were a child? If you have something to say, just say it. don't beat around the bush. Jiang Fuyue got straight to the point. Ren Xinghe's expression stiffened, and she didn't say anything for a long time. Jiang Fuyue didn't want to waste any more time. She walked around him and left. Wait. She didn't look back. Ren Xinghe simply caught up with her and went around to her. Can you tell me how you learned English? Obviously, his previous method of memorizing and doing questions was no longer useful here. If he could not graduate from the language training class as soon as possible and return to formal competition training, it would be difficult for him to keep up with the group's pace. What awaited him was the fate of ruthless elimination. Ren Xinghe was unwilling to admit defeat like this. Then, he thought of Jiang Fuyue. Look, listen, read and write. This is my method. Ren Xinghe, but why do I feel that you are patronizing me? Jiang Fuyue was not angry, nor did she defend herself. She just said, believe it or not. Do you have any opinions about me? He asked, with a trace of hurt in his eyes. Jiang Fuyue shook her head and said, no. The boy frowned, and his eyes dimmed a little. Unfortunately, Jiang Fuyue remained unmoved even though he was throwing flirtatious glances at her. We are from the same hometown. He emphasized again. So? Should we help each other? Jiang Fuyue said his next line. Ren Xinghe was taken aback. Sorry, I don't have the habit of helping villains. Who are you calling a villain? He frowned and asked. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyes faintly, as if it was a waste to have a trace of other emotions. A few words can trigger a battle. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment? Ren Xinghe's eyes flashed slightly. Since we are from the same hometown, I might as well give you a piece of advice. Put your mind on the right path, and you won't last long. After saying that, she strode away. Ren Xinghe stood in place and looked at her back without looking back. Her eyes could not hide the obscurity. Female dormitory 202. The moment Jiang Fuyue opened the door, the original lively atmosphere disappeared. The three of them stopped laughing and suddenly stopped talking. She walked in without looking sideways, as if she didn't feel anything about such an obvious exclusion. She was calm and unruly. Su Qing and Chen Sikhang exchanged a look. Jiang Fuyue went into the bathroom to wash her face, and when she came out, she had changed into pajamas and was ready for a lunch break. Who knew that as soon as she lay on the bed, she touched a wet spot? She got up suddenly and glanced at the three of them with a sharp gaze. Who did it? She said word by word. Su Qing crossed her arms and leaned against the wardrobe with a lazy expression. What do you mean by who did it? There is water on my bed. Ah. Really? She pretended to be surprised. How could this happen? Our dormitory is a bit simple, but it is not to the extent of leaking, right? Jiang Fuyue, I think you should know why. Su Qing's face sank. You'd better think before you speak. Why, do you want to slander us without any evidence? Chen Sikhang sneered. Did we really give you face? Oh. I thought how high your level was, but I didn't expect you to only play some petty tricks. The two of them looked at each other. Why was it different from what they expected? Jiang Fuyue had already stepped in front of the three of them. Her eyes swept over Lu Ling, and when they fell on Su Qing and Chen Sikhang, there was a bit of unfathomable mystery. Do you want me to teach you? What? Jiang Fuyue, splashing water is too child's play. I think there can be a more advanced game, such as this digression. The second watch is coming. The girls' dormitory is a place of trouble. I don't know if everyone has experienced it personally. The third watch is coming. By the way, I'll ask for a monthly vote. The plot you want to see can also be left in the comment section. Try to satisfy everyone. She casually grabbed something that looked like a bag of snacks. It was only the size of a palm and slapped it on their heads. Then, she quickly retreated out of the door. Su Qing and Chen Sikhang looked at each other blankly. The originally shriveled plastic bag began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, with a bang, it exploded. The smell of rotten eggs spread. The bag just happened to be hanging on their bodies, so the tragic situation could be imagined. Su Qing was stunned for a moment. She had no idea what had happened, nor did she want to know what had happened. She would rather become an unconscious tree stump or an emotionless iron rod than stand there like a dumb goose, allowing the disgusting smell to cover her body and mercilessly enter her nostrils. Xianxia wasn't any better. She had never smelled something so smelly in her life. She even suspected that she had fallen into a cesspool. In comparison, Lu Ling was much luckier. Firstly, the plastic bag didn't hit her. Secondly, she reacted quickly and dodged when she realized that something was wrong. Even so, the stench couldn't be avoided. She immediately held her breath and covered her mouth and nose. But she still smelled it. Vomit, it was really too smelly, this distance was already far enough. She couldn't imagine the expressions of Su Qing and Xianxia, who were in the middle of the stench. The earth-shattering screams that followed gave her the answer. Ah, Jiang Fuyue. What did you do? Where did this disgusting thing come from? Get it away. Get it away quickly. Ah, I'm going to die. I want to tell the coach. He wants you to get out of the summer camp. Su Qing covered her nose with a trembling hand, but her face was green and red. Her eyes were also filled with physiological tears. As she retched, she took out her phone and found the lifestyle teacher's number. Hello, is this Mr. Sun? Hurry up and come to dorm 202. Jiang Fuyue wants to kill someone. When Mr. Sun heard this, he, who was lying in bed and preparing for his afternoon nap, suddenly sat up in shock. Kill someone? Don't panic, I'll come over right away. After saying that with trembling lips, he rushed to the opposite dorm. His shoes were on the wrong side out, and his hair was a mess, but he had no time to care. In the past, there had been conflicts in the female dormitory. Quarrels and fights were common occurrences. Therefore, when he received Su Qing's call, he was not anxious at all. In fact, he even had a calm and confident feeling that said, as expected, it's like this again. But, how did it become murder? This was no joke. It was a matter of life and death. If they were not careful, the entire Q University would be lost. Mr. Sun wished he could grow wings, but the male and female dormitories were not in the same building. By the time he arrived at the entrance of room 202, panting heavily, 10 minutes had already passed. Who wants to kill? Who is it? He took a deep breath and rushed in. Su Qing pointed at Jiang Fuyue with tears streaming down her face. That's her. It wasn't that she wanted to cry, but she couldn't help it. Knock, she didn't know what this thing was, but after the odor, it began to sting her eyes. Tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. Yes, Teacher Sun, it's her. Xianxia's eyes were also red, filled with hot tears. And the person who was being accused, was sitting on a chair with her head lowered and playing with her phone. Hearing this, Jiang Fuyue looked up and smiled helplessly at the lifestyle teacher. I don't know how it turned out like this. Compared to Su Qing and Xianxia's frenzied agitation, Jiang Fuyue was calm and composed. For some reason, she had a hint of convincing power. Mr. Sun's face was stern. What exactly happened? Su Qing said, she threw something smelly at us. Jiang Fuyue, teacher, I didn't. Xianxia, she did it on purpose. It's all an act now. You mustn't believe it. Teacher, Jiang Fuyue shook her head. She was a little anxious, but her eyes were clear and honest. I didn't do it. Mr. Sun was confused. Su Qing gritted her teeth in hatred, especially when Jiang Fuyue still had a "it's not me, I'm innocent" look on her face. More importantly, the teacher actually believed it. Jiang Fuyue, do you have any shame? You have the ability to do it, but you don't have the guts to admit it? Xianxia and I are crying and smelly. The truth is right in front of us, and you still dare to quibble? Jiang Fuyue looked at the two of them in confusion and hesitated. You wanted to cry. What does it have to do with me? Also, what smelly smell? Why don't I smell it? As she spoke, she moved her nose and sniffed twice. Mr. Sun also sniffed with her. Whoosh whoosh, I don't smell anything. Is there a stench? Jiang Fuyue shook her head. No. Su Qing was dumbfounded. Xianxia was also dumbfounded. They sniffed very seriously and then widened their eyes in horror. Where's the smell of rotten eggs? Why is it gone? At this moment, Jiang Fuyue said softly, "Teacher, look, they don't smell it either." Su Qing, it must be you. You did something, that's why the smell is gone. As she spoke, she still grabbed her clothes and sniffed. How could it be? It was so smelly just now. Chen Sikhang also began to search around, trying to dig out the remnants of the stench from a corner of the dormitory. 10 minutes ago, they couldn't wait for the stench to disappear. It would be best if they could disappear as well. But now, 10 minutes later, they were crazy and wanted to experience the horror of being baptized by rotten eggs again. Why is it gone? Come out quickly, F*CK, digression, it's the third watch, the 10th grade actress, the great master of Sichuan opera, my sister Yu. Sun Kun's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't take it anymore. So, who can tell me what happened? The whole room was silent. Who called? Su Qing froze for a moment. It was me. Sun Kun, Jiang Fuyue wanted to kill someone? We were almost suffocated to death at that time. It's not wrong to say that she killed someone. Suffocated to death by what? A plastic bag. It was very smelly after it burst. Sun Kun, what about the stench? Su Qing, no. But Chen Sikhang and Lu Ling can prove it. Yes. I'm also a victim. Chen Sikhang immediately stood up and said, the plastic bag burst on us at that time. Lu Ling pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Sun Kun saw that the two of them were speaking with certainty and couldn't help but become suspicious. He turned to look at the other party. Student Jiang, is what they said true? Of course not. That plastic bag is just an ordinary packaging bag. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. She bent down and picked it up from the ground and handed it to Sun Kun. Su Qing and Chen Sikhang saw that she was so proactive and suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. Sure enough, Sun Kun checked it and there was nothing special about it. This is just an ordinary plastic bag. There's nothing special about it. As he spoke, he even sniffed it. There was a little smell, but it was definitely not the stench that the two of them described. Impossible. Su Qing was so agitated that he pulled it over and his expression became more and more uncontrollable. Why is there nothing? It's obviously very smelly. It can't be gone. Chen Sikhang suppressed the shock in her eyes and suddenly looked up at Jiang Fuyue. She saw the latter frowning slightly and her face was slightly pale. She turned sideways and hid behind Ms. Sun, looking pitiful and distressed. Pretend. Keep pretending. I'll skin you alive today. After saying that, she rushed up like a shrew and reached out to grab Jiang Fuyue's hair. The latter was like a slippery fish. When she made a move, she quietly swam away. It was a pity that Sun Kun, who stood in front of her, became the scapegoat. Chen Sikhang looked at the wig that she had pulled off with a horrified expression. Her rationality also came back to her in an instant. She realized that she had done something stupid and she was like a punctured balloon. As for Sun Laosher, his face was so dark that it was impossible to look at it. Nonsense. He snatched his wig back and hurriedly put it on. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. You are here to participate in the competition training and win glory for the country, not to form cliques. Whoever is isolated today will be ostracized tomorrow. Sun Kun's words were completely biased towards Jiang Fuyue, convicting Su Qing and Chen Sikhang. Teacher. It's my fault for ripping off your wig, but you can't be indiscriminate. At the mention of the wig, Sun Kun subconsciously clenched her toes. I'm indiscriminate? He was so angry that he laughed. Where's the evidence? Do you have any evidence? The two of them were stunned. He looked at Su Qing. You said that Jiang Fuyue wanted to kill you. How did she do it? Where's the weapon? Then she turned to Chen Sikhang. You said she threw something smelly on you. Where's the thing? Don't tell me it's this plastic bag. Even if there's nothing, the stench should still be there, right? His words made the two of them speechless. It was only at this moment that Su Qing and Chen Sikhang finally understood where Jiang Fuyue's confidence came from. She was sure that they had no evidence, so she didn't stop them when she called the teacher. When the teacher came, she didn't panic. Now that she was facing questioning, she continued to be an innocent white lotus without blushing or panting. She had already calculated everything. She watched coldly as they struggled and jumped up and down like idiots. Too scheming. At that moment, Su Qing's eyes were red with hatred. She caught a glimpse of the plastic bag that was thrown aside and suddenly thought of something. Her eyes burst with a shocking light. Teacher. I have a way to prove it. Sun Kun looked doubtful. It's true. I know there's a kind of prank called a stink bomb. It's a plastic bag filled with sodium sulfide powder and oxalic acid. After it's shaken, the oxalic acid and sodium sulfide react to produce hydrogen sulfide. This kind of gas is very smelly. When people smell it, they will have symptoms of nausea, vomiting, and tears. It's exactly the same as what we're experiencing now. Su Qing had never been so glad that her chemistry grades were good. She looked up at Jiang Fuyue, hoping to see panic and fear on her face. But there was none. She still had that self-pitying look, but it represented another kind of hidden calmness. She was fearless. How could she still hold it? That little trick of his had already been seen through. Su Qing thought that she would refute or at least deny it. Unfortunately, before Jiang Fuyue could speak, Sun Kun said, "Student Su, as a teacher, I'm very pleased that you can apply what you've learned, but," he changed the topic, "it's boring if you don't learn well. First of all, sodium sulfide and oxalic acid are powders. If these two things were in the bag, it wouldn't be as clean as it is now." As he spoke, he picked up the plastic bag and handed it to Su Qing. The latter reached inside and wiped it. It was clean, without any powders. Sun Kun continued, "Moreover, hydrogen sulfide is a gas with a pungent smell. Without the help of external objects, it's difficult to disperse it so cleanly in a short period of time." And from the time he received the call to the time he appeared in female dormitory 202, only 10 minutes had passed. "Do you have any other questions?" Su Qing was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that what Jiang Fuyue had done could be wiped clean without leaving any trace. No, there must be a way. She glanced at Lu Ling from the corner of her eye. "Teacher." Lu Ling was also there. "She can testify." In an instant, all eyes were focused on Lu Ling, including Jiang Fuyue. Sun Kun asked, "Student Lu, what do you say?" Lu Ling stammered, her eyes looking weak. Su Qing was so anxious that she stomped her feet. "Say it. Did you see Jiang Fuyue throw the plastic bag at us, and then the bag exploded, filling the entire dormitory with a foul smell?" Lu Ling nodded, not daring to look at Jiang Fuyue. Yes, that's right. "Teacher, listen, it was Jiang Fuyue who did it." Sun Kun glanced at the three of them, then looked back at Jiang Fuyue. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that the three of them were ganging up to bully a foreign student. Moreover, she was a top student. After entering the camp for 2 days, Jiang Fuyue's astonishing performance had already spread among the teachers. Her powerful thinking, calculation, and language skills, as well as her frighteningly fast problem-solving speed, were all hot topics among the coaches. Although Sun Kun was only in charge of managing the daily lives of this batch of students and did not participate in the training, he was still a professor in Q University's chemistry department. He was the kind of person who taught graduate students. When he encountered a good seedling, he would naturally pay more attention and favor her. Which teacher wouldn't like a good student? At this moment, Jiang Fuyue also spoke, "Teacher Sun, you came at the right time. I also have something to report." "What is it?" "They poured mouthwash on my bed, and the blanket is still wet." "What? There's actually such a thing?" Sun Kun's sharp gaze instantly landed on the three of them. Su Qing's face turned pale, and she denied, "I didn't." Xianxia followed closely behind. "What mouthwash?" "I don't know." Lu Ling also shook her head. Sun Kun immediately glanced at Jiang Fuyue's bed, and there was indeed a large water stain on it. The truth was right in front of them. "What else do you have to say?" "Su Qing, her bed is wet, but it can't prove that we did it." "What if she did it herself?" Sun Kun was expressionless. "Would you pour water on your own bed for no reason?" Su Qing muttered softly, "It's not impossible. Who knows if she wants to frame us?" Chen Sikang rolled his eyes. Teacher, I suspect that she's changing the topic. Lu Ling just stood up to testify, and she jumped out as well. Why didn't she say it earlier or later? She waited until now to speak up. There must be a problem. Suddenly, a sobbing sound was heard. Everyone looked over and saw that Jiang Fuyue, who had been silent, was now pale. Her eyes were filled with shock and disappointment, and her body was also trembling slightly because of her emotions. It made people unconsciously think of the pear blossoms being mercilessly blown by the wind in the rainstorm. She looked wronged, pitiful, and pitiful. I put up with your bullying again and again for the sake of being classmates and roommates. I thought that as time passed, we would get to know each other better, and our relationship would slowly improve. However, I underestimated how shameless you are, and I also overestimated the quality of the students in the capital. It turns out that wantonly slandering, bullying, and targeting is your true colors. Jiang Fuyue was heartbroken, and every word was bleeding. It turns out that being bad is not differentiated by age or gender. Just because you come from wealthy families and are high above others, you can trample on others without any scruples? Sun Kun's eyes turned red when she heard this. Look at such a good student, but she was treated so unfairly. This was only the matter that had been brought to the surface. How many of them had not been made public or had been deliberately erased? Su Qing and the others' faces turned green and red, as if they were on fire. She flew into a rage out of humiliation. We didn't do it. Jiang Fuyue is slandering us. If you have the ability, show us the evidence. The reason Jiang Fuyue used to trick them just now was now their protection. This? Sun Kun's eyes showed that she was in a difficult position. Digression, 3,000 words, 2:00 in the afternoon. Without evidence, it wasn't easy to handle. But the next second, Jiang Fuyue, I have evidence. Sun Kun, exclamation point. Su Qing and the other two? She took out her phone and tapped on it twice before passing it to Sun Kun. The latter looked at it hesitantly. The next second, her eyes suddenly widened. Jiang Fuyue was still calm. Su Qing and Chen Sikhang stood opposite her, craning their necks to look at the phone screen. But because of the reflection, they couldn't see the content clearly. They could only secretly guess by observing the changes in Sun Kun's expression. The more they looked, the more their hearts sank. Teacher Sun. Su Qing called out anxiously. Sun Kun turned a deaf ear. She turned to look at Chen Sikhang, a strong sense of uneasiness rising spontaneously. Suddenly, Student Su, Student Chen, let me ask you one more time. Did you wet Student Zhang's bedsheets on purpose? Sun Kun put down her phone and pressed the screen against her palm. She looked at the two of them with an unprecedented sharpness. Think carefully before you answer. Su Qing's eyes flashed. Then, she firmly denied it. No. Chen Sikhang also nodded randomly. It was impossible for them to admit it. As long as there was no evidence, even Sun Kun couldn't do anything to them. Humph. Look at what you've done. Sun Kun sneered. She turned the phone around and aimed the screen at the two of them. A video was playing, a surveillance video? It clearly recorded the whole process of Su Qing and Chen Sicheng's prank. Yes, Jiang Fuyue said that they poured mouthwash on her bed. Take note, it was mouthwash and not water. This meant that she had seen the video but didn't mention it. She was waiting for Su Qing to invite Sun Kun over and then take out the video to complain, it was too dark. Step by step, the plan was to make Su Qing shoot herself in the foot. Teacher Sun, it's not like that. Let me explain, what else is there to explain? The surveillance video recorded it clearly. I'll report it truthfully. You guys can wait for the results. After saying that, she adjusted the wig on her head and left in big strides. Jiang Fuyue took back her phone. She no longer looked pitiful and weak. Her eyes became cold, and her expression was no longer timid. Su Qing gritted his teeth. You did it on purpose. She smiled. Is there a difference whether I did it on purpose or not? The result will be the same anyway. You installed a camera without permission. This is illegal. Do you know that? First of all, I didn't install a camera. I just happened to turn on the car mode of the tablet so that it has the function of a driving recorder. It just happened to capture you guys, that's all. Secondly, the camera is facing my own bed. It didn't violate any of your privacy. If you want to call the police or sue, feel free to do so. I'll accompany you to the end. You, classmate Su, Jiang Fuyue gently brushed away Su Qingsong's hand that was pointing at her and smiled gently. Before you bully someone, you should be prepared to be bullied back. Otherwise, how embarrassing would it be if you were caught off guard like today? So you've already dug a hole. I've underestimated you. I've already dug a hole. If you don't jump in, there's nothing I can do. Su Qing was trembling with anger. The fear in his heart could not be ignored. How did you do it? She asked. Jiang Fuyue raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Hydrogen sulfide. Oh, I added something that helps the smell to evaporate. You've already prepared this, haven't you? Su Qing glanced at the plastic bag by her feet. Jiang Fuyue, it's better to be prepared. In the evening, Su Qing and Chen Sicheng's punishment was announced. They would be given a serious demerit and would have to stay in the camp for observation. If they committed the same crime again, they would be disqualified from the competition. Jiang Fuyue was quite satisfied with this. Yan Jinfeng personally called her to ask about her situation. After comforting her for a long time, he hung up reluctantly. The matter was blown out of proportion. Soon, everyone knew about it. Su Qing is so good, but she still fell. Sister Yu is indeed extraordinary. Sister Yu? Jiang Fuyue? Why do you call her that? Can't I call the good one sister? I was bored yesterday, so I went to Linan First High School's campus forum. They also called Jiang Fuyue that. I heard that the teachers in First High School occasionally call her that behind her back. Tisk, you're like a bootlicker. I like it. Why do you care? Speaking of which, they're already here. Are we just going to sit here and do nothing? What does it have to do with you? Don't interfere in the grudges between girls. Don't forget that Su Qing and Chen Sikhang are in the same circle as us. They were humiliated, which means they didn't give face to the entire Beijing circle. As the saying goes, you have to look at the owner before you hit a dog. You're making a mountain out of a molehill. Moreover, they provoked Jiang Fuyue first. Who can they blame for being inferior and getting killed? Don't you think so, young Master Lin? Not far away, the young man flipped through the original English book in his hand. When he heard this, he did not stop. His well-defined fingers brushed across the brand-new pages, making a slight rustling sound. Everyone couldn't help but stop talking and look at him. It was said that the Beijing circle was a circle. Since it was a circle, the people in it were divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes. If Su Qing and Chen Sikhang were low class, then the young man in front of them was undoubtedly at the top of the pyramid. He was like a sole figure. They only heard him speak softly, with a trace of indifference in his laziness, digression, 2,000 words in the second watch, a little later in the third watch asking for a vote, fish heart. It has nothing to do with me. After that, he closed his book and left. Her back was clear and elegant, lonely and arrogant. Yes, Lin Shimo never cared about the business of the circle. He never even admitted that he was a member of the circle. However, he was from the Lin family, which was a noble family. In order to improve the standards of the circle, he was always unilaterally pulled into the circle. Fortunately, although he did not admit it, he never denied it. At that moment, the crowd did not find it strange. They watched his back as he walked away and continued to discuss whether to teach Jiang Fuyue a lesson. I think it's necessary to give her a proper warning. What kind of warning? With your mouth? Su Qing's mouth was quite harsh, but what happened in the end? Then, should we bring a few people and teach her a lesson? Are you crazy? Fighting and brawling during the training, are you tired of living? Besides, Su Qing and Chen Sikhang were punished. Several coaches are watching us now. If we fight, they will definitely catch us. Who will take the blame? This time, no one spoke. It was not easy to get a seat in the competition. They were here to participate in the training, not to be arrogant. No one was a fool who would ruin their future just because of a dispute over personal feelings. But we can't just let it go, right? A boy who was close to Su Qing and Chen Sikhang mumbled. We can't just let it go. The leader rubbed his chin and smiled faintly. Then please go and give Jiang Fuyue a verbal warning. The boy was stunned and his eyes widened. Me? Yes, I see that you have a lot of complaints about Jiang Fuyue. I'm afraid you have a lot of complaints. This is a good opportunity for you to vent. Take advantage of it. After that, he patted him on the shoulder as if he had high hopes for him. Then, he left. The others also left in twos and threes. Wang Haojuan, who was left with a heavy burden, was dumbfounded and did not react for a long time. The next day, Jiang Fuyue noticed that someone was constantly looking at her in class. She ignored it. She wrote down the answer to the last question of the last question. Miss, hand in the paper. Miss, hand in the paper. Another voice sounded at the same time. Jiang Fuyue turned to look and coincidentally met the other's line of sight. They met in midair and retreated at the same time. Lin Shimo's face was expressionless, like an otherworldly bodhisattva. Jiang Fuyue lowered his eyebrows and looked calm. Qin Li Bing received their test papers and immediately took them to the podium to compare their answers. As expected, he was right again. He looked at the half-finished test paper beside him and had to admit, I'm getting old. Jiang Fuyue went straight to the cafeteria while Lin Shimo walked toward the school gate. They ran in opposite directions and did not talk to each other. Outside the school gate, Xianxia wore a pair of sunglasses and leaned against a sports car, staring at the school gate under the scorching sun. When he finally saw the familiar figure, he immediately stood up straight. Little Momo, here. Lin Shimo's forehead twitched, and he couldn't help but say. Don't say that. TSK, after shouting for so many years, isn't it too late to apologize now? Lin Shimo asked, why are you looking for me? I've been training in seclusion recently. If you want to have fun, go find Lian Chenkai. He's bored out of his mind at home. TSK, what fun. I'm a good student now. Lin Shimo smiled and looked at him from head to toe. You really changed after a trip to Linhui? Zhongxiang pursed his lips. Believe it or not. You didn't come to me today just to say a few words, right? Hee hee. Zhongxiang rubbed his hands together. Lin Shimo saw his actions and instinctively felt that something bad was going to happen. Sure enough, do me a favor. What favor? Lin Shimo was on guard. Zhongxiang opened the car door and took out a thermos, then, he handed it to him. Lin Shimo did not dare to take it. What is it? Chicken soup. Zhongxiang said, take it first. I closed the door. Lin Shimo reluctantly took it, his ears a little red. The food in Q University is pretty good. You don't have to make this for me, it's too much. Who said it's for you? Lin Shimo, question mark. Hee hee, please help me pass this to Jiang Fuyue. Tell her that it's from me, personally. Lin Shimo, who? Jiang Fuyue. You should know her, right? This time, she's participating in the summer camp with you. She's, quite a pretty girl. She has a slim waist and long legs. When she's not smiling, she's like a goddess. You're giving her soup? Lin Shimo frowned and looked at him suspiciously. What's your relationship with her? We're classmates. Zhongxiang's eyes flashed and his neck turned abnormally red. Lin Shimo said confidently, you like her. TSK, you're indeed my brother. You're so right. Zhongxiang punched him on the shoulder and laughed in high spirits. You know her from Linhui? Zhongxiang, yeah. You two are together? Not yet. I'm still courting her. Lin Shimo sneered. No wonder you're so attentive. You even used such a lousy method like giving her soup. What lousy method? This is called sincerity. I asked my mom to make it herself. It's delicious. Lin Shimo had tasted Xia Yunzao's cooking before. TSK, will she accept it if I give it to her? What if she doesn't want it? Zhongxiang had already thought about it. If she doesn't want it, you can drink it. You don't have to waste it. Lin Shimo, question mark. In any case, you must deliver it to her. Xianxia exhorted before he left. Lin Shimo looked at the sports car and then looked down at the thermos in his hand. His expression was indescribable. On the other hand, Jiang Fuyue had already finished her lunch and was about to go back to the dormitory. At this time, the others had just finished their classes and were rushing into the cafeteria. The benefits of handing in her paper early were magnified. She didn't have to line up, she didn't have to reserve a seat, she could choose the freshest dishes, and she could even have a few more minutes of lunch break. Jiang Fuyue. Stop right there. An angry shout came from behind her, but it wasn't hard to tell that it was just a show of strength. She turned around and saw an unfamiliar face. The boy was a trendy model from head to toe. He was about 1.75 meters tall and was not very tall. He was on the skinny side and had a bright red pimple on his nose. You called me? Wang Haojuan finally mustered up the courage to shout, but when Jiang Fuyue really turned to look at him and scanned him from head to toe with an indifferent gaze, he suddenly cowered. Did you call me? She asked again. Yes. It was me. You stuttered? No. Wang Haojuan wanted to slap himself. Why did he drop the ball at such a crucial time? Jiang Fuyue didn't smile. She didn't even have any other expression. Why are you looking for me? You. Su Qing and Chen Sikang, straighten your tongue before you speak. It's too noisy. Wang Haojuan was confused. This was the first time the young master had been despised so openly. He was a little confused. Jiang Fuyue, however, walked away. Wait, he reacted and chased after her. This time, he straightened his tongue and spilled out his words. What you did to Su Qing and Chen Sikang has seriously offended our circle. Jiang Fuyue waited for him to continue, but he stopped. That's it? Of course not. Wang Haojuan wanted to see her reaction, but he didn't see anything and was even criticized for being slow. F***ck. I'm here today to warn you. Don't try to provoke the people in our circle, or else. He stopped again. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. She had to say something. Or else what? Wang Haojuan saw that she was finally going according to his pace and couldn't help but feel proud. Or else I'll let you know what's good for you. Jiang Fuyue. Idiot. She thought that he could say something good, but it turned out that he wasn't. He was a fake. She instantly lost her interest. Next time, send someone more decent. As for you. Forget it, she couldn't be bothered to comment. Wang Haojuan, ? He felt offended. Jiang Fuyue hadn't walked far, and before she could leave the sight of the idiot behind her, she saw Lin Shimo walking towards her. But this time, his gaze was fixed on her body. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and looked back at him. Why, was the Beijing circle planning to use peaceful means before resorting to force, sending an idiot to test her and then using the big boss to bite her? Although she didn't deliberately ask, Jiang Fuyue knew that Lin Shimo was a top figure in that circle. Jiang Fuyue's premonition was right. Not only was he staring at her, but he also stopped in front of her. Jiang Fuyue? The young man's voice had a texture like that of a clear spring stone. His voice was cool and clear. Many people looked at the two of them curiously. Even Wang Haojuan, ? Why was young Master Lin here? Didn't he say that he didn't care? What's up? Jiang Fuyue tilted her head and looked at him. Lin Shimo didn't say anything else. He shoved the thermos into her arms and walked away. Jiang Fuyue, ? Wang Haojuan, ! Jiang Fuyue didn't have to wonder for too long. Soon, she received a message from an unknown number. Xianxia had sent her some soup and asked Lin Shimo to pass it to her. He told her to remember to drink it and to accept his friend request on WeChat. Jiang Fuyue opened WeChat and saw a little red dot on her contact list. She thought about it and accepted it. She sent a message to Xianxia, forget about the soup. He replied almost instantly, hehe, it's up to you whether you want to drink it or not. This tactic of retreating in order to advance was still effective. At the very least, it made Jiang Fuyue frown slightly as she looked at the heavy thermos in her arms. Lin Shimo was eating in the cafeteria. No one dared to sit in the empty space in front of him and around him. Thus, a vacuum was created. He was inside, and the clamor of a mortal world around him was left outside. It was cold, but also lonely. His face was expressionless as he put a piece of pork rib into his mouth. Physical was playing in his headphones. Review: an article in the latest issue of Letters was about multi-user time-energy entanglement swapping based on dense wavelength division multiplication frequency generation. For the first time in the world, a dense wavelength division multiplexed DWDM quantum network based on quantum entanglement exchange was proposed. Young Master Lin. Someone approached him and spoke carefully. Lin Shimo looked up. Wang Haojuan swallowed hard and placed the thermos in front of him. Jiang Fuyue asked me to give it to you. He turned and ran away. Lin Shimo looked at the thermos in front of him. His eyes were filled with confusion. She came back? He took out his phone and called Xianxia. The other end picked up quickly. Little Momo, what's up? Judging from his tone, he seemed to be in a good mood. Accompanied by the sound of the wind brought by the sports car, it was the young man's unique high-spirited and flamboyant attitude. Lin Shimo sneered. He didn't know if this guy would still be so excited after hearing what he was going to say next. He said, Jiang Fuyue returned the chicken soup. Unexpectedly, the person on the other end laughed and replied with an "oh." He wasn't surprised at all. If you want to return it, then return it. Anyway, I gave it to you. He even got his hands on WeChat. Lin Shimo frowned. That's it? Otherwise? I thought you were going to throw your phone and curse. TSK, what year is this? I'm already an adult. Haven't you heard that an adult's breakdown is always silent? Heh. You're breaking down? I can't tell. Thank you. Since she doesn't want it, you can drink it. Don't waste it. My mom got up early in the morning to make it. You're lucky. Lin Shimo snorted. Who cares? Yes. Young Master Lin, if you don't want it, I'll beg you to drink it, okay? Lin Shimo couldn't be bothered to argue with him. I'm hanging up. He put down his phone and couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he pursed his lips. He even rubbed his hands subconsciously before opening the thermos. The moment he opened the thermos, the hot steam hit his face. He took a sip. It's so fragrant. On the other end, Xianxia drove all the way back to the old house just in time for lunch. It wasn't the Zhong family's old house, but the Xia family's house. It wasn't easy for his uncle to move from Linhui. Naturally, it was necessary to welcome him back home. Early in the morning, the whole family was called over by Grandma. Xianxia was fine. She was a rich woman and lacked everything except time. But Zhong Yuni, he actually followed him here. It was really a rare sight. Zhongxiang parked the car and played with the car keys as he walked. He didn't even have time to take off his sunglasses. As he walked through the garden, he unexpectedly bumped into Zhong Yuni. He stopped in his tracks. The man was wearing a suit and had a tall figure. Even though he was in his 40s, he still maintained himself like a young man. At this moment, he was staring at him with a frown. Zhongxiang restrained his smile and the corners of his lips gradually flattened. Because of the sunglasses, his expression couldn't be seen clearly. Dad, he called out, but it was only a single word. Then, he raised his foot again and brushed past him, heading straight inside. Zhongxiang, stop right there. What's the matter? He stopped but didn't turn around. The relationship between father and son wasn't good to begin with. Half a year ago, the incident of the transfer of schools almost pushed their relationship to the brink of a cliff. Fortunately, Xia Yunzhao mediated between them. In the end, Xia Dingyuan relented and took him away. Is this how you treat your elders? Zhong Yuni's tone suddenly deepened. His imposing manner was suffocating. Fortunately, Zhongxiang was already used to it. In addition, he had been in Linhui for half a year, so he wasn't afraid of him. I've always been like this. Is there a problem? Little brat, you've grown wings after being away for half a year? In the past, he would have felt a little guilty when he said this to Zhongxiang. Now, he didn't know if it was because he was used to being beaten by Jiang Fuyue or being beaten by her fists. In short, he was quite calm now. Don't you want to see me take charge of things and grow up? That's exactly what you want. Why aren't you satisfied? You're so hard to please. Zhong Yunyi's eyebrows twitched. It's fine. I'm going in. It's so hot outside. I don't know why I came out, Zhong Yunyi who came out swaying, ? Take off your sunglasses. Zhong Xiang frowned. What does it have to do with you whether I take them off or not? The man suppressed the throbbing pain in his temples and said word by word, you're not dignified in front of your elders. TSK, my grandparents don't mind. What do you have to say? Don't make me say it again. Grandma said that I can take them off because I'm dressed so handsome. But you have to ask for her permission first. Ong, you're back. Speaking of the devil, Madame Fu's gentle and kind voice sounded like the sound of nature. Grandma, I'm back. Why are you sweating so much? Come, wipe it. She handed him the handkerchief as she spoke. Zhongxiang took the handkerchief and sniffed it. It smells so good. The old lady raised her eyebrows proudly. It's Chinese rose amber. How is it? Since my grandma made it, it must be the best of the best. There's nothing to say. You're such a sweet talker. The old lady was instantly overjoyed. Zhongxiang glanced at his father who was standing behind and being completely ignored. He deliberately provoked him. Grandma, look at my sunglasses. Don't I look handsome? The old lady looked at him seriously and nodded. Yes. Hee, then I won't take them off. He deliberately raised his voice so that the people behind could hear him clearly. Don't take them off, don't take them off. You're indeed my grandson. You look better than those celebrities. Come, let's go in. It's quite hot outside, alright. Zhong Xiang eagerly followed him. Suddenly, the old lady stopped in her tracks as if she just remembered her son-in-law. She turned around and called out, Yuni, come in too. Her voice was gentle, calm, and kind. However, it was far from the intimacy she had with Zhong Xiang. Zhong Yuni nodded. Coming. In the house, the dishes were already on the table. Xia Yunzhao saw that the old lady went out to fetch Zhong Xiang on such a hot day. She couldn't help but chide her. Mom, he's a grown man. It's not like he can't find his way. Madame Fu, I'm happy too. Xia Yunzhao. She didn't know how to continue. Ong. The old lady led him to the sofa and sat him down. Her voice was as gentle as water. Why are you out so early in the morning? Zhong Xiang paused in his action of holding his phone. He looked up and grinned. Hee. Grandma, are you trying to get information out of me? Madame Fu wasn't flustered. How can you call that? I'm just concerned about you. I didn't even sleep early in the morning and waited for your mom to finish cooking the chicken soup. Then, I rushed out with a thermos. It should be in the hands of the little girl by now, right? Zhongxiang touched the bridge of his nose and smiled foolishly. Yes. Wait, something's not right. What little girl? His eyes flashed. He actually fell for it. The old lady didn't expose him. She just smiled and said, this is the first time you've taken something from home to give to someone. It's not those trinkets that can be bought with money. It's a bowl of chicken soup. Zhongxiang blinked. What's wrong with chicken soup? It seems that you really like the little girl. Zhongxiang blushed but still refused to admit it. Of course not. Madame Fu smiled but didn't say anything. Xia Yunzhao ordered the servants to set the table. Then, she turned to Zhongxiang. Go and ask your grandpa and uncle to come down for dinner. Okay. Zhongxiang ran upstairs. Zhong Yunyi frowned. He's still as immature as ever. Xia Yunzhao heard him and said indifferently, you weren't much better than him when you were his age. I'm talking about Zhongxiang. Why are you talking about me? I'm just comparing. Why are you so anxious? Zhong Yunyi said, it's because you've spoiled him that he's so lawless and arrogant now. After that, he left in a huff. Xia Yunzhao looked at the man's back as he walked away. For a moment, she was stunned. Then, she quickly set the table as if nothing had happened. On the second floor, Xianxia went to call the old master. Then, he turned around and pushed open Xie Dingyuan's door. "Uncle, it's time to eat." Before the last two words left his mouth, Xianxia froze on the spot, dumbstruck. Digression, 3,000 words per chapter, 1. 2 p.m. Xie Dingyuan quietly closed his laptop. Xianxia reacted and rushed in. "Uncle, were you looking at a woman's photo just now?" She was wearing shorts with suspenders, long legs and a slim waist. Her skin was as white as snow. It must be a woman. Unfortunately, his uncle was too fast and there was a distance between them. Xianxia did not see her face clearly. Xie Dingyuan asked, "Why are you looking for me?" "Hee, my dear uncle, don't change the topic." As he spoke, his eyes looked as if they wanted to drill into his laptop. "Get out." The man's voice suddenly deepened. "Io. He was anxious. Xianxia did not leave but sat on the edge of the bed. The sight of this caused the veins on Xie Dingyuan's forehead to bulge. He seemed to be unable to endure it, and he gritted his teeth as he ordered, "Get up." "I can get up, but you have to tell me who's in the photo." "Dream on." "Oh. You were looking at a beautiful woman. Now you admit it?" Even idiots have times when they suddenly become smart. Xie Dingyuan looked at him coldly. Xianxia swallowed his saliva and subconsciously tensed up. He only wanted to escape now, however, curiosity won out. He forced himself not to move and gritted his teeth. "Uncle, tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone else." "Really?" He tried to show his loyalty. His eyes were full of sincerity. Xie Dingyuan said, "You're mistaken. That's impossible. My eyesight is very good. It's obviously a woman." The more he tried to hide it, the more it meant that there was a problem. Xianxia did not dare to say the last sentence. He was afraid that he would really anger Xie Dingyuan. If that happened, the situation would be out of his control. Therefore, he took the opportunity to dig up as much as he could. "Ahem. Is it your girlfriend?" He cleared his throat and pretended to ask. Xie Dingyuan was expressionless. "I'll say it again. Get up." Xianxia didn't listen. He even deliberately moved around, causing the bedsheets to wrinkle. Such an action was simply unbearable for someone with mysophobia and obsessive-compulsive disorder. Xie Dingyuan's temples twitched violently twice. He directly reached out and pulled Xianxia up, like an eagle catching a chick. "You don't even knock before entering someone else's room." "Uncle, now I suspect that you're guilty, and I have evidence." Xianxia began to struggle with his hands and feet, and his mouth was not idle. He was a professional at angering Xie Dingyuan. As expected, a certain someone's face darkened even more. "Take care of yourself and stop worrying about others. You're not just anyone. You're my uncle. Like my mother and grandmother, I can't bear to see you still single at such an old age. That's why I paid special attention to you. Look, where else can you find such a considerate nephew like me? You're just lucky." "Shut up. Uncle, tell me the truth. Am I going to have an aunt?" "Xianxia, why are you so annoying?" I can hear a hint of anger in your voice. So I'm really going to have an aunt?" He widened his eyes. "The one in the photo?" Xie Dingyuan's eyes narrowed, and he threw him out of the door. "Nonsense. No." Xianxia steadied himself. "Then who's in the photo? Why are you sneaking around and not showing it to anyone?" "No one." After that, Xie Dingyuan slammed the door shut. Xianxia stood outside the door, pulled at his wrinkled collar, and muttered to himself, "There's obviously a woman." Still not admitting it, inside the room, Xie Dingyuan turned on his computer again. The screen lit up, and there was indeed a photo of a woman on it. However, there was also information about her investigation beside it. The photo was only sent as an attachment. At that time, Xie Dingyuan didn't know why, but with a shake of the mouse and a click of his fingertips, the photo was selected and enlarged. She seemed to like wearing suspenders. He had seen her wearing this several times. Two thin strings hung on her thin shoulders, which made her skin look even fairer and her bones look even more slender. However, in Xie Dingyuan's eyes, there were only two words to describe it: not dignified. What if the thin straps broke? Was there a need for the neckline to be so low? Couldn't the hem be longer and wider? At least, she shouldn't have wrapped her waist so tightly. It was fine to wrap it up, but the key was that she hadn't wrapped it up completely. Her fair skin was exposed, and anyone could see it blatantly. Xie Dingyuan snorted coldly and closed the photo. The girl's beautiful peach blossom eyes disappeared before his eyes. The whole world was quiet. He turned off his computer, but he didn't delete the photo intentionally or unintentionally. Outside the door, Xianxia didn't leave. He shouted at him, "Grandma wants you to come down for dinner." Before Xie Dingyuan opened the door and came out, he saw two servants coming upstairs. Xianxia asked, "What are you doing?" "Young master asked us to change the bedsheets." Xianxia said, "He just came home." "The bedsheets have been changed." One of the servants nodded. "Yes, they have been changed. It's clean." "Then why?" Xianxia was stunned. Did Xie Dingyuan want to change the bedsheets just because he sat for a while? As it turned out, that was indeed the case. Young master said that a stray cat came into the room just now and dirted his bedsheets. "Why is there a stray cat in the house?" "That's strange." "Stray cat Xianxia? ? He felt that he was being despised. At this moment, Xie Dingyuan opened the door and came out. He walked past Xianxia and went straight downstairs. The two servants hurried in to clean up. "Uncle, wait for me." He chased after him and smiled. "Let me see the photo again. I'm sure I can recognize it." Xie Dingyuan ignored him. "Do you believe that I won't tell Grandma?" Digression, it's time for the second watch period. Wait for the third watch period to be notified in the comments section. I'll try to be early. Xie Dingyuan paused in his steps. Xianxia was immediately alarmed. Just kidding, hee. The two of them went downstairs one after the other. Xie Yunzhao hurriedly called out, "Ah Yuan, it's time to eat." "Okay." Xianxia said faintly, "Mom, you didn't even call me." "Do you still need to call me?" "No one is more enthusiastic than you when it comes to eating and drinking." Xianxia, the Xie family did not have the rule of not talking when eating or sleeping, but Xie Dingyuan did. Therefore, at the huge dining table, Xie Dingyuan was the only one who buried his head in his food while the others chatted in low voices. When he sat there, it was as if he had a barrier that separated the two worlds. Fortunately, after so many years, everyone was used to it. If one day Xie Dingyuan suddenly became talkative, that would be terrifying. Mrs. Fu used the serving chopsticks to put a big red prawn in her son's bowl. "Ah Yuan, eat more. You've been in Linhuai for so long that you've lost weight." "Thank you, Mom." Mrs. Fu looked at him with a pained expression. Xianxia pursed his lips. Lost weight? Of course not. His uncle's perverted eating habits were strictly calculated. He did not smoke or drink, and did not eat anything too salty or spicy. He was a walking health machine. The words fat and thin would never appear on him. Only his mother would see thin people. Unexpectedly, Xie Yunzhao also nodded. Xiao Jiu often stays in the laboratory for an entire day. He can't eat well, so he needs nourishment. As she said that, she picked up a big red prawn for him. Steamed, fresh and healthy. Xianxia. The rice in his bowl suddenly did not taste good. Xie Dingyuan looked at the big red prawn in his bowl and did not say anything. Even if he ate it, the amount of selenium he consumed today would exceed the limit. After the meal, Xie Dingyuan rested for a few minutes, drank a cup of green tea, and went to the garden to digest. Although Xianxia had seen this many times in Linhuai, he could not help but admire his uncle's perverted self-discipline. Awesome. After a while, Xie Yunxiang and her family arrived. Xianxia stood up and greeted, "Second aunt. Our Long is even more handsome now." Hee. Then, Xie Yunlan, Xie Yunshu, Xie Yunxian, and Xie Yunmiao also came with their families. Xianxia readily answered, "Third aunt, fourth aunt, fifth aunt, sixth aunt." Then, one by one, each of his aunts would praise him. Ong, you've grown taller again. You look so different when you grow up. You're even more handsome than your dad. You're dressed pretty cool too. Is it the trend now? No one likes you when you wear sunglasses? Our Xia family's genes are so good. Look at Ong Ang's little face. He has inherited all the good points of his grandparents. Zhong Yuni, who was sitting at the side, looked at his sisters-in-law and smiled. As for genes, it didn't matter. It wasn't important as long as everyone was happy. Madame Fu heard the noise in the living room and hurried out of the tea room. Then, a group of women surrounded him like butterflies. Mom. How have you been? I heard that little Joe is back, so I brought Ah Xiao over to take a look. Old Sun wanted to come too, but there was an emergency in City A, so he rushed over overnight to deal with it. Where's Dad and little Joe? Why haven't I seen them for so long? I brought a lot of things. I also bought some. What a coincidence. We all thought of the same thing. It's rare for you to come back. How can you come back empty-handed? As soon as they finished speaking, each family's driver carried bags of various sizes and entered one after another. Soon, the coffee table, sofa, and chairs in the living room were piled up. In the end, they just put them on the floor. They were piled up like a small mountain. Zhongxiang swallowed his saliva. His cousin, Xianxia, stood beside him with a dazed expression. My mom and the others are too scary. Zhongxiang came to his senses and advised him earnestly. It's okay. You'll get used to it. Xianxia. No wonder Brother Wei refused to come. He'd rather stay at home and play games. Ming Wei was the son of the fifth son of the Xia family, Xia Yunxian. He was Xianxiao's cousin and Zhongxiang's cousin. What's this? Zhongxiang snorted softly. He had a look that said, I'm used to all kinds of situations. You're so surprised because you haven't seen anything bigger. Huh? Bigger? Ming Wei's scalp went numb. Brother Ong, don't lie to me. Tisk, it's up to you whether you believe me or not. He didn't want to say it. Ah Xiao, Xia Yunmiao called him. Mom, what's wrong? Go to the garden and look for your uncle. Aren't you afraid of getting a heat stroke on such a hot day? Okay. Xiao hung his head low and left. Actually, he didn't have a deep impression of Xia Dingyuan because they didn't have many opportunities to meet. Usually, when he came to his maternal grandmother's house, he wasn't there. He either heard about him from his mother and aunts, or learned about him from textbooks or extracurricular reading materials. However, this didn't stop him from admiring this uncle of his. It was like looking at the great man in a shop window or admiring the collection in a museum. He couldn't get close to him, but there was no harm in admiring him. Of course, there was also a lot of reverence. Imagine, the person who could only be seen from afar and often appeared in the news was actually his own uncle? Wasn't this shocking enough? However, his mother never allowed him to talk nonsense outside. She only said, your uncle's work is special, so he should keep a low profile. We can't cause trouble for him. Cousin Ming Wei was also told the same. When Sun Jiuxiao arrived at the garden, it didn't take him much effort to find Xia Dingyuan. Under the scorching sun, beside the flower rack, there were fake mountains, strange rocks, and trees. Xia Dingyuan was leisurely strolling around, looking calm and composed. Uncle. He walked over and greeted him. Ah Xiao? He stopped. What's the matter? The young man's eyes were filled with surprise. Uncle, you still remember me? You're very similar to Sister Liu. Sun Jiuxiao blushed. My mom asked me to look for you. She said it's hot outside and it's easy to get a heat stroke. Knowing Xia Yunmiao's personality, he nodded. Let's go. Ah? Aren't we going back to the house? Oh. Sun Jiuxiao followed him. Inside the house. Xia Yunlan's eyes were sharp. She noticed Xia Dingyuan almost the moment he came in. A smile seemed to overflow from her eyes. Little Jiu, you're back. Xia Dingyuan's back stiffened. Then, the sisters swarmed him like bees to flowers, surrounding him in the middle. Xia Yunxiang's eyes were glistening with tears. I haven't seen you for a year. You've become darker and thinner. Fortunately, your appearance hasn't changed. You're still as handsome as before. Xia Yunlan smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Xia Yunshu rebuked, it's fine if you don't talk to me on the phone, but now you're still pulling a long face. Xia Yunchuan's heart ached. Fourth sister, you know little Joe's character. Why are you scolding him? It's not easy for him to come back. Xia Yunmiao nodded. That's right. Come, little Joe, I bought you some clothes. Come and take a look. I bought some clothes for you, such as a razor. You're so used to using the old ones. You don't even know how to get new ones. I asked your brother-in-law to get you some equipment overseas. You couldn't get it in China the last time, just like that. Xia Dingyuan was escorted to the living room by his sisters. His toes were stiff. Xia Yunmiao accurately picked out the clothes that were meant for Xia Dingyuan from the pile of gifts. She held it in her hands and gestured at his upper body. Let me see the size. Ah. It's just right. Xia Yunxian took out a razor, an electric toothbrush, custom-made cuffs, tie clips, and so on. Old Madame Bai watched happily from the side. Zhong Yuni laughed a little gloatingly. Old Master Xia had already picked up his teacup and left decisively. In the pile of gifts, not only were there gifts for his youngest son, but there were also gifts for him. If he didn't leave now, he would be the next one to be surrounded. Sometimes, it was quite troublesome to have too many daughters, did you see that? This is called a big battle. Zhong Xiang elbowed his younger cousin. Xin Jiuxiao's eyes widened and he mumbled, it's already annoying enough that my mom keeps surrounding me. Now, uncle is surrounded by the 5 of them, he felt suffocated just thinking about it. It can't be helped. Zhong Xiang spread his hands and shrugged. In this family, uncle is the most favored. I can only be ranked second. Xin Jiuxiao asked eagerly, what about me? What about me? I'll reluctantly give you 3rd place. After all, Ming Wei and the rest were not here. He was quite happy. Xia Dingyuan struggled out of the pile of women and said, I'm going upstairs to read a report. Then, he fled. Xia Yunxiang said, little Joe is still so shy. Xia Yunlan said, he's been like this since he was young. It's as if he's afraid that we'll eat him up. Xia Yunmiao said, he hasn't tried on his pants yet, you talk, I talk, chatter, chatter, almost decorating the living room into a birdcage. Zhong Yuni's forehead twitched and he subconsciously pressed his hand against it. The sisters-in-law seemed to have just noticed him. Oh. Brother-in-law is here too. How rare. You came with big sister? Aren't you busy with work? Anong, it's not easy for you to come back. Keep your temper in check. Don't give the child a childhood trauma. That's right. You're forced to go to Linhuai instead of the imperial capital. As a father, how can you bear to do that? Little Jiao still has to take care of the child for you. He's so busy that his feet don't even touch the ground. My heart just thinking about it. Zhong Yuni braced himself, not daring to open his mouth. Finally, the old lady spoke. What are you all standing around for? Have a seat. Zhong Yuni stood up. Mom, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I need to go to the company. Madame Fu nodded generously. Go ahead. Come back early for dinner tonight. Again, Zhong Yuni froze for a moment before replying carelessly. Let's talk about tonight's matter later. Staying alive was more important. Another one ran away in panic. Xia Yunxiang sat down and crossed her legs. Seeing this, she sneered, brother-in-law is hiding from us. He runs faster than a rabbit. At this moment, Xia Yunzhao came out of the kitchen with a fruit platter and bent over to place it on the coffee table. Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh. Only you guys can control him. Normally, he isn't so easy to talk to with me. Xia Yunlan took a sip of tea. We sisters have never lost to anyone before. Based on the fact that he had beaten Anlong to a pulp last time, he could not let him off easily. What kind of father is as ruthless as him? Third sister, stop talking. Xia Yunxian tugged at her sleeve. Eldest sister and Anlong are still here. Xia Yunlan reluctantly stopped talking. Xia Yunmiao jumped out to smooth things over. Okay, okay. Don't forget about business. What business? Old Madame Fu was curious. Xianxian and Xiaoyunmiao looked at each other. Finally, the former said, what else can it be? As long as little Joe's marriage is not settled, us sisters will not feel at ease. These words touched old Madame Fu's heart. She was comfortable everywhere now, except for her youngest son's marriage. It was almost a heart disease. It's not like you don't know Ah Yuan's temper. If he doesn't want to do something, who can persuade him? Xia Yunlan, but it can't be delayed forever. Little Joe is already 28 years old. In 2 years, he will be 30. Although it doesn't matter if a man is older, he should at least have the awareness of marriage, right? Otherwise, he will be in the laboratory day and night, dealing with his mathematical formulas. When can we hold a grandson? Old Madame Fu was envious at the mention of grandson. But no matter how hot it was, she couldn't do anything if her son didn't care. Xia Yunshu rolled her eyes. Mom, why don't we let Dad persuade him? Little Joe listens to Dad the most. I think so. That's a good idea. Old Madame Fu was deep in thought. Zhongxiang and Sun Jiuxiao stood on the side and listened to the entire conversation in silence. They suddenly felt the fear of being dominated by a group of women. The two of them looked at each other. Zhongxiang pointed upstairs and gestured for them to change places. Sun Jiuxiao nodded. The two brothers quietly slipped away. When they reached the second floor, Sun Jiuxiao said, Uncle is so pitiful. Zhongxiang snorted and leaned back against the wall. Now you know why Uncle would rather stay in Linhuai than go home, right? Yes, yes. Sun Jiuxiao nodded. Who could stand this group of women? This tells us something. Sun Jiuxiao, what is it? You have to date early and get married quickly. Otherwise, when you reach Uncle's age, a group of women will find a wife for you. Are you afraid? I am. That's right. Do you have a girlfriend? Huh? Sun Jiuxiao was stunned. What? Don't you understand? No. Brother Ong, you're such a busybody. Sun Jiuxiao was embarrassed. Yes or no, give me a definite answer. Sun Jiuxiao shook his head. No. Zhongxiang immediately smiled. I have a girlfriend. Why? You don't believe me? I just ran out this morning to deliver chicken soup to someone. You? Chicken soup? Sun Jiuxiao swallowed his saliva and was a little suspicious. Really? There's still half a can left in the pot. Do you want my mom to give you a bowl for dinner? No, no, no. No need. Brother Ong, do you really have a girlfriend? Zhongxiang's eyes flashed. Of course. To increase his credibility, he even puffed up his chest. But why did you give her chicken soup? Didn't you give her jewelry, perfume, and makeup before? Hee hee. This is different. Zhongxiang smiled sweetly. How is it different? Jewelry, perfume, and makeup don't work. She doesn't want them. Ahem. Although she didn't want the chicken soup, she still added him on WeChat, right? Oh. Then you have to be careful, Brother Ong. Sun Jiuxiao pretended to be serious. Be careful of what? My uncle said that a woman who doesn't want money or things is a very scary thing because she either wants your body or the rest of your life. Do you know what I mean? Zhongxiang was dumbfounded. There was such a saying, Sun Jiuxiao asked, then what do you think your girlfriend wants from you? Zhongxiang thought about it and his face turned red. In the end, he said seriously, I think she wants both my body and the rest of my life. Most importantly, he was smiling. Sun Jiuxiao looked at him like he had seen a ghost. Brother Ong, you're finished. Finished what? Little brother, let me tell you. Sun Jiuxiao stretched his long arm and put it around his shoulder like they were good brothers. When it comes to relationships, it's better to do it sooner rather than later. When you become a Lao Bai vegetable like our uncle, everything will be over. Uncle, isn't that good? Sun Jiuxiao was full of glory and admiration. Zhongxiang squinted at him. Why? Do you want to be a scientist too? Sun Jiuxiao quickly waved his hand. No, no, no. I'm not worthy. Then it's settled. Brother Ong, your girlfriend should be very beautiful, right? Jiang Fuyue's cold little face flashed through Zhongxiang's mind. Hee hee. Beautiful. What about her body? She could touch her navel with the back of her hand, her collarbone could hold wine, and her long legs were straight and white. Zhongxiang said, she's very good. Really? Don't lie to me. TSK. How can your brother like her be ugly? Xin Jiuxiao nodded. That's true. Do you have a picture? I miss Kong Kong. Zhongxiang immediately took out his phone. His posture was like a child showing off his favorite toy. Look at this one, and this one, isn't it beautiful? Xin Jiuxiao nodded fiercely. Beautiful. She can even play basketball. Is her skin really that white? Zhongxiang smirked proudly. She's even fairer in person than in the picture. But... Xin Jiuxiao pointed at the bottom right corner of the picture. Why is there a watermark? First, the school forum? Brother, isn't this your girlfriend? Why don't you even have a private picture of her? Do you have to look for it on the forum? Zhongxiang. If you don't know how to talk, then don't talk. At this moment, the door behind them suddenly opened and a strong gust of wind swept through. Xin Jiuxiao turned around. Uncle, digression, the first update was 3,000 words long. The second update was tentatively set for 1 o'clock in the afternoon. If there were any changes to the time, please inform everyone in the comment section. Small theater asking for tickets. Zhongxiang, let me tell you, my girlfriend is gorgeous. Xin Jiuxiao. Oh, Xie Dingyuan, say it again if you dare. Knuckles cracking, Xie Dingyuan was expressionless. Zhongxiang also turned around. The phone screen was still on, and Jiang Fuyue's photo could be seen clearly. Uncle, why are you out? Xin Jiuxiao said, were we too loud, did we disturb him? Xie Dingyuan glanced at Xin Jiuxiao and finally looked at Zhongxiang. What were you talking about just now? Nothing. Zhongxiang looked guilty. We were just chatting, right? Huh? Xin Jiuxiao got the hint and nodded seriously. Yes, we were chatting. However, he couldn't help thinking that his uncle looked so bad because he heard Brother Ong say that he was old. Or perhaps, an old cabbage, Xie Dingyuan sneered, his eyes sharp. Brother Ong. Xin Jiuxiao swallowed. His uncle looked a little scary. Zhongxiang mumbled, we were just chatting. He wasn't lying. Zhongxiang didn't want to mention Jiang Fuyue in front of Xie Dingyuan. Xiao, tell me. Xin Jiuxiao was a little dazed. Uncle. What did you say? What we were talking about. It's... He rolled his eyes and looked conflicted. Should he say it? Xie Dingyuan said, why? Are you embarrassed to talk bad about me? No, I'm not talking bad about you. Xin Jiuxiao denied. We were talking about Brother Ang's girlfriend. The man's eyes dimmed, but he said calmly, girlfriend? Xin Jiuxiao breathed a sigh of relief and immediately sold Zhongxiang out. Yes. Brother Ang's girlfriend is very beautiful. Oh? Xie Dingyuan raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhongxiang. When did you have a girlfriend? Why didn't I know? Xin Jiuxiao said, how can I tell my parents about my relationship when I'm young? Brother Ong isn't stupid. Xie Dingyuan, Zhongxiang. You're the one with a screw loose. The more Xin Jiuxiao thought about it, the guiltier he felt. He felt that it was because of him that Zhongxiang's secret was exposed. He then tried to negotiate with Xie Dingyuan, uncle, can you help Brother Ong keep this a secret? What if eldest aunt finds out and breaks us up? Of course. Xie Dingyuan agreed with a smile. Xin Jiuxiao looked delighted. Even Zhongxiang couldn't help but glance at him. My bullshit uncle is finally going to do something today, but in the next second, but you have to tell me who your Brother Ang's girlfriend is first. Before Zhongxiang could stop him, the phone was snatched away by that little idiot, Xin Jiuxiao. He lit up the screen and showed it to Xie Dingyuan. It's her. Isn't it beautiful? Xie Dingyuan smiled and nodded. Beautiful. Brother Ong, look. Even uncle is praising your girlfriend. Zhongxiang wished he could tape this idiot's mouth shut. Is this your girlfriend? Xie Dingyuan asked with a smile. Of course. Without waiting for Xianxia to speak, Sun Jiuxiao immediately said, Brother Ong even personally delivered some chicken soup to her this morning. Oh? Really? It was unclear what he meant. Sun Jiuxiao nodded heavily and acted like a spokesperson. There's still half a can left in the pot. I'll help you get a bowl for dinner. Xie Dingyuan patted his head and smiled even more. Sure. Sun Jiuxiao. Uncle, did you just pat my head? Hee, happy Zhongxiang. You can shut up, silly brother. Ah Xiao, go down first. I have something to say to your brother Ong, okay? Sun Jiuxiao went down obediently. Zhongxiang wanted to say something, but before he could say anything, this stupid kid had already slipped away. When did Jiang Fuyue become your girlfriend? His voice rose at the end with a hint of mockery mixed with a hint of coldness. Zhongxiang's scalp went numb and he said softly. She will be sooner or later anyway. Xie Dingyuan sneered. In other words, she's not yet. He lowered his head guiltily. You're making things up out of nothing. You're really satisfied with your words. What do you think of the girl's reputation? Xie Dingyuan's sternness caught him off guard. Zhongxiang was stunned. Is it that serious? Do you know what you're called 100 years ago? What's called? You're a hooligan. You'll go to jail. Xie Dingyuan looked at him deeply. If you like her, go after her. But you have to be honest and upright. Otherwise, why would she like you? Donghei Bencher Zhongxiang, ? Alright, get lost. Zhongxiang turned around and slipped away. Suddenly, he paused and turned back to Xie Dingyuan. Uncle, you don't object to me going after Jiang Fuyue? The man was expressionless. When did I object? Just now. Moreover, what right do I have to object? Zhongxiang was delighted. So I'm really going to go after her? The man raised his chin coldly. Yes. Yes. I'll send her a WeChat message now. You have her WeChat? Yes. Oh. He was cold and indifferent. But, after Zhongxiang left, the man's eyebrows suddenly furrowed. Digression, it's time for the second watch period, Xia 99, you might not believe it, but I'm teaching my nephew how to court my future wife. It was the third watch period. After dinner, the Xie family's sisters left one after another. Sun Jiuxiao only remembered when he got into the car. Oh no. I forgot to get some soup for uncle. Xie Yunmiao paused and asked, what soup? Huh? It's chicken soup from the kitchen. Why did you suddenly think of getting soup for your uncle? Sun Jiuxiao's eyes glinted. I wanted to express my filial piety. Xie Yunmiao stroked his head and said, good boy. Although Zhong Yuni really didn't want to face a group of chattering sisters-in-law, since the old lady had spoken, he obediently came back to eat a meal that was like sitting on pins and needles. It wasn't easy to endure until the meal was about to end, but Xie Yunzao's side started to cause trouble again. You're not going back? The man frowned. Xie Yunzao corrected him. Mom asked us to stay for one more night. She emphasized the word we. Zhong Yuni frowned and said, why are we staying at the old mansion when it's not the holidays? Can we only stay during the holidays? The woman asked. He choked. I have to go to the company tomorrow. Couldn't he go to the company if he stayed here? Xie Yunzao's lips twitched. She was tired and couldn't be bothered to refute him. She only said, if you don't want to stay, then go back. I'll stay with my son. Zhong Yuni didn't think that was a good suggestion. What will mom think if you stay with Zhongxiang and I leave alone? The old lady had followed the old master through the ups and downs of the business world in the first half of her life, and in the second half of her life, she had used her wisdom to support her husband and teach her daughter. It could be said that she had half the credit for the Xie family surpassing the Lu family 10 years ago and becoming the top of the 8 wealthy families in the capital. So, how could she be as gentle and harmless as she looked? Zhong Yuni clicked his tongue and said that he couldn't afford to offend the Xie family's women. If you want to leave, then leave. Why do you care what my mom thinks? Xie Yunzao pouted and turned to enter the house. Zhong Yuni sighed and pulled her into his arms. You know that I feel uncomfortable living here, but you don't know how to feel sorry for me. The man's voice was close to her ear, and his hot breath sprayed on the side of her face. Xia Yunzao's face turned red. Zhong Yuni's eyes were hot and his heart itched. He lowered his head and kissed her. Honey, let's go home. Zhong Xiang stays. Out of sight, out of mind, for an unlucky child. What are you doing? There are people all around us. Xia Yunzao struggled uncomfortably. However, that little bit of strength was not enough to shake the man's iron grip. On the contrary, Zhong Yuni was in high spirits. Without another word, he dragged her into the car. Let's go. Zhong Yuni, I haven't taken my bag, I'll ask the servant to send it to you tomorrow. I haven't told Long. Bullshit. Do we have to report to him where our parents are going? The black Maybach sped away. Zhong Xiang, who had just stepped out of the gate, only saw the back of a car driving away. Night fell. After the hustle and bustle of the day, the old house had fallen into a deep sleep. Only the light in the study was still on. Under the contrast of the night, it looked even more lonely. Dad, are you looking for me? Xie Dingyuan stood in front of the desk with his hands hanging by his side. His tall figure was as straight as a pine tree. Sit. We haven't had a good chat for a long time. Xie Dingyuan nodded softly and sat down. He leaned back slightly and leaned against the back of the chair. This was a sign that he was relaxed. How's Chronicle technology recently? It's operating normally. The last time I played with Old Shin, he said that you've been preparing your thesis recently? You still lack some data to fill in? Yes. There are 3 experimental data that are incomplete. This time, I came back because I want to borrow Q University's laboratory. Grandpa Shin nodded. You're a capable person. You've never let anyone worry about you since you were young. Xie Dingyuan looked up. Under the light, the father and son's identical black pupils revealed the same keenness and sharpness. He smiled. What exactly do you want to say? Ahem. Grandpa Shin was embarrassed, which was rare. Look at you, you'll be 29 next year. Xie Dingyuan did not need to listen to the familiar beginning. He knew what was going to happen next. What does my mother mean? He asked. Grandpa Shin pondered for a moment. She's also mine. The two of them were silent, and the air in the large study room began to stagnate. Ah Yuan, people have to have a family after all. Your mother and I have never stopped you from doing scientific research for the country and the people. But we're old, and we don't know when we'll lie down completely. You have to make us feel at ease. Xie Dingyuan's eyebrows did not move. Under the light, he looked like a relief sculpture condensed from warm jade. He was handsome, but he lacked a bit of humanity. Or, Grandpa Shin said tentatively, do you have a girl you like? A figure flashed through his mind, so fast that he could not catch it. Xie Dingyuan did not want to delve into it. He heard his usual calm voice, no. Then. Grandpa Shin hesitated. Xie Dingyuan's gaze swept across him and landed on his gray sideburns. The 8 older sisters all had their own homes, and he was the only one who still worried the old couple. Even if he did not need marriage, and did not have the energy and patience to manage a relationship, they needed their son to start a family, and the Xie family also needed the next generation of heirs. This was a responsibility that he should have shouldered. Fine. A soft sigh escaped from his lips. Let mother arrange it. After that, he got up and left. Grandpa Shin was stunned, and it took him a while to react. Does that mean he agreed? It was not easy for her son to agree, and the next day, Grandpa Shin was overjoyed. First, she called out her daughters in the family group and asked them if they had any suitable candidates to introduce to him. Xia Yunxiang, little ninth agreed? Grandpa Shin, yes, your father still has a way. Xia Yunshu, could it be that he agreed reluctantly? That's not good. Little 9th's temper can't be forced. Once forced, he will be stubborn. Don't let him get married. This is a major event in his life. He has to like the person he shares his bed with. Xia Yunmiao, 4th sister is right. Of course, Grandpa Shin also hoped that her son would find someone he liked. He doesn't have one right now. I want to introduce him to a few places first. Maybe after a long time, he will slowly develop feelings. Little 9th's conduct is as arrogant as your father. It is impossible for him to fall in love with a girl at first sight. Xia Yunlan, I remember that the girl from the third branch of the Lin family is studying at Q University. She is researching genes and has published several papers in SCI. She has a high IQ and is beautiful. She is also doing research. I think she will have common topics with our little ninth. Why don't we let the two of them meet first? Anyway, has a little ninth been in the Q University laboratory recently? Grandpa Shen, that's good. It's settled then. Third brother, go and contact them. Don't worry, mother. Leave it to me. At this time, Xia Yunqian, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly said, Did Ah Yuan agree to you doing this? The group was silent for a while. Xia Yunqian, the eighth child of the Xia family, was also part of the Xia family's Yun generation. However, she was not Grandpa Shen's biological daughter. She was the daughter of Grandpa Shen's old friend and was adopted by the Xia family when she was very young. She was only 2 months older than Xia Dingyuan. The year before last, she had married abroad and had almost lost contact with the family. For someone who had not spoken in the group for 2 years to suddenly appear like a corpse, everyone was a little stunned. Especially that sentence, which was not very nice. At first glance, it seemed like she was questioning something. How could an outsider criticize their little 9th's matters? Xia Yunxiang, 8th brother, remember to read the chat history before you speak. Xia Yunlan took a screenshot of Grandpa Shen's previous sentence, that's right, your father is still the best, and sent it. Xia Yunshu, little ninth has a lot of ideas. What should be done, what shouldn't be done, when to do something, and what not to do. He knows better than anyone else. Xia Yunmiao, I think blind dates are pretty good. With our little 9th's qualifications, he has both looks and education. He's tall, rich, and handsome. What's there to worry about not being able to find a good girl? Xia Yunxian, previously, my sister-in-law was asking if little ninth had a girlfriend. She wanted to introduce her family to him. That girl is also very outstanding. She was many times better than Xia Yunxian. Finally, Grandpa Shen said, our family will take care of little 9th's marriage. Xianxia, you don't have to worry. The words our family directly excluded Xia Yunxian. In terms of status, Grandpa Shen was the highest. Xia Yunlan, oh, she left the group chat. We made her leave in anger. Xia Yunshu, it's good that she left. Based on what she did in the past, it was already very kind of us to not kick her out. After the incident with the stink bomb, Su Qing and Chen Sikhang were punished and ceased all activities. Perhaps it was because they had seen how sinister Jiang Fuyue could be, the two of them became more cautious. They didn't dare to provoke her in the female dormitory, but they also avoided her when they saw her on the road. As a result, Jiang Fuyue became a true loner. She couldn't enter the Beijing circle, and she didn't have a good relationship with her roommates. She always ate and attended classes alone. In the eyes of outsiders, she deserved it and was a little pitiful. But in Jiang Fuyue's eyes, she couldn't be more satisfied, no one dared to provoke her, and there were no messy things to distract her. After completing her daily training, she still had time to deal with the company's documents, look at the financial reports over the years, and listen to Lu Jinzhou's report on Hu Ben and Six's operation of the bar. It's much better than expected. Although it's not professional enough, it's good at dealing with things smoothly. It didn't cause any big trouble. Jiang Fuyue nodded softly, continued to keep an eye on it. How's Lucici doing? I've asked her personally. Last week, I arranged for her to enter Camp A. She'll learn martial arts first, then skills. Camp A was a training club under the company. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary training facility, but in reality, it was Yufeng Group's training ground. She trained in both the pen and the sword. From finance to marksmanship, only those who stood out in the end were qualified to stand beside Jiang Fuyue. Whether or not Lucici could make it out was up to her. After the routine report, Jiang Fuyue logged into the app to watch Jiang Xiaoti's live broadcast. The young boy was holding an electric rice cooker. In front of him was a large table of dishes, both meat and vegetables. He didn't like to talk, but he ate seriously. Most importantly, he ate very well. It was as if the word delicious could be seen on his face through the screen. Wu Qian managed the comment section very well. There were almost no bad comments. Even if there were, they were quickly deleted. Jiang Fuyue put her phone aside, took out the test paper that she prepared in advance, and began the last task of the day. Once she was done, she could sleep. At 9:30, Jiang Shaodi ended the live broadcast. She had also finished the last question and gathered the 16 test papers together. She packed her things and left the library. When she passed by the trash can, she stuffed the 30 test papers that she had finished yesterday and today into it. He clapped his hands and walked away quickly. Lin Shumo, who had just walked out of the library, happened to witness the scene. It was impossible for young Master Lin to go to the trash can to search for test papers. But even if he didn't see it with his own eyes, it didn't prevent him from knowing what Jiang Fuyue was doing. Because, he walked over and fed the 12 test papers he had finished today to the trash can. When the knowledge was engraved in the mind, the carrier became dispensable. On the third day, they were divided into small groups. In principle, it should be decided by drawing lots. However, considering that they had been together for a few days and were already familiar with each other, after obtaining Yan Zhenfeng's approval, they relaxed the restrictions and allowed them to form their own teams. The 25 people were divided into 5 groups of 5. Each group was managed by Yan Zhenfeng, 3 coaches, and the lifestyle teacher, Sun Kun. Although it was called management, it wasn't a big deal. After all, the daily training sessions were arranged in advance. If they really wanted to manage, they could only manage the group cooperation and trivial daily activities. Therefore, Sun Kun, the lifestyle teacher, was also assigned to manage a group. But obviously, most of the students didn't buy it. Can Teacher Sun do it? I heard that he majored in chemistry. He doesn't give us lessons. It doesn't matter what major he majored in, right? I said you're stupid, but you're really stupid. After being divided into groups, we have to learn in a group. It's fine if we have lessons since we're all together. But after class, shouldn't we ask him if there's something we don't understand? We can't ask Teacher Yan every time, right? If the teacher in charge of our group can help us at this time, wouldn't it be much easier? TSK. Now that you mention it, it seems quite reasonable. In short, a teacher is a resource. If you want to learn more, you have to ensure that you have enough resources at hand and can use them at any time. I didn't say that Teacher Sun is bad, but it's true that he's not suitable. Then everyone will definitely choose Professor Yan. How can we compete with him? We have to try even if we can't. What if we get him? Besides, even if we can't choose Professor Yan, there's still Professor Qin and the other 2 coaches. They're all kings of physics. What's there to be afraid of? Cough. If that's the case, won't Teacher Sun have no choice? 5 seconds of silence. Someone mumbled softly, who cares so much, the summer camp wasn't the final destination. The international competition was. To put it nicely, this stage was called a collective training. To put it bluntly, it was a cruel elimination round. Out of the 25 people, only 5 could stay and represent the country on the Ipo stage. From the first day they entered the camp, the competition had already begun. It was just that it wasn't that obvious. Now, the grouping had completely broken the harmony on the surface, revealing the true cruelty of the competition. In the office. Yan Zhenfeng, have you informed everyone about the grouping? N. Qin Libin nodded, but there was obvious hesitation in his eyes. Is there really no problem? In the past years, we just drew lots. Why are we letting the students form their own teams this year? Yan Zhenfeng, occasionally, we should change things up and try something new. There's no point in following the same old path. Old Yan, tell us the truth. What's the deep meaning of this arrangement? Don't make everyone confused. Yan Zhenfeng sighed. Do you still remember the competition in Tel Aviv last year? How did we lose? The few of them couldn't help but fall silent. At first, there were no problems at all in the individual competition. The 5 students performed extremely well. However, in the team competition, due to the lack of overall planning and internal disagreements, they were defeated in the end. It's said that a forcibly picked melon is not sweet. Last year, we simply and crudely divided the members into groups, resulting in a lack of cooperation between the members. We also didn't understand teamwork. This year, we can't do it again. But they divided themselves. There might be conflicts. Moreover, you have to consider the issue of uneven distribution. Yan Jinfeng nodded. As long as it's a team, it's impossible to have no conflicts. I agree with this point. However, conflicts can also be resolved. As for the issue of uneven distribution, I have to think about it again. Hearing this, Sun Kun smiled. Needless to say, my team will definitely have the least number of people. However, the actual situation was more chaotic than expected. First of all, Yan Jinfeng's team was full. This was expected. According to the order of registration, the first 5 teams were left. Then, the people who were screened out began to crazily rush into the 3 coaching teams. When these 3 teams were full, only Sun Kun was left. I don't want to be in this team. I refuse to. Why? Just because I'm not as fast as the others? This is not fair. I want to look for Chief Yin. I want to go too. Why don't we all go together? The 3 of them looked at the other 2 unlucky people who were in the same situation, Jiang Fuyue and Lin Shimo. Are you guys going or not? We can try to get Teacher Sun's team to be cancelled and add us to another team. Jiang Fuyue, it doesn't matter which team we're in. Learning depended on oneself, not on a team. Although teamwork could often yield twice the result with half the effort, she didn't need it. If she wanted to, she could do the work of the entire team alone. Her progress would only be faster than the other teams. Why go through the trouble and waste time? Lin Shimo was even more direct. I'm not going. When he was divided into teams, he didn't even fight for the spot. Just like Jiang Fuyue, he looked on coldly from the sidelines. He would be in whichever team he ended up in. He was so casual that it made one's hair stand on end. As expected, the 3 of them stared at the 2 of them as if they had seen ghosts. Are you guys crazy? The national team selection depends on the team's results. If you follow Teacher Sun, you definitely won't be able to get high marks. Yes, Jiang Fuyue was very strong and Lin Shimo was also a big shot. However, the team's results were based on the average of the 5 sets of test papers. No matter how good these 2 were, they could only do their own set of test papers well. Even if they got full marks, there were still 3 zeros dragging them down. The average score would instantly be pulled down. How could they compare with the other teams? Anyway, they weren't going to stay. These 2 could continue to create if they wanted. If they died, they deserved it. Are you guys really not going? He asked again for the last time. Jiang Fuyue, not going. Lin Shimo didn't even bother to answer. The man gritted his teeth and there was a trace of anger on his face. Forget it if you don't want to go. You 2 can just wait to be eliminated. After that, he led the other 2 men to the office in a threatening manner. Jiang Fuyue continued to do the questions. Lin Shimo flipped to the next page of the analysis of the All England competition in his hand. Digression, the first update is 3,000 words, the second update is tentatively scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The specific time adjustment is based on the comments section because the grievances of these 3 students were too great. Yan Jinfeng had no choice but to compromise. He arranged for the 3 of them to be assigned to 3 different coaching teams. Sun Kun was also there at that time. Hearing the students talking about him like he was a pile of dog shit, his heart was bleeding, but he had to keep a smile on his face. Sun Kun, I don't know if I should say it. Yan Jinfeng, why are there only 3 of you here? Where are the other 2? There were 5 people in a group. It didn't make sense to change for these 3 and not the other 2. They might as well do it all together. Who knew? Oh, those 2 said they don't want to change. They don't want to change? Yan Jinfeng was shocked. Sun Kun, who was not far away, also sat up straight and pricked up his ears. Yan Jinfeng asked, who are those 2? Jiang Fuyue and Lin Shimo. Oh, that's not strange. 15 minutes later, the two of them were called to the office. Yan Zhenfeng went straight to the point. The other three in your group have been changed to other groups. What do you think? Jiang Fuyue, anything is fine. Lin Shimo, anything. Yan Zhenfeng, Sun Kun, exclamation point. Why did he feel comforted for no reason? There are only 5 places for the national team. The qualification depends on the group's average score. Are you clear about this? Lin Shimo nodded. Jiang Fuyue thought for a while and asked, if there are 5 sets of test papers, if one person finishes all of them, will the average score be the total score? Yan Zhenfeng, in principle, yes. Lin Shimo couldn't help but look at her. One person. How dare she think about it? However, the next second, Jiang Fuyue, oh, then I'll apply for one person in a group. Yan Zhenfeng, exclamation point. Lin Shimo, question mark. In the end, of course, it was not allowed. The reason was that there was no precedent. Jiang Fuyue and Lin Shimo were left in Sun Kun's group. In the afternoon, the news spread, the controls are a little confusing. I don't understand. Jiang Fuyue and Lin Shimo are really something. Do you think we can survive with the two of them together? What's there to be proud of? If the total score of 2 people is divided by 5, no matter how amazing he is, it's useless. Isn't it divided by 2? There are only 2 of them. There are 5 members in each group, which corresponds to 5 sets of test papers. Of course, we have to divide it by 5 and average it out. Isn't that terrible? What were they thinking? Just add him to any other group. Who knows? Maybe he just wanted to show off how amazing and awesome he was. Unfortunately, he failed. What do you think Lin Shimo is thinking? As long as he is willing, he can join Coach Yan's team in minutes. Everyone fell silent in unison. They dared to ridicule Jiang Fuyue, but they didn't dare to talk about Lin Shimo behind her back. Once the group list was released, the seating arrangements had to be adjusted as well. To put it nicely, it was said to be convenient for communication. Jiang Fuyue and Lin Shimo became deskmates, but they still didn't interact much. They didn't even greet each other when they met. The former was used to being alone, and the latter had always been cold. When these 2 icebergs were together, how could they be expected to start a hot chat? This situation continued until the first group assignment. Yan Zhenfeng. 5 sets of test papers, 2 hours. The average score of the group will be used as the group score. Individual scores from 1st to 3rd place will be added 20 points, 4th to 10th place will be added 10 points, and 11th to 15th place will be added 5 points. Now, let's begin. For a moment, only the rustling of paper could be heard in the spacious classroom. 20 minutes later, Jiang Fuyue and Lin Shimo finished their first set of test papers almost at the same time. The two of them looked up, and their eyes met. Lin Shimo, work together? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Can you guarantee full marks? Lin Shimo, yes. She smiled. Then I look forward to working with you. Jiang Fuyue grabbed the second set of test papers. 15 minutes later, she moved on to the third set. Lin Shimo didn't expect her to finish the second set faster than the first. He was stunned for 2 seconds and couldn't help but speed up. 20 minutes later, Lin Shimo finished his second set of test papers. On the other hand, Jiang Fuyue had finished her third set of test papers 5 minutes earlier. In total, it only took her 15 minutes. So far, all 5 sets of test papers had been completed. Jiang Fuyue finished 3 sets of test papers, and Lin Shimo finished 2 sets of test papers. The total time taken was less than an hour. The two of them looked at each other. Teacher, I'm handing in my test papers. Yan Zhenfeng was stunned on the podium. What? Jiang Fuyue, I'm handing in my test papers. Now? Lin Shimo, yes. The two of them packed up and left the classroom. The entire classroom was silent for 10 seconds. Then, as if someone had pressed the play button, all the images and sounds appeared. Handed in their test papers? Didn't you see it with your own eyes? Why are you still asking? Are you stupid? It hasn't even been an hour, right? They only finished 2 sets of test papers? The remaining 3 sets of test papers are blank? In such a short time, they shouldn't be able to finish the remaining 3 sets. Are these too crazy? I think it's possible. Yan Zhenfeng didn't know whether Jiang Fuyue and Lin Shimo were crazy or not, but he felt that he was going crazy when he looked at the 5 sets of test papers. The audience was still talking about the two of them. Yan Zhenfeng, what are you all doing? Hurry up and answer the questions. The classroom was quiet again, but the shock in everyone's heart couldn't be calmed down. However, this was not the scariest part. The scariest part was when the results were released in the afternoon. Digression, it's time for the second watch period, the results will be out at midnight. See you later. The test paper was written in English on a 50-mark scale. There were 3 theoretical questions and 2 experimental questions. Each question was worth 10 points. The 5 sets of papers had different questions, and the difficulty was also different. The teams could distribute the questions among themselves. Yan Zhenfeng stood on the podium and scanned the crowd. The results are out. There was a commotion in the audience, accompanied by whispers. 5 of them scored full marks, 1 from each set of papers. Wow, are there really full marks? The questions this time were quite difficult. It's not that easy to get full marks. Who are they? 5 of them scored full marks. No matter what, our team should have at least 1, right? I think our team should have 1 too. Everyone was talking at once. At this moment, Yan Zhenfeng said, what a coincidence. These 5 are from the same team. Damn. All of them scored full marks? Is there a need to be so exciting? Then it shouldn't be our team. I didn't answer the last question of the third question. Yan Zhenfeng smiled and suddenly looked at the last row. It can't be what I think it is, right? Someone followed his gaze and saw Jiang Fuyue and Lin Shimo sitting in the corner. That's a little scary. 2 people? 5 full marks? How is that possible? Is this a fantasy? As long as I don't listen or believe, sadness won't catch up with me. But the next second, Yan Zhenfeng, congratulations to Teacher Sun's team. 2 students scored full marks for 5 questions. The final team score is 50. Including individual scores, Jiang Fuyue gets 60 points, a total score of 110. Lin Shimo gets 40 points, a total score of 90. The classroom fell into a strange silence. 5 seconds later, it was completely chaotic. F***ck. Sadness has caught up with me. It's really a fantasy. It's a little confusing. If I remember correctly, they handed in their papers in less than an hour, right? 5 sets of questions in less than an hour? I wouldn't even dare to dream about it. I didn't even finish 1 set, but they finished all 5. Is it too late to sign up for Teacher Sun's team? I suspect that they planned this beforehand. First, they removed everyone and then secretly formed a team. This way, we can guarantee that no one will drag us down. If it were only Jiang Fuyue and Lin Shimo, and both of them were guaranteed to get full marks and complete all 5 sets of test papers, then the group score would definitely be full marks. However, if someone else was added in and that person did not reach full marks, even if it was just a difference of 0.01 points, it would be useless to them. This was like a pot of expensive orchids. Why should it appear in the same pot with a bunch of wild flowers? Wasn't this lowering his own status? Yan Zhenfeng had long expected that the results would cause a series of doubts. He immediately cleared his throat. Didn't I mention that we'll be in groups of 5? The first few groups were quickly selected, leaving Teacher Sun's group behind. At this time, some people were not convinced and came to me to reason. Fine, I made an exception and let them choose again. Why? Now that we discovered that Teacher Sun's group is capable, everyone is starting to feel unconvinced. These words were direct and sharp, causing everyone's faces to turn red. That's right. When they were choosing, they felt that Teacher Sun was from the chemistry department and was not professional enough. Now that they saw that Jiang Fuyue and Lin Shimo were 2 powerful killing machines, they regretted it and wanted to benefit from it. How could there be such a good thing in the world? In the end, Yan Zhenfeng made the final decision. The groups will remain unchanged. No one can change them. Since they have made a choice, they will kneel until the end. This is the attitude that a competition should have. Next, the results of the other groups were announced. Currently, Sun Kun's group was ranked first with an absolute advantage, followed by Yan Jinfeng's group, Qin Libin's group. After class, someone asked, "Teacher, can we take a look at Jiang Fuyue and Lin Shimo's test papers?" Were they still unwilling to give up? Yan Jinfeng smiled. Of course. After saying that, he directly took out the test papers from the teaching materials and handed them over. 5 minutes later. Sorry, treat it as if I didn't come. I'm leaving. I can't afford to offend you. Please give me the time of a song. I can hypnotize myself and forget that I've done such a stupid thing. Thank you, sorry to disturb you. The group of people left dejectedly. 5 sets of test papers, 25 major questions, and more than 100 minor questions. Not a single one was wrong. In the office. Oh, why is the weather so good today? Sun Kun took a sip of tea and smiled brightly. The corner of Qin Libin's mouth twitched. Old son, that's enough. Since the results came out, you've already praised the weather 10 times, the tea 12 times, and the potted plants 16 times. Can you stop poisoning our ears, thank you? Sun Kun did not mind. She covered her teacup and crossed her legs. I'm just happy. Qin Libin, do you know the feeling of a rotten vegetable leaf turning into a jade cabbage? Have you ever experienced the reversal from being worthless to being hard to get even with 1,000 gold? I don't know, I haven't experienced it. Professor Qin was expressionless. Sun Kun adjusted the wig on her head. Then I can very responsibly tell you that this feeling is very, very good. Come on, if it weren't for Jiang Fuyue and Lin Shimo falling into your hands, they would probably be hiding in some corner crying right now. Don't take advantage of me. You really think you're fat? How shameless. Sun Kun laughed. If you're so good, why didn't they fall into your hands? Qin Libin, ? A one-hit kill. Yan Jinfeng came back from class. He took a sip of water and sat down. Yo, why is old Qin's face darker than coal? Qin Libin pursed his lips. Don't ask, I'll just roll my eyes. Sun Kun was beside him. Hee hee. She couldn't stop laughing. Yan Jinfeng, ? Sun Kun, my 2 team members are good, right? Yan Jinfeng, ? Are you jealous? Yan Jinfeng. F***ck, Qin Libin's voice was faint. When I asked you to give me Jiang Fuyue during the camp opening ceremony, he didn't agree no matter what. Great, now he has a big urn with fresh flowers. Big urn. Sun Kun, keep smiling. Jit's okay, as long as he's jealous, I'm happy. Yan Jinfeng's mouth twitched. What, you're the only one who wants a good seedling? Then I don't want one. Jiang Fuyue, the person involved, had no idea what had happened in the office. Those who tried to get close to her because of their grades were also mercilessly rejected, including Su Qing, Lu Ling, and Shen Sikang. Don't ask, she just said, I'm very busy, the kind that can fly. Because, the NOI summer camp was about to start. Jiang Fuyue first reported to Yan Jinfeng and got an entry pass. In principle, they were not allowed to leave the camp during the training. However, Jiang Fuyue's situation was special, and she had a special official letter from the higher-ups, allowing her to participate in 2 competitions at the same time. Yan Jinfeng couldn't stop her even if he wanted to. Out of selfishness, he still wanted such a good seedling to focus on one thing, and not take the risk of being distracted by 2 things. But how did Jiang Fuyue answer? She said, I don't have anything to begin with. Focusing on the physics competition might lead to nothing. Since that's the case, why not put my extra energy into other areas where I can use it? Investment studies teach us not to put all our eggs in one basket. The same principle applies to investing in yourself. Do you walk one path to the end, or do all roads lead to Rome? Smart people would know what to choose. Yan Jinfeng was stunned when he heard this. He suddenly said, Don't you think you're a playboy? Jiang Fuyue's eyes were calm. Oh. Don't love me, it won't end well. Therefore, only 5 days after the start of the physics competition camp, Jiang Fuyue openly skipped the training class and went to another training camp. Teacher, where is Jiang Fuyue? A student asked. Ever since the shocking results of 5 full marks, Jiang Fuyue's every move received unprecedented attention. Among them, there were people who worshipped, admired, envied, and of course, there were also people who were always waiting to catch her in the act. Yan Zhenfeng wanted to reply, "She's a playboy," but his rationality made him sober up. "She went to the NOI summer camp. We'll communicate with them for the rest of the time. Of course, this won't affect the progress of our training camp." That's right. When Jiang Fuyue was nominated for 2 competitions at the summer camp, it caused quite a stir. Everyone knew that she was two-timing, but they didn't expect her to continue to do so. Should I praise her for being brave or for being naive? 2 competitions, does she think it's a joke? Don't lose both the watermelon and sesame seeds. Why do you care if she's happy? Does she live by the sea? Let's just wait and see. Wait and see what? How the boat capsizes. Ha ha ha. That's good. Let's wait in the front row. Not far away, Lin Shimo raised his head from his book and looked at the empty seat next to him. He couldn't help but frown. Digression, third watch, a fat 3,000 words. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Sister Yu, I'm a playboy. Xia 99, yes. You're a playboy. Please give me a monthly vote. The NOI summer camp was also known as the CTSC, which was the national team selection competition. There were a total of 15 people on the list, and 4 of them would be selected to participate in the IOI international competition. The training would be held at B University, which was next to Q University. Jiang Fuyue did not check in. She was still staying in Q University's dormitory. Of course, this was also the result of the arrangements. Sister Yu. Fan Yi, who had just entered the school, jumped and waved at her. Under the sun, her healthy wheat-colored skin seemed to be covered with a layer of honey glaze, and her 2 rows of small white teeth were shining. Jiang Fuyue walked over with a smile and pretended to take the snakeskin bag from her hands. Go and register. I'll look after it for you. The next second, Fan Yi dodged sideways. She raised her eyebrows. Fan Yi panicked. Don't carry it, it's very heavy. As she spoke, she straightened the bag and placed it beside her feet, looking very relaxed. Hee hee. She smiled at Jiang Fuyue. That's good. With that, she jogged over to register, took the key, and ran back. Sister Yu, I'm done. Let's go up. The accommodation here was obviously better than Q University's. Everything else aside, the configuration of a single room was much better than mixed accommodation. At least to a certain extent, it could avoid a lot of trouble. Especially for someone like Fan Yi, who was in a special situation. Soon, Dao Jiaoming and Huang Hui finished checking in and tidying up to look for Fan Yi. The 4 of them met. Dao Jiaoming seemed to have gained some weight. When he smiled, he looked like a little Luohan. Huang Hui did not change much. He was still tall and thin. As for Fan Yi, why did you become darker? Little fatty Gao Jiaoming was obviously straight. Huang Hui nodded. It was not that he had a big reaction, but Fan Yi had indeed become much darker in half a month. The key point was much. Fan Yi heard this and smiled. She was not angry. Of course, it could also be because a 14-year-old girl did not have the concept of beauty. I've been working in the fields recently. I became like this because of the sun. In the fields? Work? That's right. Father and I are harvesting the grains and digging the dry fields. We also planted some wheat and scattered some beans and peas. In another half a month, we can plant radishes and cabbages. Gao Jiaoming swallowed his saliva. Do we need people to do all this? Can't we use machines? It's possible, but many Xuanxi can't accept it. Oh, Xuanxi means clansman in your Chinese language. Huang Hui's eyes widened. You still have clansmen? Of course, we are the Duofu tribe. Not only do we have our own people, but we also have our own tribe. Gao Jiaoming, do they all live in tents? Fan Yi said, we don't live in tents. We live in bamboo houses. Is it the kind that uses bamboo as a frame to prevent it from getting wet? Yes. It must be beautiful. Gao Jiaoming's eyes were full of yearning. Fan Ye's eyes lit up when she mentioned her hometown. She immediately became talkative. In my hometown, you can see the morning sun at 6 o'clock every day. When it rises, it's red like a salted duck egg yolk, but the light is not dazzling at all. At that time, you can lie on the platform outside the bamboo house and watch the sunrise while listening to songs. This song is not a popular song played on your phone or stereo, but a chant that comes from the temple every day. After listening to it, you will feel that your whole body and soul are cleansed. When the sun is higher, you can eat breakfast. After breakfast, you can eat a palafu fruit to help digestion and quench your thirst. Gao Jiaoming, what's a palafu fruit? Fanny seemed to think of something. She opened the snakeskin bag at her feet and took out a pile of black round fruits. The shells were hard, black, and oily. They were the size of an adult's fist and were quite heavy. Jiang Fuyue was stunned when she saw them. Memories kept flashing in her mind. She did not expect that after 20 years, the fruits were bigger than before. Fanxing would be so happy that he could not close his mouth, right? After all, he guarded these fruits as if they were snow lotuses in Tianshan Mountain. He was reluctant to eat them, but he was afraid that others would eat them. Huang Hui poked with a finger and asked, "What's this?" "Fan Yi, palafu fruit." She picked up one and broke it open with her bare hands. The black shell cracked, revealing the pink flesh inside. It was not like the red heart dragon fruit, which was as red as blood. It was pure cherry blossom pink. Not to mention the taste, it was very appetizing just by looking at it. Gao Jiaoming swallowed his saliva. In fact, when Fan Yi began to describe the sunrise, his saliva began to protest. Is it delicious? Of course. Try it. Fan Yi handed the shelled fruit to him so that he could take it easily. Then she broke one for Huang Hui and Jiang Fuyue. How is it? Is it delicious? Yes, yes. The little fatty Gao Jiaoming nodded crazily. What kind of delicious food was this? It was sweet but not greasy, and there was a fragrance. After eating it, he felt that his whole stomach was emitting a charming taste. After Huang Hui took a bite, his eyes lit up and he could not help eating faster. When Fan Yi asked, his mouth was full, so he could only peck at the rice to show his agreement. I've never eaten this kind of fruit before. It's so delicious. Fan Yi proudly raised her chin. We have them everywhere on the island. You can pick them at any time. There are even bigger ones. The fragrance can float dozens of meters away. We can pick them to make palafu. They are also pink. Oh my God. The Garden of Eden on Earth. I really want to go. Gao Jiaoming took the second palafu fruit from Fan Yi and sighed. Fan Yi immediately said, okay. You are welcome to be our guests. Actually, my father wants to develop tourism. He said that it can make a lot of money, but it seems that outsiders don't dare to come to the island. Thinking of the comments on the internet, Gao Jiaoming and Huang Hui did not dare to go if they did not hear Fan Yi describe how beautiful the palafu fruit was. They were the main consumers of the younger generation. They were also knowledgeable, cultured, and curious students. If even they did not dare to set foot on the island, it was not hard to imagine how others would feel. Fan Yi, you said that your father wants to develop tourism? Was tourism on an island something that could be developed by an ordinary citizen? Huang Hui felt that it was strange, so he asked directly. My father is the chief of the tribe. His responsibility is to lead the tribe to become rich and live a good life. Wow, chief? Gao Jiaoming was surprised. Isn't that very powerful? Yes. My father is very powerful. He knows a lot of things that the tribe does not know, and then he patiently and carefully teaches them. I learned from him in the information competition. Wow, then your father is at the forefront of the times. He even knows about information competition. Last time, Fan Yi had a total score of 193 and ranked second in the semifinal after Jiang Fuyue. She was better than both of them. Is the surname Fan in your tribe? No, only my father and I have the surname Fan in the tribe. Ahem, then can I ask what your father's name is? The surname Fan was not easy to give. Before this, Gao Jiaoming had never even heard of it. Fan Yi said generously, my father's name is Fanxing. Sure enough, the two of them could not help but smile. Even Jiang Fuyue's eyes flashed with a smile. What are you laughing at? Fan Yu was anxious. My father said that this name was given to him by Agata. It means that his descendants, his relatives, and his family will be prosperous and prosperous. Huang Hui said, Agata? Who is that? Fan Yi said, it's not anyone, it's the moon goddess. Her father said that his name was the best in the world. It was a blessing from God. Gao Jiaoming said, is the moon goddess beautiful? Yes, yes. Fan Yi nodded. My father said that Agata is the most beautiful incarnation in the world. There is ice and snow in her eyes. Under the ice and snow, there is a fire seed. The fire seed has brought new hope to the Duofu tribe. Your father has seen her before? Yes, he has, she blurted out without thinking. Gao Jiaoming and Huang Hui looked at each other. They did not believe it, but neither of them said it out loud. They chose to respect Fan Ye's faith. After eating the fruit, Fan Ye gave the other local specialties to the three of them. This is Muling Lan. It's good to drink when boiled in water. This is a tongue glaze pillow. It's specially made. Although it doesn't look good and is a bit heavy, it's good for sleeping. This is. They stood aside and watched Fan Yi empty the bulging snakeskin bag one by one. In the end, only a few simple pieces of luggage were left. They suddenly had mixed feelings. Little fatty Gao Xiaoming's eyes were red. His skin was already white, so the red circles were even more obvious. Why did you give it all to us? Fan Yi smiled. I brought it for you. Huang Hui took a deep breath and suppressed the surging emotions and inexplicable warmth in his heart. There are so many things. Isn't it heavy? It's not heavy. I'm strong. Gao Jiaoming held the Duofu fruit in one hand. He wanted to wipe his eyes, so he put the tongue-glazed pillow in the other hand on the table. Jiang Fuyue sensed his intention and subconsciously stopped him. Don't put it like that. At the same time, Fan Yi also noticed. Hey! You can't do that. The two of them almost spoke at the same time. Gao Jiaoming froze and did not dare to move. Fan Yi paused for 2 seconds. She seemed to have realized something. Suddenly, her bright eyes stared straight at Jiang Fuyue. You know? Digression, the second update is tentatively scheduled for 4:00 p.m. There are changes in the comments section. The pillow was made of porcelain, but it wasn't entirely made of porcelain. There was also a special process passed down by the Duofu people. It included carving, incense, sedimentation, solidifying glaze, and so on. The most valuable thing was that the pillow was soaked in secret spices and smoked with special herbs. That was why it had the effect of helping people sleep well. But the prerequisite was that it couldn't get wet. Once it got wet, not only would it lose its effect, but it would also emit a foul smell. It had to be dried before it could be used again. There happened to be a puddle of water on the table. Fan Yi couldn't just watch Gao Xiaoming put the pillow on it, so she tried to stop him subconsciously. But she didn't expect that someone was faster than her. Sister Yu, do you know that the pillow can't get wet? Jiang Fuyue nodded, I know a little. Then you must have been to Duofu. Why do you say that? Fan Yi counted with her fingers, look, you know the language of Duofu. You know that it's best to eat Duofu fruit from the core to the outside. Now you even know that the pillow can't get wet. There was no such thing on the internet or in books. Either she had met a lot of Duofu people, or she had been to the island. Especially regarding the pillow, the production process was monopolized by a few big families. It was a rare object even on the island. Fan Yi only knew about it because she was the daughter of the chief. However, Jiang Fuyue's knowledge was no less than hers. This was very strange. No. She shook her head and denied it. At least she hadn't been there in her life. Fan Yi scratched her head, a little puzzled. Oh, it doesn't matter whether you've been there or not. What's important is when we eat. Gao Jiaoming smiled shyly, I'm hungry. Yes, yes, yes. Huang Hui quickly agreed, I'm hungry too. The four of them left the dormitory and went outside the school to look for food. The restaurants in the north were always full of sincerity, especially those in front of the school. They were not only full of food, but also delicious. Jiang Fuyue ordered 4 dishes, 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup. It was enough for the 4 of them to eat until they were full. Burp. Gao Jiaoming burped, looking satisfied. Fan Yi smacked her lips, still not satisfied. Huang Hui rubbed his stomach, obviously unable to bear it. Jiang Fuyue went to pay the bill. It was less than 100 yuan, so she might as well treat them. However, the 3 of them still insisted on splitting the bill. She didn't refuse. After eating, they strolled back to school. The scorching sun was mostly blocked by the rows of trees. Walking under the trees, they didn't feel hot at all. There was even a slight breeze blowing on their faces. At this moment, a series of whistles sounded behind him. It was continuous and ear-piercing. The 4 of them retreated to the top of the stairs, making way for the car, but the whistling did not stop. Instead, it seemed to be getting more and more intense. Jiang Fuyue frowned and looked back. Before she could see who was in the car, the black BMW was like a fish in water. In the blink of an eye, it jumped far away, leaving only the reflective rear of the car and a trail of smoke. Gao Jiaoming, who is it? How arrogant. From the incessant honks to the flapping of the accelerator, all of them were high profile. Huang Hui shrugged. Who cares? Fan Yi touched her chin. Why do I feel that the horn was deliberately honked at us? This guess was confirmed when they saw Lin Yuan and the black BMW parked in front of the girls' dormitory. What a coincidence, we meet again. Lin Yuan was wearing a sky blue dress and a pinkish-white fisherman's hat. Her long hair flowed down her back, and she was carrying a small bag in her hand. At this moment, she was standing on the stairs with her chin raised. Her eyes were slightly surprised as she greeted them. Jiang Fuyue didn't react much. Gao Jiaoming and Huang Hui weren't familiar with her. They nodded reluctantly, smiled, and ignored her. Fan Yi turned her head away. The little girl's love and hate were clearly written on her face. She didn't hide it at all. Lin Yuan was a little embarrassed. Fortunately, she adjusted in time and smiled again. This time, 2 people from number 7 high school were nominated. One was Lin Yuan, and the other was Zhou Xian, a boy. Karan, who had a lot of friction with Fan Yi last time, was directly eliminated. Now, he couldn't even be found. Thinking about it, it was quite boring. They racked their brains to target others but neglected self-cultivation. In the end, it ended in a mess. Compared to them, Lin Yuan was much smarter. She had never targeted Fan Yi and Jiang Fuyue on the surface, but her shadow could be seen everywhere in Karan's every move. The master was hiding behind the scenes. Lin Yuan obviously knew this well. When they went upstairs, they found out that she lived next door to Fan Yi. Jiang Fuyue looked at the little girl in front of her who was as if she was facing a great enemy. She couldn't help but laugh. What are you afraid of? She's not a tiger. Will she eat you? Fan Yi nervously played with her fingers. She talks in a roundabout way. I can't win against her. She wanted to fight when she couldn't win against her. If she really fought, she was afraid that she would lose the qualification for the competition. Jiang Fuyue taught her a unique skill. What? Her almond-shaped eyes were bright. Pretend to be deaf and dumb. Pretending to be deaf meant not listening. Pretending to be dumb meant not replying. No matter how good Lin Yuan's mouth was, she couldn't move such a simple-minded person. Yes, yes. Fan Yi nodded. I'll remember it. At 2:00 in the afternoon, the opening ceremony was held. The head coach went on stage to give a speech. He introduced several coaches and the instructors who were in charge of the students' daily lives. During the student representative speech segment, Jiang Fuyue was invited to the stage as the top scorer of the semi-final. The process was quite smooth. There was no second Hua Fanjin who jumped out to cause trouble. After the ceremony, Jiang Fuyue returned to Q University for the competitive physics class. At 6:00 in the afternoon. Yan Zhenfeng, okay, that's all for today. Jiang Fuyue took a picture of the writing on the blackboard with her phone and sent it to Ling Xian. On the 3rd day of the camp, something happened to Ling Xian's family. He asked for leave and rushed back to Linhuai. Before he left, he asked Jiang Fuyue to take pictures of the daily class notes and send them to him. Jiang Fuyue didn't refuse. However, the contact between the two was limited to a few pictures on WeChat. They rarely even sent text messages. Basically, it was Ling Xian's one-sided thanks. She thought that it would be the same today. Unexpectedly, a few seconds after she sent the picture, Ling Xian's video call request came one after another. Digression, the second night watch is here. 2,000 words. At the third night watch, the fish tried to update earlier so that everyone wouldn't be bald. Jiang Fuyue's fingers paused. She didn't answer the call, but she didn't hang up either. Instead, she returned to the chat interface and typed, "What's up?" The other party replied instantly, "There are a few parts of the photo that aren't very clear. I want to see the blackboard." Jiang Fuyue answered the call and switched the camera to the back. Therefore, Ling Xian only saw Jiang Fuyue's face for less than a second when the call connected. With a quick glance, he was already looking at the rear-facing camera, directly facing the blackboard. Jiang Fuyue adjusted the angle of the phone. "Can you see it?" Ling Xian. "Yes. About 3 or 4 minutes later, I'm fine. Can you talk to me?" Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a faint hum from the other end and the call was cut off. Ling Xian, ? It was quite sudden. The wind blew in from the balcony at the end of the corridor, bringing with it a trace of the evening heat. It was inexplicably irritating. Ling Xian shook his head and smiled helplessly. He put away his phone and turned to enter the ward. In the room, Ling Qingzhou leaned against the headboard. There was a laptop on the small table in front of him. The page was paused on a pile of financial data. At this moment, he was patiently browsing through it. His eyes were focused and his expression was solemn. When he heard the door open and close, the man subconsciously looked up. Ling Xian called out, "Dad." "Yes. Mom said she's on the way. She'll take about 20 minutes. Ling Qingzhou, no rush." Then, he looked back at the screen. Ling Xian silently filled the empty glass in front of him. Just as he put down the glass, he heard his father ask a question, "You're back in Linhuai. What about the training?" Ling Xian, "I applied for leave." Ling Qingzhou, "Can you keep up with the progress?" "It's okay. I asked my classmate to send me the daily lesson content and a classroom blackboard. It was just that his classmate didn't seem to like talking to him." The teenager touched his nose and couldn't help but reflect on what he did wrong. Nobody knew him better than his father. Ling Qingzhou asked, "Are you in trouble?" Ling Xian suddenly came back to his senses and shook his head. "No. If you don't have it in your studies, then it must be in your interpersonal relationships." He didn't say anything, tacitly agreeing. Ling Qingzhou raised his eyebrows and his gaze fell on his son's troubled and lonely face. He made a bold guess. "The other party is a girl?" "Dad." Ling Xian was shocked and his eyes flashed. Ling Qingzhou, girlfriend? "No. You like her?" Ling Xian did not say anything, but his mind was racing. Did he like Jiang Fuyue? Was that the feeling of love? He wasn't sure. However, he couldn't help but secretly pay attention to her. The colder she was, the more he wanted to get closer. Even if he got frostbite in the process, he didn't care. Ling Qingzhou looked at his son's constantly changing expressions. He didn't show it on his face, but he was quite surprised. It was obvious that he missed her but couldn't get her, and yet he didn't want to give up. Ling Qingzhou was suddenly curious about the girl who could force his arrogant son to this point. What kind of magic did she have? "Dad, drink some water." Ling Xian held the cup with both hands and brought it to his lips. His father naturally appreciated it, but he also saw that his son wanted to change the topic. After Ling Qingzhou finished drinking, he didn't expose him and didn't ask any more questions. He continued to look at the financial reports. Ling Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to think about his relationship with Jiang Fuyue for the time being. Everything would have to wait until the estrangement between them disappeared. He thought to himself, take it slow. The conversation between father and son ended, and the huge ward returned to silence. Ling Xian sat on a chair. There was a small round glass table in front of him. He took out a pen and paper and flipped through the photos that Jiang Fuyue sent him. In fact, the photos were very clear. There was nothing that couldn't be seen clearly. He just wanted to find an excuse to look at her. He did see her, but only once. He couldn't do more than that. Ling Xian sighed. He suddenly felt that Jiang Fuyue was very stingy. He had no doubt that if he hadn't found a suitable excuse like looking at the blackboard, she would have hung up on the video call directly. The teenager looked at the questions in the photos. The pen in his hand suddenly drew a long line on the clean draft paper. Jiang Fuyue wanted to avoid him, but he wouldn't let her. He still had to look at the blackboard tomorrow. He looked at it once a day, and looked at it twice every 2 days. Little drops made an ocean. 20 minutes later, Zhou Qin arrived. She carried 2 thermos containers in her hands. As soon as she entered the ward, she greeted the father and son. Time to eat. Ling Xian stood up. Ling Qingzhou was on the phone. He raised his hand and motioned for the mother and son to eat first. Zhou Qin had already eaten at home. She took out the food and placed the bowls and chopsticks neatly. Xian, you eat first. Don't wait for your dad. Who knows when he'll be done. Even so, Ling Xian didn't eat. It wasn't until 10 minutes later when Ling Qingzhou finished the phone call that the father and son sat down to eat together. Zhou Qin pushed the soup in front of her husband and said softly, "You injured your leg. As the saying goes, shape makes shape. It's good to drink some bone soup to replenish your calcium." Ling Qingzhou glanced at it and didn't have much of an appetite. However, he still gave Zhou Qin face in front of his son. He drank half a bowl, put it aside, and didn't touch it again. Zhou Qin acted as if she didn't see it. She got up and tidied his bed. She also replaced the wilted flowers with fresh ones. She didn't make any noise during the whole process. Just like her, she had always been warm and gentle. Ling Qingzhou finished eating and lay back on the bed. Zhou Qin called the doctor to examine him. "Doctor, how's my husband?" "It takes 100 days to recover from a bone injury. It's best not to walk for the first half of the month to avoid a second injury in 3 months. In short, rest well." Zhou Qin nodded and sent the doctor out. She turned around and sat by the bed. Suddenly, she held Ling Qingzhou's hand. The man was stunned and his heart softened. He couldn't help but soften his voice and lose some of his sternness. "What's wrong?" Zhou Qin sighed. "Look at you. How old are you? You still don't let people feel at ease. You actually fought with Xianxia in public." Her words poked Ling Qingzhou's sore spot. The man's face suddenly darkened. "He's gone too far. Number 1 Middle School was about to sign the contract, but that bastard surnamed E actually barged in alone and shamelessly made a scene on the spot. However, Number 1 Middle School saw that something was wrong. They couldn't afford to offend either side. They were also afraid of Xianxia's pestering and simply said on the spot, they didn't want Bright Moon Restaurant or Bright Moon Restaurant. This time, Ling Qingzhou was dumbfounded. Seeing that the duck in his mouth was gone just like that, he couldn't bear it anymore. He raised his fist and punched Xianxia's face. Xianxia wasn't someone to be trifled with. He had tolerated Ling Qingzhou for a long time and had long wanted to go all out. The 2 CEOs disregarded their status and dignity and tangled together on the spot. You punched, I kicked, and they were locked in a fierce fight. The staff on both sides reacted and stepped forward to stop the fight. They didn't know how they got involved in the fight. Suddenly, the entire conference room was in chaos. It was like a world war. Then, the 2 CEOs were admitted to the hospital. One had a broken leg and the other had a broken arm, and the ward was next door. This damned fragrant ape dung. Zhou Qin saw the anger on the man's face. She narrowed her eyes and her eyelashes trembled slightly. "Is it that important?" she murmured softly. The man frowned. "Is building that important to you?" He didn't even care about his life. After 20 years of marriage, Zhou Qin knew this man too well. He was gentle, elegant, and very concerned about his reputation. Xianxia looked rough on the surface, but after all, he had been in power for so many years. How could he be a joke to others, but these 2 people, under the watchful eyes of so many people, actually fought like young boys in their 20s because of a disagreement. When Zhou Qin heard the news, her first reaction wasn't worry or anger. She actually wanted to laugh because the truth was so ridiculous. It was so ridiculous that she couldn't believe that this kind of thing would happen to these two men. Just for the right to build a high school, huh? In the end, it was for that dead woman. Zhou Qin couldn't suppress her curiosity anymore. What kind of charm did Lu Mingyue have? She had been dead for more than 20 years, but the men who were still alive didn't hesitate to fight over her. Ling Qingzhou's gentle face suddenly darkened when he heard this. Was it that important? He curled his lips coldly and said word by word, I thought that this was an unspoken agreement between us. Zhou Qin's heart was pierced, and it was bleeding. It was a pity that this man couldn't see it. So all her years of concession, tolerance, and repression had become a natural agreement in his eyes. She stood up and turned around in a panic. I'll go back first. After that, she ran away. She was afraid that she would burst into tears if she was late. Ling Xian watched the whole process from the corner and frowned. It seemed like something he didn't know was about to come out. Digression, 3,000 words. 10 minutes earlier was still too early. He could only comfort himself like this. Good night, little bald darlings. On the other side of the wall, the atmosphere was completely different. Yihanqing's left hand was in a sling around his neck. He was lying on his back with a bed frame in front of him. There was a projector on it and it was playing a popular movie of the season. In order to recreate the cinema effect, the man was wearing a pair of 3D glasses. Popcorn and Happy Fat Otaku water were placed within reach. ECI, the filial son, also curled up on the bed. The father and son sat side by side and talked about the movie from time to time. There were a few grains of popcorn on the floor. People would think that they were on vacation and not in the hospital. Brat, go and pour a glass of water for your father. No, it's exciting. ECI did not even blink. Is the movie more important or your father? For now, it's the movie. Yihanqing, in the end, ECI poured a glass of water for his father. The patient was the most important thing in the world. I don't want it. Yihanqing turned his head away with a look of disdain. ECI, ? He was being arrogant. Yihanqing, change it to Coke. The doctor said that you only deserve to drink this. Son, don't be like this. It's up to you whether you want to drink it or not. It's useless to say anything. Don't even try to act cute. I have goosebumps. Yihanqing's expression turned awkward as he settled for the next best thing, then give me a straw. Okay. He had a lot of demands. When Yihanqing finally drank the water with his mouth wide open, the movie ended. ECI, ? I suspect that you are messing with me and I have evidence. Yihanqing, good boy, please help me take off my glasses. I can't free my hands. ECI, ! I'm telling you, you will get into big trouble sooner or later. Hurry up. What are you waiting for? Oh. Rewind the movie. I haven't watched the last 15 minutes. Yihanqing, I did. ECI, ? Change to the next one. Dad, that's enough. If you drive me away, no one will take care of you. Yihanqing lost his wife in his early years and did not remarry. He raised his son alone. Compared to the happy family of 3 next door, he lived like a bachelor. Oh, it's like that. You stinking brat, are you rebelling? ECI rolled her eyes and did not help him hold the cup. She put it on the bedside table and sat down on the sofa across from him. If the old man was the master, then this was the young master. Dad, you haven't given me an explanation since the accident, right? She said with a faint smile. You're even using such an honorific. Yihanqing's scalp went numb, and he began to laugh. What explanation? Who do I need to explain to? It can't explain this. She almost fell for your nonsense. ECI, tell me, why did you hit him? Although our family and the Ling family were like fire and water, and we didn't like each other, this is the first time we fought. Yihanqing's eyes widened, and he was furious. It was that old dog Ling Qingzhou who hit me first. He hit you for no reason? For no reason? Xianxia curled his lips. What do you mean he hit me? I was the one who hit him until he screamed and saw stars. Xi's tone was cold. Then why is your hand broken? Xianxia, question mark. Trash son, you only know how to pull the rug out from under me. Oldie, I don't want to criticize you. You're already so old, yet you're still imitating us youngsters. Now, the whole company knows that you fought with Ling Xian's father and even went to the hospital. Do you still want your face as the president? Everyone in the company knows? Eci squinted. What else? F***CK. Dad, why do you have to compete with Uncle Ling to build a building? Yes, Eci could see that his father's greatest joy was not building a building, but competing with Ling Qingzhou. Over the years, the two of them had done their best to make each other unhappy. But if one were to say that there was any deep hatred between them, it was not necessarily so. Eci had never asked about this before. He thought that if his father wanted to build a building, then so be it. After all, it was his own money, and he could spend it however he wanted. Even if his father squandered it, he would not have any objections. However, this time, not only did it burn money, but it also hurt him. Eci could not help but be curious and asked directly. What are you two after? The man was silent, which was rare. He no longer smiled and tried to muddle through. Instead, he fell into an inexplicable deep and dignified state. Eci saw this, swallowed, and subconsciously sat up straight. The silence continued. After a long time, Xianxia finally spoke in a low voice. If it wasn't for him, our lives would not be like this now. Eci looked puzzled. Isn't it good now? Their family and the Ling family were the biggest taxpayers in the city. They were the legendary rich. Xianxia smiled. It will only be better than now. Yes, if they were by that person's side, whether it was him or Ling Qingzhou, it would be 100 times better than now. He had never doubted this point. Ling Qingzhou must be extremely regretful. Unfortunately, it was useless. Eci, then, what did Uncle Ling do? Xianxia's face suddenly darkened. He snorted coldly. That despicable person only knows how to play dirty tricks behind people's backs. If I had stayed in the capital back then. If he had stayed by Luming Yue's side. Then you would have been a proper young master in the capital. Isn't it better than staying in a corner like Lin Hui? Eci, question mark. The capital, so his biological father really came from a big city? Don't tell me you're the heir of some rich family in the capital. 20 years later, you returned with your son and regained power. Now, you're at the peak of your life with beautiful wives and concubines. Slap. Before he could finish speaking, an apple flew at his head. Eci's eyes went blank. Xianxia, have you seen too much? Heir of a rich family. Eci could not be blamed for thinking this way. He did not have any grandparents since he was young. That was fine, but he did not even have any relatives at home. Although he was a rich family, he and Xianxia were the only two people in the family. Then what? Xianxia was stunned, as if he was immersed in a distant memory. What heir? We were all orphans back then. Ling Xian took 2 days off and accompanied Ling Qingzhou in the hospital. The next afternoon, he flew back to the capital and looked for Yan Zhenfeng to cancel his leave. In the office. Are there any major problems at home? Ling Xian, everything has been settled. Okay. Yan Zhenfeng nodded. You won't be here for the next 2 days. Everyone has been divided into groups. You can stay in my group for now, Professor Yan. Ling Xian suddenly spoke and interrupted him. I want to go to Teacher Sun's group. Sun Kun, who was not far away, heard her name and instantly sat up straight as if a radar had caught sight of a flying object. Huh? Another good student with discerning eyes. Yan Zhenfeng raised his eyebrows and said half-jokingly, why? You don't like my group? No, I want to go with Jiang Fuyue. She was so direct that no one could respond. Yan Zhenfeng refused to give in. After the first group assignment, many people want to be in her group. Having Jiang Fuyue was equivalent to having a peerless killer weapon. She could win in minutes. Everyone wanted to take a bite out of such a delicious cake. He had already rejected many students. Why should he make an exception for Ling Xian? Back then, he had announced in front of the whole class that once the groups were set, they could not be changed. Now that Ling Xian had done this, wasn't he slapping himself in the face? First of all, I came from the same place as Jiang Fuyue. If I was present when the groups were divided, I would definitely choose the same group as her without hesitation. Second of all, strictly speaking, my situation shouldn't be considered a change of group. After all, I didn't choose from the beginning. Since I didn't choose, why should I change? Lastly, Ling Xian took out the 5 test papers that were given to the group assignment. Yan Zhenfeng took them skeptically and lowered his head to take a look. Good guy. He had finished all 5 sets of questions. He took out the reference answers and compared them. 10 minutes later. Out of the 5 test papers, 4 got full marks. The last one had 1 point deducted because it missed a unit symbol during the process. Ling Xian, it took me 4 hours to finish these 5 sets of questions. On average, I completed 5 sets of questions every 2 hours, half a set faster than Lin Shimo. The correct rate is 99%. He said word by word, I think I have the ability to be assigned to Teacher Sun's group. What do you think? Yan Zhenfeng had nothing to say. Sun Kun grinned and snickered. What kind of luck did he have? This time, all the good seedlings of the summer camp were in his hands. The next day, Yan Zhenfeng announced the results of Ling Xian's group selection. Naturally, there were many jealous voices. This included Ren Xinghe, who was assigned to the coaching group. They were all from Linhuai. Why could he follow Jiang Fuyue and win all the way? But when Yan Zhenfeng took out the 5 sets of Ling Xian's test papers, all the doubts disappeared. In the morning, Ling Xian walked into the classroom. When he looked up, he saw Jiang Fuyue and Lin Shimo sitting together in the corner. They became deskmates. TSK, his eyes darkened. Digression, 3,000 words per night, tentatively set at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Pay attention to the comment section for the specific time. Lin Shimo felt a gaze that could not be ignored fall on him. His expression did not change. He subconsciously raised his head and happened to meet Ling Xian's gaze. The latter walked towards him. To be precise, he was walking towards Jiang Fuyue. A shadow fell on the test paper. The girl looked up and was slightly stunned. Ling Xian said, I'm back. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Lin Shimo immediately saw that the two of them were not close. Oh, no, it was Jiang Fuyue who was not close. That cold attitude was no different from when he was facing himself. They came from the same place, and he heard that they were even from the same school. He suddenly felt that Ling Xian was too incompetent. He could not catch the moon even though he was close to her. However, on second thought, it would be strange if he could catch Jiang Fuyue's cold illusion. Zhongxiang's soup was not given away either. Why did both of them like to hit the wall? The kind that would not retreat even if they were badly injured. Suddenly, Lin Shimo looked at Jiang Fuyue with a devilish gaze. However, in Ling Xian's eyes, it was a provocation. What was the meaning of looking at Jiang Fuyue like that in front of him? His face immediately darkened. He added, I'm in the same group as you now. Obviously, Yan Zhenfeng had already informed Jiang Fuyue in advance. She was not surprised at all and said calmly, welcome. Ling Xian sat down beside her. The young man's thin shoulders were almost in a straight line. His gentle side profile revealed a trace of indifference, adding to his elegance. Don't worry, I won't drag you down, he said coldly. Jiang Fuyue frowned. When did she say that he would drag her down? However, Lin Shimo reacted. Those words were clearly meant for him. Sun Kun's group changed from 2 to 3, and 2 deskmates to 3 deskmates. Other than that, there seemed to be no other changes. Jiang Fuyue was still used to immersing herself in studying, and her awareness of the outside world was almost zero. Whether it was Ling Xian or Lin Shimo, they were no different from air in her eyes. She was very busy. Not only did she have to complete the physical competition training course, but she also had to go to the university every day to participate in the NOI training. She didn't seem to feel tired even though she had been traveling between 2 places for a long time. On the contrary, Lin Shimo saw her doing extracurricular exercises more than once. When he passed by, he pretended to casually glance at her 20 years of IMO. Very good, she was still learning mathematical Olympiad. The high-intensity learning mode not only made Jiang Fuyue clear-headed and flexible, but also successfully influenced the people around her. First was Lin Shimo. When he realized that Jiang Fuyue was like an emotionless learning machine, continuously pouring out information about information science, physics, and mathematics competitions, he became nervous, which was rare for him. This kind of nervousness did not refer to the psychological aspect, but to the arrangement of the study plan. In the past, he relied on his solid foundation and higher IQ to face a physics competition with ease. In addition to the daily training content, he also had time to do other things after class. For example, listening to music, reading the original foreign language version, and jesting with Xianxia's group of bad friends on WeChat. But now, in addition to completing the class content, he also began to consciously expand after class. For example, the IPO real questions a few years ago, and the more difficult derivative questions. He was the kind of person who kept his composure and fought in the dark. On the surface, Jiang Fuyue did not notice any changes at all. In her impression, Lin Shimo had always been cold and arrogant. Many times, she could even find a trace of Xie Dingyuan in this young man. However, in reality, the headphones that Lin Shimo often used had not appeared in a long time. Next was Ling Xian. Compared to Lin Shimo's introverted personality, he was much more high-profile. When he did the questions, he worked hard openly. If he didn't know how to answer, he would immediately turn to Jiang Fuyue. He was not stupid. With a little guidance, he could draw inferences. In the past, he could not put down his pride, so he did not communicate much with Jiang Fuyue. Now, perhaps because he felt threatened by Lin Shimo, it did not matter anymore. Jiang Fuyue had a strong mind and came up with many ways to solve the questions. Under her guidance, Ling Xian improved rapidly. When he thought about how he used to be arrogant and refused to speak, he regretted it so much that he wanted to slap himself. Jiang Fuyue was much better than the teachers in Linhuai. Not only could he improve himself, but he could also have more opportunities to communicate with her. How stupid was he to not put down his pride for such a ridiculous reason? Jiang Fuyue, take a look at this question. He handed the test paper to her. She took it and glanced at it. She wrote a formula in the blank space and returned it to him. Ling Xian looked at it and suddenly felt enlightened. I understand. Lin Shimo saw everything. He looked at the test paper and silently pursed his thin lips. Ask, or not ask, if he did not ask, Jiang Fuyue would never take the initiative to talk to him. Both he and Ling Xian were well aware of this. But he was not familiar with her. Ling Xian frowned. He noticed Lin Shimo looking at Jiang Fuyue from time to time. He raised his eyes and looked back at him with an inexplicable warning. Then, Lin Shimo suddenly stopped hesitating. Not for anything else, but to make Ling Xian unhappy, he had to take the initiative. Ahem. Jiang Fuyue, this question is quite interesting. Do you want to take a look? Digression, sorry to keep you waiting. 3 o'clock is late. When Jiang Fuyue saw this, Ling Xian's face darkened. Lin Shimo smiled. The more time they spent together, the more they discovered Jiang Fuyue's terrifying learning talent and thinking ability. Some people were smart, but not necessarily good at studying. Some people were good at studying, but not necessarily smart. Lin Shimo used to think that he was outside of these two categories, but after meeting Jiang Fuyue, he began to doubt it because there was a higher benchmark in front of him. And he couldn't reach it for the time being. The wavelength of the laser source is 635 nanometers, and the laser is connected to a fixed bearing. Let's assume that the laser shines on the western line of a cylinder with a diameter of r. This way, we can get the intensity distribution function of the incident angle. Or we can start from the middle and find the angle first. Through induction, we can find the distribution law, but the second method is much more troublesome than the first. Do you understand? No one responded. Jiang Fuyue called again, Lin Shimo. Yes. He reacted and nodded. In comparison, Ling Xian had a clearer understanding of Jiang Fuyue's ability and had long been accustomed to it. So when Jiang Fuyue finished the experiment that had been bothering him for the whole day in less than 15 minutes, Ling Xian's expression was normal, and he wasn't surprised at all. "Can you tell me more about it?" he asked. Jiang Fuyue didn't reject communication about learning. She realized that everyone's brain was unique and had a unique thinking structure. If she had 10 solutions to a problem, Ling Xian could often provide the 11th solution. Therefore, she was more willing to communicate with him about the problem. Ling Xian, ? So it turns out that you're not interested in me, but in my method of solving the problem. As for Lin Shimo, this person was a bit arrogant, and his thinking overlapped with hers. Jiang Fuyue rarely learned new things, so she never took the initiative to talk to him. Lin Shimo, ? So you're not interested in my solution. Even though the two of them had learned from Jiang Fuyue, they were still unfamiliar and distant in daily life. For example, at this moment, Ling Xian, shall we have dinner together? Jiang Fuyue didn't even raise her head as she continued to pack her things. No. As for the reason, he didn't dare to ask, nor did he dare to say. In the end, he could only watch as Jiang Fuyue left. Heh. A sneer was heard. Ling Xian looked up coldly and caught the sneer on Lin Shimo's face. Is it that funny? He was expressionless. Lin Shimo nodded. That's funny. Even though he said that, there was no trace of a smile on his face. Go ahead. The corners of Ling Xian's lips curled up. I hope you won't be like me. It's best if you keep putting on airs as the young master of the capital. He wanted to see if Jiang Fuyue would give him another look. After saying that, he left immediately. In the afternoon, Lin Shimo called out to Jiang Fuyue for some unknown reason. The girl turned around. He couldn't say it out loud again. What's the matter? Jiang Fuyue asked. Her gaze was cold and her tone was cold. Lin Shimo smiled. The young man wasn't a kind person. This rare smile was like the sun breaking through the dark clouds, filling the sky in an instant. Deskmate, shall we have dinner together? He deliberately emphasized the word deskmate in hopes that Jiang Fuyue wouldn't misunderstand. She didn't misunderstand because she didn't feel anything at all, whether it was his smile or his invitation. No. It was exactly the same as when she rejected Ling Xian in the morning. After saying that, she picked up her bag and turned to leave. Ling Xian sneered. You think you're different, but in her eyes, you and I are the same as everyone else in this class. You just mocked me this morning, and now you're asking to be humiliated. Why bother? Lin Shimo's face darkened. He looked at Ling Xian with an unusually cold gaze. The latter didn't avoid his gaze and looked at him with provocation and sarcasm. From then on, the grudge between them was formed. Usually, it was fine when Jiang Fuyue was around. They could still ignore each other and maintain peace on the surface. However, when Jiang Fuyue went to be university for the NOI class, the atmosphere within a 5-meter radius was filled with the two of them. This corner became a scary place that the whole class avoided. Even Yan Zhenfeng felt that something was wrong between the two. After class, he specially called them to the office for a chat. What's wrong? We're all classmates. What conflict can't be resolved? Ling Xian, we don't have any conflict. Lin Shimo, there's no need to resolve it. Yan Zhenfeng, ? Did I talk about loneliness? After they left, Sun Kun spoke across the two desks. Old Yan, don't worry about it. But these two are good seedlings. He was afraid that the hostility would be too strong. I saw that when Jiang Fuyue was around, the two of them were very obedient. What are you worried about? Jiang Fuyue? Sun Kun snorted. That girl is good. Much better than you. He didn't dare to say this out loud. He could only criticize him in his heart. In the evening, Lin Shimo left the teaching building and was about to go back to the dormitory. On the way, he received a WeChat message from Xianxia. Xianxia, little Momo, what are you doing? This was just an opening sentence. Even if Lin Shimo didn't reply, the other party would continue to talk and continue the conversation. Sure enough, Xianxia, how's my wife recently? Is she eating well? Has she lost weight? Is there anyone in class bullying her? Xianxia, ask her if she still wants soup. I'll send it to her tomorrow. Xianxia, oh yes, you have to help me look after her. She's your sister-in-law in the future. This guy was too talkative. He sent more than 10 messages in a row, and not a single sentence mentioned Jiang Fuyue. Xianxia, huh? Where is she? Where did she go? Lin Shimo couldn't take it anymore and sent a voice message. Xianxia, are you done? Are you done? Why don't you send a message to your wife and ask her yourself? Why are you asking me? Am I your mouthpiece? Are you paying me? The other party paused for a few seconds. The top of the screen showed that he was talking. Not long after, a voice message was sent. Little Momo, did you eat explosives? Why are you so angry? If I could contact Jiang Fuyue, would I still need you? Lin Shimo frowned. Don't you have her WeChat? Why can't you contact her? Ahem. The other party was a little embarrassed. Lin Shimo guessed that he must be touching his nose with one hand while pressing the talk button with the other. I can't contact her either, he spoke in a muddle-headed manner, but Lin Shimo understood. Jiang Fuyue didn't reply to your message? The other party sent an emoji, life is hard. Another emoji, smile. Lin Shimo suddenly felt less annoyed. It turned out that not only did she reject him, but she also rejected Xianxia. Well, wasn't Ling Xian rejected as well? What was there to be unhappy about? Lin Shimo nodded and asked, is there anything else? Hey, little brother, what's wrong with you? Brother Ong just asked you those questions. Did you answer them all? Are you in a hurry to hang up? How's my wife recently? Is she eating well? Did she lose weight? Did anyone bully her in class? Lin Shimo quickly typed, very good. She has a regular meal routine. She didn't lose weight. No one dares to bully her. Xianxia was satisfied, then help me take care of her, do you hear me? Lin Shimo raised his eyebrows, take care of what? Xianxia, take care of my wife. Lin Shimo, Jiang Fuyue agreed to be your girlfriend? The other party didn't reply for a while. Lin Shimo put away his phone and went back to the dormitory. After washing his face, he heard a notification from WeChat. He took it out and clicked on it. Xianxia, sooner or later. Lin Shimo pursed his lips. Jiang Fuyue's indifferent and distant peach blossom eyes flashed in his mind. He thought to himself, that's not necessarily true. Jiang Fuyue didn't know how Lin Shimo and Ling Xian opposed each other and secretly competed with each other. Even if she knew, she didn't think it was because of her. At this moment, she was in Su Kaiching's physics laboratory, looking at the high-end equipment on the operating table and drooling. This is the latest generation of quantum microwave equipment from Country D. Not only is it more compact, but its measurement accuracy is also nearly 20 times higher than before. Su Kaiching saw the undisguised interest in her eyes and explained with a smile. His gentle words and refreshing expression made him look like a conscientious tour guide. And Jiang Fuyue was the only tourist. Do you want to try it? The operating rules haven't changed much from before, but there are a few more codes. You're familiar with the codes commonly used by Country D's physics instrument manufacturers, so it shouldn't be a problem. He didn't forget the glorious deeds of Jiang Fuyue when she guided a few PhD students on the lawn downstairs. There were a total of 26 codes, and she was able to input them correctly. Okay. Jiang Fuyue was in high spirits. Just then, the phone in the office rang. Su Kaiching, test it yourself, I'm going to take a call first. Okay. Jiang Fuyue sat in front of the operating table. After a few minutes, a shrill scream suddenly sounded. Who are you? How did you get in? Digression, 3,000 words, Lin Shimo, young master, don't use your charm. Xianxia sighed, who isn't, Ling Xian, haha. Before Jiang Fuyue could turn around, a white figure had already rushed in front of her. The woman was wearing a lab robe. Her cheeks were thin, and her cheekbones were prominent. Her pair of triangular eyes were staring at Jiang Fuyue fiercely. There was both vigilance and anger in her eyes. There were a few doctoral students who came in with her. They were shocked by the sudden situation and stood at the door, unable to react for a long time. Jiang Fuyue was about to speak when the woman's sharp questions came crashing down on her. What's your specialization? Don't you know that you can't enter the laboratory? There are two big words on the door in black and bold: unauthorized personnel not allowed. Can't you see it? After the woman finished asking, she began to pace back and forth nervously. There was a bigger storm brewing on her face. No, what's your specialization? Who's the counselor? We can't just let it go like this. She continued, undergraduates nowadays are really lawless. Why are you still sitting up there? Do you need me to ask you to come down? Jiang Fuyue withdrew her hand. This action was seen by the woman. The veins on her forehead suddenly popped out. You even took action? The woman rushed forward and glanced at the equipment. Then, she suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Fuyue. Her eyes were full of disgust and hatred. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was looking at the enemy who killed her father. You touched my data? She did not listen to any excuses, even if Jiang Fuyue kept trying to speak. What right do you have to touch my data? Who do you think you are? Jiang Fuyue's eyes turned cold. Seeing that she was not ashamed, the woman became even angrier. Didn't your parents teach you not to touch other people's things? You don't have any manners at all. Q University is becoming less and less selective in its admissions. They're taking in any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Why, are you still not convinced? Jiang Fuyue was expressionless. Although she didn't say or do anything, the woman felt offended. The hostility in her eyes deepened, and her expression became more and more ferocious. Not convinced? Then I have no choice. Not only am I going to scold you today, I'm also going to hit you. As he spoke, he raised his hand high and swung it down heavily. The woman's movements were too fast, and there was no warning at all. The PhD students behind her had no time to stop her. They watched as the slap was about to land on Jiang Fuyue's face. And in the process, the woman consciously grabbed her fingers, trying to use her nails to exert force. There was no doubt that if this attack landed on a person's face, it wouldn't be as simple as just leaving a red mark. Instead, it would leave behind 5 bloody scratches. Even worse, it might even disfigure the person. In the nick of time, Jiang Fuyue decisively reached out and grabbed the woman's wrist, then grabbed it with a backhand grip. Naturally, the deliberate claw shape and the sharp nails were also exposed in front of everyone. It would appear that senior sister not only wants to teach me a lesson, but also wants me to see blood. Guilt flashed in the woman's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by sternness. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me. He was the one who was in the wrong first, yet he still wanted to complain first and slander the victim. Do you have any shame? In the meantime, she secretly tried to pull her hand back, but unexpectedly, the woman looked weak, but she was surprisingly strong. Jiang Fuyue took advantage of the woman's strength and suddenly let go. The woman stepped back in horror, then lost her balance and fell awkwardly to the ground, making a muffled sound. The PhD students were stunned and forgot to help her up for a moment. The woman fell and saw stars, and she was sprawled on the ground. For a person with strong self-esteem, falling to the ground in such an undignified position was like a nightmare. Shame, anger, guilt, and all kinds of emotions swarmed up, causing her cheeks to turn red and her eyes to be filled with hatred. The woman actually got up from the ground as fast as she could, screaming and rushing toward Jiang Fuyue. She wanted to scratch this little bitch's face. How could 5 finger marks be enough? It would be better to disfigure her face directly. Unfortunately, before she could take 2 steps, she was stopped by the PhD students who reacted. Liang Bing, don't be like this. This is the laboratory, calm down. Impulsiveness is the devil, fighting won't solve the problem. If you have something to say, we can talk it out. The woman's face was ferocious, and even though she was being pulled, she still tried to rush in the direction of Jiang Fuyue. Her 2 hands were still flailing in the air. Hey, what's going on? A good-looking boy pushed the door open and raised his eyebrows when he saw the situation. He did not stop the crazy Liang Bing, but stood aside and looked like he was going to watch a good show. When his eyes swept over Jiang Fuyue, he paused, and in the next second, his eyes were filled with a strong sense of amazement. Where did this little junior come from? She's so good-looking. As he spoke, he walked behind Jiang Fuyue. Junior, don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Jiang Fuyue. Which eye of yours saw that I needed protection? Liang Bing saw the situation and was stunned at first, then her eyes turned red with anger. Xianxia Nan, are you crazy? Why are you helping her? Xianxia Nan put his hands in his pockets and laughed heartlessly. I'll help whoever is good-looking. You. Jiang Fuyue turned to look at him, and the man seemed to sense it and looked back, smiling. How is it, little junior, are you touched? Liang Bing, do you know that she broke into the lab and touched my parameters? Xianxia Nan, now I know. Liang Bing, then why are you helping her? Xianxia Nan, is there a conflict between touching your parameters and me helping her? Like I said, she's good-looking and pleasing to the eye, so I'll help her. Liang Bing's ugly face was distorted by jealousy, and the way she looked at Jiang Fuyue was even more terrifying than before. Did you bring this little B***tch in without permission? She asked in a cold voice. The man frowned. Before he could respond, Liang Bing laughed strangely. Well, in order to pick up girls, you knowingly brought an outsider into the lab. There are so many pairs of eyes watching, how can you deny it? And you guys, let go of me. Several doctoral students exchanged hesitant glances and finally decided to let go. Liang Bing usually had a lot of power in the lab, and they were used to being dominated. They knew her temper, so how could they not listen to her? Except for one person. Xianxia Nan looked up, and the smile on his face had disappeared completely. Liang Bing, please think about what to say and what not to say before you speak. You're 30 years old, and you're the backbone of scientific research. Don't be so irrational. Oh, I'm irrational? You make it sound like I don't know what kind of person you are, Xianxia Nan. You can't move your legs when you see a beautiful woman, and now you're using the lab as a tool to please a woman. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because Elder Su thinks highly of you. If it weren't for your family background, you wouldn't even be worth a fart. Don't underestimate a woman's mouth, especially an angered woman, who could spit out all kinds of unpleasant words. Xianxia Nan raised his chin slightly, and the side of his face was cold, and there was no warmth in his eyes when he looked at Liang Bing. Is that so? If I'm so unbearable, then why did you give me the room card again and again? Boom, no one expected that a dispute could lead to such a juicy gossip. Even Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but look at the woman again. Well, she was indeed not very good-looking. Liang Bing was stunned. She didn't expect that Xianxia Nan, who had always been known as a gentleman in relationships, would expose her in public. I didn't expect Senior Liang to be so unrestrained. I thought she was a good woman when I saw her dress, but I didn't expect her to do such a thing. She usually doesn't see eye to eye with Senior Brother Shen. It turns out that she already liked him. She pretended quite well, but in the end, she's just like the other female students. TSK. No wonder last time a female graduate student came to the lab to look for Senior Brother Shen, she was scolded so badly. She was jealous of him, and took the opportunity to cause trouble. Sigh, who doesn't like Senior Brother Shen? He's good-looking, has a good family background, and his research ability is excellent. Most importantly, he's generous to women. After they broke up, none of his exes said anything bad about him. I thought Senior Liang was an exception, but I didn't expect. The surrounding unbearable discussions made Liang Bing so embarrassed that she couldn't show her face. She couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Shame and embarrassment drowned her little by little. She glanced around and saw Jiang Fuyue, who was tightly protected by Xianxia Nan. She stood there beautifully. Compared to her own awkwardness and helplessness, Jiang Fuyue was so calm and natural. She didn't have the slightest consciousness or shame of making a mistake. So what if you're good-looking? Liang Bing's mouth curved into a cold arc. In the next second, she grabbed the copper pipe on the experiment table and swung it at her. Digression, 3,000 words, everyone has been waiting for a long time. Happy Saturday newcomer, Senior Brother Shen. Next chapter, face-slapping, 6:02 p.m. Xianxia Nan sensed Liang Bing's movement and subconsciously reached out to block it. Jiang Fuyue cursed under her breath. She turned around and opened a valve on the console. Liang Bing's entire arm began to tremble uncontrollably. She screamed as if she had been pricked by something. She flung the copper pipe away. Even so, her entire arm was numb and unconscious. It hung weakly by her side. What happened? The copper pipe is wound with a coil and the coil is connected to the console. That little girl unscrewed the power valve on the console. That's why Sister Liang is like this. How did she know the position of the valve? There are hundreds of buttons and switches on the console. It can't be that she was just lucky. Where did so many dead mice come from? The situation was dangerous just now. She turned around and touched the valve without hesitation. I saw it clearly. She seems to be very familiar with the console in our laboratory. How come I've never seen her before? Could it be that Brother Shen secretly brought her here to play when we weren't around? He even taught her how to use the console? Haha. Brother Shen has taught you countless times. Can you remember the specific position of each button? No. She was too impulsive. If she really electrocuted Sister Liang, it wouldn't be easy to clean up the mess. Electrocution could kill. It won't. What? It won't be a problem. She pressed the yellow button when she unscrewed the valve. The current through the coil will not exceed 0.03 A, but it will be enough to cause a tingling sensation. Yellow button, safe mode for electricity. F***CK. Where did this little girl come from? She's so scary. If Liang Bing hadn't suddenly attacked, and if the copper pipe hadn't been thrown at Jiang Fuyue, her series of reactions could still be described as flexible and quick-witted. However, in such a short period of time, and with her identity as the victim, she was able to do everything so calmly. That wasn't just smart, but miraculous. Shen Qiannan looked at Jiang Fuyue with a complicated expression. If he remembered correctly, he was pushed away just now. Her strength was firm and unquestionable. There was also an inexplicable disdain. He wanted to be the hero to save the damsel in distress, but his junior disliked him? What's wrong? Su Kaiqing, who had just finished the phone call, came out of the office inside. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Because the soundproofing effect of the glass was too good, he hadn't heard anything before this. Sensing the confrontation between the two sides, and seeing the copper pipes and coils rolling on the ground, he frowned and quickly walked towards Jiang Fuyue. At first glance, it seemed like he was standing behind Jiang Fuyue to support her. But in the next second, everyone denied this conjecture. Who didn't know that Elder Su had always been calm and wise, and would never easily interfere in the right and wrong of his students? In addition, he was a serious person and had accumulated a lot of power, so no student dared to behave atrociously in front of him. Professor Su, someone gave a brief account of what had happened. The more Su Kaiqing listened, the weirder his expression became. Just then, Liang Bing's hand regained feeling. She quickly said, Professor, Shen Qiannan brought someone into the laboratory without permission, which is against the rules. This undergraduate student even changed my settings. He doesn't think he's wrong and refuses to apologize. Anyone would be furious if they were in his shoes. As she spoke, a violent expression began to appear on her face again. The corners of her eyes were red and her muscles twitched. It seemed like she was on the verge of exploding at any time. Everyone was a little scared. Even Su Kaiqing couldn't help but frown. In his impression, Liang Bing was not an impulsive and unreasonable person. What's wrong with Sister Liang? She can't control her temper in front of Professor Su? She's been a little irritable recently. Don't girls have this kind of time every month? That's too long. A week ago, she had a conflict with Professor Wei over a research project. Yesterday, she was so angry that she smashed a cup. It doesn't feel right. I also noticed that Sister Liang has been very impulsive recently. She doesn't like to talk to anyone. At this moment, Su Kaiqing suddenly spoke. I brought Jiang Fuyue to visit the laboratory. It has nothing to do with Qiannan. The room was silent for 2 seconds, and then, what? She was brought here by Professor Su? What kind of beautiful misunderstanding is this? It's over, it's over. Sister Liang is going to lose face. Sure enough, the woman's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She pursed her lips and said, how could it be? Wasn't it Shen Qiannan who brought her here? Su Kaiqing said, I just went in to take a call. I didn't expect so many things to happen. Liang Bing, no matter who did what, it's wrong to use violence to solve it. This time, it didn't lead to a disaster because Jiang Fuyue reacted quickly. But have you ever thought about the consequences if that copper pipe really fell on a person? Su Kaiching's expression became serious and his eyes were sharp. When did the laboratory become a martial arts arena? Liang Bing saw the disappointment in the professor's eyes. Her body trembled, but she still stiffened her neck and refused to admit her mistake. It's wrong for her to mess with my parameters, even if you allowed her to visit. Hiss, is she crazy? How dare she talk back to the professor? How many years has it been since someone provoked Elder Su like this? What a warrior. But Sister Liang also has a point. She just wanted to visit, but didn't she know that there are many things in the laboratory that can't be touched? Jiang Fuyue slowly raised her head and glanced at Liang Bing's facial muscles that were slightly twitching due to anger, as well as her eyes that were dyed red with anger and brutality. Are you sure I messed with your parameters? Liang Bing sneered. Didn't you? If I'm wrong, you're doing research related to multibody entanglement. Multibody entanglement was the interaction of multiple particles. Jiang Fuyue said, you're trying to use linear statistical analysis to explain the interaction of two bodies, but when you set the parameters, you forgot to take high-dimensional measures. When I came, there was no one at the console, but it was still in an unsafe working state. Do you know what the consequences will be if you continue? Liang Bing's eyes widened. Jiang Fuyue said word by word, the laboratory will explode. Digression, sorry for the long wait. 2,000 words. Late night. As soon as these words came out, the whole room was dead silent. Su Kaiching's face was sullen as he turned to look at the console. When he turned back, his whole face was black. Shen Qiannan followed closely behind, and several doctoral students also rushed forward. They didn't know if they didn't see it, but they were shocked when they saw it. This was an extremely low-level mistake. It was reasonable to say that it couldn't happen to anyone at the scene, especially when Liang Bing was the backbone of scientific research and was good at experimental operations. But she just did it. As for those parameters, Jiang Fuyue didn't touch any of them. She only turned on the high-dimensional key of the safe mode. Oh my god, that's terrible. Fortunately, we found it in time. I can't imagine if we were one step late and there really would have been an explosion. Thinking of this, everyone felt a lingering fear. At this time, Jiang Fuyue walked in front of Liang Bing. Because of her height advantage, she felt a bit condescending. Before you did this experiment, you should have been fully prepared. I don't believe that you don't know that you can't leave the multibody entanglement experiment without people on the console. Even if you leave for a short time, you have to cut off the power first. But how long have you been out? Liang Bing's lips trembled, her eyes were dull, and she kept shaking her head. How is it possible? It's impossible. I turned on the high-dimensional key when I set the parameters. Jiang Fuyue's eyes darkened as she paid attention to the expression on the woman's face. The facts are right in front of you. Do you still want to deny it? Sure enough, after she said this, Liang Bing's face quickly gathered ruthlessness and a strange scarlet color appeared in her eyes. Impossible. I don't believe it, the woman rushed to the console like crazy. She had to see it with her own eyes. Everyone subconsciously moved aside, and Liang Bing's whole body lay on the console. The next second, she stared at a certain key in disbelief. No. It can't be, she was the most talented doctoral student in Su Kaiching's laboratory. She wrote a fixed SCI thesis every year, and her scientific research ability was obvious to all. Everyone said that she was the one most likely to inherit Su Kaiching's legacy among his many students. How could she make such a mistake? How could she make such a mistake? How could she make such a mistake? Liang Bing's eyes kept changing. Suddenly, she screamed and squatted on the ground with her hands on her head. The woman's lips were purple, and her body trembled as if she was enduring great pain. Sister, what's wrong? Are you all right? Senior sister, don't scare everyone. If you have something to say, let's talk it out. Could it be an act? If there's really something, why didn't it flare up earlier or later? Why did it have to happen now? For a time, there were differing opinions. Good, bad, concern, doubt, all of it. However, no one stepped forward to help her. Because Liang Bing's current state was simply too terrifying, the woman's eyes were scarlet red as she screamed incessantly. At first, she was only hugging her head, but later on, she began to scratch her face. Her sharp nails left scratches on her skin, causing blood to flow out. It was like a scene of zombies mutating, so no one dared to get close. "Get out of the way." A clear voice rang out. Jiang Fuyue pushed aside the people in front of her and walked to Liang Bing's side. Xianxia wanted to stop her and reach out to grab her. Unfortunately, he only touched the corner of her clothes that had no warmth. "Old Su, tell them to step back." Su Kaiqing, who was called out, immediately reacted and began to shout, "Stay away. Stay away." Once he took action, no one dared to disobey. Very quickly, the people surrounding Liang Bing were chased away for a long distance. Everyone looked at each other. They were all in a state of confusion, including Su Kaiqing. Although he did as Jiang Fuyue said, he did not know what Jiang Fuyue wanted to do. "Take a deep breath, you need to relax now." The girl reached out and clasped Liang Bing's arm. They did not know how much strength she used, but her voice was very gentle. It was as light as the catkins in spring or the snow in winter. Liang Bing refused and even rejected it. Jiang Fuyue secretly used more strength in her hand. She was in pain and her body trembled even more violently, but her hands subconsciously relaxed. "Yes, just like that. Adjust the rhythm of your breathing and listen to my command. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale." As Jiang Fuyue spoke, she gently stroked her back with a comforting force. The woman was very thin, and there was almost no flesh on her back. All she had was hard bones. She was still trembling, and her lab robe was soaked in sweat. Her hair was also scattered in the struggle, and she looked very embarrassed. Some people were whispering, "What are they doing? Senior Liang doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Junior should be comforting her." "Look," Junior grabbed Senior Liang's hand. "What is she trying to do? She should be looking for an acupuncture point and then massaging it." "Huh? Junior knows Chinese medicine?" "You ask me, but who should I ask?" At first, Jiang Fuyue did not notice anything wrong with Liang Bing. She only felt that this person had a bad temper and was impulsive. But when she raised her hand to slap herself, Jiang Fuyue found a string of phoenix eyes on her wrist. The reddish-yellow beads shone mysteriously under the light. The surface of the beads looked very new, and it should have been worn not long ago. This was not simple. Jiang Fuyue continued to observe her expression and found that as long as she did not like what she said, the woman's face would appear anxious and irritable. If it was another profession, Jiang Fuyue would have reserved her opinion and secretly observe. But Liang Bing was a scientific researcher who specialized in the field of quantum algorithms. This discipline had not been born for long, but the relevant knowledge was difficult to understand. It required a lot of patience and the spirit of continuous research to be able to go far on this path. Looking at the attitude of the people around Liang Bing, it was obvious that this was a female doctor who had achieved something. And would such a person easily lose her patience and become impulsive and irritable because of trivial matters? Anyway, Jiang Fuyue did not believe it. Then this irritation was very abnormal. And the subsequent series of tests proved this point. 15 minutes passed. During this time, Jiang Fuyue kept trying to comfort Liang Bing. The latter was very resistant at first, but after slowly accepting the cooperation, she began to calm down. "How do you feel?" Hearing this, Liang Bing looked up blankly. Her eyes fell on Jiang Fuyue's face and then swept across the crowd. What's wrong? Senior, you were so scary just now. You kept holding your head and screaming, and you even wanted to hit someone. Like crazy, your eyes are all red." Everyone was talking at once. Liang Bing did not lose her memory. She clearly remembered what she had done, but because of this, she was at a loss. That hysterical woman was her, that violent and evil demon was also her? What's wrong with me? She suddenly grabbed Jiang Fuyue's hand. Her intuition told her that this junior, who was almost injured by her not long ago, might know the answer. Jiang Fuyue saw through the fragile pretense of calmness on her face. She could also clearly feel that the hand that grabbed her was trembling uneasily. At this time, Liang Bing was like a believer waiting for the judgment of doomsday. She did not know whether God would arrange for her to go to heaven or fall to hell. But she did not want to be confused, so she stubbornly asked for an answer. A sigh escaped from her lips. Jiang Fuyue raised her hand to cover the back of her hand and patted it gently. In an instant, gentleness shone into Liang Bing's eyes like the sun. She cried. I'm sorry, I don't know why I became like this, I didn't want to, and the control panel. Before I went up, I had reminded myself countless times that I must remember the high-dimensional key and that I must ensure the safety of the experiment process, but I seem to forget uncontrollably. I don't want to quarrel, I don't want to fight, but my head hurts as if it's going to split open. I can only vent in this way. Also, although she had a good impression of Xianxia, she had always buried it in her heart. She had always done business in her work and research. Everyone even thought that she was a little unreasonable. But she did not know when it started, but whenever she saw beautiful girls around Xianxia, she would uncontrollably become irritable. She even impulsively handed her room card to him. Liang Bing looked at Jiang Fuyue. Her gaze was serious, and she said word by word, "You must know the reason, can you tell me?" Jiang Fuyue smiled. She said, "Senior, how long has it been since you went to the hospital for a full body checkup?" Liang Bing was stunned. Digression, it's midnight. The farce had come to an end. Liang Bing left with the help of a PhD student. Before she left, she asked Su Kaiqing for 2 days of leave. Su Kaiqing nodded. Go and rest well. Then, he reiterated the safety rules to all the laboratory members. Jiang Fuyue did not stay any longer. She said goodbye and left. Xianxia stood there and stared at Jiang Fuyue's back view. He was deep in thought. If he did not hear wrongly, what did little junior call Professor Su in a moment of desperation? Old Su, tisk, interesting. Jiang Fuyue left the laboratory, turned around, and dashed into a secluded corner. Hey, Niao Rue, help me keep an eye on someone over there. After ending the call, Jiang Fuyue went to be university on time. She bumped into Fan Yi, Huang Hui, and Gao Xiaoming as soon as she walked into the cafeteria. Sister Yu, Sister Yu. Fan Yi skipped to her side. The four of them agreed to have dinner together. Since it was a closed training period, they could not leave the school gates. They could only make do in the cafeteria. After dinner, the four of them went to the library to study. The NOI training was different from the physics competition training. The former was mainly about computer programming and required a lot of practice. The latter had to be accompanied by lectures and paid equal attention to theory and actual combat. Jiang Fuyue used half an hour to finish her homework. After sending it online to the designated email address of the coach, she began to do other things. Gao Xiaoming leaned over and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" ACM last year's finals questions. ACM, the International College Programming Competition, also known as ICPC, was organized by the International Computer Association, ACM. It was one of the most influential college programming competitions in the world. Gao Xiaoming had heard of it before, but, isn't this a team competition? ACM ICPC usually participated in teams. During the competition, each team would use one computer to write a program in C/C++, Java, or Python within 5 hours to solve 7 to 13 problems. The key points were 7 to 13 problems. Compared to IOI, this competition not only had a lot of questions, but it also had high requirements for individual psychological quality and teamwork. Jiang Fuyue nodded. It's a team competition. Then are you doing the team competition questions? Is there a problem? Gao Xiaoming. No problem. I'm not worthy. He returned to his seat dejectedly. Huang Hui, what are you doing? Gao Xiaoming was in a trance. I went to see loneliness. After Jiang Fuyue finished the ACM questions, she still had some time left, so she browsed Topcoder. This was a global website that mainly targeted graphic designers and programmers from all over the world. Every month, there would be 2 to 3 online competitions. Participants could choose Java based on their preferences. C++, C #VB or Python, complete 3 programming questions of different difficulty levels within 1 hour and 15 minutes. The time taken to complete each question determines the score obtained in the programming section. Finally, the participants were ranked according to the results of the competition. The competition can be divided into 3 parts: coding phase, challenge phase, and system test phase. Compared to ACMICPC, had challenge phase, this section allowed participants to browse the source code of other participants assigned to the same room. Then, they would try to find errors in it and propose a test parameter to prevent it from passing the test. If a participant's program couldn't pass the test of others or the system, the participant's score for this question would be 0. Currently, Jiang Fuyue was ranked 5th. Although she didn't enter the top 3, she received more attention than the top 3. Because she had only joined for less than 2 months, she squeezed into the top 10. She had never been killed in the phase segment, but she had killed many big names. For example, this Russian guy who was crazily shaking her chat box. Andre, you're online? He used Russian, but there was a Chinese word for you in it. It was weird. Jiang Fuyue, what's up? Andre, oh, you're too cold. You're freezing me. Jiang Fuyue replied with a string of ellipses. Andre, what does this mean? Jiang Fuyue, I'm speechless in Chinese. Andre, Chinese is so beautiful. Jiang Fuyue, Andre, I'm here to say goodbye. I have to finish some work recently, so I might not be able to compete with you in next month's competition. Jiang Fuyue, I don't think I'll be participating in next month's competition. Andre, why? You're so good. If you participate in a few more competitions, you'll definitely be ranked 1st. I can't wait to see you compete with Xia. It'll be very interesting. Xia, the number 1 on the topcoder list, was a legendary existence. His match record was a perfect score. Challenge. In the phase segment, he had a 100% kill rate and a 0% kill rate. In other words, this person had never been defeated. Andre, currently, only you are qualified to compete with him. Because Jiang Fuyue's record of defeat so far was also 0%. Andre, I heard that Xia is also from Huaxia. He's from your hometown. Jiang Fuyue's reaction was normal. Andre, on the other hand, became more and more excited as he chatted. It was in the blood of the people of Huaxia to be strong. Jiang Fuyue, yes, the people of Huaxia are that great. Andre, oh, you're like an educator. Jiang Fuyue, please call me a patriot. Thank you. Andre, patriot, why don't you participate in next month's competition? Jiang Fuyue, I have something to do. Next month was the Ipo International competition. She might not have time to go online. Jiang Fuyue closed the chat and exited the website. She raised her wrist and looked at the time. I'm going back now. After she left, Gao Zhaoming looked at the homework he had done. He was not sure how accurate he was. Are you guys done? Fan Yi, I'm done. Huang Hui nodded. Gao Zhaoming asked again, how long did it take? Fan Yi, 1 hour and 52 minutes. Huang Hui, 2 hours and 15 minutes. What about you? Gao Zhaoming sighed in relief. 2 hours and 18 minutes. He suddenly felt comforted. It turned out that he was not that different from ordinary geniuses. As for Jiang Fuyue, well, she was not human. She was not in his league. The next morning, Jiang Fuyue finished her breakfast and walked into the classroom. As soon as she sat down, a cup of peanut milk was placed in front of her. Ling Xian, this is for you. Jiang Fuyue, I already had breakfast. Oh. Lin Shimo looked away and hid the sarcasm in his eyes. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Zhong Xiang. I suddenly realized that it's not a bad thing for a woman to be cold. Young Master Zhong was still sleeping and did not reply. Today was the second group assignment. There were still 5 sets of test papers, and the team members were free to distribute them among themselves. Jiang Fuyue took 2 sets, while Lin Shimo and Ling Xian took 1 set. Whoever finished first would do the rest. The 2 teenagers looked at each other, and they could see the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. But soon, they realized that the difficulty of this test paper was much higher than the first one. There was a commotion around them. Why is it so difficult? I'm F** stuck on the first question. I think I got the most difficult set out of the 5 sets. Knock. Phew, I'm relieved to see that everyone is like this. Once the test paper became more difficult, everyone's speed slowed down. They might have to be extra careful to ensure the accuracy. But this did not affect Jiang Fuyue. 15 minutes later, she finished the first set. She put it aside and continued with the second set. 12 minutes later, she finished the second set. At this time, Lin Shimo and Ling Xian were left with the last major question, and the last two questions were left untouched. Jiang Fuyue did not say anything. She grabbed the remaining set and started to write. Due to their embarrassment, the two youths blushed to varying degrees. During this time, Jiang Fuyue's gel pen ran out of ink. Lin Shimo took out a new one from his bag and handed it to her. Thank you. She did not accept it. She took out a pen refill from the drawer and continued to write. Lin Shimo, Ling Xian, heh. In the end, the three of them put down their pens almost at the same time. Jiang Fuyue finished the third set of test papers. Ling Xian and Lin Shimo finished the last two questions. Do you want to check? She asked. They shook their heads at the same time. Jiang Fuyue raised her hand. Teacher, I'm handing in the test paper. Here it comes again. Every time they did the questions, the four words that everyone was most afraid of hearing would come again. Very good, this time it only took 50 minutes, which was 5 minutes less than the last time. What happened to the high difficulty? And slow speed, waving, JPG Yan Jinfeng collected the test papers and the three of them prepared to leave. When Lin Shimo was packing up, he saw the gel pen that he did not give away. He pursed his lips and took out his phone. He opened his WeChat and found Zhong Xiang. It's not good for a woman to be too cold. On the other end, Zhong Xiang was confused. What the hell was this? Well, he must not be awake yet. Digression, 3,000 words, 6 o'clock in the evening. Check the comments section for the specific time. It was still early before lunchtime, so Jiang Fuyue planned to go to the library. After the final exam, she had been preparing a thesis and was now in the simulation experiment stage. The follow-up data collection and analysis required the use of experimental equipment. Some steps could only be carried out in a fully enclosed experimental environment. In short, she needed a laboratory. Jiang Fuyue originally planned to borrow it from Su Kaiqing. If nothing unexpected happened, the latter would definitely agree. However, after the field visit yesterday, she found that it was still not possible. This was because the topic of her thesis was cross-disciplinary. In addition to physics, it also involved biology and chemistry. On the other hand, Su Kaiqing specialized in quantum computing and did not have many of the experimental equipment that Jiang Fuyue needed. Who should she borrow it from? She pondered as she walked and unknowingly walked out of the teaching building. Suddenly, "Little Junior," a voice came from behind her. Jiang Fuyue stopped in her tracks. Before she could turn around, Shen Qiannan had already stopped in front of her. "I'm not your junior," she corrected him. "I know." Obviously, Shen Qiannan had already inquired about her identity. He thought that she would at least be an undergraduate, but he did not expect her to have not graduated from high school. A high school student not only knew how to use the laboratory console, but also dared to call Su Kaiqing Old Su. And what she said to Liang Bing, Jiang Fuyue did not miss the inquiry and scrutiny in his eyes. Her tone became more distant. "What's the matter?" Shen Qiannan raised his eyebrows and put his hands in his pockets. He thought that he was humorous and witty. "Can't I look for you if there's nothing?" The charm of a mature man was nowhere to be found. Unfortunately, Jiang Fuyue only glanced at him and looked away. It was not that she was shy, but it was an eyesore. The next second, she passed by him and strode forward. Shen Qiannan, who was standing still, was confused. "Why are you leaving?" He chased after her again. "Didn't you say that there's nothing going on?" If there was nothing going on, why would she not leave? The corners of the man's mouth twitched and he suddenly became serious. "Liang Bing went to the hospital yesterday afternoon. The results came out this morning." Jiang Fuyue asked, "What did the doctor say?" "Pituitary tumor." Sure enough, patients with pituitary tumors would experience an endocrine imbalance, which would lead to a violent temper. It was easy for them to show an aggressive side under the stimulation of external factors. This would explain why everyone in the laboratory said that Liang Bing was not in a good mood recently. She was visibly irritable. Pituitary tumors can also lead to increased intracranial pressure, which can cause severe headaches and nausea. Someone in your family studies medicine? If Xianxia remembered correctly, Jiang Fuyue had specifically emphasized that Liang Bing should do a full-body checkup, especially the pituitary gland. Jiang Fuyue shook her head. No. Then have you personally come into contact with medical knowledge? She said casually, I just glanced at it a little more when I was reading. Xianxia was confused. That's it? Is it serious? Jiang Fuyue asked. The tumor has appeared for some time. Liang Bing has been in a high-intensity work state for a long time and often stays up late, so it deteriorates very quickly. It has already caused damage to the posterior pituitary gland. It was reasonable to say that her condition was more serious, but her body's indicators were maintained at a relatively stable level and were not affected much. The doctor did not know why, but he only said that this situation is extremely rare. It may be related to her body constitution. Because of this, Liang Bing could still be saved, and the recovery rate was very high. Jiang Fuyue's eyes flashed with a deep look. It was not strange that the doctor did not know the reason. She thought of the Phoenix Ibodi bracelet on Liang Bing's wrist, and a guess in her heart became more and more firm. Senior Shen, can you take me to the hospital to see Senior Liang? The man raised his eyebrows and smiled. Now you know to call me Senior Brother? Jiang Fuyue followed his advice. After entering Q University, I can only call men Senior Brother. Otherwise, what do you want me to call him? Call him by his name? Of course. She spread her hands and shrugged. If you agree, I can also call him that. Xianxia laughed. Let's go, Junior. I'm here to pick you up today. Pick me up? Liang Bing wants to see you. Q University Affiliated Hospital, Oncology Ward. When Jiang Fuyue arrived, Liang Bing was having lunch. The nurse was tidying her clothes and tidying up the table and cabinet. You're here. She put down her chopsticks and smiled at Jiang Fuyue. The woman's originally fierce eyes were calm at this moment. Her cheekbones were a bit thin, and her whole face was abnormally pale. However, she was much more normal and pleasing to the eye than the crazy woman in the laboratory yesterday. Jiang Fuyue walked to the bed and put the perfume lily in her hand on the bedside. The faint fragrance of the lily filled the bed. I heard from Senior Shen that you like it, so I bought the lily. Liang Bing said, thank you. Then she pointed to the chair next to her. Sit. Jiang Fuyue did as she was told. Then, she slowly looked up and looked at her calmly. Liang Bing subconsciously rubbed the Phoenix Ibodi bracelet on her wrist and said, don't you have anything to ask? Jiang Fuyue said, I thought you would ask me first. You already knew that I had a pituitary tumor, right? I wasn't sure at first. Then, when I saw the Phoenix Ibodi bracelet on your wrist, I more or less knew. Digression, it's time for the second watch. The third watch will be late, Phoenix Ibodi. Liang Bing raised her wrist and shook it. The beads made a few crisp sounds. You mean this? Yes. Jiang Fuyue nodded. My illness has something to do with it? You have a problem with your body and it was only alleviated by this string of Phoenix Ibodi. Otherwise, you wouldn't have survived until now. Jiang Fuyue said bluntly. Liang Bing was not surprised at all. Instead, she was enlightened. No wonder the old man said, carry it with you and it will keep you safe. So that was what he meant. Can you tell me who gave you this string of Bodhi beads? Jiang Fuyue stated her intention. A quarter of an hour later, the door of the ward was opened from the inside and gently closed. Xianxia, who had been waiting outside, stood up straight and greeted her. Finished so soon? Yes. Jiang Fuyue did not look at him. What's wrong? Liang Bing is throwing a tantrum again? Senior, don't be so mean to girls. After that, she walked straight to the elevator. I have classes in the afternoon. I'll go back first. Xianxia was confused. Me? Mean, damn. Which I of hers saw that, he had been a gentleman from the beginning to the end. After leaving the hospital, Jiang Fuyue did not go back to school directly. She hailed a taxi. Go to the Angelica bar in San Juan. 40 minutes later, the taxi stopped. Niao Rui received a call from Jiang Fuyue and was waiting at the door. What's the hurry? He came unexpectedly. Jiang Fuyue said, let's go in first. The two of them walked in. Where's Niao Chunhua? She went to City A to buy goods and will be back the day after tomorrow. Jiang Fuyue said softly, the person I asked you to keep an eye on yesterday, yes, I did. Liang Bing was admitted to the hospital yesterday afternoon and hasn't come out since. Did anyone suspicious try to get close to her? From yesterday until now, the only person who has been in contact with her except for the classmate who sent her to the hospital and a taxi driver is Xianxia. Jiang Fuyue, what do you think? Niao Rui shook his head. Nothing out of the ordinary for now. As they spoke, the two of them had already passed through the huge oil painting and walked to the basement. The electronic displays around them were arranged neatly, and hundreds of integrated computers were running at high efficiency. Jiang Fuyue dragged a chair over and sat in front of the central console. His hands began to rapidly tap on the keyboard. Find the detailed street map of the East District. Niao Rui was stunned for half a second before it reacted abruptly and started to move. Previously, in order to find Xianxia, the blueprints were ready-made. Soon, the items were placed in front of Jiang Fuyue. Pen. She held out her hand. Niao Rui took one out and handed it over. Jiang Fuyue tapped on the keyboard with one hand and held a pen with the other. Her eyes quickly searched through the drawings. About 2 minutes later, he suddenly locked onto a certain spot and drew a circle on the drawing with the tip of his pen. Niao Rui stared intently. The next second, Jiang Fuyue, take someone to this place in person right now. Even if you have to dig 3 feet underground, you have to dig him out for me. Him, Niao Rui was a bit confused. Who? Jiang Fuyue said word by word, your ancestor. East District, Happiness Road, Misty Rain Begonia Internet Cafe. The mottled walls spoke of old age. The tube-shaped building wasn't spacious, but it was brightly lit. The wind blew the curtains, and sunlight shone into the room, illuminating the dust piled up on the rows of computers. The walls were pasted with posters of Hong Kong stars from the 1980s, and the sound system was playing decadent love songs by a generation of singers in Wanwan. Sweet honey, your smile is so sweet, like a flower blooming in the spring breeze, a leisurely hum sounded. The beat was crooked, but the tone was deep and mellow, adding a bit of sexiness to the vicissitudes of life. The sound of footsteps could be heard. Soon, an old man walked into the internet cafe on the second floor. He wore a white sweatshirt, revealing his dark and skinny arms. His skin was wrinkled and dry, wrapping around his blood vessels. The shape and direction of his blood vessels could be clearly seen. He wore a pair of black shorts, but they didn't fit him well. The waist of the shorts was too loose, and he could only barely tighten them with a belt. The belt was also in a terrible state. The skin had already fallen off in some places, and in some places, it couldn't fall off at all. The densely packed scraps of skin flew everywhere, giving people goosebumps. Yo! Old man, you're here again today? The middle-aged woman behind the counter looked away from her phone and greeted him warmly. I'm here. The old man smiled and kept nodding. Then, he took out his small bag and took out 10 yuan. You're staying up all night again? For an old and run-down place like this, 10 yuan could be booked for a day. The old man smiled and rubbed his hands. Since I have nothing to do tonight, I'll just stay here and not leave. Okay. The middle-aged woman nimbly took the money and put it in the drawer. She didn't ask for his ID and pointed to the row of computers in front of her. Just turn it on. Use whichever one you want. Hey. The system upgraded yesterday, right? Look at how you're going in and out. The middle-aged woman, it upgraded. It's changed to that 16th generation computer. The speed is faster than the old man's nose. You can try it if you don't believe me. Reliable. He slapped the counter and grinned happily. His white teeth were shining, and he looked more energetic than a young man. It was just that his clothes were a little shabby. His hair was messy like a chicken's nest, and he only wore the same set of clothes. The middle-aged woman smiled and raised her chin. Of course. My son personally came over to fix it. How can it be inappropriate? The old man had already put down his messy and black little bag and sat in his usual seat. He grabbed the mouse and clicked twice. Then, he excitedly stretched his head out. Little Zhang. Your internet speed is indeed much faster. The middle-aged woman called Little Zhang laughed crisply. Isn't that so? I told you. Next, there was a series of keyboard and mouse sounds. Little Zhang, your headset is no good. Change it to a better one. It's on the computer next to you. Take it out yourself. No, I'm in a team fight. I can't leave. Okay, wait here. I'll help you. The middle-aged woman willingly changed the headset for him. Then, she didn't stop talking. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're not even fully developed yet and you're already stealing dragons. Are you tired of living? Don't rush. There's no health left. Quickly go back to the spring. Just go back when I ask you. Why are you talking so much nonsense? What voice? I can't tell. You're using a mature sister voice. Lowly? I don't like it. It's too coquettish. I'm already 70 or 80 years old. It hurts my ears and gives me goosebumps. I'm not lying. It's fine if you don't believe me. Do you think I want you to be my grandson? Tisk, why are you running? Let's do it again. Oh, do your homework. Okay, studying is the most important. For a moment, only his voice could be heard in the empty internet cafe. Sometimes, he was excited, sometimes he was angry. The middle-aged woman sat behind the counter, blowing on the fan and continuing to watch dramas. Everything was so calm and peaceful. However, downstairs, a group of people had already surrounded the building from the inside out. Niao Rui stood where he was and glanced at the second floor. Behind him was a group of men in ordinary clothes, about 12 or 13 of them. At first glance, they were not eye-catching, but upon closer inspection, one would notice that they had serious expressions and sharp gazes. The wind blew, but they stood still. Then, a light voice came from the Bluetooth headset. Go. Niao Rui's expression froze. He made a gesture and several figures flew upstairs. Silence prevailed as they moved. In the internet cafe. Auntie, old man, I'm going to order takeout. Do you want to join me? The old man took the time to reply, yes, yes. His hands did not stop moving. With a flash, he killed 2 of the opponents. He was so happy that he shook his head and hummed, hand back, ghost knife can't see, position, hand dry. Auntie asked again, what do you want to eat? Old man, I want to eat some noodles. Okay. Beef noodles with scallions, ginger, garlic, and coriander, right? Yes, yes, yes. Xiao Zhang, your memory is really good, Auntie's mouth twitched. You only order this every time you eat noodles. It's hard not to remember. By the way, the old man looked at her and said seriously, log into both Li Tuan and I'm hungry. We'll use whichever gives us a bigger red packet. Also, keep an eye on the public account to see if there are any hidden coupons. Auntie hurriedly gestured, okay. Don't worry, I'm looking. The old man sat back in satisfaction and said into his headset, another round? At this moment, a few figures rushed into the internet cafe at lightning speed. One of them restrained the lady boss and covered her mouth, not giving her any chance to scream and report. The other 2 quickly locked onto the old man in front of the computer. One grabbed his hands, one grabbed his legs, and one pressed his back. In the blink of an eye, the old man was pressed against the table, his eyes dazed. In the headset, pretty sister? Pretty sister? Why aren't you moving? The connection is bad? F*CK, it's really lagging? They're coming. Hurry up and run. Oh, you're dead, the screen went dark and something sad happened. Old man, ? Who am I? Where am I? The person who restrained him reported to the headset in a low voice, Brother Rue, we caught him. Right at this moment, an unforeseen event occurred. The old man, who had been completely suppressed and had no strength to resist, used some unknown method to slip away from their hands like a loach. She didn't forget to grab her beloved little school bag and rushed to the corridor. Without any hesitation, she jumped down the pipe to the bottom. After she steadied herself, she turned around and made a face at the people who chased after her from the second floor. Savage was already an understatement. That was simply too arrogant. Bye-bye, you bastards. You still want to catch me. Your daddy is still your daddy, got it? Everyone, after mocking him, the old man didn't stay any longer. He was about to rush out of the street when a fishing net fell from the sky and covered him. F***ck, they actually played dirty? The people upstairs looked at each other. Brother Rue had the foresight. But in the next second, they realized that the old man in the fishing net was restless. He reached into his dirty little school bag and took out a handful of scissors. A big hole immediately appeared in the fishing net. The old man crawled out of the hole. Then, he grabbed a bicycle that was parked at the side and pedaled with both legs, intending to escape. Unfortunately, 5 or 6 people suddenly appeared at the corner of the street and blocked the only exit. The old man's expression changed slightly. He knew that he had encountered a tough opponent this time. He quickly turned the bicycle around and drove into the street. Some people chased after him, but their legs couldn't beat the 2 wheels. They were quickly shaken off. The old man rode against the wind. A smug look crept up his face. Summer quietly passed, leaving a little secret in the bottom of my heart. Screech, he suddenly braked. A few shadows flashed in front of him from the alleyway that was supposed to be empty. The leader was a young man. Niao Rue came personally to block him. He didn't expect that he would really be able to block him. The people who had been left behind also caught up at this time. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. The old man frowned and threw the bicycle away. Who are you bastards? Why are you chasing me? Niao Rue remembered Jiang Fuyue's instructions. He didn't open his mouth and didn't answer. With a hand gesture, they moved together and surrounded the old man like catching a turtle in a jar. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to escape this time, right? Even if he had wings, there were still tiles on top. The old man's shrewd and sharp eyes swept over them. He took out 2 fist-sized black balls from his little treasure bag. He swung his arm and threw one ball in front and behind him. In an instant, white fog rose and a strange stench spread. The old man held his breath in advance and wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Coupled with the white fog, it had worked every time. But this time, when the white fog dissipated, the people in front and behind him didn't move at all. They all had plugs in their nostrils. It was as if they knew that he would use this trick, so they prepared the tools in advance. The old man was dumbfounded. You. Who are you? He still didn't get any response. Niao Rue raised his chin and moved together. This time, the old man was completely caught. Soon, a black Buick stopped at the entrance of the alley. The old man was escorted into the car and his little bag was also confiscated. The tree swayed in the wind. The car drove away from the street, leaving behind only a few wisps of smoke. In the sunny afternoon, the wind blew through the streets. The streets were quiet, and only the birds in the distance and the cicadas nearby could be heard. It was as if nothing had happened. Angelica Bar, basement. The old man was escorted in while cursing. His little mouth kept moving all the way, and he didn't even notice where he was sent to. Let me tell you, you can't treat the old like this. Have you heard of the saying, the old man is the old man, and the old man is the old man? How many brothers and sisters do you have? Are your parents still alive? Say something. I just want to make one more friend before I die. That's why being a demon is like being a human. You must have a benevolent heart. With a benevolent heart, you are no longer a demon, but a human demon. Humans and demons are born from their mothers. The difference is that humans are born from their mothers, while demons are born from their mothers. Little brother, why aren't you saying anything? Didn't you hear me say the lines so well? Aren't you going to give me a round of applause? Hey, have you not watched A Chinese Odyssey to the West? I acted as Tang Sanzang, Brother Rue, I can't take it anymore." After that, he left the man and turned to run, as if there was a group of grass mud horses chasing after him. Brother Rue, I'll leave first too." This old man was even more annoying than Tang Sanzang. He couldn't afford to offend him. Niao Rue's mouth twitched. To be honest, he had been holding it in all the way. There were several times when he couldn't help but want to talk back, but when he thought of Jiang Fuyue's instructions, he held it in. Only now, in his own territory, did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief. The old man was no longer restrained. He pulled a chair over and sat on it like a boss. He leaned back and instantly became paralyzed. The chair had rollers, and he slid back and forth like a toy. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Niao Rue's relieved look. He was suddenly curious. "Kid, why didn't you talk to me all the way?" Niao Rue had no scruples now. He said generously, "I don't dare." "What do you mean? Will you lose a piece of meat if you talk to me?" "I won't lose a piece of meat, but I'll be dragged into the pit." Jiang Fuyue's original words were, "You don't have to talk to anyone when you see them. If you say one sentence, they'll reply with 10 sentences. Then, they'll climb up the pole. If you're not careful, you'll be led by the nose." As it turned out, that was indeed the case. During this time, the old man spoke a few times, and they were all tempting. At the same time, he also pretended to be pitiful and described himself as a Lao by lotus. However, Niao Rue didn't take the bait, therefore, the old man didn't use any of his tricks. "If you don't move, I won't move, if you move, I won't move. From what you've said, you seem to know me quite well." The old man rubbed his chin with a deep expression. Niao Rue's mouth moved. He wanted to say something, but he was immersed in an inexplicable emotion. For a long time, he didn't say a word. After this incident, the lofty image of his ancestor in his heart collapsed. The picture of the man in a suit and leather shoes, elegant, was in stark contrast to the slovenly and talkative man in front of him. The impact was unimaginably strong. "Hey, why aren't you talking again? You don't want to take responsibility now that you've caught me?" Niao Rue. The house collapsed. Grandpa was green with envy. At this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded. "If he doesn't want to take responsibility, I'll take responsibility." Digression, 3,000 words in the first update. Sister Yu is here. Grandmaster, don't even think about escaping, the second update is 6:30 p.m. See the notice in the comments section. The old man looked in the direction of the voice. It was a girl younger than the young man. As for her looks, she was rather good-looking. But her eyes were a little cold. Jiang Fuyue walked to the old man, pulled a chair and sat opposite him. Their eyes met. One was calm and indifferent, while the other was inquisitive and suspicious. After a while, "Have we met before?" The old man stared into her eyes and seemed to be in a daze. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. The old man caught her expression and was even more surprised. But the next second, "Are you the one who treated me to rice at Huilong Street the day before yesterday? Or the one who was scolded by her boyfriend at Yenyu Internet Cafe? Or, did I read your palm the day before? Did I take your money? I don't think so. I was quite rich at that time. I could even add fried eggs to my noodles." Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. Suddenly, the old man's gaze fell on the phoenix eye Bodhi beads on her wrist. "Does it look familiar?" Jiang Fuyue raised her hand and the Bodhi bead swayed gently. The old man's eyes flashed. "No." "Then let me help you recall. About 2 months ago, you had 2 bowls of beef noodles at a breakfast shop at the back of Q University. You didn't have the money to pay for it, so a girl paid for it. In return, you gave her this phoenix eye Bodhi beads and told her to keep it with her at all times. Is that right? Why should I tell you?" He lifted his chin arrogantly. Jiang Fuyue looked at him calmly without saying a word. The old man's eyes darted around. Seeing that she was unmoved, he was exasperated. "You're so boring." Jiang Fuyue looked helpless. A soft sigh escaped from her lips, and she slowed down her tone. "Then what do you want?" Niao Rue heard a hint of gentleness in her voice. The old man snorted. It was obviously what he wanted, but he still put on airs and put on a proud face. The next second, he suddenly pointed at Niu Rue. This little brat used a fishing net to cover me. He doesn't know how to respect the elderly. You have to teach him a lesson. Find him and deduct his performance. Jiang Fuyue, okay. Niu Rue, question mark. Wasn't the fishing net your idea, sister? The old man said. He even blocked me in the alley and caught me like a turtle. Jiang Fuyue said, I'll ask him to write a guarantee. The old man, yes, yes. Niu Rue. As long as you guys are happy. Because of him, I was forced to abandon my teammates and became the hack dog that I despised the most. Jiang Fuyue, I'll give you the latest skins as compensation. 2 sets. Then I'll choose it myself. Pick the most expensive one. Sure. And because of him, I didn't get to eat the takeout I just ordered. Where's the beef rice noodles? Key points, beef. Jiang Fuyue raised her chin at Niu Rue. He turned around and left expressionlessly. Soon, he came back with a bowl of hot rice noodles. There was a thick layer of beef toppings, and each of them was the size of a coin. They were fat and lean, and there was also a soft and sticky beef tendon mixed in. Gulp, the old man couldn't help but swallow his saliva. However, he said, you don't even know how to add a fried egg. You're not sincere at all. This time, without Jiang Fuyue's signal, Niu Rue picked up his chopsticks and dug into the bowl. A yellow fried egg immediately appeared. That. A look of satisfaction flashed across the old man's eyes, but he looked reluctant. Since you've already brought it here, give it to me. It's not good to waste food. Every grain is hard work. Niu Rue resisted the twitching of his mouth and placed the rice noodles in front of the old man. Little brat, take a napkin. He suspected that his ancestor was deliberately taking revenge. The old man took the napkin and pinched a corner with his fingers. With a swish, he shook it open and wrapped it around his neck. The beef noodles that cost 20 yuan were instantly eaten by him as if they were 2,000 yuan Western food. He took out an iPad from his small bag. What's the Wi-Fi password here? Niu Rue. 1971715, the old man chuckled as he typed. What a coincidence, it's the same as my birthday. Hey, it's connected. As he spoke, he opened an app, entered a live broadcast room, and clicked on a replay of past episodes. After a few seconds of buffering, a little boy with rosy lips and white teeth appeared on the screen. He looked at the camera and said shyly, hello, everyone. After that, he picked up the small rice cooker and started eating. The old man also picked up a handful of rice noodles. The child inside was eating happily, and he was eating even more happily as he watched. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. The old man tilted his head and saw the confusion in her eyes. He explained, I'm watching a mukbang broadcast. You know about mukbang broadcasts, right? It's a live broadcast of eating. Jiang Fuyue. I know. Let me tell you, this child is amazing. He can finish 3 rice cookers of different sizes in one meal. I don't know if his family can feed him. His appetite is too big. Jiang Fuyue. It shouldn't be a problem. If you say it's not a problem, then it's not a problem? Little girl, don't speak without thinking. It's not good. After about a quarter of an hour, the old man put down his chopsticks and turned off the live broadcast. He licked his oily lips. Burp, he was full. During this time, Jiang Fuyue accompanied him the whole time. She watched him eat, drink, and finally watched him drive Niu Rue away in anger. There was no impatience or dissatisfaction. Say it, what do you want to ask? That's right, the old man was so easy to talk to when he was full. He thought, I'm really a smart guy. Another meal. Oh yeah, Jiang Fuyue smiled. Actually, she didn't have any questions she wanted to ask. She had taken such a big detour because she wanted to spend more time with the old man quietly. She wasn't sure if she could still be accepted after this. Grandmaster, you really don't recognize me at all? She looked into his eyes, pausing between each word. Yi Qianji's body stiffened, disbelief flashing through his eyes. What did you call me? Jiang Fuyue, Grandmaster. Little Moon? Only little Moon would call him that. The old man's lips trembled and his hands trembled. There was no longer any of the sloppy and crazy look on his face. My little Moon, you're back? He was very careful, afraid that everything in front of him was just his imagination, or that he was still in a dream and couldn't distinguish reality from reality. Jiang Fuyue squatted by his feet and grabbed the old man's broad and warm palm. Just like when she was a child, she put it next to her cheek and gently rubbed it. The girl said with a smile, "Yes, I'm back." "It's really you?" "I knew that Lu Mingxian, that stinking brat, was lying to me." "Did he hide you somewhere? Also, what's wrong with your nose, eyes, and mouth?" Yi Qianji frowned and held her face, looking left and right. "You didn't use little Moon to lie to me, did you?" The corners of Jiang Fuyue's eyes twitched. The tears that had just been brewing were instantly beaten away. "Back then in Ji province, you cheated a child to eat candy. As a result, you were chased by the child's parents for 3 streets and finally escaped by hiding in a trash can. In a city, you set up a palm reading stall and told a girl that she would be the mistress of a man over 50 years old in the future and would be able to inherit the inheritance in 10 years. As a result, you were splashed with tea on your face. Also, in P province, you didn't pay for candied haws and went to a western restaurant to eat and dash. When you ran away quickly and left me to wash the dishes to pay off the debt. In the eyes of the world, Lu Mingyue was extremely talented and omnipotent. At the age of 22, he was already at the top of the altar and became an unsurpassable legend. He was in charge of the life and death of the Lu family. But no one knew that before she returned to the Lu family, she was just a naive and unaffected little girl. After her mother's death, she followed Yi Qianji to travel all over the world. Her feet traveled to every province and city in Xianxia. She had seen all kinds of people and witnessed countless sorrows and joys in life. Yi Qianji was poor and she also suffered. Later, in order to improve their lives, she racked her brains to find ways to make money. Rather than calling it a wandering life, it was better to call it a study tour. Yi Qianji took her to see all kinds of things and taught her by example. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Lu Mingyue was able to inherit the Lu family at the age of 18 and walk step by step to the height of the legend of the capital because of this experience in childhood. During this period, she used the identity of Lu Xun to disguise as a man and founded the Yufeng group. Later, she adopted Long Tian and Lu Jinzhong and even founded the SSA academic trading internet on a whim. The first half of her life was colorful because of Yi Qianji, but of course, she also made a lot of mistakes. These were only 2 or 3 of the trivial matters that were not worth mentioning. What was even more embarrassing was that in order to leave some face for the old man, she hadn't reported it yet. Cough 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 cough. Yi Qianji choked and coughed. "Hurry up and stop. I believe you, okay? It's been 20 years. My little Moon is finally back." Digression, the second night watch is here, 3,000 words. The third night watch is late but, it's still not right. Yi Qianji touched the top of her head, then pressed a few places on her neck and back. A person's facial features could be changed, but one's foundation was innate. "Why are you only 17 or 18 years old?" His old face wrinkled. Jiang Fuyue grabbed one of his fingers and shook it lightly, just like when he held her hand while walking on the street when she was a child. "Grandmaster, you saw a cicada in the distance. When you got closer, you realized that it was just a cicada's shell. But when you touched it, you realized that it could actually move. Do you think it's a cicada or a shell? How can a shell move?" "It's definitely a cicada." Jiang Fuyue nodded and poked at his palm that had crisscrossing lines. "It's a cicada, but it's not the previous cicada. It's a new cicada." Yi Qianji seemed to be deep in thought, but Jiang Fuyue only smiled at him. She was still as obedient as when she was a child. "Give me your hand." Jiang Fuyue did as she was told. She opened her hands and extended them in front of him. Yi Qianji looked at the lines on her palm with rapt attention. "Fate Palace Anin, Fate Master in Wealth, Heart Higher Than the Heavens." Unfortunately, family background is not good enough. This is the sign of an early death. Fortunately, there's a turning point. Life after death. Fate Palace Anin, Fate Master and Greedy Wolf. As the saying goes, greedy wolf, bell, fire, and 4 tomb palaces, rich and noble families. It seems that my little moon is destined to be rich and noble in this life. It's just that. He paused for a moment, pretending to be profound. Jiang Fuyue blinked, her eyes sparkling like water. Just what? The old man grinned, wrinkles creeping up the corners of his eyes. Greedy wolf, Yang Tua Juzi, is called peach blossom water. My little moon is even more lovable than before. What should I do? She raised her eyebrows. With your half-baked skills, you should just go and scare the rich. I don't believe you. Yi Qianji glared at her in anger. What level am I? Let me tell you, my current level is very good. Every prediction is accurate. Then did you predict that you would be caught today? An? Yi Qianji. This isn't cute. How have you been living for the past 20 years? Just like before. Wandering, walking, stopping, and looking. How else can I live? Jiang Fuyue, you didn't look for me? The old man snorted. Who's looking for you? You don't know how carefree I am alone. Oh, Jiang Fuyue replied. She lowered her head and poked at the small bag beside his hand. But I saw a missing person notice inside. You peeking at you. How dare you? You have no respect for your elders. She forced back the tears in her eyes, tilted her head, and smiled like a flower. You only found out today? Yi Qianji. She was so angry that her face contorted. Of no, I have to find that advertising company. There's no need for that. I've already thrown away the cards and the missing person notice in my bag, she said casually. Why? I'm back. Why do I still need those things? Yi Qianji said righteously, I need a refund. Where did you throw it? What do you want to do? She was on guard. Of course I want to get it back. It's worth dozens of yuan. Oh, it's in the trash can. I shredded it with a paper shredder. Exclamation point. Yi Qianji was heartbroken. You're a prodigal girl. You don't know how to save it all. I have money. But you can't waste it. No matter how small a fly is, it's still meat. Yes. You're right. Jiang Fuyue couldn't imagine how Yi Qianji had spent the past 20 years without her company and care. Before this, she even suspected that he was gone. It was Liang Bing's phoenix eye Bodhi necklace that gave her hope. After that, everything fell into place. When she first saw Yi Qianji, she was relieved. Although she was dressed in rags and her hair was messy, her face was rosy and she was full of energy. At that moment, Jiang Fuyue was both glad and disappointed. Then, she found Lu Mingyue's photo in the small school bag, as well as the missing person cards with the photo printed on them, as well as half a bottle of sleeping pills that hadn't been finished. The photo had become old and yellowed after being rubbed for a long time. The missing person cards should have been printed not long ago. There was still a strong ink box smell on them. On the packaging of the sleeping pills, it was written that each usage was the maximum dose that someone of his age could bear. If she hadn't seen this, Jiang Fuyue might have really believed his words. Who's looking for you? I'm so free and unfettered by myself. In fact, 20 years ago, after using all the resources of the Qianji Pavilion and still not being able to find Lu Mingyue's whereabouts, Yi Qianji simply abandoned all high-tech methods and used the most primitive method, embarking on the long journey to find her alone. The piles of plane tickets, boat tickets, and train tickets in the small school bag were all proof. But he didn't say anything. He even suppressed his happiness and didn't reveal it. Because extreme joy begets sorrow. He was afraid that if he was too happy, the heavens would retract their kindness to him, and everything that happened in front of him would be a beautiful dream. In the past 20 years, there had been similar situations. In the middle of the night, he would call out Little Moon, but the only response he got was an empty house. He wouldn't be able to sleep in the second half of the night unless he took sleeping pills. But in recent years, sleeping pills didn't seem to be of much use. Grandmaster. Jiang Fuyue lay on his knees, smiling. I'm really back. If you don't believe me, I'll pinch you. Io. You're really going to pinch me? You haven't grown up in 20 years. You're still as wild as before. Although he said that, his big palm gently rubbed the top of her head. What's your name now? Jiang Fuyue. She used her finger to write in the air for him to see. Skyrocketing, seizing the moon from the ninth heaven. The girl from before couldn't suppress this name. Jiang Fuyue was stunned. On the other hand, Yi Qianji patted her back as if coaxing a little doll. Flowers bloom and wilt in their own time. Everything is predestined. You can't force it. The next second, he changed the topic. Who cares if she's Jiang Fuyue or Lu Mingyue? In any case, she's my little moon. Yi Qianji still wanted to ask what happened 20 years ago. Was her sudden disappearance related to the Lu family? But after thinking about it, he gave up in the end. If Little Moon wanted to talk about it, then there was no need to ask. She would tell him directly. If she didn't talk about it, it meant that she didn't want to talk about it. Since that was the case, then of course he would go along with her. If she didn't want to talk about it, then so be it. He would listen when she wanted to talk about it. Grandmaster, do you still remember this place? Only then did Yi Qianji start to look around. When he came in, he only cared about arguing with that young man and didn't have time to look around. This is Qianji Pavilion's former stronghold in the capital. It used to be a bar. Was it called Red Charm or Blue Charm? Yi Qianji, why do I remember it was called Purple Charm? Jiang Fuyue, now it's changed to Angelica. Who changed it? Niao Chenhua. Isn't that the name of Chinese medicine? Jiang Fuyue, Angelica, Angelica. She was looking forward to our early return. Now it's good that we're all back. Yes. His old eyes were slightly moist. We're back. Back then, in order to find Lu Mingyue, Yi Qianji had entrusted Qianji Pavilion to Niao Chenhua. 20 years later, it had become what it was today. Did you recognize that young man just now? His old face darkened. Who? Guess. Little Niao-er? Niao Rue, who had just returned, was caught off guard by this voice. He immediately wanted to turn around and run away. Unfortunately, little Niao-er? What, you don't recognize me? I even held you when you were young. Niao Rue braced himself and stepped forward. He took a deep breath. Grandmaster. Hey, you did well today. You brought people to stop me. You've prepared a fishing net and a nose plug. His strong desire to survive made him deny it. It wasn't me. It was her. I was following orders. Yi Qianji turned to look at Jiang Fuyue, his eyebrows raised high. Hee. Grandmaster, listen to me. If I didn't use this method, I wouldn't have been able to find you. Niao Rue nodded hurriedly. Yes. Before this, we searched all the internet cafes in the Dongqing district, but we didn't find you. Whose idea was the fishing net? Niao Rue pointed to the side. Jiang Fuyue touched the bridge of her nose and smiled awkwardly. Where's the nose plug? Niao Rue continued to point. Jiang Fuyue, after finally finding her, Yi Qianji settled down in Angelica. There were many rooms on the second floor. Niao Rue bought him several new sets of clothes. He was about to change into a new school bag. In the end, he said, no, I want this. Okay. You're the boss. You have the final say. Jiang Fuyue still had to rush back to school. She made an appointment to see him the next day. At that time everything was fine. In the end, she received a call from Niao Rue the next afternoon. Old master ran away again. Digression, the third watch is here. 3,000 words. Please give me a monthly vote. Thank you, everyone. What's going on? Jiang Fuyue stood up. Niao Rue, I don't know. It was fine before I went to bed last night. My mom was about to come back from a city to see the old man. It's great now. You bring someone. As soon as she started, her phone beeped with a text message notification. Jiang Fuyue clicked on it. It was a strange number. Little Moon, be good. Grandmaster is going to ride the wind and break the waves. Niao Rue is even more talkative than me. His mom will be even more amazing when she comes back. I'll leave first. Remember to call me if you need anything. Of course, you can also call HHHHH. After Jiang Fuyue finished reading, her eyes fixed on the small wavy line at the end. She picked up the phone again and said to Niu Rui, who hadn't hung up, "Don't look for him. Let him be." Huh? That's it? You can't make him stay or control him. Even if you find him, he will have to come back a second time. Oh. It sounded like it made sense. Leave the room on the second floor where he lived. Clean it regularly. Prepare a change of clothes and daily necessities. Niu Rui agreed and the call ended. Jiang Fuyue opened WeChat and was about to add him as a friend when she found that there was already a small red dot in the upper right corner of the address book. Yi Qianji added her first. She tapped with her fingertips and accepted the friend request. After a notification, "You have added the world's most handsome old man. You can start chatting now." Jiang Fuyue looked at the nickname and the corner of her mouth twitched. At this time, the class bell rang. She put away her phone and turned to enter the classroom. The second group homework yesterday, and the results were out today. So the moment Yan Zhenfeng stepped on the podium, everyone in the audience tensed up. The results are out. The second homework is lower than the first in terms of completion and average score. This is worth reflecting on, Professor Yan, you can't blame us. Every set of papers this time is more difficult than last time. Yeah. It took me 20 minutes to read the questions. My hands were shaking when I did the first question. When I reached the last question, I felt dizzy and nauseous. For a time, the wailing continued. Yan Zhenfeng patiently listened to their complaints. When the classroom quieted down again, he spoke again, "Is it that difficult? But full marks aren't necessarily less than last time." Wah, full marks? Is there something wrong with my ears or something wrong with my ears? You can get full marks for this kind of question? From what Professor Yan said, it seems that there is more than one. Who is so crazy? F***CK. It's not human. Soon, everyone knew the answer. It was unexpected, but also reasonable. Teacher Sun's team once again obtained 5 full marks. The group score was 50 points. On the other hand, Jiang Fuyue had completed 3 sets of questions on her own, earning 60 points. Lin Shimo set, plus 20. 1 set of Ling Xian, plus 20. You can't crush people like this. If I had known, I would have also chosen Teacher Sun's group. Heh, you? Are you going to drag them down? How am I a burden? Let's put it this way. If you don't get full marks in any group, you'll be considered a burden. In the office, Sun Kun was all smiles for the entire day. Old Yan, you could have kept Ling Xian, but the kid wasn't willing. Then there's nothing we can do. Yan Zhenfeng, old Qin, you said before that there would be no one in my group, but now everyone wants to choose Ling Xian. Qin Li Bin, I didn't expect that a chemistry teacher like me would one day be able to turn over a new leaf. Wonderful Yan Zhenfeng, Qin Li Bin, you can leave now. Sun Kun touched her hair set. It was perfect. Then, she whistled as she went to the cafeteria for lunch. At the same time, at the Haitang Misty Rain Internet Cafe. Little Zhang, turn on the machine. As soon as he finished speaking, a 10 yuan bill was placed on the table. The middle-aged woman looked up and was pleasantly surprised. Old master, you're back? Were you okay yesterday? Why were those people chasing you? The kid at home was joking with me. Ah. You found your family? Yi Qianji's old eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled, revealing a mouthful of healthy white teeth. Yes, I found them. That's great. Then, he put the money in the drawer. Turn on the machine. Use whichever one you want. But, since you found your family, why aren't you surfing the internet at home? You have the atmosphere here. By the way, play Sweet Honey. Turn up the volume. Okay. The middle-aged woman replied and glanced at him again. Good Lord, the old man who always wore an undershirt was wearing a casual t-shirt today. It was loose, and the front and back were full of letters. Although it was gaudy, it still looked pretty good. He wore a pair of black knee-length shorts and a pair of high-top black and red shoes that young people liked nowadays. They seemed to be called a cone. Sure enough, he had found his family. Look at how he was dressed. That small bag should be changed as well. How dark was it, old master? Do you want to order takeout for lunch? I just got a coupon. It's 10 yuan off the full 30 yuan. Yes, yes, yes. What do you want to eat? Beef vermicelli and a fried egg. The morning sun shone through the glass window and shone on the old man. It seemed to light up his old and dim eyes. He put on his headphones, logged into the game, clicked on the personal center and changed his nickname. He changed his ID, "Where is my little moon?" to "My little moon is back." He stared at the new nickname and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he accepted a team request from a primary school student. Well, it was another day of riding the wind and waves on the internet. Jiang Fuyue took the time to go to the hospital again. This time, Xianxia did not accompany her. She brought fruits and flowers alone. She was quite serious. When she knocked on the door, Liang Bing was sitting on the hospital bed. There was a laptop in front of her and a lot of documents were spread out around it. She glanced at them. They were not physics formulas, but experimental data. You're here. Liang Bing waved at her. Sorry, it's a bit messy here. I have to ask you to make do with the chair. Jiang Fuyue put down the fruit basket and put the flowers on the bed, replacing the previous bouquet of lilies. You're too kind. You bought so many things. Liang Bing was embarrassed. But the way she looked at the lilies clearly showed that she liked them. Jiang Fuyue smiled and asked her, "How do you feel now?" "It doesn't hurt or itch. My temper is under control. The doctor said that my situation is really rare. It's a miracle in the history of pituitary tumors." "That's good." Jiang Fuyue looked at the scattered paper in her hand. "It should be one of the pages of an experimental report." Liang Bing explained, "I may not be able to go back to the laboratory in a short time. Yesterday, I officially asked Su Lao for a long leave. But scientific research is tantamount to rowing a boat against the current. If you can't move forward, you can only move backward. It's rare to say that you're standing still. Science and technology are improving every day. According to incomplete statistics, an average of 12 research results are born every day in every institute of higher learning. I can't be lazy. So, I thought that even if I'm not in the laboratory, I should finish the unfinished project and find a breakthrough for the stranded thesis. I also have to prepare for the new topic." When Liang Bing spoke, there was a smile on her face and a light in her eyes. This was a person who had truly settled down to do scientific research. At that moment, Jiang Fuyue felt that her ordinary facial features had become brilliant and dazzling. "This is for you." She put the Phoenix Eye Bodhi pearl on Liang Bing's hand. The latter was stunned. "I can't accept it." As she spoke, she was about to take it off. Jiang Fuyue held his hand and said, "It will help with your treatment." The last time they met in the ward, Liang Bing insisted on returning the Bodhi pearls to Jiang Fuyue after learning the true value of this string of Bodhi pearls. At that time, she didn't know her grandmaster's attitude. In addition, Liang Bing was very determined, so she temporarily accepted it. "I didn't give this to you." Liang Bing, ? Old master said that you're the first person who wants to send him home after paying for his meal. He gave this string of Bodhi pearls to you as a gift. It's both a thank you gift and a blessing. Yi Qianji's original words were, "Kind people should be rewarded." She treated him to a meal and saved his life. Giving and receiving were never equal in value, but in terms of the heart. Jiang Fuyue, accept it. Liang Bing pursed her lips. You found old master? Yes, he asked me to say hello to you and tell you to focus on recuperating. Everything will pass and the future will be bright. Liang Bing's eyes reddened. Thank you. Thank you so much. Before leaving, Jiang Fuyue asked casually, does Q University have a comprehensive laboratory for the intersection of biochemistry and physics? Liang Bing pondered for a moment. Yes. It was just lent out half a month ago. It seems that Professor Shen Wenjiao lent it out. You can contact him. Digression, the first update is 3,000 words long. and the second update is tentatively scheduled for 6:30 p.m. Pay attention to the comments section for the specific time Jiang Fuyue naturally couldn't contact Shen Wenjiao. He was one of the top biochemists in the country and one of the founders of modern biochemistry in Xianxia. He was one of the first international attempts to study the relationship between protein structure and function by partial hydrolysis by proteolytic enzymes. He found that cytochrome C1 changed a lot before and after binding with mitochondria, proving that cytochrome B and succinate dehydrogenase were not the same substance. He also established a quantitative relationship formula and graph for chemical modification of essential groups of proteins and loss of activity. He named himself 1. He was an associate researcher at the Institute of Biochemistry and Institute of Biophysics of the Huaxia Academy of Sciences. He was now the director of the National Key Laboratory of Biomacromolecules. It could be said that Shen Wenjiao's contributions to the field of biochemistry were comparable to Su Kaiqing's achievements in quantum physics. They were both national treasures and known as the two pillars of science in Huaxia. How could an unknown high school student like Jiang Fuyue contact the other party just like that? Fortunately, Su Kaiqing was there. It was said that the two of them had been good friends for many years. You're looking for old Shen? Yeah. I want to borrow the A1 laboratory. Jiang Fuyue explained her intentions. Before this, she had already learned about the laboratory through various channels. It was large, had a good environment, and was well equipped. The key was the comprehensive use of the interdisciplinary disciplines of biochemistry and physics. There was no other laboratory like this in the entire Q University. Su Kaiqing heard this and turned off the quantum model thermal imager. He got up and got down from the console. Jiang Fuyue turned the yellow switch in front of the console to safe mode. She grabbed a clean handkerchief from the shelf and handed it to him. She also gave him a sweet smile. Well, it was the attitude of asking for help. Su Kaiqing took the handkerchief and wiped his hands. He asked with some jealousy, "Why do you want to borrow the laboratory of the biology department? Is it because I don't deserve it?" He had misunderstood that Jiang Fuyue was interested in biology and wanted to pursue something else. She actually wanted him, a loyal fan of physics, to be her pimp. Alas, for the first time, Su Kaiqing felt that it was not a good thing for a person to be too knowledgeable. It was too easy to be fickle. Before one could grow freely on the fertile soil of physics, one had to go to the ocean of biology to brave the winds and waves. Previously, when Yan Zhenfeng said that Jiang Fuyue was Huahua, he didn't take it to heart. He thought to himself, Worry's ability is so powerful. She's able to surpass all other subjects in an instant, and she's able to dominate thousands of fields. But at this moment, Su Kaiqing wanted to ridicule him from the bottom of his heart. Friend, you're really, too much. When Jiang Fuyue heard the jealousy in her tone and saw the dissatisfaction written on her face, she helplessly held her forehead. Su Kaiqing couldn't be blamed for thinking the wrong way. Strictly speaking, the A1 laboratory was a biological laboratory. It was just that it had the functions of both chemistry and physics research. You're thinking too much. I have a paper in my hand. It's about the physical analysis of the movement of bacteria. I need to use biochemical experimental equipment to observe and record the data. Su Kaiqing was stunned. Physics paper? Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. What else? Then come to my laboratory. I'll give you the highest level of authority. You can use the equipment however you want. Do whatever you want. At this moment, old Su waved his hand and displayed the essence of being a rich man to the extreme. If his doctoral students were present, their jaws would probably drop on the spot. Was this the same old Su who cried in front of the Academy of Sciences, the school, the foundation, and all the students that he didn't have enough funds to spend? Sure enough, it's not that I can't win the old professor's heart and the old national treasure's favor. It's just that we're not Jiang Fuyue, so we can't monopolize his favor. It's just that, for once, he was generous, but the other party didn't appreciate it at all. Jiang Fuyue, do you have a bacterial culture dish, a biochemical signal sensor, and a self-organizing pattern synthesizer? Okay, I don't need any of these. Get me a few electron microscopes first. His casual tone was as if he was saying, give me a few cabbages. I've decided. Su Kaiqing took a deep breath and smiled. I'll help you contact old Shen. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Oh, little guy. Su Kaiqing was very fast. In the afternoon, he gave Jiang Fuyue a contact information. Old Shen is holding an academic exchange in H City recently. He's not in the imperial capital. This is his assistant's phone number. You can talk to him about the time and see how to arrange it. Okay. Jiang Fuyue dialed his number. After a few words, the other party knew who she was. Obviously, someone had told him in advance. Here's the thing, Professor Shen has a student who is using this laboratory right now. It will take about half a month before it's available. Do you think you need it urgently? Half a month was definitely not enough. The training would be over by then. Jiang Fuyue tactfully explained the difficulties and then suggested. I heard that the laboratory is very big. It can accommodate 2 research teams at the same time. I don't have a research team. It's easier for me to work alone. So, can I share it with Professor Shen's student? Of course, the other party has the priority to use the equipment. I won't fight for it. I see. The other party seemed to be in a difficult position, but he did not directly refuse. Jiang Fuyue's tone was even softer. Is there a problem? She was graceful, clear and cold. When the other party heard this, his ears and heart softened. Here's the thing, Professor Shen's student doesn't like to share the laboratory with others. I need to ask for his opinion before I can give you an answer. He didn't like to share the laboratory with others. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. What was wrong with him? If he was always like this, then in order to let him do scientific research with peace of mind, wouldn't she have to build an exclusive laboratory for him? She had seen people with quirks, but this was the first time she had seen someone so fussy. Jiang Fuyue kept criticizing him in her heart, but on the surface, she agreed politely. She was living under his roof. What have you been busy with recently? Ling Xian came out of the classroom and walked to Jiang Fuyue's side. He leaned against the railing with her side by side. It was just that, there was a distance of 2 people between them. Jiang Fuyue replied, something came up. Ling Xian did not ask any more questions. I finished the questions you gave me last time. There are a few parts that I don't quite understand. After the 2 of them became team members, Jiang Fuyue considered the overall performance of the team, or maybe her OCD was acting up. Plus, Ling Xian was a proactive person, so she would occasionally share some questions with him. Most of the questions were not for competitions, but focused on thinking training. At first, Ling Xian was skeptical. He felt that it was a waste of energy to do tests that had nothing to do with competitions during training. However, after persisting for a while, he realized that the depth and breadth of his thinking, as well as his ability to adapt, were far greater than before. For the same question, the perspective and level of consideration he had when he was doing it now was completely different from when he was doing it before. At this point, he finally understood why Jiang Fuyue always liked to read irrelevant extracurricular books or do questions that had nothing to do with competitions at all. What she wanted to learn was far more than a certain knowledge point or a certain solution, but a kind of thinking ability. This feeling was like, while everyone was focused on catching a fish, she was already secretly eyeing the entire fish pond. Ling Xian seemed to understand why he had lost. I've seen the analysis, but it's still a little difficult. Half a year ago, Ling Xian would never have imagined that the word difficult would come out of his mouth. Now, he was quite calm. He was just telling the truth. There was nothing to be ashamed of. Jiang Fuyue did not show the slightest hint of mockery. She only said softly, let's talk inside. Okay. The 2 of them entered the classroom. Lin Shimo was sitting in his seat. When he saw the 2 of them enter together, his eyes flashed. Inside the A1 laboratory. After Xie Dingyuan finished recording the data of the 12th stage of the S bacteria culture, he remembered that he had forgotten to eat lunch. He took off his glasses, left the lab table, and went into the living room next door. He opened the lunch box that his assistant had delivered 2 hours ago. The food was already cold. He did not care. He broke open the chopsticks and began to eat. If Xianxia was here, he would probably be shocked. Was this still the uncle who had to accurately calculate his salt intake? Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello. Professor Xia, sorry to disturb you. I'm Xiaosu, Professor Shin's assistant. What's the matter? It's like this. A student from the physics department wants to share the A1 laboratory with you. Do you? The man frowned and said coldly, I don't agree. Digression, oh, Cia 99, your wife is gone. Second night watch, 3,000 words. Third night watch, 10:30 p.m. But the assistant still wanted to fight and wanted to use Shen Wenjiao and Su Kaiqing. After all, this student used A1 with the permission of these two. However, Xie Dingyuan did not give him a chance to finish his sentence. Before applying for this laboratory, I said that I would not accept co-use. The school also agreed. Why? Are you going back on your words now? Professor Xia, don't misunderstand. The school definitely did not mean that. It was Mr. Shin's idea. That's why he sent me to discuss it with you. Unfortunately, the beeping sound of the end of the call prevented the assistant from explaining further. Xiaosu put down his phone and sighed. Sure enough, Professor Xia was even more unreasonable than the rumors said. Maybe all geniuses had a temper. Jiang Fuyue did not know whether Xie Dingyuan had a temper or not, but she had a temper. I'm sorry. The other party did not agree. There's nothing I can do. I can use it after he leaves. Or at night. She settled for the next best thing. That won't do. The other party wants absolute silence and privacy. Even if the person was not there, there was still an incomplete experiment. Xiaosu knew that the other party would not agree. I'm really sorry for not being able to help. Jiang Fuyue's tone did not change, it's okay. In fact, she was very depressed. And that Professor Shin's student had been secretly criticized by her countless times. Not allowing co-use, monopolizing, what's wrong with him, not to mention that such a laboratory had the conditions for multiple groups to conduct experiments at the same time. Moreover, Jiang Fuyue had Su Kaiqing as her guarantor and Shen Wenjiao personally endorsed her. In the end, she was still rejected. TSK, Xiaosu heard the girl's gentle voice. Even if she did not achieve her goal, she was still polite. Suddenly, he felt even more guilty. He suddenly thought of something. Actually, there's another way we can try. Jiang Fuyue's eyes lit up, what way? It was a quiet afternoon. The entire Q University campus seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Cicadas chirped and a cool breeze blew in through the windows. Jiang Fuyue followed the address given by Xiaosu and arrived in front of a physics laboratory. She raised her hand to knock on the door and found that the door was originally unlocked. Is anyone there? She faced the crack in the door and her voice could be heard clearly. Unfortunately, no one responded. After standing there for another half a minute, Jiang Fuyue pushed the door open and entered. The scale of the laboratory was very small and could not be compared to Su Kaiqing's. Judging from the experimental equipment, it should be studying quantum mechanics. Before she could take another look, a cold rebuke came from behind her. Who are you? How did you get in? Shen Qiannan had just gotten off the operating table and went into the inner room to wash his hands. When he came out, he saw an uninvited guest in his laboratory. The girl's back was facing him, so he couldn't see her face. However, with her slender waist and long legs, her black hair gently draped behind her back, and her skin that was whiter than snow, it was hard for him not to be suspicious. In the past, there had been girls who had chased him all the way to the laboratory. However, no matter how beautiful she was or how much she suited his taste, Shen Qiannan would never accept her. Over time, everyone knew what his bottom line was. You can chase me, but don't chase me to the laboratory. He didn't expect that after a long period of peace, there would be someone who wasn't afraid of death. Shen Qiannan's eyes were cold. Jiang Fuyue heard the voice and felt that it was inexplicably familiar. She subconsciously turned around. Xiaosu said that Professor Shen's student and Professor Shen's son were from the same school and had a good relationship. If she could get the student to come forward and persuade the weirdo who occupied the laboratory, she might have a chance. Then, he gave her the address. He didn't say what Professor Shen's son's name was, how old he was, and what his major was. Was he a student, lecturer, or researcher? Anyway, Jiang Fuyue knew nothing about his identity as Shen Wenjiao's son. You're Professor Shen's son? Why are you here? The two of them spoke at the same time. After a while, Xianxia grabbed a towel and wiped the water off his hands. His smile was like a spring breeze. I was wondering who was so brave. So it's a little girl. That's not surprising. Come, sit down. Jiang Fuyue looked at his beaming face and didn't forget the coldness in his rebuke. Although she didn't know why this person suddenly became gentle, it was better to be careful. Thank you, but it's okay. I'll leave after I finish talking. Oh? Then all the more reason to sit down and talk slowly. Jiang Fuyue didn't argue with him about whether to sit down or not. She quickly explained the purpose of her visit. You want to use the A1 laboratory? Xianxia was surprised. If the information he heard was correct, this little girl was still a high school student. She came to Q University because she participated in the competitive physics training. Her performance in Su Kaiching's laboratory last time was enough to shock people. Now, she wanted to borrow the most well-equipped laboratory in the university? This laboratory is more than one grade higher than the A2 level. It's only reluctantly listed as A1 because there's no higher rating. It was like a 4-star hotel. Although it was called a 5-star hotel, there were still differences between them. Some could only reach the 5-star level even if they tiptoed. Some could only barely reach the 5-star level because they didn't have 6 stars. Jiang Fuyue, I know, otherwise I wouldn't have borrowed it. Xianxia's eyes were full of interest, but his attitude was mostly indifferent. Subconsciously, he still thought that a high school student couldn't do anything. She even shamelessly said that she wanted to borrow the A1 laboratory. Did she know what the A1 rating meant? How could the equipment inside be regulated? Seriously, it was a bit funny. What experiment are you planning to do? He asked casually. Digression, it's midnight, sister you, wait, when I open my mouth in the next chapter, your face will be swollen. First of all, this question was extremely unprofessional. For a research project, especially a physics research project, experiments were the foundation. Large and small, all kinds of experiments could not be summarized with a general experimental name. Xianxia's question was like asking a chef how to make a Manchu-Han imperial feast. He did not specify a dish, nor did he focus on a particular step, such as how to add water to the dish. How hot should the water be? Should the sugar be added first, or salt? Logically speaking, he should not have asked such a question. Either he was crazy, or he looked down on the other party. Jiang Fuyue was more inclined to the second possibility. She smiled and said, bacteria are a complex biological system that includes strong coupling from molecules to macroscopic multiscale systems. Its movement behavior contains rich biological and physical phenomena at every spacetime scale. For example, bacteria have a strong stress response to oxygen and many compounds. The signal sensing network in bacteria affects the rotation of the bacterial flagellum motor. The rotation of the bacterial flagellum motor at the nanoscale affects the swimming, chemotaxis, accumulation, adhesion, and rapid rotation of the bacteria near the interface. The active state of individual bacteria and the physical and chemical properties of the environment affect the growth process of the bacterial tribe. The expansion of the microbial membrane in space forms a rich and colorful macroscopic self-organizing pattern, etc. 1. The movement of bacteria involves many disciplines, such as mechanics, fluid dynamics, and statistical physics. Jiang Fuyue tilted her head and said, so, which discipline and experiment do you want to hear about? Her tone was light, neither fast nor slow, but at the end of the last sentence, there was a hint of doubt and sarcasm. Xianxia was speechless and smiled awkwardly. He then realized that his attitude was indeed not respectful enough, but he could not bring himself to admit defeat to a girl who was almost 10 years younger than him. He suddenly felt embarrassed. Senior, if you don't say anything, I'll take it that you agree. Agree to what? Xianxia did not know how to react. Jiang Fuyue had already walked to the door. She turned back and smiled at him. Then I'll wait for your good news. It'd be best if there's a reply tomorrow. After that, her back disappeared from the door frame. The rustling wind lifted the girl's hair, swaying it in a flirtatious arc in the air. Xianxia suddenly reacted. F***ck, but at this time, it was obviously impossible to chase after her and deny it. It was not dignified enough, not in line with his image as a gentle senior. But the A1 laboratory, damn. Isn't that Xia Dingyuan? Convince him to share it with Jiang Fuyue, Shen Qiannan face-bombed. Before this, he did not even dare to think about it. Forget about shoving a woman in, even if it was himself, that old dog Xia Dingyuan would not agree to it. His junior sister was making things difficult for him. Wait a minute, why did he agree? Shen Qiannan frowned and fell into deep thought. 5 seconds later, his brain completely woke up. Damn. He had been tricked. As soon as Jiang Fuyue arrived, she asked to borrow the laboratory. She didn't say what she wanted to do, nor did she explain why she had to borrow it. Under such circumstances, he would naturally be led astray and doubt the rationality and feasibility of this matter. He would even doubt Jiang Fuyue as a person. Coupled with her identity as a high school student, young and without any academic achievements, contempt or underestimation of the enemy was born. When he blurted out that sentence, Shen Qiannan admitted that his whole person was in a state of lax. But soon he realized that something was wrong. Once again, he treated Jiang Fuyue as a silly girl who could be easily fooled and tried to get away with it. But the other party was not. Her words made him speechless. Now that he thought about it, she could speak so fluently and powerfully. Did she prepare a draft in advance and wait for him here? Later, he was embarrassed and embarrassed. He wanted to apologize but couldn't bring himself to do it. If Jiang Fuyue asked again at this time, could he refuse? Obviously not. Even if it was out of guilt, he had to do it for her. Furthermore, it had to be done beautifully and properly. Look at how he was taking one step after another, trapping him in a trap in just a few moves. Shen Qiannan sighed heavily. High school students these days were not to be messed with. After Jiang Fuyue left, she walked for a long distance before the corners of her mouth curled up slyly. She did not go back to the dormitory but went directly to B University. Today was the first test of the NOI group training. Everyone gathered in the computer room. When she arrived, Fan Yi had already taken a seat for her. Sister Yu. Over here. Lin Yuan was diagonally in front of her. When she heard that, she turned her head impatiently. Don't you know that the examination room needs to be quiet? You're the only one who's loud and noisy. You're affecting everyone. Fan Yi was a little young, but she was not a fool. The examination hasn't started and the teachers haven't come in yet. How can I affect everyone when I speak at a normal volume? Oh, you're really from a remote village. You have no manners at all. You. Fan Yi was angry. She did not care if she was attacked, but she could not bear to hear anyone say anything bad about Duo Fu. What remote village? Had she been there before? Had she seen the scenery on the island? Well, although it was true that she was poor, there was no need to deliberately humiliate her. Lin Yuan curled her lips provocatively. Fan Yi was annoyed. When she was about to speak, Jiang Fuyue stopped her. She's a native from a big city. Her homework scores are not as high as yours. You're all classmates. You should understand her feelings. Don't be angry. Fan Yi immediately beamed with joy and nodded seriously at Lin Yuan. I understand you and even pity you. Since it's like this, then let's forget about it. You can't do this again next time. Everyone will think that you're angry out of embarrassment. Lin Yuan's face suddenly turned green and red. But it was a fact that she did not score as high as Fan Yi. Where did a country bumpkin from a remote corner learn the information competition? Her English was also not bad, even if it was good, she would not admit it. After changing to the standard mode of the international competition, she still needed 2 days to completely adapt to it. But Fan Yi had no problem at all. As for Jiang Fuyue, this woman was even scarier than that country bumpkin. She had never scored more than full marks in her homework. But who didn't have a trump card? Lin Yuan thought of something and her angry expression gradually calmed down. Her eyes also became calm, as if she had something to rely on. You make it sound like you're the only ones who can score high and everyone else is retarded. Yes, my homework scores are not as high as yours, but the national team selection depends on the results of the 5 quizzes. It's not certain who will stay in the end. Don't be happy too early. I'm afraid that you'll cry later. Then she turned back, put on her headphones and ignored the two girls. Fan Yu was so angry that her cheeks puffed up, but there was nothing she could do. On the other hand, Jiang Fuyue was calm. Even when Lin Yuan looked certain, a touch of contemplation flashed through her eyes. Sister Yu, aren't you angry? Lin Yuan's words were not only directed at her, but also at Jiang Fuyue. Angry about what? Lin Yuan. She has a bad mouth. Fan Yi stomped her feet. All her emotions were shown on her face. Jiang Fuyue said, "Do you know how to look at crabs?" Huh? Crabs? Fan Yi was confused. Weren't they talking about Lin Yuan? How did she become a crab? However, she was quite interested in this topic. How do you look at them? With your eyes? Catch them with your hands? Or steam them to eat? Jiang Fuyue curled her lips slightly. Let's watch and see how long they can run rampant. Before Fan Yi could react, the invigilator had already stepped into the computer room. At 2 in the afternoon, this was the first time that the NOI summer camp had started its quiz. The results of this quiz would be one of the 5 quizzes for the IOI national team selection. It would have a direct impact on the final selection results. This was not like their usual homework. All the candidates were on high alert. The questions were distributed twice. Each time, there were 3 questions. There were 6 questions in total, simulating IOI's 2 competition day modes. The 3 programming languages were C, C++, and Pascal. Each question was worth 100 points. The maximum score was 600 points. The exam time was 5 hours. The first time the questions were distributed, there were 3 conventional questions. They were not difficult within the IOI syllabus. Jiang Fuyue spent 20 minutes to complete them. After submitting them, the system automatically distributed the second set of questions. There were still 3 questions, but they were much more difficult than before. Jiang Fuyue only took 20 minutes. Then, she clicked the mouse and submitted the paper. In an instant, a mechanical notification sounded in the quiet examination hall. Ding! The candidate has submitted the paper. Digression, 3,000 words for the first update. The second update is tentatively set at 6 in the evening. I'll also ask for monthly votes. Hehe references, Si Taiyan, Yuan Junhua, Wu Yilin, Tang Jianqin. Physical Biology in Bacterial Movement, J. Physics Journal, 2016, 65, 17 197-211. The clacking sounds of the keyboard stopped. The scene seemed to have stopped. The invigilator walked down from the stage and walked to Jiang Fuyue's seat. Why did you hand in your paper? Did the machine malfunction? As he spoke, he reached out to check. There's no malfunction. I'm done. Jiang Fuyue said casually. The rest of the candidates exchanged glances. Was she crazy? Did she think this was a class assignment? She didn't even need to check. It was useless if she had speed but no quality. No rush, no rush. She handed in hers, I'll do mine. Don't panic. Should I take out my cell phone to take a picture? Get lost, take a picture. There's nothing wrong with that. Commemorate this godly person who handed in her paper more than 4 hours early. Lin Yuan, who was sitting diagonally in front, had a hunch that Jiang Fuyue would be the one handing in her paper the moment she heard the machine's voice. Indeed, she could not help but clench her fingers. However, she released them in the next second and continued to type on the keyboard. A string of codes flowed from her fingertips. The girl's nervous expression was gradually replaced by calmness. Her eyes were calm, and her side profile was magnanimous. So what if Jiang Fuyue handed in her paper early? This was not the NOI semifinals but the real IOI rehearsal. Everything else aside, the difficulty of the questions could not be compared to the previous ones. Jiang Fuyue had scored full marks in the domestic selection, but it did not mean that she would be able to do well in the international competition. The heavens would not always favor the same person. It was time for her to experience what it felt like to fall. At that thought, a dark light flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. After Jiang Fuyue handed in her paper, the invigilator arranged for her to leave in a low-key manner. However, the act of leaving was not low-key. The more she avoided it, the more deliberate it was. 3.5 hours into the exam, Fan Yi handed in her paper. Huang Hui and Gao Xiaoming looked at each other. Alright, let's hand it in too. Suddenly, the seat behind Lin Yuan was empty. The wind blew, and there was no cover. The back of her neck felt cold. At the same time, Jiang Fuyue had already returned to Q University. She was sitting in the brightly lit library with an open laptop in front of her. The page was still on an unfinished thesis. She was holding a stack of documents in one hand, surrounded by scattered A4 papers. The papers were densely filled with formulas and drawings. Jiang Fuyue was sorting out the ideas of the thesis. If nothing went wrong, Xianxia would be done tomorrow, and the remaining experimental gaps would be completely filled. She curled the corners of her mouth in satisfaction. It was night, the moonlight was bright, and everything was silent. In the study room on the second floor of the Xie family mansion, Xie Dingyuan finished sorting out today's experimental data and uploaded it to the encrypted cloud. Then, he exited the analysis software and recorded files, and closed the computer. He took off his glasses, leaned back in his chair, and massaged his temples. At the same time, he closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, a call came in. He reached for his phone and swiped it gently. Hello, your voice doesn't sound right. Are you still working? It was Xianxia. Just finished. What is it? Can't you just call and ask? At this hour? Are you sure? Of course, Xianxia was not sure. Because of this, he struggled for the whole night. In the end, he dialed Xie Dingyuan's mobile phone. At that moment, he really hoped that the other party would not pick up. Just like the previous few times, it would be best if the phone was turned off. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. Not only did Xie Dingyuan pick up, but he also picked up quickly. Ahem. You've been back in the imperial capital for almost half a month, and you haven't even treated me to a meal in the school cafeteria. Aren't you embarrassed? I'm back in the imperial capital. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Xianxia, Xie Dingyuan suddenly opened his eyes. The light reflected in his dark pupils, reflecting a faint light. What do you want to say? The other party laughed awkwardly. I heard that you've been in the laboratory recently? Yeah. I'm rushing out the data for 2 theses. When will it be finished? Xie Dingyuan raised his eyebrows and said calmly, Why? Are you interested? No. I'm asking for someone else. He pondered for a moment. About 20 days, 2 experimental cycles. That long? Xie Dingyuan did not answer. Xianxia could only bite the bullet and finish this monologue. Actually, I want to discuss something with you today. Yeah, what's the matter? The other party's voice was faint. I have a little friend. Xianxia originally wanted to say little junior, but when he thought of Xie Dingyuan's weird and picky habits, he quickly changed his words and said, she wants to use the laboratory. Can you make an exception? Xie Dingyuan did not answer. Xianxia felt that he had a chance, so he spoke more energetically. She's alone and doesn't have a team. She'll only need 5 days at most. Moreover, her research focuses on physics. It doesn't conflict with the biochemical equipment you're using now. Even if there is a conflict, she's willing to compromise and satisfy your experimental needs first. There was still no response from the other end, but he did not take the initiative to end the call either. According to his understanding of Xie Dingyuan, if this matter was really not negotiable, he would have already hung up the phone. How would he have time to listen to his babbling? There are 3 doors in the laboratory. You can only give her the key to the door on the left. There's a wall in the middle. Even if you share it, it's difficult to meet her. You can just treat her like air. How about it? Xie Dingyuan's left hand rested on his thigh and his fingers tapped rhythmically. It seemed that he was really considering this proposal. Xianxia could not determine his attitude on the other side of the phone. After saying what he should say, he could only wait quietly and wait for a reply. After a long time, Xie Dingyuan said, Do you have a deep friendship with that person? It's okay. He could not say that he was tricked by a little girl. Otherwise, Xie Dingyuan would laugh at him for a whole year. For your sake, it's not impossible to borrow her. Xianxia was not happy too early. He knew it would not be so simple. Sure enough, but I have a condition. What condition? Do you know Lin Weiwei? Xianxia was stunned. He was surprised that Xia Dingyuan could spit out such a feminine name. He had lived for a long time. Lin Weiwei? Who is that? Why does it sound so familiar? She's a postdoc from the School of Materials next door. I remember. She has a PhD from MIT. As soon as she returned to China, she was snatched up by several universities around the country. Last year, she joined the postdoc mobile station of the School of Materials. I heard that among many female PhDs, her looks are considered superior. She once caused a heated discussion and was regarded as a goddess by the group of brats in the School of Materials. No. Why did you suddenly mention her? Xie Dingyuan's eyelids twitched and his Adam's apple rolled slightly. He could not speak for a long time. Old Xie? Are you still listening? This guy can't be asleep. This Lin Weiwei, you help me deal with her, and I promise to lend the laboratory to your friend. Deal with Lin Weiwei? What is this? Why do you have to deal with Lin Weiwei? Do you know her? A postdoc from the School of Materials and a non-staff member who only came back once a year and did not belong to Q University. The two of them were completely unrelated. How come I didn't know you had a friendship with Lin Weiwei before? Xie Dingyuan's eyelids twitched even more fiercely. No friendship, we just met. Then what do you need to deal with her for? The key was that Xie Dingyuan was not a person who was willing to do superficial work. Did he need to deal with anyone? Xianxia was confused. The other side finally couldn't bear it and gritted his teeth. My family arranged a blind date with her. I'm not suitable for marriage. I made it very clear to her when we first met, but this girl, Xie Dingyuan didn't know how to describe it. If he said it lightly, it seemed that he couldn't express his true meaning. If he said it too heavily, it seemed that it would not be good for the girl's reputation. In short, you come forward and help persuade her to stop insisting. It won't work. The other side was dead silent for 2 seconds, and suddenly burst out. F***ck, Xie Dingyuan, ? You went on a blind date? Oh my god, you actually went on a blind date? And you even met Lin Weiwei once? Wait, let me see if the sun rose from the west today. Oh, sorry, I forgot that it's night now. Not bad, old Xia, you went on a blind date behind my back. You said that we were brothers, but we clearly said that we would be dogs together. You actually want to secretly end your dog life? Xie Dingyuan, okay, it's just Lin Weiwei. I agree, don't worry. With me here, you will always be a dog. How can you leave in the middle? Strictly abide by the laboratory rules, regulate the use of experimental materials, don't appear when I'm here, don't touch my experimental equipment after I leave, and ask in advance if you want to borrow it. If you can do the above, come to me tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning to get the key. Digression, 3,000 words in the second watch, a little later in the third watch Xia 99 is finally going to meet Sister Yu. The next day, Jiang Fuyue woke up and opened the curtains to see the sun shining brightly. The faint cries of magpies could be heard in the distance, making her feel good. The NOI class was in the morning, and Jiang Fuyue had to be there before 8 o'clock. She had a custom-made class schedule in her hand, from Monday to Sunday, from morning to afternoon, and it was all packed. This caused her to be in Q University's classroom from 8 to 10 o'clock, and in the blink of an eye, she would be in B University's computer room from 10:30 to 12 o'clock, immersed in programming. In just a short morning, she ran between 2 universities, and it was not just a day or two, but a long time. She lived like a spinning top, spinning forever, without rest. Other people might not know, but Lin Shumo and Ling Xian, who were deskmates, saw everything. Because she had to switch courses midway, Jiang Fuyue often ran between Q University and B University with the materials of the 2 subjects. At noon, the sun was hot. She rushed back from there, her cheeks were still covered in sweat, but her hands were already flipping through the developed test papers and preparing to answer. The homework for a physics competition was already quite heavy, and Jiang Fuyue had to add an information science competition. In addition to receiving more knowledge in class, the homework after class multiplied. Lin Shimo wondered more than once if he could do as well as Jiang Fuyue if he were in her shoes. He was not sure. The phone in his pocket vibrated twice, and he took it out. It was a WeChat message from Xianxia. Little Momo, how is my future wife? Is she eating well and sleeping well? No one bullied her, right? This kind of question happened almost every day. They had been friends for many years, but Lin Shimo had never seen Xianxia so concerned about a girl. He told him to ask Jiang Fuyue himself, and not to ask behind his back like a pervert. But this guy actually stammered that he did not dare to ask. He was afraid that Jiang Fuyue would be annoyed and blacklist him on WeChat. Lin Shimo sent him 4 words, hopeless. Xianxia replied, I'm happy, I like it when she ignores me. Fine. It was completely hopeless. On the other hand, Jiang Fuyue went to university early in the morning. When she entered the classroom, she found that the atmosphere was not quite right. Fanny waved to her from her seat. Sister Yu, over here. Jiang Fuyue walked over and put down her bag. Why is everyone so quiet today? Usually at this time, the classroom would already be filled with chatter. When Gao Xiaoming heard this, he turned around from the front row and said, I'm feeling nervous right now. How can I still be in the mood to joke around? Nervous? Sister Yu, don't you know? Jiang Fuyue asked, know what? Yesterday was the test. The results will be out soon. At 8 o'clock sharp, the bell rang. The coach walked into the classroom and stood on the podium. Let's cut the crap. Let's look at the results. After that, he opened the document and projected a form on the white screen. With just a glance, the scene exploded. F***CK. Am I seeing things? 3 full marks at the beginning, all of them are 600. Is full marks so worthless now? Have they started to do wholesale? Take the money. Please give me a dozen full marks. Thank you. Our cohort is too amazing. Jiang Fuyue got full marks again? She often doesn't come to self-study and sometimes has to take leave from formal classes. How can she get 600 marks like this? She didn't skip classes on purpose. She still has to participate in the summer physics competition camp of the university next door. Didn't the coach explain it before and even showed us the consent form signed by the Education Bureau? If some people are unhappy, they can just say it out loud. It's meaningless to maliciously hurt someone behind their back. Hey, I heard that Jiang Fuyue's results in the physics competition camp were also very impressive. How impressive? She finished the questions for 3 people by herself and could even hand in the papers in advance. Moreover, she got full marks for all 3 sets of papers. F***CK. Is she still human? Even the teachers were scared to death by her. Maybe all geniuses are like this? The point is, she's also very good-looking. Why is God so unfair? He gave her a smart brain and a pretty face. As for me, I don't have anything. F***CK. I used to think that I did, but after meeting Jiang Fuyue, I suspect that I have balls. Why are they all talking about Jiang Fuyue? Aren't there 2 others who got full marks? That's right. Other than Jiang Fuyue, there were 2 others who got full marks. One was Fan Yi, and the other, who is Lin Yuan. Is there such a person in our class? Yes, but she doesn't usually stand out. This time, she's amazing. Oh, I know her. Her grades are usually very average. She has never gotten all the questions right. She's far worse than Jiang Fuyue and Fan Yi. Then how did she get full marks? Who knows? Lin Yuan found her name at first glance when she saw the form, then the score and ranking. She was ecstatic and almost screamed several times. In the end, she forced herself to suppress it. The only fly in the ointment was that Jiang Fuyue and Fan Yi also got full marks. How could she outshine them? Gao Xiaoming and Huang Hui got 588 and 582 respectively. They were ranked 4th and 5th respectively. After the results were announced, the class continued without giving the students any time to adjust. After the class, Jiang Fuyue rushed back to Q University. On the way, she received a call from Xianxia. Little girl, your matter is done. Think about how you're going to thank me. Jiang Fuyue's eyes lit up. the other party agreed. Yes. But there's a request. Xianxia told her the few points that Xie Dingyuan put forward. These were all very normal laboratory regulations and were not considered excessive. Jiang Fuyue also felt refreshed. You can come directly to get the key in the afternoon. Okay. Digression, it's midnight. Good night everyone. During the afternoon physics competition class, Jiang Fuyue handed in her test paper early for the umpteenth time. However, this time, she left in a hurry. Lin Shimo raised his eyebrows. Ling Xian also noticed something unusual. Their eyes inadvertently met, and they both looked away in disgust. Jiang Fuyue found Xianxia in the previous laboratory. Xianxia carefully placed a key in her hand. Little Junior, I risked my life to get this for you. His tone sounded like he was asking for her favor. Jiang Fuyue's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. In that instant, it was as if a flower bud had just bloomed. She was absolutely stunning. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were sparkling, and her eyebrows were full of color. Her lips were red, and her teeth were white. Thank you, senior. Xianxia was a good-looking man. Nothing could be more impactful than the scene in front of him. He swallowed his saliva and suddenly warned, this is only the key to one of the doors. There's a wall between it and the other two doors. There's a small door in the wall. Remember to lock the door properly and don't wander around on the other side. If you want to borrow the experimental equipment, send me a WeChat message or call me. I'll help you contact that person. In short, it was to prevent Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan from bumping into each other. Is this also a request from the other party? They could share the laboratory, but they could not meet. Xianxia nodded. Ahem, that's how he is. He has a lot of rules, a bad temper, troublesome and picky. Xie Dingyuan, who was not present, suddenly felt like sneezing. Jiang Fuyue nodded and said, okay. The other party was willing to lend her the laboratory. She was not shameless enough to complain about the other party's rules. After all, lending it to him was a favor, not lending it to him was her duty. Jiang Fuyue took the key and thanked him again. Then, she left happily. She went to the library to arrange the experimental schedule. Xianxia said that she only had 5 days. It was a little rushed, but it was not impossible. It should not be a problem if she hurried. In the evening, Jiang Fuyue put away the computer, took the half-finished paper and experimental materials that she had just printed, and went to the cafeteria for dinner. After dinner, she went to room A1. In the laboratory under the setting sun, the glass window was orange-red. Because of the special treatment, she could not see the situation inside from the outside. But the lights were on. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. She remembered Xianxia. She did not try to snoop, or even stay. She opened the last door and went in. And closed. She could feel how big the laboratory was. A laboratory. The 3 classrooms were connected and combined into one, leaving 3 doors open. The first and the first and second were the second were the first and the second were the second were the first and second. She was the physics area was the physics experimental area was physics. Since it was the interdisciplinary laboratory, it was. This was reflected in the fact that there were several comprehensive experiment platforms set up between the 2 areas. In other words, even if Jiang Fuyue was in the physics area, she could still find the equipment she needed in the biological field on the comprehensive experiment bench. In this way, as long as she did not open the little door in the wall, she and the other side could mind their own business. This made her sigh in relief. He carefully checked the experiment schedule to find the necessary equipment. She could see them in the physics area and the general platform. Very good. Jiang Fuyue put down her bag and put on the lab robe. It officially began. Night fell. The moonlight was bleak and quiet. The entire Q University's teaching area and laboratory building had already fallen asleep. Xie Dingyuan turned off the Atlas generator, and the screen went black. He walked to the terminal and took out a piece of fresh A4 paper from the printer. He put it on the operating table and compared it with the previous years. He turned on the recording pen and began to dictate the characteristics of the changes. Compared to the fourth stage, the fifth stage of cell evolution has a lot of bubbles on the surface. When he spoke, not only did the recording record his voice, but the connected tablet automatically converted it into text and uploaded it to the cloud. After he finished a full set of analysis, he raised his wrist and saw that it was already past 10 o'clock. Xie Dingyuan tidied up the operating table and checked all the equipment one by one. He put the equipment back in its original position, took off his lab robe, turned off the lights, and left. He locked the door. After taking 2 steps, he realized that the lights in the physics area were still on. The man stopped and stood in front of the glass window. Of course, he couldn't see the specific situation inside from the outside, but he could vaguely make out a blurry figure. Already here? When did it come? He didn't even notice. However, on second thought, at least this meant that the other party was well behaved and didn't cause trouble. That was the best. Xie Dingyuan didn't stay any longer and strode towards the parking lot. Jiang Fuyue was unaware of all this. She was at a critical step. She entered the basic parameters and turned around to record the experimental data. At the same time, she had to control the overall experimental progress and plan some steps to save time. She was the mentor, the student, and the odd jobs. She was responsible for the operation of the entire research team. He was so busy that he couldn't get away with it. How could she have the time to pay attention to the outside of the window? She looked at the clock on the wall and decided to stay for 2 more hours. She would return to the dormitory after the first experimental data was out. On the other side, Xie Dingyuan had driven a black business Mercedes-Benz out of the school gate. On the way, a phone call came in and the driving mode was automatically answered. Shen Qiannan's voice suddenly filled the entire space in the car. "Old Xia, you are not kind." Xie Dingyuan frowned. "What do you mean?" "Lin Weiwei. She is a female doctor, the overlord of the University of Massachusetts. She is proud and arrogant. Now she puts down her status to chase you, but you push me out as a shield. The girl's heart is broken. Do you have the heart to do that?" In the afternoon, Shen Qiannan gave the key to Jiang Fuyue and made an appointment to meet at the coffee shop opposite the school. At first sight, good guy, she was really good-looking, and the key was temperament. He could see that she had excellent self-cultivation in her gestures, and there was a gentle fragrance of books in her speech. Shen Qiannan appreciated the beauty at close range, but he didn't forget the purpose of this meeting. He took a sip of coffee and euphemistically expressed Xie Dingyuan's refusal. "Since the other party is a top student, I believe it is impossible for her not to understand such a simple sentence." Of course, Lin Weiwei understood, and the next second her eyes were red. "Am I so disliked by him? Even the rejection has to be conveyed through the mouth of an outsider?" "Outsider Shen Qiannan, where is this a blind date between men and women? It is clear that it is love at first sight." When she came to the end, the woman was about to cry. Shen Qiannan's scalp was numb, he casually found a reason and fled. After he left, Lin Weiwei put away the tears in her eyes and took a sip of coffee in satisfaction. "Well, the taste is not bad. Old Xia, the girl likes you, you can't see it, right?" "So?" Xie Dingyuan was expressionless and his eyes were cold. "Others like, he must give a response." Shen Qiannan lightly tooted, "You are still the best. You can say it so straightforwardly. But seriously, Lin Weiwei looks good and her brain should be okay. I heard that she is the daughter of the 3rd branch of the Lin family. Her family background is a good match for you. Are you sure you don't want to consider it?" "Xie Dingyuan, I won't consider it. You said that you are a single old man, and you are so picky. Are you not afraid of being alone?" "Xie Dingyuan, I'm not afraid." "Well, you can work hard to create a real old prince of the dog world." The man frowned. "Don't make up a nickname." "Oh. Anyway, I have done what I promised you. Lin Weiwei doesn't accept it. I can't help it." "Well." Xie Dingyuan didn't mean to care. Shen Qiannan saw that he was so easy to talk to, and his heart was a little scared. "You won't turn around and drive my friend out of the lab, will you?" Xie Dingyuan thought of the quiet physics area, and the faint light in the night. "Not for the time being." "No." "What do you mean for the time being?" "Don't really drive people out, where will I put my face? It's just 5 days, you bear with it." Xia Dingyuan didn't comment, hang up. Xianxia heard a beep on the other end. Dog, you are still the most dog. Turning a corner, the Mercedes merged into the main road and moved forward smoothly. The night was getting darker, but the bustling capital was bright with lights. The neon signs of the shops and stalls were flashing. At this time, another phone call came in and was automatically answered. The woman's voice made Xia Dingyuan subconsciously frown, and his eyes flashed with a touch of displeasure. Digression, the first update is 3,000 words, and the second update is tentatively scheduled for 6:30 in the afternoon. Today, I will try to let Guzi and Yaya meet HHH. What if they fight? Brother, good evening, have you left school? Lin Weiwei's master's degree is not at Q University. It is reasonable to say that there is no direct sibling relationship with Xia Dingyuan, but with the latter's status in the domestic academic community, it is not an exaggeration to call him brother. Even, there is a different kind of intimacy. What's the matter? The man's tone was cold. The other end was stunned, and after a few seconds, he whispered. Are you busy? This question is obviously too personal and too divergent. If Xia Dingyuan answers yes, will the next question evolve into what are you busy with? If Xia Dingyuan answers no, it is a tacit admission that he is free, giving the other party an incorrect hint. So, if you have something to say, I'll hang up if you don't. 24K pure titanium alloy straight man's reply. Although it is too rough, it is effective. The other end is more silent. Just as Xia Dingyuan is about to hang up, Lin Weiwei suddenly opens her mouth. Do you hate me? No. Strangers, whether hate or like, it is too much effort. But second aunt wants us to get along well. Xia Yunlan is the eldest daughter-in-law of the Lin family's second branch, and Lin Weiwei is the daughter of the third branch, so Xia Yunlan is called aunt. Strictly speaking, Xia Dingyuan is older than her. If it weren't for the two people's age, Lin Weiwei would call him uncle. Xia Dingyuan holds the steering wheel and looks straight ahead. I will talk to the third sister. Lin Weiwei is speechless for a while. Why? She doesn't understand. What's wrong with me? She asks herself, looks, education, family background, everything is good, and there are a lot of people chasing her around. She has lived for 28 years and has never been rejected like this. Xia Dingyuan is the first. Lin Weiwei's doubts are real, but more than that, she is not convinced. Xia Dingyuan, you are good or not, it is not up to me to judge. Brother, the other end suddenly smiled, you really spare no effort to draw a clear line with me. Xia Dingyuan does not deny it. Lin Weiwei bit her lip, since you are so against it, why did you agree? I thought it was acceptable before, but after trying it, I found that it's still not acceptable. The man told the truth. Lin Weiwei was hit by this straight ball and her eyes were dazed. Although this was the truth, did he have to be so direct? Did she not care about her reputation? If you have something to say, just say it. Isn't it too much to ask Xianxia to interfere? Xia Dingyuan, I told you before. But you didn't listen. He didn't finish his sentence, but both of them understood what he meant. Lin Weiwei's expression blushed and her cheeks turned red. Fortunately, she couldn't see it through the phone. She took a deep breath. Senior Marshal brother, I don't think we're calm enough. It's not appropriate to talk about this topic right now. Let's leave it at that for today. After saying that, he quickly hung up. He was afraid that if he was a second late, he would hear even more hurtful words from the other party. Xia Dingyuan's face was expressionless. His hands were firmly on the steering wheel, and he was not affected at all. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. The next day, Xia Dingyuan had breakfast and drove to Q University. The experiment was at a critical stage, and his energy would be in the laboratory for the next week. Naturally, he didn't want to be entangled with Lin Weiwei. After thinking about it, he simply called Xia Yunlan and calmly explained the whole story. Third sister, I'm sorry, I failed to live up to your kindness. What are you talking about? Do we still need to do this between brother and sister? Don't worry, I won't think too much. It's normal for men and women to meet when they get together and separate when they don't get along. Besides, you and Lin Weiwei have nothing to do with each other. You just met each other once. You're not even friends. I'll deal with the third branch. It's a piece of cake. third sister, you've worked hard. Little 9, you have to remember that we want you to be happy more than seeing you get married. So, no matter what decision you make, you don't need to wrong yourself. Xie Dingyuan's eyebrows moved slightly, and his eyes were soft. Well. Okay, then I won't bother you. I'll hang up first. Xie Dingyuan parked the car and went straight to the laboratory. When he passed by the third door, he paused and looked inside through the window. There was no light. That person hadn't come yet. Jiang Fuyue wrote down the answer to the last question of the last question and suddenly looked up. Teacher, I'm handing in the paper. Yan Zhenfeng, ? It was only 10 minutes before class started. You're done? Although Jiang Fuyue was usually fast, and it was normal for her to hand in the paper early, it was the first time she was in such a hurry. Lin Shimo couldn't help but look at her suspiciously. Ling Xian also looked at her. Unfortunately, Jiang Fuyue didn't get the concern of the two boys at all. After Yan Zhenfeng took the paper, she picked up her bag and left without any reluctance. Her footsteps were hurried, and her back was elegant. Jiang Fuyue drank Red Bull? Why is she working so hard today? Who knows? But the big devil is really scary when she goes all out. I haven't even finished reading the questions and she handed in the paper. F***CK. So this is Jiang Fuyue's real level? She was holding back before? She's a god. We can't compare to her. Lin Shimo and Ling Xian looked at each other, and the two of them actually opened their mouths. What's wrong with her? Lin Shimo asked. Ling Xian spread out his hands. You're asking me? Who should I ask? Didn't you come from the same place? What's wrong with coming from the same place? Lin Shimo still didn't know. Lin Shimo pursed his lips and scolded him, useless. Ling Xian's expression didn't change, and he retorted, same here. The next second, they both looked away and returned to the state where they didn't talk to each other. It was as if the short conversation just now was just an illusion. However, he was curious and worried about Jiang Fuyue's abnormality. At 9:30 p.m., Jiang Fuyue arrived at the laboratory. She opened the door with the key, put on the lab robe, and couldn't wait to go to the console. At 11:45 p.m. last night, the data of the first phase of the experiment came out. Jiang Fuyue adjusted the parameters of the second phase of the experiment, turned off the lights, and left. Therefore, she only needed to scan and input a few sets of observation data collected in advance. After weighting the parameters and a fixed program, she could get the results directly. The whole process took about 2 to 3 hours. During this time, Jiang Fuyue didn't idle around. She took out her computer and analyzed the data of the first phase. After sorting out the data, she transcribed it into her thesis. In the blink of an eye, the morning had passed. Jiang Fuyue didn't want to waste time eating in the cafeteria, so she ordered takeout on her phone. During the summer vacation, takeout was allowed on campus. Therefore, 30 minutes later, a delivery man wearing a yellow coat appeared in the corridor outside the laboratory. He checked the address and found Laboratory A1. When he saw that one of the doors was open, he walked in without saying anything. His assistant was delivering food to Xie Dingyuan. He forgot to close the door when he went in, and the delivery man barged in. Xie Dingyuan raised his head and looked over. His brows furrowed subconsciously. His assistant's scalp went numb. He quickly stopped the delivery man and asked, "Who are you? You didn't see me?" The delivery man pulled his yellow coat and raised the bag in his hand. "I'm here to deliver food." "Are you at the wrong place? We didn't order takeout." "You didn't order? But the address is clearly on the first floor of Q University's Science and Technology Building, Laboratory A1. The assistant was dumbfounded. He looked at the boss not far away and asked, "Professor Xia, did you order this?" Did he secretly order food because he didn't like the food he delivered? Xie Dingyuan shook his head and said, "No. But the address is correct." "It's written here." Xie Dingyuan ignored him and said to the delivery man, "You're at the wrong place. He's next door." Jiang Fuyue was about to faint from hunger. She lay weakly on the console and couldn't lift her spirits at all. Perhaps it was because she had overexerted her brain, but she was hungry very quickly today. She ordered takeout, but it had been almost 40 minutes, and it still hadn't arrived. There was no call either. She could see the real-time location of the rider on the app, but she didn't even have the strength to open it. Suddenly, Jiang Fuyue thought of something and sat up straight. Could it be that the food was delivered next door? She opened the door and was about to go out to take a look when she bumped into the delivery man. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I ordered it." "Thank you." The delivery man handed the food to her and wiped his sweat. "Sorry, I'm late." "It's okay. I won't give you a bad review." "Sigh, it's your fault for not writing it clearly. Who knew that the laboratory was divided into two sides? I just delivered the food to the next door, but they said they didn't order takeout." It's so embarrassing. Jiang Fuyue was speechless. She had let out a sigh of relief too early. Digression, the second night watch is here. 3,000 words, they still haven't met. It's so difficult, the third night watch is late. Let's try to meet. Xie Dingyuan couldn't take it anymore when the assistant glanced at him for the third time. "If you have something to say it." Hee. The assistant rubbed his hands. "You shared the laboratory with someone?" This question was so stupid that there was no way to answer it. If he answered it, it would be an insult to his intelligence. Therefore, Xie Dingyuan only gave him a cold and contemptuous side profile. The assistant touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Ahem. Of course, the truth is right in front of us. You shared the laboratory with someone. But why? Didn't you agree with the school that you were the only one who could use it? Xie Dingyuan, I agreed. Huh? The assistant suddenly felt like he was in a fantasy. This didn't seem like something Xie Dingyuan would do at all. But he didn't look like he was joking. What? Xie Dingyuan glanced coldly at the assistant's shocked face. I shared the laboratory with someone, not the bathroom. Is it that unbelievable? The assistant really wanted to say, not only because you shared the bathroom. Oh no, the laboratory, but also because you were joking with me? Did Professor Xian know how to joke? In his impression, he didn't have this ability. Imagine a person who didn't even need to smile. How could you expect him to be humorous? You might as well expect a sow to be a cicada. I'll eat later. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Xie Dingyuan couldn't stand the assistant's silly look and directly asked him to leave. The assistant rolled his eyes and raised his hand. I still have a question. Go ahead. Isn't the laboratory not allowed to eat? Usually, Xie Dingyuan would eat in the inner room. Even if the experiment was at a critical juncture, he wouldn't stay outside to eat and watch. When a person was extremely self-disciplined, he would become harsh. Not only was he harsh on himself, but he was also habitually demanding of others. Just now, the person next door blatantly ordered takeout. According to Xie Dingyuan's temper, it was fine if they were not in the same place. But now, they were sharing the same laboratory. He couldn't stand it. But he actually took the initiative to give the takeout guy directions. What kind of trick was this? Xie Dingyuan heard this and curled his lips. How is not eating against the laboratory rules? The assistant was confused. If he didn't break the rules, how could he legitimately chase him away? In the end, he was still not used to sharing a laboratory with others. After the assistant left, Xie Dingyuan went into the inner room to have lunch. After coming out, he did not continue to work as usual. Instead, he opened the door and walked in the corridor to digest his food. During this period, he passed by the third door several times. His eyes were like a radar, searching for something. Finally, he stood in front of the window. His black eyes were sharp, as if he wanted to see through the obstacles and see the situation inside. What are you looking for? A clear voice came from behind him. The man's back stiffened, and his breathing froze. After Jiang Fuyue got the takeout, she didn't enter the laboratory again. Instead, she sat on the steps of the stairwell and ate the takeout one bite after another. She collected the trash and stuffed it all into plastic bags. She was about to take it to the trash can at the other end of the corridor to throw it away. She did not expect to see a man looking around or searching for her as soon as she came out of the stairwell. His eyes, which were obviously trying to pick a fight, revealed an unusual sharpness. At the same time, he also had the determination to not give up until he achieved his goal. Most importantly, this was an acquaintance. Xie Dingyuan, she remembered Xianxia's description. Cough. He is like this. He has a lot of rules, a bad temper, troublesome and picky. Old Shen's assistant, whose surname was Su, also said, that won't do. The other party wants absolute silence and privacy. Very good, it all matched up. The man turned around. When he saw who was in front of him, he could not hide the astonishment in his eyes. Why are you here? The moment he blurted out, his eyebrows furrowed. Jiang Fuyue found it funny. You haven't answered my question, and now you're asking me? What kind of logic is this? Her question, Xie Dingyuan was stunned. What are you looking for? Jiang Fuyue asked again. The man was silent. I guess it's this. She lifted the trash bag in her hand and shook it in front of him. Am I right? If you find out that I'm eating in the laboratory, are you going to take back my right to use it? Kick me out of the laboratory? Xie Dingyuan's dark eyes flickered. His face was still expressionless, but the tips of his ears were quickly covered with a thin layer of red. He had lived for more than 20 years, and this was the first time he felt so embarrassed that he wanted to escape. Jiang Fuyue said, Professor Xia really went through a lot of trouble to kick me out of the laboratory. Xie Dingyuan was speechless. He felt so guilty that he could not speak at all. Unfortunately, I didn't eat in the laboratory. Her eyes curved into crescents with a hint of mockery and ridicule. Professor Xia must be very disappointed now, right? Jiang Fuyue stopped smiling and suddenly became serious. She leaned in front of the man and said word by word, You want to kick me out? It's not that easy. Xie Dingyuan's eyes flickered slightly. Then you have to be vigilant. Don't let me catch you. After that, he turned and walked away. His back was still as calm and steady as Mount Tai, but his footsteps revealed that he was in a hurry. He fled in panic. Jiang Fuyue stood in the same place and could not help but curl her lips. Ha, dog man, digression, Xia 99, that's awkward. Xianxia received a call from Xie Dingyuan. Before he could say anything, he was scolded by the person on the other end of the line. Who are you talking about? What girl? Xianxia finally found a chance to interrupt. The person on the other end gritted his teeth and spat out a name. Jiang Fu. You. Xianxia was confused. What's wrong with Jiang Fuyue? Xie Dingyuan's eyebrows twitched. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Tell you what? She's just using the lab. Don't be so stingy. Are you not going to lend it to me if she's Jiang Fuyue? The person on the other end of the line was stunned. If it was Jiang Fuyue, Xie Dingyuan thought that he would still lend it to her. Last time, he had apologized and the two of them had buried the hatchet. It didn't make sense that he agreed to share the lab with Xianxia's friend, but when this friend turned out to be Jiang Fuyue, he didn't agree. Yes, that was the logic. When he understood this, he suddenly wasn't angry anymore. So what if it was Jiang Fuyue? He didn't have to be so conflicted when he treated her as an ordinary person. He didn't know that when he started thinking about this and kept giving himself psychological hints, the conflict had already begun. Naturally, the ordinary person would become extraordinary. Unfortunately, Xie Dingyuan was in the middle of the situation and didn't realize it. It's okay, he said and ended the call. Xianxian was confused. It's so baffling. In the afternoon, Jiang Fuyue went to the university for the NOI class. She spent half an hour to complete the 12 questions. She clicked on the paper, turned off the computer, and left. Fanyi, sister Yu, did you speed up again? Huang Hui, maybe it was always this fast. Gao Xiaoming, or maybe it's even faster. Everyone, we're tired of saying the word awesome. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Fuyue rushed back to the lab and stayed there for 6 hours. When she looked out of the window again, the sky was already dark. Her stomach started to protest. She didn't order takeout in the middle of the night. She finished recording the data for the second episode. Very good, it was faster than yesterday by more than 2 hours. She decided to leave early and grab something to eat at the school gate. Jiang Fuyue tidied up the console, put all the equipment in place, and checked the power supply of the equipment. After confirming that there were no errors, Jiang Fuyue signed her name on the laboratory usage record book. She also added the date and the specific time. Then, he turned off the lights and locked the door. The entire set of movements flowed smoothly, and there was not the slightest mistake to be found. The lights on Xie Dingyuan's side were still on. Jiang Fuyue only took a glance and then looked away. Outside the school, there was a wonton stall. "Here's your big bowl, please enjoy." The lady boss brought it over and placed it in front of her. The tender and cute little wontons were floating in the bone soup. With the addition of green onions, they were even more alluring. Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but swallow her saliva. The reason why she gave up so many regular restaurants and chose such a small stall was because she was attracted by the fragrance. She stood in front of the stall and couldn't move her legs. Then, she boldly ordered a large portion. This bowl was really big, but it wasn't like she couldn't finish it. A wonton and a mouthful of soup. That taste was so good, no matter how long human society had developed, the satisfaction of having a full stomach was always so easy to obtain. Everything was originally so good, until a shadow covered her head. Before Jiang Fuyue could refuse, that person had already sat down opposite her. Their eyes met. Compared to the astonishment and awkwardness in the afternoon, Xie Dingyuan was now as calm and steady as an old dog. "We meet again," he said. Jiang Fuyue said, "There are other seats. I'm used to sitting here." "Used to?" Just then, the lady boss walked up to him with a smile. "Professor Xia, you're here. I haven't seen you in a long time. Do you still want a small portion?" "Yes." "Okay. Same old rules. Add green onions, ginger, garlic, and coriander?" The man nodded. "Thank you." "You're welcome. It's no big deal." "Wait a minute." Jiang Fuyue suddenly said, "Why don't I have coriander?" The lady boss was stunned for 2 seconds, then smiled even more brightly. "Young lady, you like coriander?" Jiang Fuyue nodded. "You should have said so earlier. I just added some for you. But you don't have any in the seasoning section. It's rare to eat wontons with coriander. In order to ensure freshness, we usually cut them up on the spot. Since you and Professor Xia both want some, I'll cut more for you." After saying that, she turned around and walked to the stall. She took out a chopping board and a kitchen knife. Her movements were swift and nimble. Finally, she put the wontons in small bowls in front of him. "Call me when you're done." "There's enough for you." Xie Dingyuan looked at the small bowl. "You first?" Jiang Fuyue didn't refuse. After all, his wontons hadn't been served yet. "Very few girls like coriander," he suddenly said. "Jiang Fuyue, maybe it's because you haven't met enough girls. You'll get better with more tutoring." Xie Dingyuan, ? He failed to strike up a conversation. After that, the two of them quietly ate the wontons in their bowls and didn't speak again. The man's table manners were very elegant. It was obvious that he had received a good education. Even the way he held his chopsticks was pleasing to the eye. The two of them sat across from each other. While Jiang Fuyue was unavoidably looking at the man, Xie Dingyuan was also unintentionally observing her. The girl must be hungry. She ordered a large portion. When she lowered her head to eat the wontons, it was obvious that the bowl was bigger than her face. The rising steam blurred her eyes, but he could still see the sparkling water in her peach blossom eyes. She must like the taste very much. The corners of her eyes and the tips of her eyebrows revealed a hint of satisfaction, and even a hint of flirtatious laziness. The hot wontons made her lips bright red, and it made her skin look even fairer and more flawless. He just didn't know how it felt. Xie Dingyuan's eyelids twitched as if he was shocked by the thought that flashed through his mind. He quickly looked away and buried his head in his food. It was just that the taste that he originally liked was now somewhat indescribably dull. In contrast, Jiang Fuyue was much more focused. Yes, focused on the wontons to fill her stomach. "Aren't you participating in the summer training for the physics Olympiad?" Jiang Fuyue nodded. "Then why did you borrow the laboratory?" There are a few experimental data to come out. You? Experimental data? Jiang Fuyue raised her chin slightly and smiled. Is there a problem? If I remember correctly, you haven't graduated from high school yet. Any experiment in high school, including those so-called competitions, would not use a high-specification laboratory like A1. Unless, Jiang Fuyue asked, Professor Xia, did you only learn high school knowledge when you were in high school? Xia Dingyuan. I didn't go to high school. I skipped a grade. Oh. Although you're expressionless, I still feel that you're a little proud. Xia Dingyuan, did I? I won't admit it even if I did. What kind of research project are you researching? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. You believe me? Don't you think I'm lying? Someone who can regulate the use of all the equipment in the laboratory should have a breadth of knowledge and research ability beyond the level of a high school student. Xie Dingyuan had seen her laboratory use record book and equipment use record book. They were all very standardized. As for why she didn't eat in the laboratory in the morning, in hindsight, she probably didn't deliberately set a trap to see him make a fool of himself. She didn't intend to do that in the first place. Jiang Fuyue was familiar with the rules and could consciously abide by them. Xie Dingyuan had to admit this. When you stop looking at people from the corner of your eye, you finally have a little bit of the IQ that a professor should have. Xie Dingyuan, ? Me? Looking at people from the corner of my eye? No IQ, Jiang Fuyue, it's about the physical analysis of the movement of bacteria. I need to use biochemical experimental equipment to observe and record the data. As for what kind of physical aspects, she didn't say much. Xie Dingyuan was also very tactful and didn't ask any more questions. After eating, Jiang Fuyue took out her mobile phone to pay the bill. However, the lady boss smiled and said, Professor Xia has already paid. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and turned to look at the man. You're treating me? Yes. He nodded. Under the light, his dark pupils reflected the light. Even so, it couldn't hide the innate arrogance and indifference that had accumulated over the years in his eyes. As the saying goes, one shouldn't accept a reward if it's not deserved. Xie Dingyuan pondered for a moment and said, Take it as an apology. Jiang Fuyue didn't refuse and thanked him graciously. I'm going back to school. Okay. The man watched her back as she entered the school gate. When she finally disappeared from his field of vision, he withdrew his gaze and turned to walk to the place where he parked his car. In fact, his car had already driven far out of the school gate, but in the end, he turned around and drove back. He parked opposite the stall, walked over, and ordered a bowl of wonton. Xie Dingyuan thought, he's not doing it for anyone. He's just hungry. That's all. Digression, first update, 3,000 words. Second update is tentatively scheduled for 6:30 p.m. See the notice in the comment section. Xia 99, I can't help it, but I won't admit it. The arrogant me will help this fish ask for a ticket, expressionless, forced to open. When Jiang Fuyue returned to the dormitory, her 3 roommates were still awake. Su Qing was talking on the phone while applying a facial mask. Chen Sikhang was playing games. When they heard the door open, they didn't look up and continued doing their own things. Only Lu Ling raised her head and looked in Jiang Fuyue's direction. Ever since the punishment incident, the 3 of them didn't dare to provoke Jiang Fuyue. Since they lived under the same roof, they mostly avoided her. Fortunately, Jiang Fuyue was nowhere to be seen during the day. She didn't come back until 10 o'clock at night. Recently, she even came back late into the morning. The second before the door opened, they were still discussing what she was doing. Su Qing said, She's just a country bumpkin. Maybe she went out to make money? After that, she covered her mouth and giggled. What money could she make in the middle of the night? Only that would work. Chen Sikhang looked up and said, Maybe she hooked up with someone and went on a secret date? Su Qing pursed her lips and said, I don't know why young Master Lin wants to be her deskmate. Chen Sicheng's eyes flickered. Lin Shimo was recognized as the Prince Charming in their circle. He was handsome, smart, and had a good family background. The Lin family was one of the 8 richest families in the capital. How many women dreamed of that? Moreover, Lin Shimo was a direct descendant of the eldest son. If they could get close to him, even a caterpillar could become a phoenix, let alone a sparrow. Countless women tried to get close to him, but he never looked at them in the eye. No matter who they were, he was cold and unapproachable. So what if she's his deskmate? Young Master Lin doesn't seem to care about her. Xianxia rolled her eyes as she patted the toner on her face. If she thinks that being young Master Lin's deskmate means she can get close to him first, then she's going to be disappointed. You're right. Suqing nodded. Young Master Lin doesn't even care about us. How could he possibly like Jiang Fuyue? Xianxia frowned and muttered, what do you mean by we don't even care about him? We're not that bad, right? What are you muttering about? Xianxia. Nothing. Suqing suddenly poked her head out from the top bunk. Lu Ling, why aren't you talking? Lu Ling. I feel like there's nothing to say. You've been unusually quiet lately? She smiled and did not continue. Suqing muttered under his breath. At this moment, Jiang Fuyue opened the door and came in. The three of them immediately shut up and pretended that nothing had happened. There were still 3 days left for the laboratory to be used. After washing up, Jiang Fuyue lay on the bed and roughly planned the progress. He wouldn't have known if he didn't count, but once he did, he was shocked. There wasn't enough time, therefore, she went to the laboratory the next day before dawn. After soaking in it for 2 hours, he finally stepped into the training classroom just as the bell rang. Of course, he was also carrying breakfast in his hand. Before the teacher arrived, she took a bite of the soup dumplings and placed a cup of soy milk beside her. Lin Shimo, ? How could a girl eat like that? Ling Xian quietly handed her the soy milk. Drink some of this to prevent choking. Jiang Fuyue nodded and drank a mouthful of soy milk. After swallowing the steamed bun in her mouth, Wen Jing gracefully thanked him. Ling Xian. Did you wake up late? Jiang Fuyue shook her head. She didn't say anything because her mouth was full. When she swallowed the last mouthful, the bell rang and Yan Zhenfeng stepped into the classroom. It was neither early nor late. Everything was just right. Except for the lingering smell of soy sauce and meat in the air, in the middle of the training, although there were still lectures, most of the time was spent on practice. It was undeniable that during the middle school education period, the practice of overload of practice questions was the key to victory. The teachers used it easily, but the students were exhausted. No way. Practice questions again? I've been doing so much for the past 2 days. Teacher Yan, can you change it to something new? I feel like my brain is filled with letters and numbers. When combined together, they form a formula. Even in my dreams, I'm calculating density, grip strength, and acceleration. I'm afraid of questions. I'm anxious just by looking at them. I'm going bald. I've decided to go for a hair transplant after the training. She was full of resentment. Perhaps the only person in the class who was happy was Jiang Fuyue. The best thing about doing practice questions was that she could hand in her paper and leave. She couldn't wait to do practice questions every day. It was the same this time. In less than 20 minutes, Jiang Fuyue returned the paper to Yan Zhenfeng. I have something to do. I'll leave first. After saying that, she rushed out of the classroom. Ling Xian looked in the direction she left and was deep in thought. Lin Shimo's face was also dark. Xie Dingyuan stood in front of the operating table and placed the petri dish that he had just taken out under the microscope. Suddenly, there was the sound of a door closing next door. Then, the lights came on. He looked at his watch. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. Shouldn't they be training at this time? The thought flashed through his mind for a moment. When he realized it, he felt that he was being nosy. He laughed and shook his head. No longer distracted, he focused on the work in front of him. However, Jiang Fuyue slammed the door shut with a loud bang. She put down her bag and put on her lab robe. Then, she turned around and went to the operating table. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. The sun was rising and her hunger was getting stronger. Jiang Fuyue glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost 1 o'clock. The cafeteria was probably full of leftovers. It would take some time to walk there. Therefore, she decided to order takeout. Just as she took out her phone, there was a knock on the door. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Digression, it's time for the second watch period. It's late. Guess who it is? Xianxia asked. Did you wake up late? Jiang Fuyue shook her head. She didn't say anything because her mouth was full. When she swallowed the last mouthful, the bell rang and Yan Zhenfeng stepped into the classroom. It was neither early nor late. Everything was just right. Only the lingering smell of soy sauce and meat lingered in the air. In the middle of the training camp, although there were still lectures, most of the time was spent on practice. It was undeniable that during the middle school education period, the practice of overloaded practice questions was the key to victory. The teachers used it easily, but the students were having a breakdown. No way. Another test paper? I've been doing so much for the past 2 days. Teacher Yan, can't you change it to something new? I feel like my brain is filled with letters and numbers. When combined together, they form a formula. Even in my dreams, I'm calculating density, grip strength, and acceleration. I'm afraid of the questions. I'm anxious just by looking at them. I'm going to go bald. I've decided to go for a hair transplant after the training camp. They were full of resentment. Perhaps the only person in the class who was happy was Jiang Fuyue. The best thing about doing practice questions was that she could hand in her paper and leave. She couldn't wait to do practice questions every day. It was the same this time. In less than 20 minutes, Jiang Fuyue returned the paper to Yan Zhenfeng. I have something to do. I'll leave first. After saying this, she rushed out of the classroom. Ling Xian looked in the direction she left and was deep in thought. Lin Shimo also had a deep expression on his face. Xie Dingyuan stood in front of the operating table and placed the petri dish he just took out under the microscope. Suddenly, there was the sound of a door closing next door. Then, the lights came on. He looked at his watch. It was 9 a.m. Shouldn't they be training at this time? The thought flashed through his mind, but in that instant, he realized that he was being nosy. He laughed and shook his head. No longer distracted, he focused on the work in front of him. However, Jiang Fuyue slammed the door shut with a loud bang. She put down her bag and put on her lab robe. Then, she turned around and went to the operating table. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. The sun was getting higher and higher, and her hunger was getting stronger. Jiang Fuyue glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost 1 o'clock. The cafeteria was probably full of leftovers, and it would take some time to walk there, so she decided to order takeout. Just as he took out his phone, there was a knock on the door. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Jiang Fuyue opened the door. Ling Xian was standing outside. When she saw her, she raised the takeout bag in her hand. Do you want lunch? How did you know I was here? Ling Xian, I met Elder Su after class, so we chatted for a bit. He said it casually, but when he thought about it deeply, was it so easy to meet Su Kaiqing? Even if they met, would they be so easy to strike up a conversation with? This. Jiang Fuyue looked at the thing in his hand. Is this for me? Okay. Ling Xian nodded. Jiang Fuyue did not answer. Just as she was about to speak, Ling Xian was faster than her. He seemed to have guessed what she was going to say. Consider it a thank you gift for helping me with the questions. I wanted to eat outside, but you look busy. Yes, I'm very busy, Jiang Fuyue said honestly. Then there's no reason to refuse my lunch. He smiled. If you don't mind me, I can leave now. His attitude was firm, and he took care of everything. He did not give her a chance to escape. In the end, Jiang Fuyue accepted it. Since it was a thank you gift, she did not think she was unworthy of it. Ling Xian's improvement was obvious to all. Even Yan Zhenfeng asked him what reference book he had changed. The food could not be brought into the laboratory. The two stood in the corridor. Ling Xian opened the takeout bag, took out the boxes of food, and placed them on the balcony. At a glance, there were 5 or 6 boxes. There was a combination of meat and vegetables, and there was also a green bean and pumpkin soup. Xie Dingyuan's footsteps quickened as he left the assistant's call behind him. His aura became more and more imposing. When he stepped out of the laboratory, he suddenly squinted and stopped in his tracks. Not far away, a young man and woman were standing in front of the balcony. The distance between their shoulders was close to zero. The girl was eating with her head lowered while the boy was looking at her. One was graceful and beautiful while the other was handsome. The sun shone on the two of them. It was peaceful. Xie Dingyuan frowned. He was confused by his behavior. What was he doing? What's there to be surprised about young people falling in love? Although he thought so, his eyes were fixed on the back of the girl's snow-white neck. He couldn't look away. He wondered if the boy could see it too. Even more clearly than he could see it, this thought flashed through his mind, and Xie Dingyuan quickly realized that something was wrong. Peeping was inappropriate. Thinking was inappropriate. At this moment, all of his actions were inappropriate. The next second, he looked away and returned to the laboratory. That hurried figure actually revealed a trace of embarrassment. Eh? The assistant was about to chase after him when he saw Xie Dingyuan coming back. Professor Xie, he said carefully, did something happen just now? The man looked up and said coldly, no. Nothing happened. Jiang Fuyue finished her lunch in 10 minutes. Thank you, I'm full. Ling Xian put the trash into a plastic bag. He waved his hand and said, we're all classmates. You don't have to be so polite. I'll go back to the laboratory first. Wait. Ling Xian stopped her. Jiang Fuyue turned around and said, is there anything else? Ahem. Since you're so busy, I'll bring you lunch and dinner in the future. Jiang Fuyue frowned and wanted to refuse. However, Ling Xian continued, but I won't do it for free. You'll pay for your meals. I'm just running errands. In exchange, you have to give me a set of questions every day. I don't want real questions. I want the kind that trains thinking ability. Jiang Fuyue did not understand. If you want it, you can ask me directly. You don't have to go through so much trouble. They were all test papers that she had done before. They were already scrapped. Ling Xian said seriously, I know you don't care, but I'll be embarrassed if I take your money. If I help you with something, I'll be able to take it with confidence. Only then will I feel better. Since the other party had already put it this way, and she would indeed be very busy in the next few days, Jiang Fuyue pondered for 2 seconds before agreeing. But there's one thing, Ling Xian looked into her eyes. Go ahead. 4 dishes and 1 soup per meal, preferably 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. You can choose as you see fit, no need to ask me. That's right. Jiang Fuyue didn't even want to take the time to order. All right. Wait for me. After saying that, she turned around and went into the laboratory. About 5 minutes later, he came out with a USB flash drive and 500 yuan. There are 80 sets of test papers on the flash drive. You can do them first. You can ask me for more when you're done. Ling Xian. His soul began to tremble. The money is for the meals. It's been very hot these few days, so I'll give you 10 yuan every day. You can use it to buy water and ice cream. By the way, remember to keep the receipt well. We'll calculate the total bill at the end of the day. Ling Xian, smile. JPG, she was really treating him as an errand boy. Jiang Fuyue, that's all for now. Nothing else. Her thinking was very simple. Since Ling Xian had expressed his willingness to make an equivalent exchange, this was not strictly a business deal. Since it was a business deal, it should be based on the principle of fair trade and an equal contract. Ling Xian was a rich young master running errands for her just for a few scrapped test papers. Obviously, he was at a disadvantage. Therefore, not only did Jiang Fuyue give him a few more sets of test papers, she also generously provided him with a cooling summer allowance. She felt that she was a very good buyer. Thinking about it, Ling Xian was also satisfied. Because she saw him nod with a smile, without the slightest hint of reluctance. Not only did this lunch fill her stomach, but it also solved the problem of eating later. Jiang Fuyue was satisfied and continued to immerse herself in the next experiment. She was supposed to go to B University for the NOI training class in the afternoon, but last night, Jiang Fuyue sent an email to the head coach. She first explained the general reason and the current difficulties, and finally proposed a suggestion to complete the homework on time even if you're not there. She hoped that it would be approved. The meaning was very simple. Jiang Fuyue would not go to class every day, but she would follow the class exercises and submit them on time. At noon today, she received a reply from the head coach. Temporarily agreed. Try it out for 2 days before making a final decision. Therefore, at 2:00 in the afternoon, Jiang Fuyue opened her laptop on time, logged on to the NOI training website, and found today's homework. Usually, the coach would give out all the tasks for the day at the beginning. It was close to 20 pages long, including the homework after class. Jiang Fuyue used 20 minutes to complete the class programming. After thinking about it, she decided to do the homework after class as well, so that she would not have to log on again. It was quite troublesome. As a legend who scored full marks in all the exams and had never failed, Jiang Fuyue had a high popularity in the NOI training class that she did not even know about. Of course, this popularity came with the attention. Among these attention, there were pure admiration and envy, and there were also dark spying and stalking. There were many people who always wanted to catch her in the act. For example, now, Jiang Fuyue is not here? She skipped class? She's too bold. She can be so arrogant just because her grades are good? The teacher doesn't even care? What fairness in education. Good students can do whatever they want. The coach is biased. We haven't figured out the situation yet. Don't talk nonsense. What if Jiang Fuyue is just asking for leave? Are you stupid? The leave request will be broadcasted automatically in the background of the website. Go and see if there is one for Jiang Fuyue. What if it's an emergency and she doesn't have time? Huang Hui, don't find excuses for her. Who doesn't know that you are close? What do you mean I'm looking for excuses? I'm just speculating within a reasonable range of what might happen. Just shut up. Don't say it. If you say it, you will be exonerating her. Huang Hui sneered. Damn, a bunch of idiots, he was too lazy to argue. Jiang Fuyue was such a reliable person. How could she let others have a hold on her and make such a low-level mistake? Gao Xiaoming saw that he was so angry that he was like a blowfish and tried to persuade him. I told you not to argue with those people. They are a bunch of idiots. If you really make a scene, you will be slapped in the face by Sister Yu. We can just sit and watch the show. Why do you have to go down? Fan Yi heard this and nodded frantically. Yes, that's right. She originally wanted to argue with those people, but she was stopped by Gao Xiaoming. Lin Yuan rolled her eyes and saw that the three of them were silent. She thought that they were guilty and didn't have the confidence. With Fan Ye's bad temper, she actually didn't say anything. That was really strange. Did this indirectly mean that Jiang Fuyue was indeed absent for no reason? That was not good. After all, the first rule of the summer camp was that no one was allowed to be absent from daily training. If they violated this rule, depending on the severity of the case, they would be disqualified. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed. Before the first class ended, the coach received an anonymous report in the backstage. It was a long and voluminous report of nearly 500 words. It thoroughly analyzed the bad effects of Jiang Fuyue's absence for no reason. First of all, she didn't take this summer camp seriously. Secondly, she didn't respect the coach and the teachers. Lastly, it was an extremely bad example for all the students participating in the camp. It even rose to the critical level that education was fair and that teachers should treat everyone equally and not be biased. The teacher's computer screen was projected onto the screen. The moment the message popped up, everyone saw it. Huang Hui, F***K. There's really someone who isn't afraid of death. Gao Xiaoming smacked his lips. Respect him for being a man. Fan Ye's mood was complicated. She suddenly felt that the outside world was very dangerous and that society was really cruel. If it was him, wouldn't he be torn apart by these villains until not even his bones were left? The coach calmly swept the audience under the stage and said lightly, absent for no reason, the teacher turns a blind eye and is biased towards the student with good grades. Does everyone think so? No one answered. But at this time, the silence could also be seen as a kind of tacit agreement. Fanny raised her hand. Teacher, I don't think so. I think that Jiang Fuyue classmate must have her reasons for not coming to class. The teacher must also know. Huang Hui stood out to agree. Gao Jiaoming also followed suit. The coach's hurt heart finally had a trace of comfort. His eyes suddenly became sharp. No matter what, first impressions are the strongest. Don't make rash judgments. Lin Yuan frowned. She suddenly had a bad premonition. Digression, the first chapter was 3,000 words. The second chapter was tentatively set at 6:30 in the evening. Today, she was so scared that she didn't dare to step forward. She could only look at Xian 99 from afar. The coach pulled up Jiang Fuyue's leave request email. The time it was sent was 8 o'clock last night. Scrolling down, it was the coach's reply. Does anyone have any objections? The entire computer room was silent. At this moment, Jiang Fuyue's learning ID sent a request to submit the test paper. The coach clicked accept. 5 seconds later, the computer automatically graded the score, 600. Full marks. In addition, she even submitted the homework after class. The coach's expression was serious. Look at her speed and look at your efficiency. It's been less than 40 minutes since the test paper was sent out. Did anyone finish the second question? Everyone. Like quails, they didn't dare to reply. Instead of staring at others all day, why don't you train yourself first? Don't say that I'm biased because I approved Jiang Fuyue's leave. When you get full marks, I'll approve your leave as well. This sentence is valid at any time. You're welcome to come and find me. Did they think full marks were cabbages? They took the test just like that. So far, only Jiang Fuyue, Fan Yi, and Lin Yuan had taken the test. Okay. After saying what needed to be said, the coach waved his hand. Continue with the questions. I knew it. We can't talk about things without evidence. This is a slap in the face. Who knew that Jiang Fuyue applied for leave in advance? The teacher didn't take the initiative to say. Did you see that? The email said that she applied for leave for 3 days. The key point is, it's not 1 or 2 days, it's 3 days. What's wrong with 3 days? One dared to ask, the other dared to approve. After the first test, everyone started to get nervous. There were many who stayed up late typing on the keyboard. There were also people who wrote programs in their dreams. Everyone is afraid that they'll be left behind by even half a step. They'd rather break into 2 halves every minute. Only Jiang Fuyue dares to be so willful and walk for 3 days. TSK. Where do you think she went? Why did she take such a long leave? Didn't the email say that there was some academic problem that needed to be investigated? TSK. Academic problem? We're all high school students. What kind of problem could have anything to do with academics? There really wasn't. It's obviously an excuse. Only a fool would believe it. Just now, they had said not to jump to conclusions without evidence. Now, a new wave of random guesses had begun. Humans never learn from their mistakes. I don't know why Jiang Fuyue asked for leave, but I'm more curious as to which idiot actually sent the message to the coach. How much enmity and hatred did this person have with Jiang Fuyue? All we did was talk about it and grumble about it in private. Yet, he didn't even have any concrete evidence and directly pointed it out to the teacher. Amazing, amazing. Lin Yuan's ears were perked up as she tried to eavesdrop. When she heard this, her scalp tensed up and she felt a chill run down her spine. Jiang Fuyue, who was busy in the laboratory, had no idea that the incident had come to an end for the time being. The main experiment was in the 3rd stage, and the data was not out yet. Taking advantage of the time in the middle, she decided to start one of the auxiliary experiments at the same time. But in this way, she, who was already as busy as a spinning top, often sat on the experiment table for 4 to 5 hours. During this time, she seamlessly switched between several experiments and worked around the clock. There was no time to rest. Jiang Fuyue had no choice but to stop when there was a knock on the door again. Dinner was delivered. She held her stiff neck and walked over to open the door. Ling Xian was carrying 2 takeout bags and smiled at her. 6:30, not too early or too late. It's a good time to eat. This was indeed a good time because Xie Dingyuan's assistant was also passing by with lunchboxes. He even greeted Ling Xian. You're here to deliver food too. Ling Xian, yes. You're quite punctual. Ling Xian, you're not bad either. The assistant held his head high and said proudly, I'm a professional at delivering food. Ling Xian, yo. I'm not going to chat with you anymore. Professor Xie is very precise about time. I'm going to be late. Let's chat again next time. After that, he ran away. Jiang Fuyue asked Ling Xian to put the food on the balcony outside. She had to clean up the workbench and finish some loose ends. Ling Xian, it's okay, I'll do it later. If you're busy, you don't have to. Ling Xian, I'm not busy. Suit yourself. Jiang Fuyue moved very quickly, but even so, it was already 15 minutes later when she was able to eat the steaming hot meal. During this time, Ling Xian stood outside and waited quietly. She did not say that he was not allowed to enter the laboratory, but the young man knew his limits and did not step in, even though the door was always open. Braised beef and sweet and sour pork ribs were 2 meat dishes. Stir-fried cauliflower and mapo tofu were vegetarian dishes. There was also a big box of yam and winter melon soup. After drinking it, Jiang Fuyue felt her whole stomach warming up. How is it? Ling Xian asked. It's not salty or bland, and there's also the fragrance of winter melon. It's delicious. As long as you're satisfied. Jiang Fuyue saw that there was another takeout bag in his hand that had not been opened, but her 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetarian dishes, 1 rice, and 1 soup were all there. What's that? Ahem. My dinner. Jiang Fuyue was a little surprised. You didn't eat? I received a call from a restaurant after class, so I went straight to the laboratory after picking it up at the school gate. I didn't have time to eat. Jiang Fuyue frowned. Did I mess up your schedule? No. If you don't mind, I'll eat with you here. Ling Xian was not lying. He usually ate around this time too. It was just that he deliberately asked the restaurant to deliver the food right after class, leaving no time for himself to eat at all. Of course, Jiang Fuyue would not disagree. First of all, if she did not eat the takeout now, it would get cold. Second, Ling Xian was running errands for her. She couldn't let him not have a hot meal, right? Of course, Jiang Fuyue could also ask him to leave right now and find a place to eat dinner. But since he had already said so, it didn't seem right for her to do so. It was just a meal. They would eat their own food and not pick from her bowl. What was there to mind? Ling Xian immediately took his food out of the takeout bag and placed it side by side with Jiang Fuyue's. At first glance, it looked like a romantic couple having dinner together. In the laboratory next door. The assistant put down the lunchbox and secretly glanced at the man who was coldly recording data at the console. Although his face was still expressionless, for some reason, he felt that Professor Xie's aura was particularly cold today. Even though he was so far away, he could still feel the ice floating in the air. It had only been one afternoon. Who made this ancestor unhappy again? Professor Xie, the assistant rubbed his hands and carefully reminded him, the food is going to get cold. Eat it while it's hot. Xie Dingyuan glanced at him coldly and said. You talk too much. The assistant shrunk his neck. Oh my God, I'm going to be frozen. He swore that he would never take the initiative to speak again, but in the next second, Xie Dingyuan asked him, is the person next door still there? I want to use the thermal imaging device. The assistant silently looked at the light next door. What, does it look like she's not there? But he still answered honestly, she's here. I just saw her boyfriend delivering food to her. Although it's takeout and not very healthy, it smells good. I was just passing by and the fragrance went straight to my nostrils. He realized that Professor Xie's expression was even colder. Originally, there were only ice floating in the air, but now it seemed to have turned into ice. Even his breathing was so cold that he was trembling. The assistant was confused. Did he say something wrong? After thinking carefully, he suddenly realized something and said, don't worry, they didn't eat in the laboratory. They still put the food on the balcony like they did at noon. So, can you please retract that cold aura of yours a little? It's freezing. They? Xie Dingyuan caught the words in his words. Yes. I just leaned against the window and took a look. The two of them were eating together. Looking at their backs, it was as beautiful as a fairy tale. Back then, when I was studying, I also had such a scene. Huh. A sneer interrupted the assistant's sweet memories. It's coming, that cold aura is coming again. Professor Xia, you're in a bad mood today? Xie Dingyuan lifted his eyelids. His dark pupils were cold and deep, revealing an indifferent light. Who told you that? Assistant, I have eyes. I can tell. Thank you. I just feel it. He said with a cowardly expression. Xie Dingyuan, if people who do research talk about feelings all the time, then why are you still doing experiments? Can't you just write a thesis based on your feelings? Assistant, ? What are feelings? That's subjective imagination. There's no logical basis. There's no evidence to support it. No matter what you feel, it's better to rest early. He didn't know if he was saying this to his assistant or to remind himself. Assistant, ? What did I do wrong? Digression, the second night watch is here, 3,000 words. The third night watch is a little late. Dog Xia, I'm cold, I'm heartless, I don't feel anything. Them? Xie Dingyuan caught the word in his words. Yes. I peeked out of the window and saw the two of them eating together. They looked so beautiful from the back. Back in the day, when I was an undergraduate student, I also had a... Heh. A sneer interrupted the assistant's sweet memories. It's coming again. Professor Xia, are you in a bad mood today? Xie Dingyuan looked up, his dark pupils were cold and deep, revealing an indifferent light. Who told you that? Assistant, I have eyes, I can tell, thank you. I just feel it. He said with a cowardly tone. Xie Dingyuan said, if people who do research always talk about their feelings, then why are you on the experiment table? Why don't you just write a thesis based on your feelings? Assistant, ? What are feelings? That's subjective imagination. There's no logical basis. There's no evidence to support it. No matter what you feel, you should rest. He didn't know if he was saying this to his assistant or to remind himself. Assistant, ? What did I do wrong? After putting down the food, the assistant was chased away. When he passed by Ling Xian, he saw that he was collecting the trash. Hey, bro, finished eating? Ling Xian, yeah. His attitude was still indifferent. The assistant didn't mind and asked with a smile, where's your girlfriend? The teenager was stunned at first, then the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. He looked into the laboratory through the door. The assistant immediately understood what he meant. Hey. Researchers are all like this. When they're busy, they don't pay attention to others. You'll get used to it. Besides, they didn't do it on purpose. We should forgive them as much as we can. Ling Xian. Yeah. By the way, how long have you been with your girlfriend? You're quite close. Ahem. Not long. I knew it. How can you two be so inseparable after such a long time? When Ling Xian heard the last word, his cheeks turned slightly red. Oh. Young man, you're shy? The assistant seemed to have discovered something new. Ling Xian picked up the pace and finally put all the trash into a bag. The assistant asked, are you ready to leave? Yes. He nodded, his attitude obviously friendlier than before. You're not going to accompany me? Ling Xian was silent for a moment. She's not willing. I'm being considerate towards you. You can't enter the laboratory, so you can only stand outside and wait. When it gets dark, there will be mosquitoes everywhere. Why bother? Ling Xian knew that it wasn't because she was considerate. In fact, Jiang Fuyue didn't care if he stayed or left. It was just like she didn't care if someone would have dinner with her or who would have dinner with her. In her heart, she was just an errand boy. For those dozens of sets of questions, he was cautious and conscientious. However, Ling Xian didn't mind. Some people didn't even have the chance to run. For example, Lin Shumo, what kind of riddles have you been playing with Jiang Fuyue these past 2 days? As a team member, I think I have the right to know. However, he thought too much about it. It was just that Jiang Fuyue's behavior during this period of time was too strange. Every day, she came in a hurry and left in a hurry. The speed at which she handed in her papers was almost as fast as a rocket launch. There was no fastest, only faster. If that was all, it would be fine. After all, Jiang Fuyue was a person who didn't walk the normal path. However, after a few days, Ling Xian also started to act strangely. After the morning class, there would always be a phone call. After answering it, he would leave the classroom in a hurry and didn't come back for the entire lunch break. It was the same in the afternoon. He would leave after answering the phone. In a private room in a bar in the city center. Zhong, although you haven't been in the capital for half a year, there are legends about you everywhere in the circle. Zhongxiang put down his wine glass and asked excitedly, what stories about me? I was just being polite. Did you take it seriously? Just, your glorious deeds. Zhongxiang's eyes lit up. Tell me about it. Good at basketball, handsome, the man racked his brains. Forthright, righteous, and loves to fight for justice. Zhongxiang's smile faded. He sat back on the sofa and said, oh. Good at basketball was equivalent to being ignorant and incompetent. Being handsome was just a facade. Forthright and righteous meant that he was stupid but rich. As for fighting for justice, he was impulsive, irritable, and bad-tempered. Zhongxiang suddenly felt that such a situation was quite boring. When he was in the capital, he was used to being flattered by this group of people. He would just listen to whatever they said and never think deeply about the meaning behind it. Now that he had been in Linhui for half a year, it was as if he had opened up his conception and governor vessels. He didn't find it harsh in the past, but now he didn't want to tolerate it for even a second. Zhongxiang stood up. His eyes were indifferent, and his tone was even more indifferent. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. You guys have fun. I'll leave first. Hey. Young Master Zhong, please wait. Zhongxiang paused and looked up at him. Guilt and panic flashed across the man's face for a second, but it was quickly covered up by flattery. Don't leave. Why are you leaving just like that? This is just the beginning. We haven't even gotten to the main topic. The main topic? Yes. The man's eyes were full of subtle mockery. He suddenly raised his hand and clapped as if he was applauding. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the private room was pushed open. A group of young girls filed in, all of them wearing revealing clothes. Zhongxiang was stunned. Young Master Zhong, these are all prepared for you. Why don't you pick one? The man whispered in Zhong Yu's ear. Zhongxiang was expressionless, but if one looked closely, they would find that there was coldness in his eyes. Seeing that he didn't answer, the man thought that he wasn't satisfied with the quantity. Of course, if you like, not to mention one, even if you want all of them, it wouldn't be a problem. Hee. I just don't know if you can take it. As the saying goes, a beauty's favor is the hardest to bear. After saying that, he laughed, thinking that it was humorous. Zhongxiang did not smile. He restrained the surging emotions in his eyes, turned his head, and glanced at Zhao Qingji. Zhao Qingji, we are still students. He enunciated every word clearly. What's wrong with being a student? Zhao Qingji disagreed. Which law says that students can't go to bars and drink for fun? Zhongxiang looked at him without saying a word. The emotions in his eyes were even weaker than before. She had learned this trick from Jiang Fuyue. Sometimes, she just looked at you calmly. She didn't raise her eyebrows or look hysterical, but it made people feel an inexplicable pressure. Then, that person would become embarrassed. In the end, he would feel guilty and ashamed and admit defeat. Unfortunately, it was unknown whether Zhongxiang's skills were not enough, or whether Zhao Qingji's skin was too thick. Zhao Qingji was neither embarrassed nor ashamed, and he was even more enthusiastic. Zhong, I don't want to criticize you, but you've been in a small place like Linhui for too long. How did you lose your ambition and courage? What do you mean by student? You've never said such nonsense in the past. All right. He put his arm around Zhongxiang's shoulder and looked like a good brother. Let's not talk nonsense. This row is full of top-notch girls from the Xianxia Imperial Pavilion. They're all upright and know a lot of tricks. You can take your pick. Don't come back tonight, hee hee. He lowered his voice. I've already prepared a room for you upstairs. Xianxia swept his gaze across the group of girls. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on the last girl. Xianxia followed his line of sight, and his eyes flickered slightly. As expected of Zhong, you know what's good for you. This girl isn't even 14 yet. Xianxia shot a sharp look at him. Xianxia, what do you mean? The other party was startled by Xianxia's sudden questioning, thinking that Xianxia had discovered something, and couldn't help but feel apprehensive. But on second thought, he was just an idiot. He looked impressive but his brain was empty. If he had this kind of awareness, he wouldn't have been banished to a remote and desolate place by Zhongyuni. Immediately, he calmed down and looked at him with confusion. Zhong, why are you looking at me like that? She's not even 14 yet. You're breaking the law. Heh. Zhao Qingji seemed to have heard a big joke. The price of the item is clearly marked. I didn't steal it or rob it. Since she dared to sell it, I dared to buy it. How is that breaking the law? What law did I break? Zhongxiang was expressionless. If he only felt that such an occasion was boring before, now it was completely disgusting. He couldn't help but reevaluate Zhao Qingji. This person had been following him around since the first year of high school. Suddenly, he realized that he had never really seen him clearly. Have fun by yourself. I'm leaving. After that, no matter how the other party tried to persuade him to stay, he didn't look back. Zhao Qingji stood in place and looked at his back as he walked away. The flattery in his eyes gradually disappeared, revealing the original disdain and ridicule. What's with the pretense? A person who molested the campus belle became a gentleman just because he went to Linhui? Heh. Brother Ji. Why did Zhong leave? Zhao Qingji sneered. He grew out of the mud without being stained. He can't be bothered to mix with a pool of mud like us. He's ready to be a white lotus. No, what do you mean by a pool of mud like us? Did Zhong really say that? His exact words? Zhao Qingji's face was not red and he was not panting. Why would I lie to you? The crowd was silent. Someone complained softly, that's not nice. All crows are black. How is he any better than us? Okay. If he's gone, then he's gone. Let's continue to have fun. That lady over there, you, come over here. The originally stiff atmosphere gradually warmed up, but everyone more or less had a thorn in their hearts towards Zhongxiang. After leaving the circle for less than half a year, does he think he's still the center of attention? Does everyone have to revolve around him? Zhao Ziqing snorted. You guys pick first. I'll pay later. If you drink too much, go to the washroom. Brother Ji, you can't do it. It's only a few glasses, ha ha ha. Zhao Ziqing smiled and waved his hand as he picked up his phone. He entered the washroom, closed the door, and locked the door. Everything was done smoothly. But in the next second, the smile on Zhao Qingji's face disappeared, and his eyes began to show some obvious anxiety. After hesitating for a while, he finally dialed that person's mobile phone. What's the matter? It was hoarse and cold. Even through the phone, he could feel the gloominess from the other end. Zhao Qingji's scalp went numb, and a chill ran down his spine. Zhongxiang didn't take the bait tonight. Trash. Both of them trembled. After a while, the other end asked, what's the matter? Zhao Qingji heaved a sigh of relief. I don't know why, but he wanted to leave after less than 20 minutes. I had no choice but to call those women in before I could get him drunk, idiot. Do you think that Zhongxiang is stupid? Zhao Qingji didn't think so. In his eyes, Zhongxiang was stupid, the kind that was absolutely stupid, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily tricked by him back then. Second master, what do we do now? Once Zhongxiang left, the room behind him and the high-definition cameras were all useless. Think of a way to ask him out again. Zhao Ziqing hesitated. I'm afraid, it's not that easy. What's wrong? I noticed that Zhongxiang seems to be different from before. Although he was still a fool, he felt that something was wrong. Oh? The other end was slightly surprised. What's different? I can't put my finger on it. It's just that the way he looked at me, it's like he guessed something. But it shouldn't be, that means he's a fool. Xiaoqingji shook his head. Maybe I saw wrongly. If you're incompetent, then you're incompetent. Stop making excuses. Yes. Xianxia, who had escaped a disaster, stepped out of the bar. The cool night breeze blew on his face and he felt refreshed. Just then, a WeChat message came in. He took out his phone as he walked towards the parking lot. Lin Shimo actually sent him a message at this time. Xianxia felt that it was quite strange. Usually, at this time, he would be reading books, doing exercises, watching movies, or listening to music. Every time he was called to play a game, he would pretend to be dead. Even a good student was not worthy of him. Today, he was actually not afraid of being caught, Xianxia thought and clicked on the chat box. It was a picture that came out of nowhere. He clicked on it and loaded it. The next second, young Master Zhong's eyes widened. F***CK. Digression, it's time for the first watch, 3000. The second watch is about 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Check the comments section for more details. There's a fourth watch today, so what did Xianxia see? The photo was a little blurry because it was taken from a distance. However, it wasn't hard to see the people in the photo. Under the sunlight, a man and woman were standing side by side. The woman was eating while the man was looking down at her. Behind them was a yellowed wooden door with the words Interdisciplinary Laboratory A1 written on it. The bottom right corner of the door had the logo of Q University printed on it. The picture was beautiful. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman made one's eyes light up. The campus atmosphere and feelings of first love seemed to overflow from the phone screen. If the woman wasn't Jiang Fuyue, Xianxia would definitely clap his hands and give his blessings. However, right now, his face was as black as charcoal. He didn't expect that he would forget that Ling Xian came to the capital with her to participate in the training. It had only been a few days, but they were happily having lunch together. F***CK, Xianxia, when was this taken? The other side replied instantly, this afternoon. Xianxia was so angry that his hands were shaking. He couldn't type, so he sent a voice call. Lin Shimo, hello. His tone was flat. Xianxia, how can you be so calm? Lin Shimo frowned. Do I need to be calm? Of course. Your future sister-in-law is about to be abducted by a wild man. How can you be so indifferent? Lin Shimo, how can you be a brother? Xianxia was heartbroken. The other side laughed. You're chasing Jiang Fuyue, not the other way around. Why should I be anxious when she's having lunch with another man? You should be anxious for me. Lin Shimo's mouth twitched. I think Ling Xian is a good choice. He's willing to put down his pride and work hard. Most importantly, he and Jiang Fuyue are both from Linhui. They know each other well. **T. You, how can you say that? Xianxia stomped his feet. But I just came back from Linhui. It's like I haven't been there before. How can that be considered an advantage? Lin Shimo said calmly, Ling Xian brings Jiang Fuyue food every day. What about you? What can you do? Xianxia, then I'll bring her soup. Lin Shimo, did she accept it? It was a knowing blow. She won't accept me, but she definitely won't eat Ling Xian for free. There's definitely something going on here. You only gave it to her once, but Ling Xian gave it to her every meal. Let's not talk about whether the food was delicious or why Jiang Fuyue accepted it. Just based on the frequency of giving it to her, you can't catch up to him. Heh. Xianxia sneered. Isn't it just delivering food? Bye. Lin Shimo ended the call in a good mood. He put on his headphones, and the latest issue of Science was being read aloud. The previously boring exposition suddenly became lively. The next day, Xianxia got up early. In order to avoid Zhongyuni, he had been living in the Xie family's old house. He would sleep until the sun was high in the sky for lunch. After lunch, he would play chess with the old man. Then, he would go back to his room to play games. He would only go downstairs when dinner was ready and the servant came to call him. A pig-like life was too wonderful. But today, he was in the living room before 8 o'clock. The old lady came back from her exercise and was shocked. "Oh, today is strange. Our family's sleeping god woke up at this time." Tsk, Xianxia looked embarrassed. "Can you stop being jealous of me? It's embarrassing." The old lady poured him a cup of nourishing tea. "Drink some? It's anti-bad breath." "Oh." Xianxia took the cup. When the old lady lowered her head to pour the second cup, he covered his mouth with his hand and exhaled. Did it stink? No way, he had just brushed his teeth. The old lady didn't even look up. It was as if she had eyes on the top of her head. "Stop sniffing. Are you stupid?" Xianxia, why did the whole family make fun of him? The old man was playing chess and hiding his pawns. The old lady was teasing him early in the morning. As for Xie Dingyuan, uncle. Uncle. Xianxia ran over with the teacup. The man didn't stop walking and looked straight ahead. "Speak. Are you going to Q University?" Xie Dingyuan turned to look at him. "What's the matter?" Hee. "I'm going too. Can I hitch a ride?" The man looked at him from head to toe. His eyes seemed to ask, "You? Going to Q University?" Taking photos, Xianxia chuckled and offered the tea in his hand with a flattering smile. "Drink?" The old lady made it herself. He paused for a moment and added seriously, "It prevents bad breath. It's good stuff." Xie Dingyuan glanced at it and looked away. "I've drunk it before. I don't want it." Xianxia, he seemed to be despised. "Uncle? No, go by yourself." After that, he strode away. Xianxia, ? Bull *t uncle. He's not human today. Just then, Wang Ma came out of the kitchen wearing an apron. "Young master, the food is ready. Should we pack it up now? Will it be cold in the afternoon?" No. Pack it in a thermos. It'll be warm at night." "Okay." Xianxia waved his hand. "Pack it up now." "Okay." Xianxia raised his head and drank the tea in one gulp. He looked in the direction of the kitchen and raised his eyebrows. It was as if he could already see Ling Xian's junk takeout being decisively abandoned by Jiang Fuyue. And Ling Xian himself would be embarrassed and run away. "What are you thinking about? You're smirking. You're up to no good." The old lady held the teacup and walked in front of him quietly. Xianxia gasped. "Why didn't you make any sound when you walked? You scared me to death." The old lady, "This is called being as light as a swallow. It's so early in the morning. What did you ask Wang Ma to do for you?" Hee. Xianxia giggled. The old lady raised her eyebrows. "Little Long, what's up?" He didn't hide it. "I'm delivering lunch to my future girlfriend." "The one who delivered soup last time?" "Yes." The old lady frowned. "Isn't she your girlfriend? How did she become your future girlfriend? You haven't won her heart yet? Or, did she dump you, and you're chasing her again?" Ahem. Xianxia blushed shyly. "I think uncle is right. Since the other party hasn't agreed, I shouldn't talk about it so as not to ruin her reputation." The old lady nodded and agreed. "Your uncle knows what he's doing. You're a man, and you should take responsibility as a man. In the past, you used to compare who changed girlfriends the most. Isn't that a waste of a girl's life? Don't learn from them." Xianxia quickly waved his hands. "I didn't." "Good boy." The old lady patted his head. Xianxia. "Forget it, he'll just be a baby for now." Wang Ma prepared 2 thermos containers. The big one was for the food, and the small one was for the soup. She sealed them with oil paper and finally put them in a cartoon bag. It looked very Western style, and it would definitely look cool when carried. Xianxia was very satisfied and gave Wang Ma a hug. "You're really a treasure girl." After that, he let go of her, picked up the bags, and ran out of the door. Wang Ma stood there and laughed. "What girl? She's just an old woman, he's thanking you." It's so beautiful. Girls will like it. Oh. The kid forgot to eat breakfast. I just made him a sandwich. The old lady elegantly combed her hair. Don't worry about it. The little brat's heart is already gone. How can he care about other things? Let's eat. Okay. Wang Ma nodded. I'll bring it up. Xianxia went to the basement and casually drove a car straight to Q University. Along the way, he was afraid of spilling the food and soup, so he drove very smoothly. So on this day, the private cars passing by could see a strange scene. The domineering Maybach scissor door crawled on the flat, spacious, and unobstructed four-lane road at a speed that was extremely unbefitting of its status. It crawled forward slowly like a turtle. F***ck. The Maybach has never been insulted like this. Drivers are more suitable to use QQ identification complete. What a waste. Xianxia was unaware of all these. He was immersed in the joy of seeing his sweetheart. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Maybach drove into Q University. It parked in the underground parking lot. Xianxia got out of the car, carried the bag, and walked to the laboratory building. Along the way, he hummed a tune and walked briskly. Lin Shimo said that Jiang Fuyue usually had lunch at 12 o'clock. Now that there were 2 hours free, should he prepare some other surprises? Digression, the second night watch is here. 3,000 words. Inform everyone in the comment section at 8 o'clock moi. Roses, that sounded a little exaggerated. Xianxia liked it, but his intuition told him that Jiang Fuyue would dislike it. Then, cupcakes, that would work, girls would like it as dessert. Xianxia went back and put the thermos back in the car. He locked the door and strode out of the school. On the way, he shared his location with Lin Shimo. Lin Shimo, you're here? Xianxia, JPG Lin Shimo, awesome. JPG Xianxia asked if there were any good dessert shops nearby. Lin Shimo shared the comments. The number 1 dessert shop was a private dessert shop. Xianxia looked at the location. It would take an hour to walk there. He wanted to drive, but he was afraid that the road would be bumpy and he would spill the food. In the end, he decided to take a taxi. There was a traffic jam on the way. He had to stop and walk. In the end, he stopped. What's going on, sir? There's a traffic jam in front. How long will it take? Don't even think about getting off the highway for 40 to 50 minutes. Xianxia frowned. He stared at his watch and said seriously, no, I'm in a hurry. Then you can only get off the car and walk there. It's not far. About 10 to 20 minutes. Xianxia thought for a while. It was already 11 o'clock. He gritted his teeth and walked. At 11:15, he arrived at the dessert shop. However, the boss told him that he had to make an appointment first. Otherwise, he would have to wait until all the orders were out. No, I'm in a hurry. How about this? I'll increase the price. How about 10 times? The boss looked at him and said, that won't do. There's always a first come first serve rule. We're famous for our reputation. We can't let you break the rules. How about 100 times? How about 100 times? The boss laughed angrily. Young man, why are you so stubborn? Go out and turn left. There's a whole street of dessert shops. I don't think you're a regular. There's no reason for you to insist on my shop. That won't do. I came here for your house. I took a taxi and walked. I must get it today. Okay, then go to the front desk and let the young lady line up. When it's your turn, you can come in. I'll make whatever you want. No. I'm in a hurry. Really? I have to get back to Q University before 11:50, or else my future girlfriend will become someone else's. Xianxia stood outside the flower-hanging platform, scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously through the glass. Are you a student of Q University? Xianxia shook his head. My girlfriend is at Q University. No, my future girlfriend. You didn't catch him? Cough. I'm working hard. The boss was silent for a moment. I have a box of mango cheese in the fridge. It's for my daughter. She went to a cram school. If you want it, I can let you have it first. Yes, yes, yes. I want it now. Xianxia quickly nodded. The corner of the boss's mouth twitched. He washed his hands, turned around, took out the food from the fridge, packed it, and handed it to him. 35. Xianxia nodded. Okay, then I'll transfer you 3,500. Wait, where did this rich young master come from? Are you stupid but rich? The original price is 35 yuan. If you don't understand, I won't sell it to you. In the end, Xianxia transferred 35 yuan through WeChat. Before he left, he said, "Thanks, bro." Okay, hurry up and go. If you're late, your girlfriend will become someone else's. Xianxia took a taxi and rushed back to Q University. He held the thermos in his left hand and the dessert in his right. He finally arrived at the door of A1 laboratory at 11:50. Ding dong, Lin Shimo's message came in, informing him that Ling Xian was carrying takeout and was heading towards the laboratory. The right time, place, and people were all there. Xianxia took a deep breath. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he maintained a smile. Then, he adjusted his posture from head to toe to his best state. Then, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. You're 10 minutes early today. The door opened from the inside. Jiang Fuyue appeared in front of him, wearing a white lab robe. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Hi. Why are you here? Jiang Fuyue frowned. Why can't it be me? Xianxia was not satisfied. He muttered, last time you refused to drink my soup, so Lin Shimo took advantage of it. This time, I'm here to deliver it personally. I'm very sincere. Can you do me the honor? How did you know I was here? Xianxia, I asked someone. Then, he turned around and walked to the balcony. He took out the thermos from the cloth bag and opened it. The small compartments inside were pulled out one by one and arranged one by one. His actions were swift, as if he was afraid that Jiang Fuyue would go back on her word. But the point was, Jiang Fuyue did not agree to it at all. How could she go back on her word? Steamed red prawns, cold sea cucumber, braised sea bass, and kung pao chicken. You can eat these, right? Are you allergic to any of them? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Okay, then no. Xianxia continued, stir-fried corn, hot and sour shredded potatoes, and the most authentic imperial capital roast duck. You've been busy with training recently, so you definitely haven't tried it. I brought some noodles, sauce, and shredded onions. It's delicious when wrapped together. You can try it if you don't believe me. Ling Xian was carrying the takeout and had just turned out of the stairwell when he saw this scene. In an instant, his entire face darkened. Xianxia saw it from the corner of his eye and raised his eyebrows proudly. It's your turn today, Yoho Digression, 2,000 words at midnight today. I'm a diligent fish, so I'm going to ask for your votes. Hee, it's time to eat. Ling Xian stepped forward. He didn't run away, nor did he run away awkwardly. Instead, he walked towards Jiang Fuyue openly. Thank you. She took it. Then, she turned to Xianxia. I saw it. I have lunch, so these. Jiang Fuyue glanced at the row of compartments. You should take them back. Xianxia obviously wouldn't agree. He glanced at Ling Xian and then at Jiang Fuyue. He muttered softly, why? You asked for his takeout, but you didn't accept my lunch. What kind of logic is this? He sighed faintly. Well, it's because I'm not worthy. Even the things I give out are inferior to others. Fine, I accept my fate. It's too difficult to do something well. It's also too difficult to love someone seriously. It seems that I'm only suitable to be a salted fish for the rest of my life. I can't do anything, and I'm rejected for first place. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. Ling Xian. He had never seen such a shameless person. Isn't that the case? Xianxia became more and more excited as he spoke. His pitiful look also came out. We're both people, and we're both lunches. Maybe Ling Xian's lunch is more fragrant than mine. His eyes were gloomy. Actually, it did seem to be the case. If it weren't for his rolling eyes that revealed his true emotions, Jiang Fuyue would have believed him. First of all, I can't accept your food for no reason. Zhongxiang moved his mouth and was about to refute when Jiang Fuyue interrupted him. Secondly, I didn't accept Ling Xian's food. As for this, she weighed the takeout in her hand. I paid for it myself. He just helped to deliver it. Lastly, I'll have to trouble you to clear away your dishes and make room for me. I can't fit my food. There was so much information that Zhongxiang couldn't make sense of it and couldn't react for a long time. He swallowed his saliva and pointed at the takeout in Jiang Fuyue's hand. So this isn't a lunch from Ling Xian? Jiang Fuyue said, he did, but he didn't give it to me for free. I paid for it. Zhongxiang understood. In the end, wasn't he just an errand boy? Suddenly, the way he looked at Ling Xian changed from a vague sense of wariness to a clear sense of sympathy. The latter's face was livid, but in the next second, she suddenly smiled and said to Jiang Fuyue, let's eat first. We've already wasted a lot of time. Okay, Jiang Fuyue nodded and motioned for Zhongxiang to put away the food and then put her own food on the table. Ling Xian also took out another takeout, and the two of them began to eat as if no one else was around. Zhongxiang watched the two of them eat their own food. He didn't know whether to be happy or depressed. So this was how Lin Shimo's photo cheat came about. Tisk, sure enough, after starting with a photo, the rest was all made up. Suddenly, he had a beautiful idea. Well, seeing you guys eat, I feel a little hungry. Why don't we eat together? Just like that, Zhongxiang inserted himself between the two of them and began to eat the food he brought. The key point was that he didn't know his place. Occasionally, he would use clean chopsticks to pick up food for Jiang Fuyue. When the latter refused, he would start to act pitiful, causing Jiang Fuyue to have a headache. Compared to Ling Xian's sense of propriety and sense of progress, Zhongxiang was the complete opposite. He was delicate, domineering, emotional, and especially good at acting. But he was also very real, very lively, and full of sincerity. Just like that, the three of them stood in front of the balcony and ate their own food while the wind blew through the corridor. At first glance, it was quite harmonious. But at second glance, the combination of two men and one woman was very strange. This could be seen from the expression of the assistant who happened to pass by to deliver food to Xie Dingyuan. Digression, this chapter has 1,000 words. It's not much, but it's full ha ha ha. I'll add a thank you of 99 in the next chapter. Do you want to understand the Azure Arena? Professor Xia, it's time to eat. The assistant shouted, but he didn't continue to babble like he usually did. Instead, he leaned against the window and stuck his head out sneakily to take a look. Xie Dingyuan was wearing protective goggles and a protective suit. He lifted his eyelids and glanced through the transparent glass of the sealed laboratory. However, it was just a glance. He looked away and continued with his work. About a quarter of an hour later, the assistant was engrossed in watching. His small eyes were filled with the light of gossip. Suddenly, what are you looking at? Xia, Professor Xia. The assistant turned around abruptly and saw Xie Dingyuan standing behind him. He had already taken off his protective suit and goggles. His eyes were as black as torches. The next second, he immediately lowered his voice and said, Shu. Xie Dingyuan, ? Why aren't those two guys fighting? The assistant was depressed. Two guys? Yes. Two guys actually came to deliver food to the girl next door today. The three of them are eating together. It's quite harmonious. But that's not right. Those two guys are too cold-blooded. If other guys came to deliver food to my girlfriend, I would definitely rush up and beat them up without hesitation. Hey, Professor Xia, I didn't say anything about you. Why did you rush out? Xie Dingyuan walked quickly to the laboratory door. His originally expressionless face was now extremely cold. A cold current swept around him. One could feel the eerie coldness even from afar. In the corridor, Jiang Fuyue and another guy stood on both sides. His stupid nephew was in the middle. The three of them were eating with their heads lowered. To be precise, Jiang Fuyue was the only one eating seriously. Zhongxiang took every opportunity to put food in her bowl. The other guy was too far away to take food. However, his eyes were not idle. He wanted to stick to Jiang Fuyue. Tisk. Professor Xie? The assistant followed him out and called out softly. The next second, he received a death stare. The assistant! Exclamation point. Today's Professor Xie was even scarier than yesterday. He originally thought that he was just looking. After all, Xie Dingyuan was not a busybody. He did not expect him to actually walk over. Jiang Fuyue was still thinking about the experiment in the morning as she ate. As for the two handsome guys who were secretly competing with each other. Sorry, she really did not have the energy to pay attention to them. Zhongxiang once again. He put a sea cucumber into Jiang Fuyue's bowl. This is nutritious. Eat more. It said that it contains more than 50 nutrients. The protein content. What's the percentage? 55% and above, as well as 18 types of amino acids required by the human body. 8 of them are essential amino acids that cannot be synthesized by the human body, and the ratio of amino acids is relatively good. It also contains a variety of other trace elements, vitamins, and bioactive substances. Yes, yes, yes. Zhong Xiang nodded quickly. That's it. Thank you, bro brothers. When he turned his head, his voice came to an abrupt halt in the next second. Uncle? Why are you here? Zhong Xiang trembled. He almost dropped the chopsticks in his hand. Jiang Fuyue and Ling Xian also looked back. Professor Xie. She nodded slightly and greeted him politely. Then, she turned back to continue eating. There were only 2 minutes left before the lunchtime she had set aside for herself. Ling Xian raised his eyebrows. He knew Xie Dingyuan. At the Physics Olympiad Award ceremony, he personally received the trophy from this scholar of the nation. He also knew that Zhong Xiang had a close relationship with him. Last time, in King's luxurious room, Xie Dingyuan personally came to take Zhong Xiang away. At that time, Zhong Xiang did not mention anything about their relationship. He did not expect Professor Xie to be his uncle. Xie Dingyuan nodded in response to Jiang Fuyue. His cold black eyes were fixed on Zhong Xiang. Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? He was a graduate of Q University and was also an honorary alumnus. Recently, he had been borrowing Q University's laboratory for research. It was not strange that he would appear here. But Zhong Xiang, cough. I'm just here to deliver food. The young man's eyes darted around. He did not know why, but when it came to Jiang Fuyue, he felt guilty whenever he met Xie Dingyuan. Perhaps it was because he had been taught a lesson countless times. His uncle was not so strict with him in the past. How strange. Xie Dingyuan looked at him deeply. Then, he looked at the food on the balcony and said, "Come to the laboratory next door after you're done eating." After that, he turned and left. His back seemed to be cold. Zhong Xiang was confused. Did I offend him today? At this moment, Jiang Fuyue said, "I'm done eating. You guys enjoy." As she spoke, she put away her trash and walked to the dustbin opposite to throw it away. Then, she went into the laboratory and was about to close the door. Wait a minute. Zhong Xiang suddenly said. Jiang Fuyue was confused. It's said to be the best dessert house in the capital. I went a long way to buy it. He was afraid that Jiang Fuyue would not accept it, so he added, "It's not something expensive. We're all classmates. You even accompanied me for lunch. You can't not give me face, right?" Jiang Fuyue looked at the paper bag in his hand. It was the dessert house that Lin Qiao had talked about when they were in Linhuai. It was famous for its delicious desserts, but also notoriously difficult to buy. It was said that it was an order that even a group of errand runners would not accept. Seeing that she did not immediately refuse, Zhong Xiang was excited and decided to add fuel to the fire. Anyway, I don't like desserts. If you don't want it, you can only throw it away when it spoils later. It seems a bit of a pity. Jiang Fuyue took it and thanked him graciously. She stayed outside to finish eating before entering the laboratory. Perhaps no one would have guessed that the legendary Lu Mingyue in her previous life and the cold and aloof Jiang Fuyue in this life both lacked self-control and resistance to desserts. Fortunately, no one knew except for herself. Even Zhong Xiang, the person who delivered the dessert, did not think that Jiang Fuyue could not resist the temptation of desserts. Instead, it was his silver tongue that moved her. As soon as Jiang Fuyue left, Ling Xian was no longer in the mood to eat. He cleaned up the leftovers and prepared to leave. Stop right there. Zhongxiang had not declared his sovereignty yet. How could he let him go? Ling Xian turned around, his expression cold. Is there anything else? Good for you, Ling Xian. You look quite honest, but you're playing tricks behind my back. Zhongxiang, although the capital is your territory, it doesn't mean that everyone will let you do whatever you want. His family's foundation was not shallow. Zhongxiang was a young master, Ling Xian was not bad either. The two youths had the same aura. When their eyes met, it was like a collision of weapons, creating sonorous sparks. Zhongxiang sneered. Since you know that this is my territory, you still dared to touch my people. Should I praise you for being brainless or for being too bold? Oh, your people? Who? Jiang Fuyue? Ling Xian laughed softly. His clear eyes were tinged with a touch of sarcasm. Under the gentleness, there was a hidden coldness. Zhongxiang said, It's good that you know. Oh, if you say that, will Jiang Fuyue admit it? Zhongxiang's face darkened. It's only a matter of time. I advise you to accept reality. If Jiang Fuyue was so easy to woo, you and I wouldn't be standing here today pecking at each other like fighting cocks. You can't woo her because you're incompetent. It doesn't mean that I can't woo her. That's right, young Master Zhong, was that confident. Ling Xian stared at him like he was an idiot. So it turns out that your grades are not good for no reason. How could his brain function normally if there was a screw loose? Zhongxiang's expression suddenly turned cold. Why are you attacking me personally when you're talking? You have good grades, but can they be better than Jiang Fuyue? Generally speaking, a woman would never like a man who always wants to compete with her in what she's best at, but can never do so. What was Jiang Fuyue good at? Studying. Ling Xian always wanted to compete with her in this aspect, but he never won. Wouldn't this make a man seem especially incompetent? According to what you said, Jiang Fuyue wouldn't like a bad student who is far inferior to her. Zhongxiang snorted. The other party was anxious, which meant that he was starting to lose confidence. Very good. So what if I'm a bad student? I'm not competing with her in terms of grades. I can even admit that I'm trash in this aspect. That's right, I'm a bad student. In this way, do you think she'll focus on my grades or see my other good aspects? It had to be said that this idiot was smart again. Also, Jiang Fuyue paid for your takeout, but she didn't pay for my desserts. Do you see? This is the difference. Another smart move. Ling Xian was angry and left. Zhongxiang gave himself a thumbs up in high spirits. Digression. I will notify everyone in the comments section at 1:00 p.m. when the second period starts. Fish first for lunch. Mwah. When he was happy, his appetite would improve. Zhongxiang finished the rest of the dishes and put away the trash. Suddenly, he stopped singing. Suddenly, he remembered that he had to report to his stupid uncle. He immediately withered. When he went to the laboratory next door, he bumped into the assistant who was leaving. Hi. The assistant smiled and greeted him. Zhongxiang also greeted him. When he realized who it was, he didn't even know who this person was. Young man, your courage is commendable. I have faith in you. Good luck. Huh? The assistant said, as the saying goes, there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. There's only a homewrecker who doesn't work hard. After that, he walked away, leaving Zhongxiang confused. What's this about? What the hell? Come in, Xie Dingyuan said coldly. Zhongxiang's scalp went numb. Hee. Uncle, you're looking for me? What's the matter? If not, I'm going back. Old madam is urging me. Xie Dingyuan glanced at him through his goggles. Using old madam to pressure me? How could I? Zhongxiang smiled and walked forward. Who doesn't know that old madam cares about you the most? I would never use old madam to pressure you. It's true. She just called me a few times and urged me to go to the garden in the suburbs with her to pick roses. Oh. He was unmoved. He looked like he was saying, keep making up stories. Xianxia, you're bringing food to Jiangfuyue? Here it comes. Based on his past experience, this should be just the beginning. Yes, yes. Xianxia straightened his chest, trying to make himself look more confident. Unfortunately, the moment he opened his mouth, he stuttered, instantly losing his imposing manner. Xie Dingyuan was expressionless. If you're so free, why don't I see you bringing food to your uncle? Didn't someone do it? Zhongxiang said, Old madam asked you before if you wanted Mama Wang to make it so that the servants could send it to school. You said it wasn't necessary. Why do you want me to send it to school now? You have so many excuses even though you haven't done anything. No. I'm not lying. Zhongxiang felt very innocent. Who did he offend? Uncle, are you trying to torment me on purpose? Xie Dingyuan's cold eyes remained the same, but there was a faint flicker in the depths of his eyes. Zhongxiang continued to nag, anyway, you said that you didn't want the family to send you gifts. It's not my fault. Suddenly, he thought of something and became serious. Uncle, you're not being kind. Xie Dingyuan frowned. His eyes seemed to say, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhongxiang, you're in the same lab as Jiangfuyue, but you didn't tell me. You clearly know that I'm pursuing her, yet you're still hiding it. Those who don't know might think that you're interested in her. Zhongxiang. Think carefully before you speak. Your brain isn't just for decoration. He didn't know how he had provoked him, but this man was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He instantly exploded and went all out. Young Master Zhong was stunned. Did he say anything wrong? Xie Dingyuan's veins on his forehead bulged. Get out. No, now. Immediately. Immediately. Oh. Zhongxiang lowered his eyes. He looked aggrieved, but he was actually ecstatic. Oh yeah. He could finally leave. Xie Dingyuan, you're not allowed to send food to Jiangfuyue tomorrow. Zhongxiang turned around abruptly and subconsciously retracted his leg. Why? Someone has already sent food to her. Didn't you see? So what? He's sending his food, and I'm sending mine. Ha, Xie Dingyuan sneered. Did she eat the food you sent her today? No. Zhongxiang spread his hands. But she didn't eat Lingxian either. What do you mean? Zhongxiang told him about how Jiangfuyue had paid Lingxian to deliver food. She didn't want mine, and she didn't take Lingxian either. She ate her own food. Oh my God, how can there be such a good girl? Uncle, let me tell you, the more she rejects me, the more I want her. I want her to be my wife no matter what. Xie Dingyuan was stunned when he heard the first part of the story. Then, he heard Zhongxiang's declaration of his pursuit. His face, which had just calmed down, darkened again. What was wrong with these kids nowadays? They kept talking about love and wife. Couldn't they think of something related to their studies? Couldn't they have loftier ideals and pursuits? You? Xie Dingyuan sneered. Zhongxiang was not convinced. What's wrong with me? I'm handsome, have a good family background, have money, and have a good figure. I'm just a little wolf dog. Woof, woof, woof. Xie Dingyuan, also, I'm Jiangfuyue's classmate. We're from the same school. Do you know what this means? This means that we'll have a lot of opportunities to cultivate our relationship together. Xie Dingyuan, the boy who delivered the food, is also from the same school as her. He's as good looking as you. Judging from his behavior, his family background is quite good too. He's also rich and has a good figure. Most importantly, his grades are better than yours. He's qualified to participate in the Physics Olympiad summer camp. In the future, he'll have the opportunity to go overseas with Jiangfuyue to participate in the IPO international competition. What about you? Zhongxiang was stumped. Xie Dingyuan gave him a disdainful look. In his heart, he was thinking, if I didn't count, I wouldn't have known that the boy had so many advantages. Tisk. Uncle. You did it on purpose. Zhongxiang started to act shamelessly. He acted out a scene of him jumping on the spot. Xie Dingyuan, I'm just trying to make you realize the reality. Zhongxiang, this doesn't count. Anyway, Jiang Fuyue didn't eat my food or Ling Xian. This means that I'm still on the same starting line as him. Xie Dingyuan, you're lying to yourself. No, Xianxia remembered and his anger turned into a smile. I should be one step ahead of him. Although Jiang Fuyue didn't eat the food I brought, she accepted the dessert I bought. Just based on this dessert, I'm prettier than Ling Xian. Xie Dingyuan's eyes darkened. Zhongxiang didn't feel anything. Ah. She must have taken a liking to me. That's why she accepted my dessert. Does this mean that this young master has made her sweet to the core of her heart? Get lost. That's right. It must be like that. Is the long road of chasing after his wife finally coming to an end? Oh my God, please call me God's favorite. The veins on the man's forehead bulged. I told you to get lost. Fine, I'll get lost. Anyway, I'm going to have a girlfriend. I won't lower myself to the level of a 10,000-year-old single dog like you, Xie Dingyuan. Zhong. Z. Ong. The youth had long since disappeared without a trace. This was the fourth day of using the laboratory. Jiang Fuyue marked down the experiment progress in her notebook. There was still 10% left. If nothing went wrong, she would be able to complete it by tomorrow afternoon. She breathed a sigh of relief. She turned on the computer, opened the thesis, and began to complete the experiment. The sun was setting. When someone knocked on the door again, Jiang Fuyue looked away from the screen. She glanced at the clock on the wall. 3 hours had passed. At this time, it was time for dinner. She opened the door. To her surprise, she saw Ling Xian and Zhongxiang appear at the same time. They each had a lunchbox. Ling Xian said, "I'm here to bring you dinner." This was a very reasonable reason. Zhongxiang said, "I brought dinner. I'll eat with you." He did not say that he was bringing it to Jiang Fuyue. He only said that he would eat it. It seemed like he was in no position to refuse. Jiang Fuyue, then, when the assistant brought the dinner to Xie Dingyuan, he saw the strange scene of the 3 people in the afternoon. Oh my God! Shouldn't they be fighting to determine the winner? Why are they still in a stalemate? Amazing, amazing. He put down the food and casually mentioned it in front of Xie Dingyuan. TSK, he had warned himself not to say anything, but he just could not help it. Oh? Xie Dingyuan raised his eyebrows and looked calm. 3 people again? The assistant said, yes. These 2 boys have it tough. Xie Dingyuan's mouth twitched. The assistant leaned against the window again and pouted to watch the show. And the direction he was looking at was Xie Dingyuan on the lab table. The latter, suddenly, the assistant shrieked and shrank back. His head almost hit the wall. He looked dazed and confused as if he had been frightened. Oh my God, am I seeing things? Yes, let's watch again. As he spoke, he stuck his head out again. In the end, he was really stunned this time. His eyes were in a daze and his lips were trembling. Xie Dingyuan frowned. What's going on? The assistant turned to look at him and said after a while. Professor, do you think girls nowadays are all such scumbags? Xie Dingyuan, ? There are 2 more boys outside. They are here to bring food to the girl next door. More importantly, the first 2 are still here. This adds up to 1, 2, 3, 5. Oh my God. Digression, second watch, 3,000 words. There will be a 4th watch today. I'll inform everyone in the comments section. Xie Dingyuan's expression froze. Wait a minute, isn't 2 plus 2 4? How did it become 5? The assistant replied, because other than the 4 who have already met, I saw another one coming out from the stairwell. He's quite handsome. Xie Dingyuan, ? If you don't believe me, come and take a look. The assistant moved to the side and gave up the prime spot. Xie Dingyuan stepped forward. Because the window was too short and he was too tall, he had to bend down. Thus, it was inevitable that he would lean over. The assistant thought to himself, now you know how difficult it is for me. Jiang Fuyue, Ling Xian, and Zhongxiang were originally standing side by side and eating dinner. Compared to noon, this time, she was standing in the middle, while Ling Xian and Xiang were standing on both sides. Whenever Xiang gave her a piece of meat, Ling Xian would give her a prawn. The two of them did not eat much, and all the food was placed in Jiang Fuyue's bowl. At first, it was about every 2 to 3 minutes. Later, it slowly became 1 to 2 minutes. Later on, the two of them were competing with each other, and they kept throwing good food in front of Jiang Fuyue. Enough. Xiang paused. Ling Xian's expression froze. Jiang Fuyue put away the bowls and chopsticks into the trash bag. Her tone was cold. From tomorrow onwards, you don't have to come. Ling Xian moved his lips and wanted to say something. Unfortunately, Jiang Fuyue did not give him a chance. We'll settle this when we go to the classroom the day after tomorrow. Okay. Xiang also wanted to say something, but he was scared off by Jiang Fuyue's glare. At this moment, Dao Xiaoming and Huang Hui came, carrying bags of various sizes in their hands. They smiled and called out to her, "Sister Yu." Jiang Fuyue went up to them, looking surprised. "Why are you here?" Huang Hui said, "It's not just us. Fan Yi went to buy drinks. She'll be here soon." Dao Xiaoming, "There's a power outage in the computer room today, so the coaches gave us half a day off. So I came to Q University to look for you. I also bought a family bucket for everyone to eat together." While the three of them were talking, Xiang and Ling Xian looked at each other and saw the vigilance in each other's eyes. There were actually 2 more men? In that instant, the two of them unexpectedly reached a tacit understanding. Ling Xian stepped forward. "What's this?" Xiang followed closely behind, intentionally or unintentionally standing side by side with Jiang Fuyue. Huang Hui and Gao Xiaoming looked at the two of them with different degrees of curiosity in their eyes. Jiang Fuyue briefly introduced the two parties. At this moment, Lin Shimo arrived. He was here to look for Xiang. For a moment, 5 men and 1 woman stood in the narrow corridor. That was why the assistant saw the scene. And now, Xie Dingyuan also saw it through the window. Suddenly, a very inappropriate thought popped up in his mind. How many men did she mess with? Professor Xie? Seeing that he had been lying down for too long, the assistant cautiously called out. Xie Dingyuan suddenly stood up straight, took 2 steps back, and moved away from the window, as if it was some kind of virus petri dish, and he wasn't wearing a protective suit. The assistant, ? Jiang Fuyue sent Xiang and Ling Xian away. She ate fried chicken with Gao Xiaoming, Huang Hui, and Fan Yi, who arrived later. After sending the 3 of them off, she went back to the laboratory. At night, the moonlight was bright and the whole campus fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Fuyue was organizing her thesis while waiting for the final data to come out. Based on the current progress, she might be able to finish it by tomorrow afternoon. At this moment, knock knock knock, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Fuyue's eyes turned cold. Who is it? It's me, Xie Dingyuan. She looked at the clock on the wall and raised her eyebrows slightly. The door opened. Jiang Fuyue looked at the man in front of her, and found that Xie Dingyuan was much taller than her. Do you need any equipment? Other than this reason, Jiang Fuyue couldn't think of any other. Sure enough, the man nodded. A thermal imager. I just used it, and the data hasn't been cleared yet. I might have to trouble you to wait for a while. No hurry. Then, why don't I call you when I'm done? In other words, he could go back first and come back to get it when he was done. Xie Dingyuan waved his hand. It's okay, I'll wait for a while. Wait for a while, she couldn't let him wait outside. Coincidentally, Xie Dingyuan was wearing a lab robe. Jiang Fuyue thought for a while and said uncertainly, come in and sit for a while? The man nodded and said, okay. Then, he went straight in. Jiang Fuyue, ? She closed the door, returned to the console, and began to work on the thermal imager. Xie Dingyuan said, let me do it. Your data is about to come out. Jiang Fuyue looked at him and realized that he was right. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm the one who wants to use it, so it's my duty. Jiang Fuyue didn't refuse. She sat back in front of the console and began to import the data into the computer. Because she had to switch several ports in the middle and insert different analysis functions, she couldn't leave for a while. By the time she finished, Xie Dingyuan had already finished. Jiang Fuyue finally reacted. I'm sorry, I understand. The man waved his hand. When the data comes out, it's like a tree that has been planted for a long time. After blooming and pollination, it finally bears fruit. Everyone wants to check it as soon as possible. Jiang Fuyue nodded. That's true. Are you done? Almost. Seeing that the conversation between the two was about to end in silence, Xie Dingyuan suddenly asked, which company are you going to submit your thesis to? Jiang Fuyue, PRL. The man raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised. I thought you would prefer nature. Communications or nature. Postdocs and postdocs in universities generally preferred these two. Jiang Fuyue, whether it's science or nature, they're both more comprehensive. Especially since nature doesn't publish purely theoretical articles. There are very few research results in the field of physics in the official journal. It's more about experimental progress. In a sense, I personally feel that PRL is more professional, theoretical, and general. Of course, this also meant that the quality of the thesis was high. Xie Dingyuan, as far as I know, the acceptance rate of PRL in recent years is around 40%. Like you said, it prefers theoretical results. If it's an experimental article, it must emphasize its novelty and feasibility. It must also explain that the experimental results can stimulate research in related fields. Okay. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Obviously, she already knew about this. Xie Dingyuan, according to the requirements of PRL, the article format can be RevTex, LaTeX, TeX, and MS Word, but RevTex is recommended. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. She suddenly realized that this person was intentionally or unintentionally guiding her, whether it was the formatting requirements or the points about the experimental article. Are you helping me? She was not a person who would beat around the bush. Since she thought of it, she asked directly. Xie Dingyuan, not really helping. As an experienced person, I'm just casually giving a few pointers. Why? Under the light, the girl's black eyes reflected the light, making her look even more charming. Xie Dingyuan looked away. I told you, I'm just casually giving pointers. Jiang Fuyue had a strange expression. Then, as an experienced person, is there anything else I should pay attention to? The man pondered for a moment, then seriously replied, the length of the article should not be more than 4 pages, and the length of the comments should not be more than 1 page. The new theoretical results must be specifically explained to be different from the traditional theory, and it must be compared with the existing experiments. It cannot violate the experimental results, or give a testable prediction of the experiment. According to past experience, if the mathematics and calculation articles have no obvious physical application, they will not be accepted. At first, Jiang Fuyue was just casually asking to see how he would end up. However, the more she went on, the more serious she became. Xie Dingyuan. The comments must be about the mistakes or corrections of a specific article's key problems. Pay attention to the etiquette of the wording. One of the authors of the article cannot post comments, and the comments cannot have appendices. That's about it. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come to me. It was the first time Jiang Fuyue had heard him say so much. She was still a little dazed when he left with the thermal imager. When she was completely awake, her mind began to recall what Xie Dingyuan had just said, one by one. Then, she looked at the paper again and found that there were still a few parts that could be changed. She immediately started. For a moment, only the sound of the keyboard could be heard in the room. At midnight, Xie Dingyuan put away the experiment table, locked the incubator, and checked the equipment and power supply one by one. Finally, he took off his glasses, took off his lab robe, signed the laboratory use record book, turned off the lights, and left. When he walked to the corridor, he suddenly paused and turned to look at the brightly lit window. He could not help but frown. It's already so late. She's still not leaving. He wanted to knock on the door to remind her of the time, but his hand slowly lowered halfway. Xie Dingyuan thought, what does it have to do with him whether Jiang Fuyue leaves or not? Digression, the third watch is here, 3,000 words. There's a fourth watch before midnight today is also a diligent fish. I can confidently ask for votes, let's smoke. In the end, he didn't knock on the door and left alone. Since it had nothing to do with him, he shouldn't interfere. Jiang Fuyue was only 10 minutes behind him. When she left, she couldn't help but sigh. Time flew. It was almost the 5th day, and her usage of the laboratory was up. She had to admit that a well-equipped laboratory was great. She couldn't bear to leave. This also made her more determined to build her own laboratory in the future. Just like Xia Dingyuan, he was only here to borrow it temporarily. The next day, at 11:08 a.m., Jiang Fuyue finished all the experiments. She put all the equipment back to where they were from memory, and the experiment table and console were restored to their original state. She bought a new broom, a dustpan, a basin, and a towel. She cleaned the laboratory inside and out, then took her things and left without leaving a trace. She left quietly, just like how she came 5 days ago. Therefore, when Zhong Xiang and Ling Xian arrived at the laboratory with food at 11:50 a.m., it was already empty, and all the lights were off. No wonder they weren't allowed to send food. The two of them came excitedly, but left dejectedly. His assistant came to deliver food at noon, thinking that there would be gossip to watch. He didn't expect that there would be no news at all today. He continued to wonder until he handed the lunch box to Xia Dingyuan. Is the girl next door not coming? When I passed by, I saw that the lights were off. Xia Dingyuan froze. He suddenly remembered Shen Qiannan's words, she was alone, without a team, and it would only take 5 days at most. Today was the 5th day. Xia Dingyuan couldn't help but frown when he thought about how she was so busy that she didn't even have time to eat. If she wanted to continue using the laboratory, she could have asked. Would he have disagreed? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Professor Xia, that. The assistant swallowed and pointed at the console behind him. You forgot to seal your petri dish. Xia Dingyuan's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly turned around. The assistant, ? It was hard to imagine that Professor Xia would make such a low-level mistake. In the afternoon, Jiang Fuyue, who had left the laboratory and returned to the NOI training class, welcomed the second quiz. The coach said, same old rules. I believe everyone is familiar with it, so I won't repeat myself. After saying that, he hit the enter button, and the questions were sent to the student's computer from the backstage. Just like the first time, the questions were distributed in 2 rounds. The second round could only begin after the first round was completed. All the information on the question stem was given in English. Some examinees whose English was not good enough and did not have a large vocabulary could easily misunderstand when reading and reviewing the questions. Later on, even if the program ran without any bugs, because the answer was irrelevant, he would not be able to get a single point. In the first round, there were 3 questions. Jiang Fuyue only took 15 minutes to complete them, which was 5 minutes faster than last time. He clicked to submit the paper, and the second round of questions was automatically issued. This time, it took a little longer, 25 minutes. 2 of them were real IOI questions from a few years ago. What's more, they came from country D. One could only imagine the difficulty. When Jiang Fuyue handed in her paper and left, most of the examinees were scratching their ears and cheeks in confusion at the first question of the second round. F***CK. Jiang Fuyue handed in her paper again. Didn't they say that her brain and hands would rust if she did not practice for a few days? Rust like a watermelon. Calm down, friend. It's not the first time. Get used to it. It was very enviable. After leaving B University, Jiang Fuyue did not return to Q University directly. Instead, she went to a cafe across the road. She had just entered. Over here. Shen Qiannan waved at her from his seat. Jiang Fuyue walked over. Sorry, the difficulty of today's questions exceeded my expectations. That's why I handed in my paper 5 minutes late. It's okay. It's my honor to be able to spend time on a beauty. Jiang Fuyue, oh. Shen Qiannan, ? That's it? Amazing. Jiang Fuyue took out the key from her bag and handed it to him. It's time. I'm returning it to its rightful owner. Actually, if you want to continue using it, it's not impossible. My experiment is done. I don't need it. I see. The man's eyes flickered. Okay, I'll take back the key. Okay. Jiang Fuyue left. Before leaving, she went to the front desk to pay the bill. When Shen Qiannan went to pay the bill, he was told that Beauty has already paid. He shrugged and said to the cashier, "Can't help it. She's too charming." What he got in return was a burst of laughter that sounded like silver bells. She said, "Professor Shen, you're so funny." Shen Qiannan walked out of the cafe, took out his phone and dialed the last call. After the beep, he said, "Hello. Lao Xia, I've asked. She's done her experiment and doesn't need to borrow the lab anymore. Congratulations, you're finally out of trouble." The other end, what? Did I say something wrong? No. Okay, I'll send the key to you now. Xie Dingyuan, she returned the key to you? Of course. Do you think she'll continue to hog it? To be honest, this girl knows what she's doing. She even treated me to coffee just now. Xie Dingyuan. Send the key to me now. Shen Qiannan, ? Why was this person so cold all of a sudden? There were no signs at all. Digression, it's time for the fourth watch. What should I do if I suddenly want to work hard? After the experiment, Jiang Fuyue, who had returned to training, still had the absolute advantage and was ahead of everyone else in terms of marks. For example, at this moment, the results of the second test of NOI's training were announced. It was also called a public execution. F***CK. How did she get full marks again? Did Jiang Fuyue go into the head of the person who came up with the questions and flip through his brain? F***CK. Brother, your analogy, is too graphic. It's a little scary. The second round of papers was very difficult. I checked. They were all real IOI questions from previous years. How did she get them all right? Why did she hand in the papers in advance? I can't take it anymore, I'm going to curse. Why is everyone talking about Jiang Fuyue? Didn't Lin Yuan get full marks too? TSK. I remember that she got full marks in the last test too. That's right, it's her. She's usually inconspicuous, but she took off as soon as she entered the examination hall. How strange. Is she deliberately hiding her strength? I've done group homework with her before. To be honest, it doesn't look like it. Fanyi University only got 590 this time, but she got full marks without anyone noticing. Is she on the same level as Jiang Fuyue? Jiang Fuyue took 3 days off and still got full marks. Lin Yuan didn't. That's true. After the results were announced, it was time for the comments. Coach. It can be said that the main difficulty of this test came from the second set of papers because they were all real IOI questions. Some students might not be able to remember the answers even if they had done it before. Ahem. You should be talking about me, someone whispered under the stage. I did it after class and even followed the answers. At that time, there was no problem at all. But when it came to the real test, my mind went blank and I forgot everything. Sigh. Coach, everyone should have heard of the difficulty of the questions set in D Nation every year. I don't need to say more. The questions might be difficult this time, but 2 students got full marks. Now, let's invite these 2 students to stand up and explain their thinking. Don't be in a hurry to take notes. Listen carefully and pay attention to the thinking process. This is more useful than memorizing it 10,000 times. Which one of you will go first? The coach looked below the stage. Jiang Fuyue was fine with anything. Lin Yuan didn't even have the time to feel happy about getting another perfect score before she was caught off guard by the coach's move. She hurriedly averted her gaze, afraid that she would be pointed out. However, the more one was afraid of something, the more it would happen. The coach said, "Then let's start with Lin Yuan." Instantly, everyone's eyes fell on her. A person who enjoyed the attention of so many people was now panicking to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat, and his breathing became sluggish. Why isn't she moving? Are you stupid? Absent-minded? I don't think he heard anything, they were whispering and buzzing. In the end, a girl next to Lin Yuan gave her a push before she reacted. She stood up and said, "I'm sorry, teacher. I have a cold and I'm not feeling well. Can you let Jiang Fuyue speak first?" The coach did not suspect anything and nodded in agreement. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Fuyue explained her thought process and algorithm layout at a moderate pace. She didn't play around. Every word and sentence of hers was full of substance, and there were also many tips for solving the problem. That's about it. After 2 seconds of silence, there was a thunderous applause. Even the coach couldn't help but applaud and praise her in his heart. "Lin Yuan, it's your turn." She rolled her eyes and looked much calmer than before. "Actually, Jiang Fuyue and I have the same thought process. She's almost done, so I don't need to repeat it, right?" The others didn't say anything. The coach frowned. "Are you sure you have the same thought process as Jiang Fuyue?" Lin Yuan's eyes flashed, but only for 0.1 seconds before she nodded firmly. "Yes, I'm very sure." "That's not right. I've seen your test papers. You used completely different methods. None of the steps were repeated, and the structure of your thinking was completely different." Lin Yuan trembled and her pupils constricted. "Digression, here's a question. Let's have a question and answer." How did Lin Yuan get full marks? Single choice: A. Get the test questions in advance, B. Find someone to take the test on the internet, C. Implant a Trojan virus to copy Jiang Fuyue's answers, D. Hack the system and directly modify the score. It's time to test everyone's deductive ability. All the clues in this chapter can be traced. I suggest the elimination method. She stammered. The coach was puzzled. "I'm sorry, teacher." She suddenly raised her voice and blushed. "My stomach doesn't feel well. I want to go to the bathroom." The coach understood and waved his hand. "Go ahead." Lin Yuan grabbed her phone and trotted away. "Okay, let's look at the next question first. We'll continue when Miss Lin comes back." About 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan came back. Compared to the nervousness and embarrassment a moment ago, she seemed to have been reborn after going to the bathroom. "Teacher, can we talk now?" "Okay." Lin Yuan stood in her seat and slowly explained her thinking process and the structure of the plan. The coach listened and nodded. "That's all my thoughts." The coach motioned for her to sit down and finally concluded, "Miss Lin Yuan's structure method is more conventional, so it should be relatively easy for everyone to accept. On the other hand, Jiang Fuyue's method requires a higher level of thinking ability, especially the conversion steps in the middle, which involve the improvement of the application of Python and Java. Everyone can choose to understand and not make any mandatory requirements." After the class, everyone's brain seemed to be even more confused. "Why can't I understand a word Jiang Fuyue said in the last few questions? +1 I understand enter and shift. I should also understand return and shift, right? Go away. Don't. I'm just kidding. Anyway, everyone will be confused. I understand, but who would think that way in the real examination room? Jiang Fuyue can get full marks by using unconventional methods. If we use unconventional methods, we will only die faster. Isn't that right? What others take is called a shortcut. If we take it, it will definitely become a dead end. We will be trapped in it and won't be able to answer. Okay. Let's use Lin Yuan's conventional method." But did you notice that what Lin Yuan said was very vague? Her thinking process was too long-winded, like writing a short essay. She only mentioned the important steps in a few sentences. There was no real substance at all. I noticed that too. In the middle, the teacher asked her several times how she came to this step. She said it incoherently and felt that her whole thinking was not clear enough. Didn't you see that the coach only asked her to talk about the thought process and didn't ask about the specific steps? At the end of NOI's second quiz, the third group test was about to begin. Jiang Fuyue continued to write, crazily writing 3 sets of test papers in one breath. Lin Shimo and Ling Xian each had a set. The two of them looked at each other, then calmly looked away. There was nothing to compete for. Anyway, in terms of answering speed and accuracy, no matter how much they jumped, they couldn't beat Jiang Fuyue. When an even higher pole was erected in front of them, the few steps between the two naturally became insignificant. This was because they still had thousands of steps to walk on the path to the pole. What did this small detail in front of them count as? When the results came out, Sun Kun's team got full marks as expected. Jiang Fuyue received 60 points, while Lin Shimo and Ling Xian received 20 points each. More than half of the 5 tests had been completed. Jiang Fuyue was in the lead with an insane score of 480. Lin Shimo and Ling Xian tied for second place. In the laboratory of the physics department building. Yan Zhenfeng. If nothing goes wrong, the 3 of them will definitely make it to the national team. When Su Kaiqing heard this, he didn't even raise his head. He only said calmly, "Oh. Teacher, I see that you value Jiang Fuyue a lot. Why are you so calm? Are you unhappy or happy?" Su Kaiqing raised his eyelids. The national team is nothing. If she wants to, she can even sweep the Nobel Prize. Yan Zhenfeng, ? I think you're a little arrogant. Su Kaiqing looked at his expression and knew that this person was secretly muttering something. The corner of his mouth twitched, but he didn't explain. Just wait and see. One day, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the 2 competitions entered the white-hot stage. Everyone was visibly nervous, and the competitive atmosphere gradually became more intense. Just as Yan Zhenfeng had said, Jiang Fuyue, Lin Shimo, and Ling Xian were stable. If nothing went wrong, they would occupy 3 of the 5 spots on the national team. The remaining 22 people could only compete for the last 2 spots. One could imagine how intense it would be. Did you hear? Zhang Wenhao pushed his roommate, Xiao Kai, down from the 3rd floor yesterday. The ambulance rang for most of the night, and now he's still lying in the intensive care unit, unconscious. Oh my God. I was wondering why I didn't see these 2 people in class today. Aren't Zhang Wenhao and Xiao Kai usually on good terms? The 2 of them eat together. Why did he push him? Who knows? Zhang Wenhao has already been taken away by the police. Someone went to ask the coaches, and they all said that the cause of the accident is still under investigation. It's not convenient to disclose it before the police make an announcement. Why are they so mysterious? Looks like it's not a small matter. That. I think I know a little. Actually, it's a very small matter. Xiao Kai finished the last question of the homework after class. Zhang Wenhao was stuck for a long time. Everyone was ready to turn off the lights and go to sleep, but he still didn't give up. Xiao Kai tried to persuade him, but Zhang Wenhao suddenly exploded and pushed him into the corridor. He even said crazily, "You did it, so you don't want to. See me do it, you said that on purpose so that I would give up and enter the national team myself," and so on. The 2 of them wrestled. By the time we reacted and ran out to stop the fight, Xiao Kai had already been pushed down. His face was full of blood. Oh my God. Has Zhang Wenhao gone crazy from studying? In my impression, he seems to be very hardworking. He doesn't talk much usually. He looks like an honest person. The more this kind of person is, the scarier they are when they go crazy. Don't you see that the murderers in the movies are often the most inconspicuous kind of people? No one can guess. Then Xiao Kai is too unlucky. Now both of them are finished together. No one can enter the national team. Although it had been dealt with in a low-key manner, this matter still alarmed Q University's authorities. Yan Zhenfeng was even more overwhelmed. While comforting the parents of the injured students, he also had to cooperate with the police investigation. Soon, everyone received a transfer notice. In order to prevent similar things from happening again, they were now arranged to live in a single dormitory. Even the class was stopped. Everyone was told to go back and pack their things and prepare to move. Jiang Fuyue moved out of the 4-person dormitory that day and went to be university as usual in the afternoon. Competition had always been cruel. She had experienced this deeply in her previous life. Your ascension also means that another person will fail the role. If one did not have a strong heart to withstand all of this, the taut string in one's brain would suddenly snap, and one would become the next Zhang Wenhao. In a competitive environment, the result of being defenseless against the people around him was just like Xiao Kai. If he was lucky, he could save his life. If he was unlucky, he would die. As the saying goes, one should not have the heart to harm others, but one should not have the heart to guard against others. Jiang Fuyue's vigilance kept her away from danger, but at the same time, she seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. For example, at this moment, at the scene of Anoi's fourth quiz, her computer was diagonally behind Lin Yuan. After finishing all the questions, Jiang Fuyue was not in a hurry to hand in the paper. Instead, she supported her head with one hand and looked to the right. She would not know if she did not look, but when she looked, she smiled. This answer interface was really interesting. Lin Yuan's hands were typing on the keyboard, and the program language appeared on the screen. This should have been a harmonious scene of a good student answering the questions seriously, but the premise was that the actual situation of "the beef is not the horse's mouth" was ignored. How was it not the horse's mouth? For example, the screen showed that the next question was flipped to the next page. This should have been done by the mouse, but Lin Yuan continued to type on the keyboard. Another example was that the trial run of the program was stuck, and the source code interface was in a static state. Obviously, the programmer was looking for bugs. At this time, only the eyes and the brain needed to be used, but Lin Yuan was still typing on the keyboard tirelessly. Jiang Fuyue? Soon, Fan Yi, who had finished the question, followed her gaze and found that something was wrong. The two of them looked at each other. Jiang Fuyue's expression was indifferent. She had already calmed down from the initial surprise. It was probably the first time that Fan Yi had seen such a blatant cheating method. Her eyes were wide open, and she was also surprised by Lin Yuan's courage. In fact, the principle was very simple. As long as Lin Yuan's computer was remotely controlled, the other party could answer the questions for her, and she only needed to type randomly on the keyboard and finally click to hand in the paper. She could get full marks without any effort. Fan Yi, awesome. She wanted to raise her hand and let the coach catch her red-handed. However, she was stopped by Jiang Fuyue's eyes. Fan Yi? Jiang Fuyue smiled. Under her puzzled gaze, she minimized the answer interface and put her hands on the keyboard. What happened next was not something that Fan Yi could understand. Digression, the first update was 3,000 words long. Everyone in the comment section was the famous Detective Conan. Their reasoning was reasonable, and they liked the girls, so the answer was B. Lin Yuan found someone to remotely control the computer to write the test paper for her. The second update was tentatively set for 5:00 p.m. The specific notice was still in the comment section. Her white fingers were supposed to be soft and gentle, but every time she typed on the keyboard, it was sonorous and murderous. How did it look like she was typing letters? She was clearly commanding an army. And Jiang Fuyue was the general who commanded the army, the emperor who opened up new territories. Fan Yi was stunned, and she couldn't help but be infatuated. She began to scream in her heart, "Ah ah 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 ah. Sister Yu is going to explode." Under Jiang Fuyue's operation, the screen suddenly turned dark. She quickly typed in the code, and Fan Yi was dazzled. She only knew that this was an intruder page, but as for who the intruder was, she couldn't understand. Just then, Lin Yuan's screen suddenly turned dark, but it returned to normal 2 seconds later. She let out a sigh of relief and looked around vigilantly. After making sure that no one was paying attention to her, she began to type on the keyboard again. She didn't know that in the 2 seconds when the screen suddenly turned dark, Jiang Fuyue had implanted a tracking Trojan into her computer. As long as the remote control continued, the Trojan virus would follow the connection between the two computers and invade the other party's computer. Because this type of Trojan wasn't very aggressive, and Jiang Fuyue had added a layer of camouflage, it could easily pass through the firewall without alerting the other party. As for the effect, it was very simple. It couldn't steal the password of the bank card, nor could it open the camera. It could only locate the location. But that was enough. Jiang Fuyue smiled and pressed the enter key. The code page disappeared and the screen returned to the exam system. She clicked to submit the paper. After the instructor nodded, she quickly got up and strode out of the computer room. Fan Yi was a step behind her. "Sister Yu. Where are you going?" "To catch a big rat." "Ah?" Fan Yi was shocked. "A rat?" "Yes. And it was a rat that only dared to hide in the gutter." Fan Yi's scalp tingled. "Then, are we going to ignore Lin Yuan's cheating?" Don't worry. If we expose her rashly and she refuses to admit it or accuses us of slandering her, what should we do? Fan Yi frowned. Yes, what should we do? Jiang Fuyue smiled at her. Don't worry. It'll be easy when we catch the mouse. Fan Yi, ? Wait a minute. What does Lin Yuan have to do with rat? Why couldn't she understand a single word? Jiang Fuyue called Yi Qianji as she walked out. After 2 beeps, the person on the other end answered, Little Moon, what's the matter? Did you miss me? I miss you a lot too. The corner of Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. If it weren't for the clicking of the mouse and the clicking of the keyboard on the other side, these words would have been more convincing. Yes, I missed you. Jiang Fuyue readily accepted the good news. At this time, she had already left the school gate. She casually stopped a taxi, opened the back door, and got in. Renhe Street, Dongqing. When Yi Qianji heard this, she was immediately overjoyed. TSK, I knew you would miss me. I missed you too. It's just that. I've been too busy lately. Busy playing games with her teammates. Cough. Otherwise, I would have gone to see you long ago. There's a place nearby that has delicious desserts. The mango with 1,000 layers is super good. I'll bring it to you next time, okay? Jiang Fuyue looked out the window and suddenly smiled. Grandmaster, can you do something for me? Ah? The keyboard clicked, showing how fierce the battle was. What's the matter? As he asked, he moved like a snake. Then, he went all out and killed 3 people in a row, slaying everyone. It's not difficult. He heard Jiang Fuyue say, it's very simple, and it's close to you. It won't take long to get it done. Okay. Yi Qianji agreed. Tell me, what's the matter? Go to the Jiangnan Internet Cafe across the street and help me catch a mouse. Hearing this, the driver's eyes widened. He looked at Jiang Fuyue through the rearview mirror as if he was looking at a psychopath. Internet cafe? Catch a mouse? The next second, he unexpectedly met the girl's gaze through the rearview mirror. His neck shrank and he felt a chill run down his spine. After ending the call with Yi Qianji, Jiang Fuyue dialed Niu Rue. Hello? Help me find someone as fast as possible. I'll send the information to your phone in a moment. Also, bring someone to the Dongqing district. Yi Qianji told his teammates and then quickly went offline. He picked up his small backpack and was about to leave. When he passed by the front desk, the middle-aged woman was surprised. Old man, you're so early today? It's not like your usual style. Didn't you say you were going to stay up all night? No, I have to help the child at home with something. I see. Then I'll refund you 5 yuan. No, just put it on the tab. I'll pay you 5 yuan next time. Okay. Yi Qianji took 2 steps and then turned back. Little Zhang, what's wrong? I remember that you said before that the Jiangnan Internet Cafe across the street was opened by your friend? Yeah, an old friend of mine. Like me, she's retired and bored at home, so she opened it for fun. Cough. Ask your old friend for a favor. After I go in, tell her to close the front and back doors. It's best if she goes out herself and doesn't stay inside. No. Old man, what do you want to do? Yi Qianji snorted. Catch a mouse. When Jiang Fuyue arrived, Niu Rue had already met up with Yi Qianji. Inside the internet cafe, a figure was curled up in the corner. It just so happened that the lights weren't very bright. At first glance, it looked like a dark lump. Little Moon, you're here. Yi Qianji happily went up to her. Did you finish the task okay? She looked like she had received a little red flower at school and couldn't wait to be praised by her parents after school. Jiang Fuyue nodded heavily and said in a sincere tone, how can it be called okay? It has to be pretty good. Hee hee. If you say so, I'm embarrassed. Although she said so, her face, smile, and demeanor clearly said 5 words, I'm embarrassed. Niu Rue, who had witnessed the whole process, was speechless. One dared to praise, and the other dared to accept. Awesome, Jiang Fuyue asked, where is he? He immediately reacted and pointed to the corner. Over there. Jiang Fuyue looked up and glanced around. Go and turn on the lights. Niu Rui signaled to the man in black with his eyes. Soon, the whole room was brightly lit. Everything in the corner naturally had nowhere to hide. When the man saw the light, he subconsciously hugged himself tighter. His back arched into a curved arc, and his head was buried between his knees. He refused to raise his head. From Jiang Fuyue's point of view, she could only see a messy and greasy head that obviously hadn't been washed for a long time. "Raise your head," she said faintly. "Jiang Ku." Hearing the first half of the sentence, the man was unmoved. But when the two words Jiang Ku came out of his mouth, he suddenly raised his eyes, and the aura around him became fierce and fierce. "Who are you?" His voice was hoarse, and his expression was piercingly cold. In his impression, he didn't know such a young girl. But it was obvious that the other party had come prepared and wanted to catch him. A moment ago, an old man had rushed up from behind and pressed him on the table without saying a word. At that time, he had been helping a high school student solve an information science competition question remotely. He had been stuck at a certain step and hadn't succeeded in the trial run. Just as he was deep in thought, he was ambushed. It wasn't easy to break free and wanted to escape, but he found that the front and back doors were locked and couldn't be opened at all. He could only smash the window with a stool, jump out, and slide all the way down the drain. But as soon as he landed, he ran into a group of men in black and was caught red-handed. At that moment, countless possibilities flashed through the man's mind, but after he calmed down after being tied up, he dismissed them one by one. These people were of unknown origin, but fortunately, they didn't kill him. This made him feel a little relieved. At least he could still live for the time being. The other party had caught him but didn't do anything. Just as he was puzzled, another person came. Only then did he realize that it wasn't that the other party didn't do anything, but that they were waiting for the person who could make the decision to come, and this person must be the person who ordered him to be tied up, but he didn't expect. This person was actually a woman, and she was so young and beautiful. At first glance, she looked like a high school student who was still young. The man felt that everything that was happening in front of him was simply ridiculous. "Who are you?" he heard himself ask again. Calm, sinister, and a trace of defense and vigilance. Not only did this woman know where he was, but she also knew the name Jiang Ku. It seemed that he couldn't stay. Everyone here couldn't stay. Murderous intent flashed through his eyes, and his knuckles cracked. Digression, second watch, 3,000 words. She even had the intention to kill, TSK. Her courage was commendable. Today, it was still the fourth watch. The third watch was about 10:30. End of chapter 204. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.